Chapter 1, The Rules of the Town. It was almost dusk in the town, and a dark hue gradually spread from above, enveloping the town. Yin Xiu leaned against the lake's edge at the outskirts of the town, holding his fishing rod, drowsy. The dim yellow light shimmered on the lake's surface, outlining two wooden signs standing by the shore. One had clean, neat writing saying, "The lake is dangerous, do not approach." The other had crooked writing, "Yin Xiu is forbidden to fish here, get lost." Yin Xiu yawned as he leaned against the two signs, his delicate face filled with sleepiness. He squinted and lifted the fishing rod, but the hook was empty. He decided to reel in the line and started packing up to go home. The town, nearing nightfall, became even more lively than during the day. People in the square hurriedly passed by, repeatedly declaring the town's rules to everyone they encountered, trying to carve them into each person's heart before night fell. Town survival rules. But prohibitions are not. Yin Xiu slung his fishing gear over his shoulder, adjusted the crooked wooden sign with his gaze lowered, and turned to walk in the direction of his home. On a winding path, two passers-by brushed past him, excitedly whispering to each other, "I heard there's a bus going in this direction. That's the only way to leave this cursed place." Some old-timers who made it through said they got on the bus and left here. Can we really find it? I'm kind of worried. Didn't the people in the town say we're not allowed to leave easily? It's fine, anyway, we can't really leave the town. We'll just end up circling back. True. Town Survival Rule 2, the town has no exit, and do not attempt to find a way out. Futile attempts will only get you lost. Yin Xiu glanced at their receding figures, then turned away indifferently. As he looked back, his eyes met those of a cat crouching on the grass. It was a black cat, ordinary in appearance but with eerily purple eyes. It stared at Yin Xiu without blinking, as if watching his every move. Yin Xiu stared back at it, standing still by the roadside. After a few seconds of eye contact, the black cat cautiously took a step forward. Yin Xiu immediately raised his hand to grip the knife hanging from his waist. The cat quickly shrank back, bared its teeth at him, and darted off. Town Survival Rule 3, do not kill any conscious beings within the town. Whether human, strange creature, or cat. Walking along the path connecting the square and the lake, Yin Xiu arrived at the town's noisiest square. It was an old town, full of aged buildings, with shadows of old houses layered one over another. Narrow alleys intertwined, the ground full of cracks and weeds, like a small place abandoned in the cracks of time. But in the center of the town square, there was a huge, out-of-place projection, displaying scenes from different game players going through their trials. Some of the scenes were gory and violent, but the people watching below showed no expression, having become accustomed to it. Some messages floated across the screen, trivial and unimportant, and most of the time the screen was quiet. Yin Xiu stared at it for 2 seconds before indifferently looking away. Here, get your rule sheets, keep one on you just in case." A passerby chanted cheerfully while handing a piece of paper to someone. When the person turned around and met Yin Xiu's eyes, they froze for a moment, then quickly walked around him and left. Yin Xiu, slender and carrying his fishing gear, stood out in the crowd. Most of the people passing by avoided him. Yin Xiu didn't mind. He glanced down at the yellowed papers scattered at his feet, while people in the crowd continued handing out sheets to others. There is not a single one that isn't written with life-saving rules, and some people even walk around shouting with a loudspeaker. "Everyone, please make sure to carry at least one rule sheet with you, remembering the rules is how you protect your life. Also, pay attention to the weather tonight, it looks like it might rain. For those meeting this for the first time, don't panic. As long as you remember our rules, you'll be fine. Town Survival Rule 4, the town is mostly sunny, but occasionally it will rain. During rain, whether day or night, you can open the door freely." Yin Xiu looked up at the sound. The sky was indeed dark, it seemed that rain would come after nightfall. The people walking back and forth seemed even more anxious. Everyone must remember Rule 5, when it rains, there will definitely be some new faces in town. Don't panic. Anyone who can enter your house is a newcomer. Be extra cautious with those who cannot enter. Also, it's getting dark, everyone must remember to offer a sacrifice before returning to your house. Never forget. With repeated reminders from the loudspeaker, a sheet of paper with the rules floated down to Yin Xiu's feet. Town Survival Rule 6, at dusk, you must offer a token of respect to the Night Queen at your doorstep to ensure your house's safety at night. Below, there was a row of blue text. Remember to bring your respect, or I will personally come to find you. Yin Xiu nonchalantly raised his gaze. The rule sheet had been posted all over the square, but it carefully avoided the strange statue in the middle, which didn't belong here at all. It was a woman, with long hair and a long dress, but her figure was twisted and massive, clinging to a pillar. She had a strange smile as she gazed at the people of the town, and she was the biggest threat in this town, the Night Queen. Yin Xiu tightened the black backpack strapped to his back and stepped through the bustling crowd. The other players who lived in the town with him, upon noticing him, stepped back a few paces to avoid bumping into him. The loudspeaker's voice continued to proclaim in the distance, unaware, as long as you follow the rules, nothing will happen in the town. Try not to touch any strange rumors or things. You must trust the other players around you, no one here will harm you. Ah, but there is one exception. Do not try to imitate a man called Yin Xiu. He is definitely a bad example. Everyone must. As Yin Xiu left, the loudspeaker's voice grew fainter. He passed through the uneven low walls and entered an alley, where the dusklight made the alley appear even darker. The narrow street was packed with doors and windows, and each house, marked with a number, housed more than 2 players. The town was that small. New players would pour in every once in a while. Usually, each player would have at least one roommate, but Yin Xiu had none. Hurry, it's almost dark, quickly prepare a sacrifice for the Night Queen. Someone rushed out from their house, placing a piece of raw meat into an iron bowl at the doorstep, not forgetting to bow and mutter, "Please don't come find me tonight." In front of every house in the alley, there was an iron bowl filled with various kinds of meat. At least they had tried to put out what they thought was good. Yin Xiu glanced over, his head lowered in thought. He had tried very hard to fish, but had caught nothing. Today, like usual, he just casually poured a cup of water. The players along the road quickly moved aside to let Yin Xiu pass, and he smoothly reached the door of his home, the farthest house in the alley, house 401, his own place. At the door today was a tattered red-dressed doll of a little girl, sitting at the doorstep with a sweet but eerie smile, staring at him. Yin Xiu bent down to pick it up, opened the door, and casually tossed the cloth doll into a pile of messy objects in the corner of the room. He turned on the light, poured a cup of tea into the iron bowl by the door, then began to close the windows and lock the door. Town Survival Rule 7, remember to lock the doors and windows at night. No matter what sounds you hear, do not open the door, and do not be tempted by anything outside. If you want to take the shortcut to death, this is a good choice. The sky gradually darkened, and the lights in every house outside the town slowly turned on. People walking outside quickly returned to their homes, locked their doors and windows, and made full preparations to face the night. In the dark alley, after a long cat's meow echoed, the town finally became completely silent. Town Rule 8, try not to go out after dark, especially after the cat's meow. If you're confident you can beat them, feel free to try. In the darkness, a piece of paper slowly floated down from the wall and landed on the ground. Behind the town rule sheet, there was a page with clean, elegant handwriting. This is a note for new players. Please remember, the town only has 8 rules. The black text is the rule, and the blue text can be trusted but not followed. If you strictly follow the rules, nothing will go wrong, but if you accidentally break the rules and encounter them at night, please remember this next line. No matter where you are, go to alley at number 401 by any means possible. That is Yin Xiu's house. Offer all your possessions at the door, even if he ignores you, you must knock. If necessary, you can use threats to provoke him, though it may be useless, but it's your only chance to survive. If he opens the door, you live. If he doesn't, you have no hope. The outcome depends on his mood that day and his recent financial situation. Note, do not approach him during the day, and do not attempt to become his roommate. May every new player to the town stay safe at night. Chapter 2, Night Lady Yin Xiu pulled the curtains shut and curled up on the sofa to watch TV. The town's TV never broadcasts any current world information. What appears on the screen is always the footage of players currently going through the dungeons, just like on the square's display. At this moment, a player was sitting in a classroom, scribbling in silence. A thin, twisted figure almost unrecognizable as a human stood beside him, staring down at him with a strange, eerie smile, which was extremely creepy. The player being stared at shivered and dared not look up, and the entire classroom held its breath. A bullet comment slowly floated by, "This dungeon is too hard. So far, no one in our town has passed it, right? Yeah, more and more players have died in the dungeon recently. Newcomers will probably arrive tonight when it rains. Our town is well planned, but it's been a long time since any new people came. Sigh, who knows how long the new ones will last? If they don't remember the rules when they first enter the dungeon, they can hardly make it out. Why don't I just stay in the town like Yin Xiu? Forget about the dungeons, staying alive is more important. What are you thinking? If you stay here too long, something bad will happen. Didn't you see the person who died in their house a few days ago? Their neck was twisted off. I saw it, had nightmares for 2 days, and didn't dare move a muscle when I heard the slightest sound at night. Me too, I really can't stand it. On the other hand, Yin Xiu just took one look and walked away without any expression. He doesn't seem to care at all about dead people. Isn't he the weird one in town? Speaking of which, normal players are automatically pulled into dungeons every once in a while, but he's been staying in the town without ever going in. No one knows why. He's always been strange. The night lady visits him every night. Living in the same alley as him, it's impossible to sleep. Sigh, stop talking about it. Be careful, the bullet comments are shared, Yin Xiu can also see them, watch out for him getting angry. The screen suddenly cleared, not a single message was left. Yin Xiu rested his chin in his hands, squinting at the TV, looking drowsy, his long body curled up on the sofa, dozing off. Soon, a message floated across the screen again: if you're still awake, hurry up and sleep, pay attention, Night Queen is coming. With the message floating by, the lights in the small town quickly went out. The streets were empty and silent, a cold wind swept through the dark alleys. Faint footsteps echoed in the alley, but no figure appeared, only a huge, unknown shadow swayed between the cracks in the walls. The footsteps paused in front of every house, and with each pause, muffled, clear chewing sounds echoed from outside the door. The creaking noise in the night sent chills down one's spine. The sounds continued on, eventually stopping at Yin Xiu's door. This time, there was no chewing sound. Knock, knock. Someone knocked lightly on the glass window outside Yin Xiu's room. Though the knock was soft, the entire door and window trembled. Yin Xiu's tired eyelids lifted slightly, and he glanced toward the door. He got up, walked to the window, and pulled open the curtains. Under the moonlight, a pale woman's face with a twisted smile was pressed tightly against his glass window, staring at him intensely. Her long hair hung messily down to the ground, her face colorless, but the corners of her smile were stained with some unknown red liquid. Her massive form nearly filled the narrow alley, crawling in a twisted, eerie position. "What is this?" Night Queen asked, lifting a small iron bowl with her index finger. Inside was a bowl of clear water, with 2 swollen tea leaves floating. "Tea?" Yin Xiu replied calmly, casually pouring himself a cup in front of the window. Night Queen's smiling face froze, her expression gradually twisted, her voice low and even with a hint of gritted teeth. She asked again, "What is this?" "It's just tea," Yin Xiu said indifferently, lifting the cup in his hand and gesturing toward the woman outside. "Want a sip?" With a snap, the small iron bowl was crushed. Night Queen's pale face pressed tightly against the glass, her wide-open pupils swirling with blood vessels, reflecting Yin Xiu's expressionless face. "I'm not satisfied with your offering, I want to change the offering." Her finger slowly pointed toward Yin Xiu inside the room, a low growl emanating from her throat. "You must become my offering." "No." Yin Xiu responded firmly, his eyelids drooping. "Could you stop bothering me every day? I can't sleep the whole night. What's the big deal eating so much meat and drinking some tea? Why are you so dramatic?" Their voices were clear in the night, almost everyone in the alley could hear Yin Xiu's words, unable to stop themselves from curling up in bed, drawing a sharp breath. They had seen Night Queen in a rage, biting off a person's head, and they had also seen houses flattened overnight, with bodies scattered all around. Only Yin Xiu dared to speak like this to Night Queen in the entire town. He was really dancing on the edge of death. Night Queen's expression began to twist. Her enormous hand slapped against the glass window of Yin Xiu's room, and with a snap, the entire window cracked, sending shivers through everyone else. "I'm going to swallow you whole. Yin Xiu. I will definitely swallow you whole." Along with her teeth-gritting growl, the woman's body slammed against Yin Xiu's door and window, the sharp sound piercing through the night, making people's ears hurt. Even more terrifying was the creaking sound coming from the door and window. The fragile door panel was slammed with a loud bang, screws loosening, and the glass window trembled endlessly, cracks spreading. Even though the rules said that as long as the doors and windows were tightly closed at night, it was safe, if they were damaged, it wouldn't be guaranteed. Until now, no one has dared to try and see if the doors and windows might be broken. "So noisy." Yin Xiu quickly pulled the curtains, moved the table to block the door, and went back to the couch to watch TV. 365 days a year, for a total of 6 years, however long he had lived here, he had been disturbed by the night lady's noise for that long. Yin Xiu had already gotten used to the routine of watching TV at night, fishing, and dozing off during the day. In the night lady's shrill screams, the quiet of the small town was gradually filled with faint sounds. He has angered the night lady again, knowing full well she has a bad temper. The night lady can't do anything to him, he hasn't broken any rules, she can't enter. How long does he want to stay here? Not entering the dungeon, not leaving. Who lives in a place like this for 6 years? Other players are afraid of us, afraid of the night lady. He's not afraid at all, and that knife of his. Forget it, let's check on the others. Something about the town tonight feels so damp, so uncomfortable. Maybe it's going to rain soon. A few minutes later, raindrops began to fall from the sky, the pitter-patter filling the entire town. A damp wind swept through the alleys of the town, and almost at the same time, the huge crashing sound against the doors and windows suddenly stopped. Yin Xiu froze for a moment, turned his head toward the window. Had it gone back so early tonight? Usually, the noise wouldn't let him sleep until dawn. Yin Xiu stood up, pulled open the curtains, and the huge body in the alley was gone, only the raindrops falling from the sky hitting the ground, wetting the scattered rule cards. Far in the distance, lights flickered through the rain mist, and voices gradually started to rise. The rainy night was the only night when the door could be opened, a rare freedom for the town's players. They could go out and find new players who had arrived to add some companions. But that had nothing to do with Yin Xiu. He quickly pulled the curtains back and returned to bed to sleep. A rare undisturbed night, with the sounds of people and rain outside the window, surely he would sleep well. Yin Xiu curled up in the blanket, his consciousness fading for a moment, when, in the rain sound, an unusual set of footsteps suddenly appeared at the alley's entrance. He jerked his eyes open, focusing on the sound. The footsteps slowly splashed through puddles as they walked down the alley, calmly passing the other players' footsteps as if with purpose, slowly approaching here. No one stopped him, no one stayed for him, it was as though the entire town ignored him, only the footsteps, sharp and direct, cut through the sound of rain and stopped in front of his door. Yin Xiu lay in bed without moving, looking at his door. Underneath the fragile door, which had been violently hit by the night lady, a long shadow stood outside the door. Chapter 3, It in the Rainy Night. Knock knock. The knock came as expected, breaking the silence in the small room. Yin Xiu turned to the side, wrapped himself in the blanket, and ignored it, going back to sleep. After all, the new player would soon be accepted by others, he didn't need a roommate. Knock knock knock. The knock came again, slow and rhythmic, steady. Clearly, the person outside had no intention of leaving. Yin Xiu turned over, trying hard to shut his eyes and sleep, but for some reason, the voices and rain outside the window felt far less present than the figure outside the door. The person hadn't even spoken, only knocking on the door, but the sense of their gaze felt like it pierced through the door and directly landed on Yin Xiu. He could feel that the person stood outside the door, exposed, looking at him without any obstruction. Can you open the door? After a long silence, the voice finally spoke, a low, deep male voice, warm in tone, sounding completely harmless. Go to the others, I don't need a roommate. Yin Xiu raised his voice in response. Occasionally, some new players who haven't encountered the old players of the town would accidentally come here, and it happens often. The man outside smiled softly. Others asked me to come to you. Yin Xiu looked up. This was the first time a newcomer was sent here by the other people in the town, it was quite new to him. What did you do that they found unpleasant? I went to the lake and caught a fish to eat. Yin Xiu immediately flipped off the bed, hurried to the door, and yanked it open. The night wind carried rain and dampness into the pitch-black room. Outside the door stood a man, drenched to the bone. His black suit was completely soaked through, and water droplets dripped down from his hair. His face was somewhat pale, but he wore a smile, looking handsome and elegant. Whether it was the perfect curve of his lips or his appearance in this night that seemed out of place, there was an undeniable eerie vibe about the man. Is there really fish in the lake? The first thing Yin Xiu asked after opening the door was this. Yes. The man nodded. As he spoke, Yin Xiu caught a glimpse of his teeth. Compared to normal people's teeth, his seemed a bit sharp, and there was some strange red liquid lingering between his teeth. Really? I've been fishing there for 6 years and never caught a single fish. Yin Xiu touched his chin and pondered, his eyes glancing over the man. It was raining outside, so getting wet was normal, but this man was completely soaked, as if he had been standing in the rain for hours. The dampness was overwhelming. The fish tasted good, the man smiled faintly, but its call was a bit sharp. So the fish in the lake can actually call out. Yin Xiu began to doubt if what he ate was really fish, maybe it was something else. But he didn't continue questioning. Instead, he took a step back, revealing the low threshold between them, and coldly tilted his chin upward. It's cold outside, come in and talk. The man lowered his gaze, staring at the threshold on the ground without moving. Town rule number 5, when it rains, new faces will appear in the town. Newcomers can enter the house, but those who cannot enter should be cautious. The man's silence led Yin Xiu to probe further. Aren't you coming in? He looked up, the curve of his lips deepened. Can I come in? You can. Yin Xiu nodded, and the man slowly lifted his foot, stepping over the threshold into Yin Xiu's home. As soon as he entered, the room seemed to drop a few degrees, as if a chill had filled the air. Even Yin Xiu couldn't stop himself from shivering. It seems like you live here alone. The man scanned the room and then turned to look at Yin Xiu, who was lost in thought. His eyes narrowed slightly. They said I can choose a roommate in the town. Can I stay with you? Yin Xiu's gaze lingered on the threshold for a few seconds before he pulled it back and slammed the door shut. I don't want a roommate, but there aren't any empty rooms in the town. If no one else takes you in, you'll have to stay with me. He rummaged through a drawer and handed the man a rule sheet. Has anyone shown you the town's rules? The man shook his head. Then take a look. Remembering them might let you live a little longer. Yin Xiu wasn't very interested in taking care of the sudden new roommate. After handing him the rule sheet, he turned to pull the curtains and look outside. Although the town's only rule was not to harm any conscious being, players who had stayed here longer knew that harm could be both active and passive. If he refused to let the newcomer into the house and the man died outside tonight from lack of shelter, that would count as violating the rule. The other players obviously didn't reject him directly but sent him to Yin Xiu. Even if this man died, it would only trouble Yin Xiu, not them. The man took the rule sheet, a hint of confusion flashed across his face. The front and back were flipped several times before being set aside, and then his gaze shifted to Yin Xiu, a smile that remained unchanged on his face yet revealing an interest. "You haven't asked for my name yet. I don't want to know." Yin Xiu lazily responded, confirming that the night lady's figure was no longer visible outside the window before he lowered the curtain. Tonight, the night lady had already come. She probably wouldn't come again, right? He thought for a moment before turning back to the bedside. "You don't want to know?" The man stood still, persistently asking. "I don't want to." Yin Xiu snapped off the light, turned around, and returned to the bed, reminding him before sleep, "There are other rooms in the house. Find a place to sleep. Don't come to my bed." There were indeed other empty rooms in the house, but Yin Xiu lived alone and had always slept in the living room. In his ideal scenario, this mysterious man should have gone to clean up another empty room and rested, safely passing his first night. But after the lights went off, he didn't move. He simply stood there in the dark, staring at Yin Xiu on the bed without blinking. Except for the intense feeling of being watched, he made almost no sound. "Really don't want to know my name?" After a few seconds of silence, his voice sounded again. The only response was the quiet of the room. Yin Xiu did not react at all. "Why do you sleep with a knife? Are you afraid of me?" There was still no response in the room. "All right." The man's soft laugh carried a touch of indifference. He turned and walked to the chair in the room, sitting down. He neither cleaned off the wetness from his body nor went to sleep, he just sat quietly in the dark, slowly saying to Yin Xiu, "Good night." The moment his light voice sounded, Yin Xiu's usually alert mind suddenly became dazed. His eyelids grew heavy and uncontrollable, gradually drooping until his eyes fully closed. The sound of rain in the small town became faint in his ears. Yin Xiu was half dreaming and half awake, even hearing the hurried footsteps of players moving outside, but his consciousness couldn't break free. There were other strange beings besides the night lady in the small town, but they couldn't enter the house. They could only knock on every player's door and window at night, trying to lure them outside, then capture them during the chase. But what was this thing sitting in his room, staring at him? A newcomer? Clearly not. A strange being from the town? Not likely. The night lady couldn't appear when it rained, but this man had appeared, and even entered the house. Yin Xiu heard him rise from the chair, heard him step through the darkness to the bedside, then crouch at the head of the bed. Even without seeing, Yin Xiu could imagine the expression on his face at this moment. He must be smiling, a smile so perfect it seemed somewhat eerie, standing motionless in the dark, staring at Yin Xiu. The long silence and the unignorable sensation of being watched even made Yin Xiu feel unusually uneasy. He didn't know when the rain had stopped, but the players had all returned to their rooms, and the power of movement in the night town had once again shifted into the hands of the strange beings. Finally, the man beside the bed, as if unable to hold back, slowly reached out his hand toward him. Tap, tap. In the alley in the middle of the night, a familiar sound of footsteps suddenly echoed. Stepping through puddles, the sound slowly approached Yin Xiu's door. The massive figure moved in front of Yin Xiu's house, and once again, a thud-thud sound came from the window. It was the night lady returning. Chapter 4, Entering the Instance. Clearly, the man by the bed had also noticed the sound. He shifted his gaze to the window. Thud-thud. The knocking on the window sounded again, and the eerie, deep voice of the night lady came from outside the door. "Yin Xiu, open the door." Yin Xiu heard the man beside him get up. He started walking toward the door. "Who are you?" He stood at the door and asked. "Who are you?" The Night Empress was very surprised, having never seen anyone else in Yin Xiu's room. But after a few seconds of silence, she raised a friendly smile. "Help me open the door, and you'll know who I am." The man seemed to ponder for a moment, then grasped the doorknob. He wouldn't really open the door, would he? Yin Xiu instinctively tightened the knife tied at his waist, trying hard to resist the strange drowsiness, attempting to open his eyes. With a creaking sound, the door opened with a sharp noise, and a gust of night wind blew into the room, instantly chilling Yin Xiu and fully waking him up. He rolled off the bed and looked towards the door. The door was already open. The man in the black suit, drenched in water, was smiling and holding the doorknob, looking back at Yin Xiu, and pointing outside with a cheerful smile. "You're awake? Look, there's a huge face outside." What he saw outside the open door was not the alley at night, but the face of the Night Empress filling the entire crack of the door. She smiled mysteriously, her eyes blinking as they peered through the crack, her narrowed eyes and pale cheeks showing a clear and unmistakable joy. Yin Xiu also tightened the knife hanging at his waist. Yeah, such a big face. He didn't show much reaction and shifted his gaze from the Night Empress to the man who opened the door. "Why open the door for her? Are you together?" The man was confused, but his smile remained unchanged. "Can't I open it? Didn't I show you the rule? Didn't you see it?" The man smiled and nodded. "I saw it, but there was nothing on the paper." Yin Xiu instantly understood. This man couldn't see the rules. He didn't even know that doors must not be opened at night. He wasn't an insider planted by the Night Empress. Then, as your roommate, let me tell you something. Yin Xiu calmly and slowly drew a long, sharp knife from his waist. In this town, the door must never be opened at night. Otherwise? As soon as the words fell, the cold light of the blade flashed, cutting off a long strand of hair that had crawled into the room. Almost at the same time, the Night Empress's hand suddenly reached through the door and struck the spot where Yin Xiu was standing. There was a loud crash in the room, with parts scattered everywhere, and the thin bedboard was easily flattened by that palm. Cracks spread across the floor. Almost everything in the room was knocked over, chaotic and disordered, and Yin Xiu, standing in this place that seemed shaken by an earthquake, barely managed to press himself against the corner of the wall to narrowly avoid the blow. Through the window, the Night Empress's eyes were smiling as she watched Yin Xiu, who had narrowly escaped. Her sharp teeth bared in a grin. It's been 6 years, and I can finally bite off your head, Yin Xiu. Don't let me catch you. Her hair seemed to have a mind of its own, crawling across the floor from the door, twisting and wriggling rapidly, covering the walls of the room. The black mass fell from the ceiling, sweeping toward Yin Xiu in an overwhelming wave. He swung the knife, slicing through the attacking hair, and began dodging to other parts of the room, but no matter where he went, he was quickly surrounded and entangled by the hair. A rare look of displeasure appeared on Yin Xiu's delicate face. The town didn't allow anyone to kill any conscious being. This rule was for the players, meaning the Night Empress could kill him, but he could not kill her in the town. So, escape? The only exit in the house was blocked by the Night Empress, and he had nowhere to escape. Yin Xiu's gaze fell on the man smiling at the door. He had lived in the town for so many years without ever violating the rules, but tonight, someone helped him break the rule. Are you angry? The man seemed to sense his slight change in emotion, and the smile at the corner of his mouth grew even wider. Yin Xiu ignored him. It was already an intense struggle not to get caught in a room completely filled with hair. He could only keep dodging, using the knife to sever the attacking strands of hair. Your knife is indeed special. Lady Night stared at the knife in Yin Xiu's hand, sharp and dangerous. Where did you get it? Yin Xiu didn't respond. He stomped on the hair on the ground, then thrust the knife down fiercely, slicing through the long hair. The black long hair twisted and tangled on the ground. Even though it was cut by Yin Xiu, it continued to grow, spreading, and entangling around his feet. Do you need help? The man's voice echoed in the room. He seemed to want to make up for something after irritating others. Yin Xiu looked up and saw the man casually grab a handful of wriggling hair and stuff it into his mouth. Deep in his mouth, where slightly sharp teeth lined the edges, there were circles of secondary teeth. He chewed and ground the hair, then swallowed with a loud gulp. The corners of his smiling mouth still had hair, which was wriggling and struggling. He sucked it in with a sharp motion, and the sound of chewing resumed in a dense rhythm. Not only Yin Xiu, but even Lady Night froze. Who are you? How did you appear here? Did you come out of the instance? Her voice trembled with uncertainty, which made Yin Xiu fall into deep thought. Well, even Lady Night didn't know who he was. It was clear that he wasn't from the town. The man ignored Lady Night and instead kept his usual smile, staring at Yin Xiu, repeating mechanically like a stiff recorder, "Do you need help?" Yin Xiu lowered his gaze to the hair that had already wrapped around his calf, then glanced at Lady Night, who was blocked outside the door, showing a heavy expression. Maybe this man could kill Lady Night, allowing Yin Xiu to survive without breaking the rules, but the town would definitely undergo drastic changes without her. The rules required Lady Night to exist, but if she disappeared, no one knew what changes would happen to the rules. He didn't want that. He still wanted to live here. Escape was impossible, killing wasn't an option, so the only choice left was one. I don't need your help. Yin Xiu raised his hand and quickly sheathed the knife into its black scabbard. He then bent down to pick up the little girl doll in the red dress, which he had tossed into the corner after retrieving it from the door at dusk. This was one of the conditions for entering the instance. Every day, a different item would appear at the player's door. Perhaps it was placed there by the town's strange beings, but that didn't matter. As long as the key item was triggered, the entire room's players would enter the instance together. For 6 years, all the strange beings in the town and all the players knew that Yin Xiu had never entered the instance voluntarily, nor had he ever been automatically pulled into it. But now, it was obvious that his intention was clear when he held the red-dressed little girl doll in his hand. Do you want to escape into the instance? Lady Night's smile seemed mocking. The whole town knows, you never go into the instance. You're just a player who lives in the town. Yin Xiu remained silent. There was only one way to avoid breaking the rules and not having to escape from this room, and that was to enter the instance. But who could ensure they would survive this instance? In Lady Night's astonishment and the man's smile, Yin Xiu's eyes hardened. He suddenly tore apart the body of the doll. He and the man's figure instantly disappeared from the room, leaving behind a pile of broken pieces. After 2 seconds of silence, a new room suddenly appeared on the town's public screen. The loudspeakers in the town also broadcasted a new message into the night. 35-dimensional town player, Yin Xiu, enters the instance. The announcement hit like a drop of water into hot oil, waking up everyone in the town. The lights in the dark night quickly flickered on. They hurriedly turned on the TV at home and adjusted the screen showing the players in the dungeon. In the darkness, the first thing to appear would be the player information of those entering the dungeon. It clearly stated, "Congratulations to the player for entering the dungeon, monsters of the town. Current player name, Yin Xiu. Gender, male. Residence, 35th dimension, Town A, Alley 401. Dungeon assets, 35.8. Dungeon progress, fully completed." When the words "fully completed" appeared on the screen, the entire town's players froze, including the strange monsters squatting under the square's projection, all stunned. It wasn't that he didn't actively enter the dungeon, but that he had already completed all the challenges. The dungeon no longer pulled him in automatically because there were no more challenges left for him to complete. This was a player who had fully completed everything, and yet this fully completed player hadn't left the town immediately but stayed here for 6 years? In the darkness, both the town's players and all the strange monsters were confused. When the dungeon monsters received this player's information, a large-scale wail of ghostly cries erupted. "Who brought that man who cleared the dungeon 6 years ago back in? I told you not to bring him in." Chapter 5 Little Girl. Hasn't he already completed everything? Why is he still here after 6 years? Which dungeon did he enter this time? The monsters of the town. Well, that's good, it's not my dungeon. But what now? He already cleared all the dungeons, and all the other players from the same batch as him have completed their challenges while slacking off. This time, it can't possibly happen again, right? We can only increase the difficulty. Let's apply for a rule change, so he can't harm the monsters. What about the monsters in this dungeon? Change them. Replace them with monsters who don't know Yin Xiu. It can only be done this way. After a series of hushed discussions, the dungeon officially began. The player information on the large screen slowly faded, the darkness receded, and the screen started to show the scene. In the town square, the area under the large projection was filled with dense black shadows. Even the Night Queen was crouched there, watching with an unhappy face. Inside the town's houses, countless players gave up sleeping and crouched in front of the TV to watch the dungeon livestream. The dungeon had just begun, and messages already flooded the entire screen. Am I seeing this right? Is it really Yin Xiu entering the dungeon? It's Yin Xiu. I live in the same alley as him. With all that noise just now, something must have happened tonight. It feels like a dream. I can actually see what Yin Xiu looks like in the dungeon. People said he's really strong, but I thought it was all just boasting. Now that he's in the dungeon, I really want to see how strong he actually is. I also think it's mostly just boasting, but one thing's for sure, he's not normal. The other players from the town who are participating in this dungeon have also woken up. Let's see what happens in this dungeon. I've cleared this dungeon before. It's a beginner survival dungeon, not difficult. Yin Xiu actually started from a beginner dungeon. So he really has never entered a dungeon before, huh? Didn't you just see the player information? Yin Xiu is a full clear pro. Really? Amid the flood of messages on the screen, Yin Xiu slowly opened his eyes. "I'm in again," he muttered, sitting up from the bed. He looked tired, and after a few seconds of recovering, he finally looked around. This seemed to be a woman's room, but he didn't have much impression of it. However, a prompt from the dungeon echoed in his mind. This dungeon's theme, monsters of the town. The happy little girl is moving with her mother to her grandmother's monster-filled town. The little girl's mother needs to leave for 3 days. In this town full of monsters, you need to help the poor little girl who was left alone at home survive for 3 days and wait for her mother's return. There seems to be some danger in her room. You must follow the note left by her mother to help her survive. Always be careful of the monsters around you. After the voice spoke, Yin Xiu tried hard to recall anything related to this instance, but it had been so long that his memories were fuzzy and not helpful at all. Let's go out and take a look. He mumbled, got up, and opened the door. The things in this room were simple. From the items, it seemed that only things for an adult woman and a child were present, which matched the characters described in the background hints. Since the mother was not home, there must be a little girl in the house. Yin Xiu didn't rush to find her. He wandered around the living room for a bit and noticed 2 notes on the table. One had familiar black printed characters, and the other was handwritten. The black printed characters were the survival rules that all players were familiar with. Instance Survival Rule 1, do not let the little girl see the rules of the instance. As Yin Xiu read this message, another door in the living room opened. A little girl, holding a rabbit doll and wearing a red dress, peeked from the room. She looked at Yin Xiu, her innocent and childish face showing confusion. Are you the person mommy sent to take care of me? Yin Xiu responded lazily, ignoring the little girl as he continued reading. Instant Survival Rule 2, do not refuse any request made by the little girl. Big brother. The little girl, dressed in red, had somehow walked over to Yin Xiu's side. She tugged at his shirt, smiling at him. What are you looking at? Is that a note mommy left for me? Can I see what mommy wrote to me? As soon as she spoke, a sharp, painful scream suddenly came from the next room. The sound was heart-wrenching and made one's heart tremble. Yin Xiu looked expressionlessly at the little girl, glancing at the two notes in his hand. One was the instance rules, and the other was indeed the mother's note, but it also contained rules, the rules for surviving at home. Not letting her see the instance's rules meant that he couldn't let her see any rules, including the mother's note. But he also couldn't refuse any request made by the little girl. Yin Xiu seemed to understand where the scream from the next room came from. Big brother, please show me. The little girl smiled strangely, with an innocent and pure expression as she asked Yin Xiu for the rules he was holding. To give it, or not to give it, seemed like a death choice either way. Now, not only was Yin Xiu silent, but even the players watching outside the screen were silent. Did you see what happened in the room next door just now? I saw. The little girl who was refused had her head turn into a monster and bit off the person's limbs. Damn, I feel cold all over. This instance is nothing like what I've been through before. Is it really this deadly from the start? I thought this was a beginner instance. It wasn't supposed to be this hard. What's going on? You call this a beginner instance? If I entered this as a newbie, I'd already be dead like that player in the room next door. We're stuck from the start, huh? Players in other rooms are frozen in place. Now we'll just see how Yin Xiu gets through this. I think he's going to die, right? Everyone's eyes were fixed on Yin Xiu in the instance. He had a cold expression on his face, and after a few seconds of silence, he reached out and patted the little girl's head. Though he tried to act gentle, his cold face made it seem anything but gentle, as he said softly, "Don't rush. I'll show you once I'm done looking." The little girl showed an expression of hesitation. After thinking for a few seconds, she reluctantly nodded. It wasn't that she wouldn't be allowed to see it, just that she'd have to wait for a while before she could see it. That wasn't a refusal. Good girl. Yin Xiu half-heartedly comforted her and pulled her over to the sofa. Sit here and play for a while. He leaned back on the sofa in the living room to read the rules, while the little girl sat obediently beside him, playing with her doll. The scene seemed very harmonious, with no trace of the danger from before. The bullet comments were a bit surprised. Can it really be like this? It's not impossible, but he's so calm. How is he not scared? Yeah, going back to the instance is like going home. Maybe he doesn't know that the little girl is also a cruel monster. The bullet comments murmured in confusion. After watching Yin Xiu, they looked again at the bloody scene in the neighboring room, and it was hard to associate this with the same instance. After comforting the little girl, Yin Xiu continued to read down the note. Instance Survival Rules. 3. Help the little girl follow her mother's instructions on the note. 4. Do not give the little girl any weapons. 5. Do not open the door to anyone outside, and conceal the little girl's existence. 6. Stay in your own room at night, do not go to the living room, and do not let it find you. 7. If you feel something enters your room, immediately shout for your roommate to come find you, and stay together until dawn. Yin Xiu tilted his head slightly. Regardless of what it in Rule 6 referred to, Rule 7 mentioned a roommate, so he must have a roommate, right? The rules were absolute. In the town's rules, there was a sacrifice to the Night Lady, meaning the Night Lady must exist in the town. Since the instance rule said he had a roommate, he certainly had one. As if responding to Yin Xiu's thoughts, another door in the living room suddenly creaked open, and someone Yin Xiu hadn't expected walked out from inside. Chapter 6, Monster Good Morning. Standing at the door was the man exuding an eerie aura. He was still wearing his wet black suit, smiling as he stood there, casually greeting Yin Xiu. Yin Xiu wasn't surprised. According to the town rules, this man was indeed his roommate. He must have entered the novice instance because this newcomer was here. Yin Xiu was very calm, but the little girl sitting beside him immediately became unsettled. When she noticed the man, she hugged her doll tightly and shrank behind Yin Xiu, nervously whispering, "Brother, is that person also someone Mom sent to take care of me?" Yin Xiu nodded, "Yes." The little girl furrowed her brows in difficulty. After hesitating for a few seconds, she finally peeked out from behind Yin Xiu. "All right." She kept a cautious eye on the man, and the man smiled back at her. After a few seconds of silence, the little girl was the first to look away. She nervously tugged at Yin Xiu's shirt corner, awkwardly changing the subject. "Brother, are you done reading? Can I see Mom's note now?" "Not yet." Yin Xiu patted her head. Concerned that the little girl sitting beside him might accidentally peek at the note, he stood up and started pacing around the room. "What are you reading?" the man asked, smiling, as he struck up a conversation with Yin Xiu. Yin Xiu handed over the instance rules and tentatively asked, "Can't you see these rules?" The man smiled and lowered his gaze to the paper Yin Xiu had handed him. He shook his head. "I can't see them." Yin Xiu was sure now. He wasn't a strange creature of the town, nor an instance anomaly, but it was still quite something that he managed to come here. "By the way, do you want to know my name?" The man smiled and asked, his gaze still stuck on Yin Xiu. "If you go change into some dry clothes, I'll consider asking you," Yin Xiu said, turning to ignore him. The man thought for 2 seconds, then obediently turned and went back to his own room. As soon as he left, the little girl, who had been tense in the living room, slowly relaxed and continued playing with her doll, though it was clear her focus was no longer as sharp. So even the strange creatures in the instance are afraid of unknown beings. Yin Xiu pondered, slowly pacing around the room as he began to examine the note from the mother. Mom's note rules. "Baby, Mom has something to do and will be away for 3 days. During this time, you must follow the information Mom left you. 1. Absolutely do not go outside. 2. Do not look in the mirror. 3. Do not open the door to anyone, do not let them discover you. 4. Eat every day. 5. At night, make sure to stay in your room and sleep. No matter what the situation in your room is when you wake up, it is normal. 6. After 3 days, take the package Mom left outside the door." The restrictions of the note were fewer than Yin Xiu had imagined. The player's rules include helping the little girl follow the instructions on Mom's note. The survival rules are for the player, but the note from Mom is for the little girl. It doesn't apply to the player, but since there's a condition to help the little girl survive, does it mean it's related to the condition for clearing the game? Yin Xiu flipped both notes over to check and found that the survival rules had more instructions on the back. Dungeon completion rules. 1. Leave the monster's corpse on the town's altar. 2. Let the little girl follow all the rules on Mom's note. There was also a line of black, crooked handwriting. 3. Do not kill any strange monsters. Then it was crossed out with a purple horizontal line. Yin Xiu stared at the third rule for a long time, considering whether he should count it as part of the rules. Since it was crossed out, it probably means it's not part of the rules, right? "So, does that mean we can kill strange monsters?" he muttered softly. The little girl on the sofa stiffened and cautiously raised her head. The door next to her creaked open again. This time, the man was no longer soaking wet as he came out. The moisture had completely vanished from his body, but he hadn't changed clothes. He was still in the same black suit. Yin Xiu didn't think he could find another identical black suit in this room full of women's and children's belongings, and he wasn't sure how he managed to dry himself so quickly, so he simply ignored the question. "What's your name?" The man smiled. "Liamo." Yin Xiu nodded. "Hello, Liamo. My name is Yin Xiu. Can you open your mouth now?" Liamo froze, hesitated, then slightly opened his mouth full of sharp teeth. In the next second, Yin Xiu crumpled the 2 rule notes into a ball and shoved them into his mouth, carefully closing his mouth for him. A dense chewing sound echoed in Liamo's mouth, followed by a gulp as he swallowed the paper. After passing through the many sharp teeth deep in his mouth, even if the little girl tried to pry open Liamo's mouth to search, she wouldn't be able to piece together the complete rules. Yin Xiu's sudden action left Liamo stunned, the little girl stunned, and the players watching outside the screen stunned. A long string of bullet comments quickly flew by. "Although I know destroying the note is the best way to prevent the little girl from seeing the rules and dying, why did he stuff it into his roommate's mouth? I don't know either. The movement was so fast, I didn't even see it clearly. By the way, did he remember the rules? Destroying it like that could easily cause trouble. Remembering the rules in the dungeon is the best way to survive. But leaving the rules in this dungeon is just as dangerous. Moreover, the little girl already spoke. What's he going to say to the little girl now?" Everyone's confused gaze shifted back to Yin Xiu. After realizing the note had been eaten, the little girl suddenly burst into tears, rushing over in a panic. She tried to pull Liamo, who had eaten the note, but didn't dare to, so she turned to grab Yin Xiu instead, crying and becoming fierce. "I haven't seen it yet. Bad brother. Give me back Mom's note." Her tears rolled down, and her young face seemed to twist along with the tears, her mouth opening wider and wider. The teeth became sharper and sharper, and the sound coming from the throat didn't even resemble crying, but more like a monster's roar. Crying, she dug her sharp nails into Yin Xiu's hand. "Give me back my mom's note. Or I'll eat you. Eat you." In the blink of an eye, she changed from an innocent little girl into a horrifying monster form, roaring with anger as she glared. Even though it was through the screen, players instinctively backed off a few steps, fearing they might see the same scene as in the next room. But Yin Xiu remained calm. He stared at the gradually transforming little girl, grabbed her sharp hand with force, and pulled her toward the table, lazily brushing her off with words, "Stop crying, it's all my fault for accidentally losing the note, but I remember what was written on it. I'll write it out again for you, how about that? The little girl's crying choked in her throat, and a confused look appeared on her previously twisted face. Write it again. Is that okay? The rules inside the instance had already been consumed by Liam, and the rules that Yin Xiu wrote by hand clearly didn't belong to the instance, but this didn't go against the little girl's wish to see her mom's note. It's all Yin Xiu's messy operation, she wasn't sure if she should continue crying or not. Seeing the little girl hesitate, Yin Xiu raised his hand and pointed to Liam, who was watching and smiling beside him. If you don't want to, then go find the note in his stomach yourself. As soon as this was said, the bullet screen was filled with shocked comments. Damn, Yin Xiu is so cruel, he wants to harm his roommate. The little girl will definitely rip open his roommate's stomach to find the note. I knew he was cold-blooded and heartless. But I didn't expect him to be this cruel. No wonder no one in the town lets others be his roommate. Whoever becomes his roommate ends up dead. I'll have to stay far away from him from now on. In contrast to the fury on the bullet screen, the atmosphere in the room became a bit stiff. The little girl froze, and she turned to look at Liam. Liam slightly grinned, showing a smile with even more sinister teeth. Maybe the bullet screen couldn't hear, but she could hear the deep, devouring desire rising from his throat, causing her to tremble all over. A chill ran down the little girl's spine, and she shuddered, immediately letting go of Yin Xiu. This handsome older brother is so cruel, talking about going into that man's stomach to find the note. He wants to harm her, right? She wasn't falling for it. Chapter 7, The Rule. Do you want me to write it out for you? Yin Xiu squinted his eyes and asked meaningfully, his tone lazy but carrying a slight threat. The little girl hesitated, fiddling with the bunny in her arms, and looked up at Liam reluctantly. She nodded and muttered, okay. Her overly obedient appearance in front of Yin Xiu left the players outside the screen stunned. She agreed? Is she really this easy to talk to? This was the same ruthless monster they had seen earlier. Some players, disbelieving, switched back to the scene in another room, where, having broken the rules, the little girl was transforming into a vicious monster, tearing apart players' limbs. The scenes in other rooms were more gruesome, with the little girl slaughtering mercilessly, the bloodiness chilling and terrifying to the viewers. But when they switched back to Yin Xiu's room, the little girl was sitting obediently on the sofa holding her doll, and Yin Xiu was sitting beside her, writing out the content with pen and paper. The scene was calm, peaceful, and harmonious. The little girl, who didn't get angry or bite, timidly sat there. Her obedient appearance actually seemed much more cute and endearing. Why does Yin Xiu's instance look so different from everyone else's? How would I know? It just feels like all the monsters in the instance become so obedient in front of him. I don't believe it. I don't believe all the monsters become so obedient in front of him. There's always one that will punish him. I don't believe it either. Ah. When I first passed this instance, I was scared by this little girl and stayed in the room for a whole day. Why is this happening? Why has she become so obedient now? I feel a bit imbalanced, damn. Why wasn't my little girl like this back then? Amidst a chorus of complaints, everyone's attention stayed focused on Yin Xiu in this room. Let me think about how to summarize what your mother left for you, Yin Xiu said cautiously. He wouldn't read the note exactly, to avoid recreating the copy rules, so he simply summarized. First, absolutely do not go outside. As long as you stay in the room and don't come out, the chance of going outside is eliminated. Second, do not look in the mirror. He glanced around the room and confirmed that there were no mirrors in the living room, and probably none in the little girl's room either. Otherwise, she could break the rules at first glance, but at least the bathroom definitely has a mirror. He wrote down, go to the bathroom less often. Third, do not open the door for anyone, do not let them discover you. This can be achieved by staying in the room and coming out less. Fourth, eat every day. Although it says to eat every day, one meal a day can count, and eating less means fewer trips to the bathroom. Fifth, at night, be sure to stay in your own room and sleep. Sixth, 3 days later, collect the package your mother left outside the door. After carefully recalling the little girl's rules, Yin Xiu wrote down the following points for her. Eat one meal a day, go back to the room to sleep after eating, come out less during the day, and do not go out at night. The little girl held the note with these short words, lost in thought. This must be meant to torture her. The difference between her and being in prison is that she can come out during the day to use the bathroom. No, even prisoners get 3 meals a day. Brother, is this what Mom asked me to do? The little girl asked Yin Xiu repeatedly, holding the note with a conflicted expression. Yes, Yin Xiu nodded calmly, capping his pen. If you do these things, your mom will come back in 3 days. The little girl's expression changed unpredictably. She was not human, and neither was Yin Xiu. But eating only 1 meal a day is abuse. She whined, wanting to protest. Yin Xiu solemnly patted her head, feeling quite helpless. There's no way around it, your mom just wants to torture you. With a swift motion, the little girl tightened her grip on her stuffed rabbit, her face turning pale. The note her mother left her wasn't like this at all. She had complaints, but she dared not speak. Alright, now hurry back to your room, Yin Xiu said, coldly ignoring her restless emotions, and unceremoniously tossed her back into the room. If you're hungry or need to go to the bathroom, just call me, I'll open the door for you. Saying this, he swiftly closed the door, locking the little girl inside. Faced with the closed door, the little girl stood dazed, thinking about how they had locked her, an innocent and pitiful little girl, in this room. Only one meal a day and not allowed to go out. She must really be in prison. She had never been treated this way by other players. Taking a deep breath, the little girl tightly squeezed her rabbit, her innocent face shifting into a fierce glare. If only she could find a way, she would definitely bite off Yin Xiu's head, bad brother. But for now. The little girl dazedly rubbed her rabbit, sensing the invisible chill seeping from outside the door, and obediently shrank her head. Revenge takes time, it's fine. All the little girls in the players' rooms are part of her. She has taken a hit with Yin Xiu, but could she not take hits from other players? Now is the time to vent her frustration. Not long after Yin Xiu threw the little girl back into her room, the sounds of players' screams began to resound from the other rooms in the corridor, rising and falling. He indifferently put away his paper and pen, dealing with the little girl was done, and it was time for the next one. Although Liu Mo, sitting in the corner of the room, never spoke to the little girl during their conversation, his presence was strong. That gaze felt like it was glued to Yin Xiu, coiling around him like a snake, impossible to shake off. Now that the little girl had returned to her room, only the two of them remained in the living room. Yin Xiu looked up and saw Liu Mo sitting upright in the corner chair, staring at him with his usual smile. That smile was too proper and standard, the curve of his lips unwavering, and if you looked for too long, it would evoke a slight sense of the uncanny valley. Yin Xiu had always been wary of this mysterious man and didn't want him around, but keeping him at bay was a difficult task, especially now that they had entered the instance and were nominally roommates. The two stared at each other, neither speaking. After a moment of silence, Yin Xiu turned his gaze away and broke the silence. I know you can't see the rules, so you can't deal with the instance. The man slightly lifted his chin, waiting for the next sentence. I won't ask you about everything, nor am I interested in what you truly are. The current situation is that you opened the door and put me in danger. I entered the instance and brought you along. If you want to get out of this instance safely, then listen to me. His voice was soft and lazy, not sounding like a negotiation but rather a statement. Even if the man in front of him was strange and dangerous, as long as he didn't know the rules in this instance, he couldn't move an inch, and the result would just be being trapped in this instance. In this situation, Yin Xiu was still in the position of power, able to maintain dominance. Okay. The man replied with a smile, without a moment's thought, as if he hadn't been listening seriously at all. This relaxed sense was more like the one in power than Yin Xiu was. Additionally, Yin Xiu turned his gaze to meet the man's eyes, just a glance, and the depths of his pupils seemed to respond with some emotion, restless and uneasy. This intense gaze made it truly hard to relax, even for Yin Xiu. Can you not keep staring at me? Yin Xiu's annoyance only deepened the curve of the man's mouth. Perhaps that is not possible. The chilling aura he exuded was hard to conceal, whether he maintained a dignified posture or kept that constant smile, or his gaze, it all felt like a predator lying in wait for the right moment, utterly still yet never taking his eyes off Yin Xiu. Occasionally staring for too long, a slight movement in his throat accompanied by the sound of excitedly swallowing saliva sent chills down Yin Xiu's spine. From the moment he first saw him, Yin Xiu had been in a state of vigilance, and this was because he never let his guard down while the man always remained in a state of hunting, closely guarding him and observing him from afar. That feeling was akin to walking in a forest and brushing past a bear, then seeing the bear's eyes light up, drooling as it followed behind you, always watching you. You knew you were being targeted, yet you would never know when it would strike. Thinking that this tension could last until the end of the instance or even longer, Yin Xiu hoped the other could restrain himself a bit. Then at least, don't stare at me while I sleep. He lowered his request, taking a step back. The other pondered for a few seconds, the smile at the corner of his lips deepening, not staring, but I must stay by your side. Chapter 8, Testing. Yin Xiu's gaze darkened. He felt as if he had been pushed too far, more precisely, the other was testing to see how much he could take. The atmosphere between the two froze again, with Yin Xiu unwilling to respond and the other not relenting. In the midst of this silence, a piercing scream echoed from another room not far away. This voice was very familiar, even Yin Xiu could clearly distinguish that this was the little girl's voice. After just a couple of seconds, another cry rang out. It was a very terrified figure, moving frantically, rushing from inside the house to outside, screaming the whole way. Yin Xiu quickly withdrew his gaze from Liu Mo, stood up rapidly, and opened the door to the room where the little girl was. She was still inside, holding a bunny doll with a confused expression. What's wrong? It's nothing, don't come out. Yin Xiu closed the door, turned, and walked to the window, swiftly pulling open the curtains in the room. A blinding light instantly flooded the entire room, making it hard to open one's eyes. Almost at the moment it opened, a strange face slapped against the glass, startling the players outside with a shudder. It was a pale-faced woman, her eyes bloodshot, pressing her face against the glass in a desperate attempt to look inside, as if searching for something, murmuring, "Is it here? Is it hiding here?" For Yin Xiu, who had seen the night lady's face countless times, this scene was just a small affair. He calmly glanced over the woman in front of him and turned his head to look outside. The scene outside looked like it was in a remote mountain village, which didn't quite match the small town in the background hints. The house he was in was an ordinary flat, each being very small, just enough for a family to live in. And the neighbor next door was another player from the same subworld town. Everyone had their own space, collectively progressing through the initial storyline of the subworld. As the story unfolded, they would gradually come together from their respective areas. At this moment, a player who was a bit mentally disturbed from fright fell in the grass outside the house. He held his head in terror, looking towards his house with vacant eyes. "She's dead, that girl is dead, she was killed, I'm going to die too, I'm going to die soon." He was mumbling incomprehensible words, rambling on while his hands uncontrollably began to rise. Yin Xiu still didn't understand how the girl he mentioned had died when the player suddenly gripped his own neck, cutting off all sound at his throat. His hands seemed controlled by some invisible force. No matter how hard his body instinctively resisted, they remained tightly clutching his neck without letting go until his face turned a deep purple, eyes bulging out, and in front of everyone, after a long struggle of gasping, he fell to the ground rolling his eyes. "What the hell, what's happening?" The voices from other players in nearby rooms were filled with shock and disbelief. This was a beginner subworld. Most people inside were newcomers who had just woken up and stayed in their rooms, so seeing this kind of scene for the first time was quite terrifying. "He's dead. He must have violated the rules." One person shouted in panic. "What rule did he break? I'm so scared. This is so scary all of a sudden." Amid the discussions coming from the side, Yin Xiu didn't have time to be shocked by the player's death, slowly directing his gaze to the woman who was still pressed against his glass window. He remembered the man just kept mumbling that the girl was dead. She must have died in the house he was in, otherwise, he wouldn't have panicked out of the house. So if the woman in his room died, it would affect his survival, and the only girl was left. It wasn't that he violated the rules, it was that he didn't keep an eye on the little girl, letting her violate the rules. Is it inside? Is it hiding inside? The woman in front of the window was still desperately clinging to the glass, staring inside. The mouth bubbled and showed no intention of leaving. She even noticed the little girl's belongings in the room, and a big smile slowly spread across her face, her pupils shining. "I see it, there are her things in the room. She is in the house, she must be hidden in this house." Survival Rule 5, do not open the door to anyone outside, and keep the little girl's presence a secret. And Mother's Note 3, do not open the door to anyone, do not let them discover you. The rule that exists on both notes must be incredibly important, which is that absolutely no one outside can discover the little girl hiding here. If someone outside accidentally opens the door and discovers the little girl in the room and comes in, the result could be like that player just now. The woman by the window grew increasingly excited, as if she wanted to verify her thoughts. She tried to push the door open, but the door was locked. When she realized this, she immediately turned and walked outside, still mumbling, "I'm going to call others to find her. We absolutely have to find her." "Wait." Yin Xiu's heart jumped. He quickly called out to her. Her mentioning others made him feel uneasy. "Who are you looking for?" The woman chuckled darkly, turning her head, her pale, bloodless face radiating eerie vibes. "A girl, a monster girl, is she hiding in your house?" "She is not in my house." Yin Xiu denied calmly. "I only have one daughter, she is studying out of town, and hasn't come back yet." "Daughter?" The woman's startled reaction momentarily caught her off guard. After 2 seconds of pause, she belatedly followed up on Yin Xiu's words. "Oh, so that was your daughter's stuff." Taking advantage of her momentary confusion, Yin Xiu quickly asked, "What do you plan to do if you find that monster girl?" A strange smile crept back onto the woman's pale face. "She is a monster, a disaster for the town, of course, she has to be killed." It was clear that the player's mistake was accidentally letting this woman into the house to kill the little girl, but judging by what she said, if she started to suspect, even if she couldn't enter now, she would still call people to force their way in. This person must be dealt with delicately, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After a brief pause in thought, the woman leaned back against the glass window again, her eyes spinning around, very eerie and creepy. "You look very young, unlike someone who was already married with a daughter, and a daughter who was already old enough to go to school. The age doesn't match, right?" The bullet comments instantly floated in panic. "Wow, are today's monsters so clever? Is this still the rookie dungeon I lived through?" Yin Xiu didn't expect her sudden and tricky questioning, and after a few seconds of silence, he coldly replied with a neutral expression, "She's adopted." "Oh? So young yet you adopted a daughter who can go to school?" The woman's smile suddenly became significant. "What's the reason? Or are you saying you don't have a daughter at all, and she is the one in the house?" Yin Xiu took a deep breath. What reason could there be? "I can't give birth, so I adopted. Is there any other reason for adoption?" "Can't give birth? Who can't give birth? Is it your wife who can't give birth? Or is it you who can't give birth?" The woman maliciously pressed on, as if seizing the initiative. She smiled. You wouldn't have adopted in advance without even having a wife, right? Under the woman's sharp questioning, Yin Xiu calmly turned aside, revealing Liam O sitting in the corner of the room. He can't give birth. The woman's gaze peered inside. Her originally sharp and arrogant demeanor froze the moment she saw Liam O. A man? His wife is a man? Well, that indeed means he can't give birth. But this. The opponent's maneuver was too chaotic. In an instant, she couldn't regain the dominant position, and after a moment of daze, she continued, so you both can't give birth, and you went to adopt a daughter? Is there a problem? Yin Xiu said strongly, narrowing his eyes. You can casually kill a little girl, but I can't go adopt a daughter to hold in my hands? The expression on the woman's face became strange and unpredictable, but she couldn't pick out any other faults. After hitting a wall with Yin Xiu, she could only slowly take 2 steps back. Fine, I'll believe that the things in your house belong to your daughter, but don't let me find her. As she spoke, she turned to head towards the door of the other players. Just as she sidestepped, a sudden thud came from the door behind Yin Xiu, as if something had slammed against the door, instantly capturing the woman's attention outside. Her face pressed back against the glass, her eyes widened as she surveyed the interior, her voice became excited. Isn't your daughter at school? Who was that sound just now? Is it her? Chapter 9, The Corpse is Moving. Facing the woman's questioning, Yin Xiu responded calmly, it's a dog. The little girl in the back room tightly gripped the rabbit. You are the dog. A dog? The woman's eyes narrowed slightly. Really? It's a fierce dog, so I can't let it out. Yin Xiu turned around disinterestedly, knocked on the back room's door, called out a couple of times. Little girl? If you don't call, you'll wait to die. Woof woof. A weak dog bark came from the back room. Although it was faint, it indeed sounded like a dog bark. The woman outside had a complicated expression. It doesn't sound like a fierce dog. It's a puppy, really bites hard. Yin Xiu returned to the window, pulled the curtain closed. Is there anything else? If not, I'm going to rest. The woman pondered for a few seconds. Let me see the dog? Yin Xiu ruthlessly pulled down the curtain. It had gone on long enough. Earlier, the woman could still leave angrily to say she'd found the little girl, then return with a group to knock at the door. Now, she couldn't return with a group just to see a dog, could she? Yin Xiu's quick thinking and expressionless nonsense stunned the many viewers outside the screen. Can this even be done? I've learned something. It must be said, as expected of Yin Xiu, he is really calm. When that woman's face appeared at the window, my heart stopped for a second. Me too, felt like I was about to have a heart attack. Is this the power of a pro player finishing the game? Light years ahead. He's always been like this. I've never seen him have any big reactions. This is a pro returning to crush newbies. This dungeon is nothing like the newbie dungeon I went through. The difficulty is way higher. Yeah, when I went through, it was just someone knocking at the door. Just don't open it. What was that just now? It feels like the difficulty increased because of Yin Xiu's presence. This rookie probably has a tough time ahead. In my opinion, just hold on in the early stages, and in the later stages, just cling tightly to Yin Xiu's thigh. That will definitely work. You gotta hold on first. Look at those other players from different dimensions. Some have already started to act high and mighty in the early stages. This dungeon did not restrict players' movements. The rules prohibited the little girl from going out, not the players. In the commotion just now, some had already tentatively gone outside to see the situation. Just when the first player died, another player from the adjacent room quietly opened the door to peek outside. Hearing the exchange between Yin Xiu and the woman, he gained some confidence. Close the door. That woman is coming. As a rookie entering the dungeon for the first time, his companion was already panicking to the point of trembling. Shut up. The man waved his hand, a look of impatience on his face. If you want to live through the dungeon, just listen to me. I have 2 successful clears under my belt. Are you saying I can't get through a mere rookie dungeon? His companion nodded nervously and obediently shrank back. The man confirmed after Yin Xiu finished talking, that he just returned to his room, imitating hiding the little girl inside. At first, he felt a bit flustered when he found the difficulty of this new copy had increased, but after hearing what happened in front of Yin Xiu's door next door, his heart settled down. Although the weird creatures in this copy were much smarter, they weren't scary at all. A few lies could leave them speechless, and that little girl, who actually barked like a dog, made him want to laugh to death. But now it was his turn, and although he had cleared the copies twice, each time was very stifling and awkward. This time, in the new copy, he wanted to enjoy the thrill of bullying the weird creatures. With an expectant look, the pale-faced woman approached his window, looking rather unhappy. Just like with Yin Xiu, the woman immediately noticed the presence of the little girl's belongings in the room, and excitement flashed in her smile. She's in your room. She must be in your room. The man pretended to be confused at the window. What are you talking about? Who's in my room? The woman's face darkened. That little girl, the monster, you've hidden her in your room, right? What little girl in my room? The man deliberately turned to let her see the full view of the living room. Indeed, there was no sign of the little girl, but due to his hurried hiding, even the little girl's stuffed rabbit was left on the sofa. The woman's gaze locked onto the rabbit, and her eyes became meaningful. That's her thing. How could it be in your room? The man glanced back nervously, but quickly composed himself. That's my sister's toy. It's very normal for little kids to have similar toys. Sister, the woman chuckled. Don't tell me your sister is studying outside and isn't home, right? Yes. Is that a problem? The man retorted confidently. After hearing her conversation with Yin Xiu, the man had confirmed that as long as he reasoned within a reasonable framework, and his argument was legitimate, the other party could not enter the room to verify. If he insisted the girl was not there, no matter what outrageous things he said, the weird creature outside could do nothing to him. The woman lost interest in continuing this similar argument and turned to walk towards the door next door, but the man suddenly called out boldly to stop her. Hey! Don't go, ugly woman. Perhaps it was the first time he had the chance to jump around in front of a weird creature. The man felt exceptionally excited. Every player in the small town participates in the copy while live streaming on the town screen, meaning his every move would be seen by other players in the town. Finally having a chance to show off and demonstrate skills in front of everyone, he had to put on an act and tease the weird creature in the copy. What did you call me? The woman suddenly returned to the window, her pale, shadowy face pressed against the glass, with bloodshot eyes wide open, looking extraordinarily eerie. The man was frightened, but thinking of his companion in the room and the players watching in the town, he feigned calmness and continued to shout, What's wrong with calling you ugly woman? You should look at yourself, coming out in broad daylight to scare people. You scared me earlier, hurry up and apologize. Players in the copy usually avoided weird creatures. Besides a few experts who dared to provoke them, almost no one would take the initiative to challenge. And today, he was going to be one of those experts. Apologize? The woman laughed sinisterly, scratching at the glass with her nails, accompanied by a harsh sound. The anger in her eyes grew even stronger. How do you want me to apologize to you? The subtle wording from the other person instantly made the man think she was giving in, and he felt lightheaded with excitement. Quickly say, I'm sorry, mister, and I'll reluctantly forgive you. The curve of the woman's lips twisted ominously. If you open the window and let me see that there really isn't a little girl in there, then I'll apologize to you. The man tilted his chin and began to think. The little girl had already been hidden away inside the house. Even if the window was opened, she couldn't crawl in. She could only peek her head in to see the living room, and even if she was aggressive, he could safely back away from her attack range. Just thinking about making the terrifying creature that usually hunted him bow down even if it didn't admit fault filled him with delight. Let the players in his town see how their boss cruised through the beginner dungeon. Fine, I'll open the window. The man, feeling bold, swiftly unlocked the window and stepped back several paces, putting distance between himself and the window. As he opened the window, the comments began to mourn. He's dead for sure. Yeah, he's definitely dead. He's already a moving corpse. Chapter 10, Triggering the Rules. The man's attention was entirely on the monstrous woman in front of him, completely unaware of the wails from the comments. His new companion trembled in fear, hiding behind the sofa, too stunned by the scene in front of them to make a sound. As the man expected, after he opened the window, the woman slowly leaned her head inside, looking around the living room. After a moment, she slowly pulled her head back, still wearing her unchanging smile. Indeed, she isn't here. I told you she wasn't in my house. Seeing the woman pull her head back from the window, he let out a slight sigh of relief and quickly stepped forward to close the window, still arrogantly saying, Now that you've checked the living room, you should apologize to me, ugly woman. The woman chuckled, and as the man approached the window, she suddenly reached out and grabbed his collar. The man jumped in fright, already somewhat on guard, and quickly pulled out a knife from his pocket to cut the collar that had been grabbed, stumbling backward and falling to the ground, his face pale. He, what a pity. The woman squinted her eyes, pinching the torn collar in her hand, her lips curling back to reveal a mouth full of sharp teeth. You were so close to losing your head. The man's face went pale and green, terrified, and if he hadn't cleared several dungeons and been cautious enough to react quickly, he might have already been devoured. He gasped for air, gradually calming down. Just thinking about how he had just been scared into rolling on the ground in front of all the players in town made him furious. Taking advantage of the distance where the woman couldn't reach him, he began to curse loudly, Die, woman. If you have the ability, come inside and bite me. If you want to bite your grandpa's head, just see if your neck is long enough. I've cleared several dungeons, I've seen all kinds of monsters. Why should I fear you, a hideous woman who looks like you've been dead for 4 or 5 days? Amidst his curses, the woman's smile twisted, her sharp nails scratching the windowsill, her grin growing wider, anger clearly visible in her eyes. Good. She had already been angry after being humiliated by Yin Xiu, and now someone dared to confront her face to face. This player was not as cautious as the previous one. With the woman's increasingly excited and frenzied smile, her head slowly moved through the window, the connection of her neck cracking with bone sounds, flesh twisting and tearing. Her neck visibly elongated. The whole head continuously leaned closer to the man on the ground. When the man sensed the danger, he turned around in a panic, wanting to escape. Just as he got up from the ground, a huge mouth from behind suddenly bit down, blood splattered everywhere, staining the living room floor. A headless body wobbled and kept the posture of wanting to escape before slowly falling to the ground. The new companions in the room were scared to the point of breaking down in tears, rolling and crawling into the room where the little girl was locked up, desperately locking the door. The woman's head shrank back from the window, perfectly landing on her shoulder. She twisted her neck, and the bones made cracking sounds, but aside from her bloody face, her body showed no changes from before. The taste is really bad. The woman made a swallowing sound in her throat, her bloodshot eyes full of disdain, no longer paying attention to the other player who had hidden in the room, and turned to walk away slowly. Players from various dimensions were stunned by what just happened. The first player to encounter trouble was the one who heard a knock on the window and pulled back the curtain, not realizing the rules in time, and was seen by the woman who killed the little girl playing in the living room. Her head broke through the window and killed the little girl, causing the player to panic and rush out, leading to his own death due to breaking the rules following the girl's death. Then, the woman hit a wall at Yin Xiu and left in frustration. The operation mimicking Yin Xiu was originally correct, but the man clearly did not take this newbie instance seriously, being too arrogant, and after avoiding the danger, he still provoked it, which resulted in his own death. His death made all the town players watching the livestream hurry to message their fellow players still alive in their dimension, to inform them of the correct actions. The bullet screen can be seen by players currently in the instance, so keeping the bullet screen open can occasionally provide strategy assistance, which is beneficial for them. However, players can only see the bullet screen messages from their own dimension and not from others, but town players can see the scenes of everyone currently in the instance. This means that players from other towns can observe other screens to come up with strategies and then tell their own town players. This real-time strategy requires a big shot in the same instance, and that big shot must encounter issues first to operate. Clearly, Yin Xiu was that big shot. The bullet screen messages can also be freely blocked. Occasionally, some unreliable comments can affect the mindset of players currently in the instance, so players can choose whether to turn it off or not check any bullet screens. Very few players would make this choice. After all, receiving outside assistance is more beneficial than harmful. Yin Xiu was one of those few. That player just died so tragically. He deserved it. How could he still dare to act recklessly after copying homework from Yin Xiu? However, his death allowed others to survive. Now everyone is cleaning up the house, hiding the little girl and her things so the woman won't see and thus won't suspect. When Yin Xiu took the lead, although it was a bit unexpected, he was quite steady. Mainly because he is not afraid, and his thoughts are clear. How come there wasn't a big shot like Yin Xiu when I was in the instance? Yeah. I kind of want to be Yin Xiu's roommate so I can get carried away. You in front, be careful, don't forget who set the rules for the entire town. That person said not to be Yin Xiu's roommate, and you definitely can't, don't seek death. But he didn't say why not. He just let everyone in the town avoid Yin Xiu. If I had known earlier that Yin Xiu was the big shot, I would have definitely tried to build a good relationship. Look at how useless his current roommate is, just sitting in the corner. Brother, listen to my advice, our town stands united, very few players die suddenly because of his rules. He says you can't be Yin Xiu's roommate, then you absolutely can't, don't question it. So tell me why I can't. Bullying newcomers who don't know anything, is that right? The comments began to argue. After learning about Yin Xiu's identity and seeing his operations in the dungeon, the people in the town started to split. Some who initially kept their distance from Yin Xiu tried to befriend this hidden elder, while others followed the town's rules and kept their distance from him. Both sides began to argue and entangle, making it hard to untangle. Until a comment floated by softly, "Everyone, I'm new here. I want to ask, who exactly is this he you are talking about? Have you seen the rule sheet issued by the town?" "Yes, I've seen it, I know it by heart." The annotation behind the rule sheet was written by him. He is the manager of our town and also a player, but he spends most of his time in dungeons creating strategies and rarely stays in town. The rule to avoid Yin Xiu was established by him a long time ago. Do you know why Yin Xiu still lives alone till now? That's because those who broke this rule all died. Chapter 11, Tonight I will tie you up in the living room. The comments were filled with a shiver of curiosity about the strict rules set by the town and the mystery surrounding Yin Xiu. His existence, warned about by so many messages from the town, clearly carries danger. Hearing the wails of despair from the next room, Yin Xiu was unwrapping the mirror in the bathroom. He tilted his head in confusion to glance at the direction of the next room and then continued to wrap the mirror in a cloth, placing it on top of the cabinet in his room, ensuring the little girl couldn't reach it. He checked the whole house, only the bathroom and the room where Yin Xiu woke up had mirrors, one for washing up and one for makeup. The room where he woke up was probably what the information referred to as the mother's room. The little girl had her own separate room. As for the room where the man named Liam woke, it could be the guest room, containing no items indicating gender, only some simple supplies for visitors, and there was no sign of a father, even the photos only featured the mother and daughter. It was highly unlikely that he would have an opportunity to appear. After tidying up the mirror, which violated the rules, Yin Xiu went to check the refrigerator. There were indeed many food items inside, fruits and vegetables, enough for them to stay here for 3 days. So far, completing the little girl's first phase task written on the note seemed quite simple. As long as they were cautious and didn't act recklessly, they could basically survive within 3 days. What happened next, however, was hard to predict. "What are you doing?" Liamo stood silently at the kitchen door, staring at Yin Xiu, who was chopping vegetables inside. He had rolled up his sleeves and was wearing a pink apron, standing in the kitchen, quickly and deftly slicing vegetables on the cutting board, his movements exceptionally skillful. "Cooking," Yin Xiu replied casually, pointing to the calendar hanging on the wall. "Today is the first day, she hasn't eaten yet." Liamo turned to glance at the calendar, walked over and lifted a page. Today was the 17th, and there was a circle drawn on the 19th, which should be the day the mother returns. 3 days, the 17th, 18th, and 19th. On the mother's note, it was stated she must eat every day, and today was the first day, meals were a must. Liamo narrowed his eyes to look outside. It was dusk in the dungeon at that moment. If they didn't realize this issue before dark, it was entirely possible that they would be declared dead for breaking the rules at midnight. "Wow, I didn't even notice that." Players reminded by the comments were filled with shock. Only paying attention to the strange creatures, completely forgetting to check the date. This dungeon is arranged like this: the players who just entered the dungeon first look for the rules, then memorize the rules. Not long after remembering the rules, a strange woman comes knocking one by one. Players, still shaken from the scare, haven't settled down and must eliminate factors that lead to easy deaths according to the rules. By the time they calm down, it's almost dark, and they instinctively focus on the rules and warnings to remember when night falls, but forget about eating, a common, insignificant rule. This dungeon is so cunning. Fortunately, this time we have Yin Xiu here. If other town players realize how well Yin Xiu cooks after seeing him, they should remind the players in their town. Well, I guess many are watching Yin Xiu's livestream now, the guiding light of the dungeon. I have already started taking notes. I can learn a lot. Once the players gather later and the bullet comments are shared, I want to see what other town players will say. I have a feeling there will be a wave of people praising Yin Xiu. That's a must. By the way, that pink apron tied around his waist looks pretty fitting. I guess you're going to say, "Male mom." Amidst the cheerful bullet comments, Yin Xiu had already finished several dishes. He took out what looked like a lunchbox for a little girl from the refrigerator, filled each compartment with food, added rice, and closed the lid, preparing to go to the girl's room. Before leaving, Yin Xiu glanced back at Liamo, standing at the kitchen door. His gaze had been fixed on the dishes after Yin Xiu finished cooking, and as someone who had spent 90% of their time watching each other, seeing Liamo suddenly looking at the food made Yin Xiu feel uneasy. "Don't steal a bite, I don't want to make it a second time. If I come out and find the food gone, tonight I will tie you in the living room." Yin Xiu's eyes darkened as he seriously threatened. Liamo smiled softly, nodded, and the hands that had been itching in front of him instantly calmed down. Yin Xiu turned and opened the girl's room door, walking in. It was a very simple children's room, with a small bed covered in pink sheets. The wall above the headboard was adorned with various cute stickers, and the carpet was strewn with toys. A nearby bookshelf held a few fairy tale books, but only a few, with many signs of having been read and some appearing old. Seeing Yin Xiu enter, the little girl who was sitting on the carpet playing with dolls immediately tensed up, rubbing her hands on the rabbit, leaving red handprints all over the toy. "It's time to eat." Yin Xiu placed the lunchbox on the only desk in the room, his peripheral vision noticing bloodstains on the carpet around the little girl, and even she had quite a bit of blood on her. "Oh." Hearing his voice, the little girl obediently hugged her doll, getting up from the carpet and walking to the table. "Why are you so dirty?" Yin Xiu scanned her from head to toe. The blood on her dress was mostly dried, but the blood stuck to her clean white skin looked eerie no matter how you looked at it. "Are you talking about this blood?" The little girl innocently smiled. "I got it from other people." The other people probably referred to players in other rooms. Yin Xiu could easily guess that every player, while in their independent space, had a little girl in their room, and they were all the same. "Wait a moment." Seeing the little girl about to eat, Yin Xiu hurriedly stopped her and dashed outside to grab something. The little girl stood in place, puzzled, and after a while, she saw Yin Xiu return with a wet towel. "Put your hands out." "Oh." The little girl obediently extended her small hand. Yin Xiu used the towel to wipe the blood off her hands and also cleaned her little face. "Before eating, you need to wash your hands. Didn't your mother teach you?" The little girl froze. "She taught me." "Pay attention next time." Yin Xiu wiped her clean, then folded the blood-soaked towels, his eyes indifferent. "I'll get you a new dress later, go take a bath before bed." "Okay." The little girl nodded drowsily and sat down at the table ready to eat. She turned her head and found that Yin Xiu had not left. He was standing straight beside her staring at her. Unable to help herself, she asked, "Brother, why are you watching me? Do you want to eat too?" "I'm not eating," Yin Xiu said with a calm expression, "but I have to watch you eat." The rules stated she must eat, but who could guarantee that once he stepped out, this child wouldn't secretly dump the food and pretend she had eaten? Seeing Yin Xiu's distrust, the little girl frowned and huffed with all her might, then picked up the chopsticks to eat, mumbling, "Bad brother, I've decided to dislike you." As a mouthful of food entered her mouth, her brows and eyes immediately curved up, radiating happiness. Delicious. "Bad brother, I've decided that I still like you." Chapter 12, I'll come before sleep. The changes in emotions clear, the expressions a child should have are all on the little girl. If it weren't for a bit of a killing ability, she would indeed seem like an ordinary child. The bullet screen players glanced at Yin Xiu's spoiled little princess happily eating, then looked at the other rooms where fierce little girls waited for their meals, and for a moment, they doubted if they were two children. "Bad brother, I'm done eating." The little girl finished off the entire box of rice in one breath. With a satisfied face she pointed at Yin Xiu, "Wipe my mouth." Yin Xiu looked at the bloody towel in his hand, grabbed a tissue beside him to wipe her mouth, then collected the lunchbox. The little girl was beside hugging a rabbit, watching Yin Xiu clean up the lunchbox with an innocent look. "Bad brother, can you come and read me a story before bed?" Yin Xiu could not refuse the little girl's request. He nodded, "I'll come before sleep." "Then I'll wait for you." The little girl smiled innocently, looking cheerful. In other players' rooms, when the little girl took a bite of the bad food, she pulled a long face and dropped her chopsticks. "So bad. I won't eat anymore." She had already taken a bite, which counted as having eaten. Completing the rule element, the player hurriedly went to collect the bowls and chopsticks, ignoring her, and didn't dare to interact with her much. "Hey!" The ignored little girl tugged at the player's clothes unhappily. "Come to my room to sleep tonight." The player was startled, nearly in tears. "But I can only stay in my own room at night, otherwise, it will be dangerous." The rules stated to stay in your own room at night, no going to the living room, but to get to the little girl's room, the player would have to pass through the living room. Clearly at night the living room had a monster that could kill the players wandering around. "I don't care. The dinner was bad, you must come to my room to sleep." The little girl stared at the player, her face covered in blood showing indifference. "Or are you going to refuse me?" The player felt a lump in their throat. "All right. I'll figure it out at night. Who told this little girl to be so hard to please?" The bullet screen floated by. Comparing like this, the little girl in Yin Xiu's room is really well behaved. She just asked for a bedtime story, soothe her to sleep and you can leave. I remember all the little girls are actually the same. Why the difference is so big? Still, it's because Yin Xiu handles it well. He even knows to wipe the little sister's hands and face. It's true, other players only made dinner, but didn't take care of the little girls. Could it be that the monsters also have favorability? Probably not. Even if they do, who dares to try? I definitely don't dare. Yin Xiu stepped out, glancing at the time on the wall. It was already past 5, and the sunset light was still outside. There was still some time before night fell. He put down the towel and found that the food had been moved from the kitchen to the table in the living room. And Liemo sat neatly at the table, wearing his usual smile, waiting for Yin Xiu. The two sat silently facing each other. Yin Xiu ate quietly, but Liemo's voice was not small. His movements were light, but when the food entered his mouth, the sound of chewing was clear. From his expression, it seemed he liked the taste just like a little girl. Yin Xiu raised his gaze and watched Liemo's moment of opening his lips. The teeth revealed in his mouth were densely packed, making one feel a bit uneasy. Noticing that Yin Xiu was very concerned, Liemo smiled with pursed lips. If you don't like it, I can change back to a normal appearance. He pressed his lips together, then swallowed, and when he opened his mouth again, the structure in his mouth was very close to that of a normal person, but still a bit different, like the excessively long tongue and the distribution of his teeth. Isn't it a bit late to tone down your inhuman vibe now? Yin Xiu casually picked up a piece of food and put it in his mouth. He could see that Liemo was imitating a human. Although he had a flawless human appearance, his words and actions were very strange, with a perfect posture for standing and sitting, and even his smile was standard, lacking any human personality, filled with what a human template should look like. It's not commonly seen in my mouth, so I can't reference it. Liemo smiled slightly. If you care, I will change. I don't care. Yin Xiu was indifferent. It didn't matter to him whether the other was a player or something else, as long as they all had to leave his room after finishing this dungeon. As for whether other players cared, he couldn't care less. If this strange creature posed a danger to him, he would not hesitate to fight back. Until then, he would not move. If you don't care, I'll revert back. It's more convenient for eating. Liemo lowered his head, picked up food, and put it in his mouth. The dense sound of chewing began again. The night was about to fall, and the outside gradually darkened. Yin Xiu had tried, the lights inside the house wouldn't turn on, and at night, nothing could be seen clearly, which meant that when it was completely dark outside, the night in the dungeon would begin. Before it got completely dark, Yin Xiu took the little girl to the bathroom to wash off all the blood, then found her a clean dress to change into. Bad brother, tell me a story. The little girl lying on the pink bedsheet looked particularly excited, showing no sign of wanting to sleep. Holding an old fairy tale book, Yin Xiu sat in front of the bed and flipped through it. Aren't we reading a story? Don't read the story. I'm tired of these stories. I want to hear Bad Brother tell a story. The little girl curled up in her blankets, eagerly awaiting. Yin Xiu thought about the time it would completely darken. If he didn't quickly lull her to sleep and leave, he would have to pass through the dark living room himself. He reached out and patted the little girl's blankets, his eyebrows and eyes gentle, his voice soft, as if he were truly the little girl's brother. What do you want to hear? The little girl pondered, blinked her eyes, and stared intently at Yin Xiu. I don't have a brother, so I want to know your story, Bad Brother. My story? Yin Xiu glanced down and thought, his profile gentle, but I don't remember much from the past. My memories of the last 2 years have become more and more blurred. I've even forgotten how long I stayed in the town I lived in. Suddenly, an angry message floated by in the chat. 6 years. 6 years. You forgot, but we remember. Do you know how we survived these 6 years? Every day fishing and drying nets without caring about us. You've even forgotten who you chopped up at night, right? Haha, why are those previous messages so excited? Could it be the strange creatures from the town are sending them? I'm dying of laughter. Could it be that the strange creatures chopped by Yin Xiu have come to knock? Ha 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 ha. You'll know soon enough. If you keep laughing, I'll go find you right now. Ha ha ha, come at me. I still don't believe you are really something strange. Where are you staying? Let's see if I will go. I'm scared of you. Pretending to be strange in the middle of the night, 101D alley, if you have guts, come. Hee hee, remember to open the door later. Bro, don't cause trouble. What if it really is something strange from the town? Definitely not. I've lived in the town for a year, and haven't heard anything at all. It must be one of you brothers playing tricks. Oh, the doorbell rang, let me go see. Don't go. Safe travels, brother. Brother, are you still there? Say something. Why did that person just now stop talking? I'm scared. I'm scared too. In the town square, under the live streaming screen, a group of dense black shadows sat next to the night lady, fiercely staring at the messages flashing on the screen, hands itching to reply. Has Big Brother lost his memory? Just like what we often see on TV? In the instance, the little girl showed interest in Yin Xiu's topic. Yin Xiu shook his head. Not lost memory. I remember why I came here, but many memories have become blurrier with time spent living in the town. The little girl showed confusion and, afraid to dig too deep into Yin Xiu's situation, changed the topic. Then why did Big Brother come here? Yin Xiu hesitated for a few seconds, gazing at the little girl, and slowly said, to find someone. I came here while looking for someone, a girl the same age as you. The little girl's eyes immediately brightened. Who are you looking for? Your sister? Yin Xiu nodded. But it's been 6 years, and you still haven't found her? The little girl tilted her head, and after asking, she froze for a moment, then snuggled deeper into her bedding. A message scrolled across the screen again. I remember too clearly. 16-year-old Yin Xiu wandering around the town with a knife at night, asking about his sister at every scary turn. It scared me into psychological shadows. Ha ha ha, is that true? I kind of want to see it. See what? Go try being pointed at with a knife, and you'll know. Sorry to disturb. Chapter 13, following the awareness that something strange has mixed into the comments, the number of people speaking instantly decreased by half. Yin Xiu silently tucked the little girl's bedding tighter. She is still alive, surely still alive, that's why I still search. When I find her, I will bring her to meet you, so you should sleep early now. The little girl hesitantly nodded, obediently closed her eyes. Good night, Big Brother. Yin Xiu casually nodded, stood up, and left the room. The bullet comments immediately became lively again. Now I understand why Yin Xiu is so nice to this little girl, even washing her face and hands and taking her to bathe. He must be treating her like his sister. Taking the copy strange as his sister, Yin Xiu must have been in the town too long. His brain might not be working well. Yeah, that little girl is not his sister. Why be so nice to her? He is usually fierce to us. Next time, I'll pretend to be a little girl and try to find him. Maybe I can lure him out of the house? Big smart one, you probably don't even know how you got cut in half, ready to be blasted off. Exactly. Yin Xiu opened the little girl's room door. Unbeknownst to him, the sky had turned dark. At this moment, the living room light was almost pitch black, with only a little faint brightness seeping in from the window to let Yin Xiu see the outline of the living room. He closed the little girl's room door and turned to walk towards his room. Just as he reached the center of the living room, a cold wind blew in from outside, causing the window glass to rattle, and the coldness of the entire living room surged suddenly, engulfing Yin Xiu in the darkness. Noticing there seemed to be something in the living room, Yin Xiu stood still, gripping the knife handle with one hand, slowly adapting his eyes to the dark, observing the living room. The cold white wall was the most eye-catching at night. Some furniture's outlines were immersed in darkness, tracing structures no different from the day. But Yin Xiu saw no abnormalities, only feeling a strange chill permeating the entire living room. Each breath felt like a needle piercing his lungs, yet he could not see its presence. Subquest Rule 6: Stay in your room at night and do not go to the living room, do not let it find you. At this moment, it was clear that it had appeared in the living room, but did not directly attack Yin Xiu. Instead, it circled around. Was it because it had not found him yet? Yin Xiu pondered, thinking about what unconscious actions might keep him hidden from it. Had he not made a sound? Or had he not moved? While contemplating, a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the night. Players in other rooms were in trouble. At that moment, viewers watching the livestream could clearly see that players who also didn't return to their rooms on time, standing in the living room, were instantly swallowed by something in the darkness, their bodies torn apart, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving only the sound of gnashing and swallowing. They couldn't even see what it was almost a completely intangible thing that killed the players in an instant. This overly powerful killing ability made players break into a cold sweat, their eyes unconsciously shifting to Yin Xiu, who was still in the living room. It was over. Even if Yin Xiu had great reflexes, he could not survive such an instant kill. Yin Xiu stood silently in the darkness, not moving, sensing everything around him. He indeed saw no figures, but could feel something gliding near him, even experiencing a sticky sensation brushing past his skin. This invisible sense of oppression forced Yin Xiu to instinctively freeze for nearly a minute, his whole body blended with the darkness and furniture of the living room. What's happening? All the other players in the living room are completely still? And haven't been killed? Players outside the screen could not feel the presence of that oppressive force, they just stared blankly at the screen, seeing all the living room footage frozen, with no one taking any action. You in front, you look like a newbie, right? Since the rules say not to be found, there must be a way to hide. This rule is quite friendly, listing the time, place, and ways to evade, making it easier to avoid danger. Otherwise, the little girl wouldn't have events that trap players. Right. I've noticed this quest's rules enjoy creating contradictions. While not allowing players to refuse the little girl, they also make her demand actions that break the rules. So cruel. And when players encounter it in the living room, their first reaction might be to hurry back to their rooms, but if they move, it will sense them. Noted, another strategy, but this is a newbie quest, I've long passed it, not sure if this will be useful. Writing it down is always a good idea. A group of players watching to pass the quest naturally started to research the subquest. Even late at night, many still watched the livestream with great interest. Inside the quest, after failing to catch anything, the chill slowly retreated from the living room until its presence completely vanished. Yin Xiu glanced around the living room, fully confirming there was nothing around, before gradually relaxing, carefully stepping forward. Nothing attacked him in the living room, only silence responded to him. He continued walking towards his room door, completely unaware that with every step he took, a shadow followed closely at his feet as he slowly entered the room. Those still in the living room, having avoided danger, are gradually returning to their own rooms. There shouldn't be anything happening tonight, right? They are resting, and I should go to rest as well. Climbing up in the middle of the night to check on Yin Xiu's copy is really tiring. I also want to go to sleep. Watching them sleep isn't as good as me sleeping myself. Tonight should just pass like this, right? According to the rules of this copy, tonight may not just pass like that, you know? Don't forget there's another rule about the night. Ah, the last rule 7, right? But the trigger condition is vague, and I don't know what causes it. In my experience, rules without direction have their trigger conditions connected to other rules. If that's the case, the two rules of the night can actually interact? Very likely. It's still you big shots who thoroughly research the rules, I'm just a small newcomer who can only watch. Once you can independently clear the level, you'll research the rules. Just live for a year first. The barrage quieted down, and Yin Xiu's room also became silent. After he returned to his room and tidied up a bit, he lay down in bed in the dark to sleep. In the night of this copy, there was no light inside the room, making it inconvenient to do anything, but he saw light outside the window. In the distance, there was a hazy patch of light, like a densely populated area where people lived. Yin Xiu touched the knife hanging at his waist, deciding to rest for a moment before climbing out the window to take a look, feeling a bit tired. As the heavy sleepiness fell over him, Yin Xiu slept soundly in bed. The room was too dark. After he returned, he hadn't noticed a pair of black footprints lying by his bedside. Chapter 14, Touch. In the middle of the night, a heavy sensation suddenly pressed down, and Yin Xiu opened his eyes instantly. In the cold room of the deep night, a chill permeated, and his hand instinctively gripped the knife, frozen in place and unable to move. In the pitch blackness, something unseen tightly bound his limbs, as if he were being pressed by a ghost. His consciousness was awake, but he could not resist at all. In the silent air, a chilling touch climbed alongside him, silently poised to strike, sending shivers down his spine. Yin Xiu glanced toward the darkness beside him, an invisible entity slowly entwined around him, slithering past his throat, tightening around him, bringing a slightly suffocating sensation. Though it was a very cold touch, it pressed closely against his skin, sending a slight shiver wherever it touched. It definitely wasn't a human touch. Survival Rule 7 of the copy: if you feel something enter your room, shout for your roommate to come find you, and the two of you must stay together until dawn. The silent pressure made Yin Xiu's scalp tingle. It was clear that a monster had come beside him. Not knowing where he triggered Rule 7, but waking up and realizing the situation, he opened his mouth to call for Liu Mo in the next room. Though he was also a dangerous presence, at least he was a nominal roommate. But the moment he opened his mouth, something immediately covered his mouth. The brief syllable was swallowed, the sound stuck in his throat, feeling powerless. A flowing, eerie coldness entered his mouth, probing curiously, flowing against his palate, rubbing and tracing, as if the monster was studying the structure of a human mouth. Yin Xiu furrowed his brows and struggled with all his might, trying to regain control of his body, but the only response was a slight tremor. Under the immense binding, there was almost no room to struggle. Yin Xiu's unusual state was also noticed by the barrage. Look, it seems like something's wrong with Yin Xiu. Not just Yin Xiu, the few players who returned from the living room are all off. I suspect it's that thing in the living room. Although it didn't kill the player hiding there, it followed them back to their room, which must be how Rule 7 was triggered. I suspect the same, otherwise, triggering Rule 7 seems too random. It's like it just chooses who to go to based on its mood. Ah, that player's body was twisted by something invisible. Damn, it literally broke their spine, and their limbs too. Oh my god, I was about to go to sleep, and now I can't. Another player is also being tortured. How sad. They all seem to realize too late that they needed to call their roommate. At this time, if the thing is in the player's room, it wouldn't be in the living room, so they could get through. Even if they called their roommate, they have to be brave enough to come. Calling is one thing, but if the roommate doesn't come. This shows how important good teammates are, but why didn't Yin Xiu call either? I think he seems unable to call. All players' eyes were fixed on the scene in Yin Xiu's room, where they could clearly see something invisible wrapping around him. There was something twisting under his clothes, bulging and moving, while he lay motionless on the bed. Even his head seemed to be held down by something, unable to move. Even if Yin Xiu wanted to struggle, every attempt only resulted in a slight twist. He was like prey ensnared and bitten by a snake, unable to struggle or resist, just waiting for death under the constriction. I have to say, the sight of him struggling on the bed is a bit terrifying. Ah, it's the middle of the night, shut up. I don't want to hear it. If even Yin Xiu can't move, this monster doesn't seem to be the level expected for this instance, does it? Yeah, it looks like red marks are beginning to twist out on his skin. It seems rather creepy. Looks like Yin Xiu isn't so great after all, can't even last the first night of a newbie instance? The one earlier was about done, and now among the players being targeted, those who called their roommates are the only ones left. Everyone else is dead, and only Yin Xiu is held on this long. Yeah, the players who triggered the rule at the same time have all died. How come he is still alive? Didn't you notice that the thing doesn't even seem to intend to kill him? It's just tormenting him. If it really wanted to kill him, it could do it in an instant. This instance's monster is way too twisted. How did it learn to torment people? Calling it torment, it feels more like play. The other players can't move a bit and are immediately strangled. Yin Xiu can even struggle occasionally, making his resistance a bit of a diversion. If this keeps going, it will still kill him. I can only say that those who toy with their prey are perverts. Yin Xiu also realized this. When the thing sensed he wasn't moving, it would loosen its grip a bit, giving him a bit of control, but once he resisted, it would tighten immediately, trapping him firmly. After examining Yin Xiu's mouth, it covered his mouth and began to explore other areas, truly treating him like research material, exploring everywhere. Yin Xiu took a slight breath, his thin eyes fixed intently on the invisible thing in the darkness, quietly conserving his strength, waiting for the next opportunity. It noticed that Yin Xiu wasn't moving again and tentatively loosened its hold a bit more. At the moment it relaxed, it immediately tightened, but this time it found that Yin Xiu didn't resist at all. Yin Xiu's quietness made it hard to guess. He became even more elusive, and when the prey stopped struggling, it was the most boring moment for it, so it loosened even more, waiting for Yin Xiu to resist. After all, it had plenty of ways to tighten again. Sensing the creature's relaxation, Yin Xiu suddenly narrowed his eyes. As soon as his right hand could move, he quickly grabbed the knife hanging loosely at his waist, drawing it out and sweeping it across the invisible entity in front of him. A flash of cold light, and it seemed something in the darkness was torn apart. Yin Xiu did not wait for it to find another chance to entangle him, and suddenly shouted towards the door of the room, "Liu Mo." His voice passed through the door, floated across the living room, and reached another room. The person who was quietly sitting in the darkness, waiting, instantly opened his eyes, and the smile on his face was even more intriguing than usual. Liu Mo lowered his gaze, raised his hand, and in the palm of his hand, there was a distinct cut, with some black liquid flowing out from the split, but it quickly pulled back, leaving no trace of the wound. The warmth left in his palm was very clear, different from the coldness of a monster, and even had a hint of reluctance. So this is how the human oral structure is, he murmured thoughtfully, stood up from the chair, slowly opened the door, and walked towards Yin Xiu's room. If there is another opportunity next time, he wants to study other places again. Chapter 15. He can eat more than monsters. Limo's arrival meant Yin Xiu was safe. As long as he stayed with him until dawn, he would have survived this disaster. But after escaping that invisible presence, he had to spend the night with another mysterious and strange entity, and Yin Xiu still could not calm down. Looking for me? Limo pushed open the door, standing at the entrance with a smile. His figure melted into the darkness of the living room, and even though Yin Xiu could not see clearly, he could guess the smile on his face. Yin Xiu slowly exhaled, sat up, and briefly explained what had happened earlier, along with his need for his roommate to fulfill his obligations. It would be my pleasure to stay in this room and watch you for a night. Limo's voice sounded very pleasant, without a hint of refusal. There are no other beds in this room, and I won't let you sleep on my bed. Yin Xiu was very alert. He was ready to curl up in the chair for the night. But once Limo entered the room and closed the door, he walked towards the chair, sitting properly on it, maintaining his usual smile. It's okay, I'll just sit here. Yin Xiu silently stared at his figure. The room was very dark, his figure was also very dark, quietly and silently, as if he did not exist in this room, but that gaze was glaringly fixed on him without any restraint. Let it be a punishment for accidentally triggering the rules. Although he was not dead, enduring a night under Limo's watch could be considered a punishment. Yin Xiu turned back to lie on the bed, wrapping himself tightly in the quilt to block Limo's gaze, but still felt his eyes roaming over him without any barriers. As the night deepened, most people in the live broadcast room had gone to sleep, with only a few still staying up, wanting to see if anything else would happen tonight, and occasionally some sparse messages would flash through the screen. Yin Xiu's roommate seems so strange. Why does he keep sitting there motionless watching Yin Xiu? It's really strange. He has been sitting there for an hour without moving at all. I almost started to doubt that there was a sculpture on the chair. Isn't he going to sleep? Not only not sleeping, not moving or speaking, always sitting there with a smiling expression staring at Yin Xiu, it's giving me the uncanny valley effect. It's a bit scary. Indeed, Yin Xiu's roommate is not an ordinary person. It's too bizarre. By the way, something has appeared in the living room. Accompanied by this message alert, players who were still awake immediately leaned closer to the screen, seeing a huge shadow slowly appearing on the screens of each player's living room, patrolling back and forth. What is this? The things that appeared in the living room before were clearly invisible. How come they can be seen now? No. It feels really wrong, brothers. This seems like it's not the same as before. Could it be that this is the thing written in the copy rules? Impossible. Then what was that before? That one clearly acted according to the rules, like quietly entering players' rooms. But this one has more of the eerie feeling of the copy, and it follows the rules by patrolling in the living room, totally fitting the rule of not going to the living room at night. But the previous one. Someone thought for a few seconds and suddenly realized. I think I might know the truth, brothers. What if the previous one wasn't the rules eerie creature at all, but it was imitating the eerie creature in the rules? Why do you say that? Because I felt something was a bit strange. It could follow the player into the room, clearly discovering the player, but not attacking was against the rules. The other party was clearly trying to develop the seventh rule and deliberately pretended not to see the unmoving player, following them into the room. You make some sense, but there's no evidence. But as soon as this question floated out, the screen instantly provided the evidence. The eerie creature wandering in the living room turned in a big circle, then slowly moved its pitch-black figure to the player's door and knocked. Who is it? The player inside woke up to the knock, still a little dazed from just waking up, and heard the familiar voice of his roommate outside the door. It's me, open the door. What's going on in the middle of the night? Upon hearing it was his roommate's voice, the player relaxed, hurriedly got up to open the door. But the moment the door opened, that black shadow quickly darted into the player's room, standing silently right behind the player. Faced with the empty living room when opening the door, the confused player shivered and instantly became alert. He trembled and didn't dare to look back at the presence behind him, immediately started shouting for his roommate according to the rules. After calling for several minutes and standing stiffly at the door for a few minutes, his roommate slowly opened his door and walked out. When the roommate appeared, the black shadow behind the player instantly disappeared, leaving only the player, teary-eyed, rushing to hug his roommate, then quickly dragging him into the room. This player in the copy was lucky enough to avoid death, but the players watching outside the screen were sweating profusely. The brother in front, you really are a great prophet. Oh my god, this is the eerie creature written in the rules. The action mode is completely reasonable. But what about that invisible thing before? What exactly was that? Why did it imitate the eerie creature in the rules? Since it appeared in the living room pretending to be the rules eerie creature, perhaps it was to replace this identity. No way, if players find there's a second rule eerie creature in the living room, wouldn't they discover the first one is fake? I haven't figured it out yet. I feel it's not trying to kill a player but has another purpose. It could kill a player in the living room. There's no need to sneak into the room. Sneaking in should be for fulfilling the rules. As for the second rule, eerie creature's appearance. Players in front of the screen puzzled for a while, and for a moment couldn't guess how this one wanting to replace identity would handle the problem. Then, new things appeared on the screen. Outside Yin Xiu's door in the living room, the real eerie creature of the copy also unexpectedly appeared. It wandered around and politely knocked on Yin Xiu's door. But it only knocked once. Liam, who had been sitting in the chair without moving for an hour, suddenly stood up and walked to the door, opening it, his cheeks bathed in the night, reminding with a smile. Be quieter. His action instantly stunned a crowd of people in front of the screen. What is he doing? Why is he directly opening the door? He is just a roommate, this breaks the rules. Wait, he is the roommate, he is already in Yin Xiu's room, so can the monster still come in? Wait. The answer is in the scene next door. The monster dragged the roommate into the living room and killed him. This is the player tricked by that fake monster earlier. His roommate is also in the room. Then Yin Xiu's roommate. The crowd held their breath, eyes wide as they watched the shadow standing at the door twist its hand and grab Limo's shoulder, dragging him into the darkness of the living room. In the murky footage, it seemed like liquid splashed out, followed by chilling chewing sounds in the darkness, like something was being torn and devoured. He's dead. Yin Xiu's roommate was indeed a newbie, he died on the first night. Sigh, Yin Xiu will solo this, I wonder how he will react seeing his roommate dead in the living room. Cold, definitely cold, he is such a cold person. Who knows, someone accepted by Yin Xiu as a roommate must be someone he really liked, right? As the discussion in the bullet comments continued, the gnawing in the living room gradually stopped after a few minutes, as if it had finished eating. Everyone sighed and lamented, when a black figure calmly walked out from the darkness of the living room, returning peacefully to Yin Xiu's room and closing the door. Yin Xiu's roommate is still alive? Why is he covered in blood? No, why is he still alive? I clearly heard sounds of something being eaten, wasn't the monster eating him? We're just saying, is it possible that he ate the monster? Chapter 16, Mom, there's a perverted monster here. The bullet comments instantly filled with horror, everyone was too shocked to speak after this speculation. Impossible, definitely impossible, how could a player eat a monster? No way. Yeah, it must be that while we didn't notice, he secretly found a way to eliminate the monster from the room and quietly took it down, that has to be it. Yes, that's definitely it, newbies usually have good luck, plus we didn't pay attention to him, it must be an item. Newbies are really lucky, I didn't find an item that could directly eliminate monsters back then. I haven't seen a single item in all this time, haha. Who hasn't, haha. The bullet comments erupted in laughs, trying to use humor to break the fear that was creeping up inside. But another bullet comment ominously floated by, speaking of which, if that's the case, doesn't that mean the monster in Yin Xiu's living room has disappeared? Yin Xiu didn't see what just happened and has no idea that the first monster he encountered was fake? This bullet comment almost confirmed the previous speculation, even bringing greater panic to everyone. It mimicked the actions of the rule monster, taking its place, and after killing the original monster in the living room, it could completely replace it, so Yin Xiu would be oblivious to the truth. Is it possible that the player everyone sees on their screens now, this new roommate of Yin Xiu, is actually the same one operating now? In the darkness, this cold and handsome man smiled as he wiped the blood off himself with a towel, gracefully attending to himself like wiping his mouth after a meal, completely disconnected from the mysterious chewing sounds that had just echoed in the darkness. But considering how he had sat motionless in the dark before, always with a smile, everyone had no doubt that this person was indeed the one who had posed as the dungeon monster moments ago. And now only Yin Xiu is being kept in the dark. Damn. So scary. I don't want a creepy thing watching me while I sleep. I hope Yin Xiu discovers something is off with this person soon. Be wary of him. It's easy for us to infer from a god's perspective, but Yin Xiu might find it hard to notice, and this person is deliberately hiding it from him. It's a bit terrifying, mainly because we don't know his purpose. He killed other players before but didn't kill Yin Xiu. He must want to torture him until the end of the game before killing him. Perverts are like this. This creepy thing is also a pervert. Mom, there's a perverted creepy thing here. The bullet comments wailed as they watched Liam sit alone in the room all night. Not long after dawn, Yin Xiu woke up. He hadn't planned to sleep, at least he would stay alert for a long time, but for some reason, under Limeau's gaze, he soon became drowsy and could not resist falling asleep. Good morning. Taking advantage of the faint light in the room, Liam smiled and greeted him. He was still sitting in that chair, unchanged from last night, as if he had really sat there all night. Morning, Yin Xiu responded softly and immediately got up. It's time to make breakfast. Liam reminded him. Are you hungry? Yin Xiu didn't expect him to be so eager to urge him. I ate last night, not hungry. Limeau's crescent-shaped eyes held an ambiguous smile, but the girl next door is hungry. As soon as it got light, she started knocking on the door, calling for you. I didn't respond to her. Little girl? Why didn't you call me? Yin Xiu quickly opened the door and walked out, with Liam following him. She was too noisy, I didn't want her to disturb your sleep. After standing in the clean and tidy living room without a trace of clutter, he glanced at Liam coldly. Next time, just call me directly. Liemo tilted his head slightly, but I didn't want anyone to disturb your sleep. You look really good when you sleep, like a cold corpse, motionless. Yin Xiu ignored him and directly turned around to go to the little girl's room. The bullet comments were apprehensively whispering, does Yin Xiu really have no reaction to the strange things he says? Why isn't Yin Xiu asking him what he ate last night? He said he likes how Yin Xiu sleeps like a corpse. Why doesn't Yin Xiu find that strange? Yin Xiu is too calm, making it seem like I'm the weird one. Bro upstairs, you are the weird one. Yin Xiu sleeping does look a lot like a corpse, pale-faced, quiet, and motionless all night. He's even a good-looking corpse. Dude, don't reply to me, I can't keep up with your train of thought. Maybe it's because he usually looks pretty much like a corpse? Yin Xiu has a very flat expression, almost no big reactions, and his face is so pale, really looks like a moving corpse. Damn, can you guys focus on the main point? The main point is that the person said he likes Yin Xiu looking like a corpse. Will he strike to see Yin Xiu really become a corpse? It all depends on Yin Xiu's fate. If he realizes that the other person is not human, then there's still hope. Under the tense gazes of everyone, Yin Xiu left Liemo in the living room and entered the little girl's room. This little room, which was still warm and complete yesterday, had overnight become a mess, the bed overturned on the floor, books scattered everywhere, the carpet torn into pieces, and even the door was marked with horrifying scratch marks, as if some monster had caused havoc throughout the house last night. As soon as he entered the door, the little girl rushed into Yin Xiu's arms, crying heavily, "Brother, I'm scared." Yin Xiu silently glanced at the entire room, then looked down at the little girl. There were signs of some monster's noise in the room, but the little girl was completely unharmed. To prevent her from getting out, he had locked the door from the outside last night, so the door only had scratch marks on it. All the destruction is limited to this room. Stretch out your hand. Yin Xiu squatted down, showing his open palm to the little girl. The little girl wiped her tears while placing her small hand on Yin Xiu's hand. Her hand was intact, but there were some wood shavings in her fingernails, making it hard not to guess what had damaged the room. Knowing that the little girl could turn into a monster and kill, seeing this was not surprising. Mom's note rule number 5, stay in your own room to sleep at night, whatever you see in the room when you wake up is normal. Clearly, the little girl had been acting this way for more than a day or two, a habitual offender. Brother, I'm so scared. The little girl, teary-eyed, clung to Yin Xiu's arms, it's so scary here. Yin Xiu guessed she knew she would turn into a monster, but the transformation at night was unconscious, so she would panic upon waking at the sight of her surroundings. It's okay. Yin Xiu patted her back, I'll help you clean up in a bit. The little girl curled up in Yin Xiu's arms, trembling slightly, perhaps because of her fear. Her appearance was also changing, with black liquid spreading from her eyes, resembling tears or something else, sliding down her face and distorting her skin wherever it touched. She reached out to touch her face, trembling, brother, I look so scary. Am I about to turn into a monster? Seeing her in a daze, Yin Xiu hurriedly said to prevent her from asking to look in a mirror, isn't this a very cute girl? How could she look like a monster? Not like one? The little girl rubbed her face, she felt the distorted parts and the black liquid oozing from her eye socket, her voice trembling, not like a monster? Am I cute? Am I really still cute? I'm about to turn into the monster that mommy is afraid of, and mommy won't come back. The more her emotions trembled, the more distorted her appearance became, even her whole head began to lose its human shape. Facing the grotesque little girl whose head could not express itself, Yin Xiu didn't even blink and calmly nodded, very cute, not like a monster at all. The little girl's body shook, and black liquid flowed continuously from her eyes, repeatedly asking, really cute? Cute. Not like a monster? Not like one. With Yin Xiu's calm reassurances, the little girl's appearance gradually recovered, slowly transforming back into that of an ordinary little girl, her tears also becoming clear and clean. Brother is so nice. The little girl cried as she threw herself into Yin Xiu's arms, seeming to restore normalcy. The audience silently turned their gaze to other players' rooms that triggered this plot. On screen, the little girl was huddled alone in her room, shaking, continuously distorting in her fear, transforming into a terrifying monster, before suddenly smashing through the door and attacking the players in the room, her twisted form looking nothing like a little girl. It's a wonder that Yin Xiu could call such a twisted face cute. Chapter 17, There's a pervert in the instance. Yin Xiu speculated that to the little girl, he probably looked like a monster, she really could turn into one. To prevent the little girl from losing her rationality due to her emotions, Mommy's note prohibited her from looking in mirrors and instructed her to calmly face the destruction she woke up to. Not opening the door and not letting outsiders discover the little girl were to ensure her safety. In this small environment, ensuring her own safety while keeping a clear mind and not turning into a monster, Mommy's advice was quite on point. Even mealtime served as a reminder for the little girl to live as a normal human. Currently, 3 days is not a problem. The problem is that after 3 days, the plot clearly mentions that the little girl has to live for 3 days, waiting for her mother to come home, but the mother's note says to pick up the package left at the door 3 days later. It is obvious that the mother does not think she can come back in 3 days. Shall I cook for you? Yin Xiu gently comforts the crying little girl in his arms. The little girl nods and mumbles as she steps out of Yin Xiu's embrace, saying, "I'm hungry, I want to eat from a big bowl." Okay. Yin Xiu pats the little girl's hair and stands up to go cook. The players watch as the little girl, who is acting cute and asking for a big bowl from Yin Xiu, while also glancing at another room where a little girl is biting at the players' bodies, quietly gulping. She is hungry, but the little girl showing up does not have the appetite to eat in front of the players. Such a two-faced little trickster, really showing her obedient side to the extreme in front of Yin Xiu. Yesterday, from entering the instance during the day to the arrival of monsters at night, more than half of the players who entered the dimension had already died. During the day, it was due to carelessness, and at night, it was because they couldn't relay strategies in time. Even with Yin Xiu as a reference, there were still unavoidable factors that led to death, like the fake monsters. By the second night, the players who survived were those who had studied the rules relatively well. They realized the need to take care of the little girl's emotions. Although not as composed as Yin Xiu, they still diligently tried to please the little girl according to the rules and their own ideas. At night, thanks to the strategies from the previous night and daytime flattery, this time the little girl did not make things difficult and successfully let all the players return to their rooms before dark. Not making trouble during the night and quietly sleeping means everything would be alright. This night, almost all players felt safe, except for Yin Xiu. In the deep night, that strange entity appeared in his room again, on his bed, trapping him just like before, preventing him from calling for his roommate. Yin Xiu could not understand where he triggered the seventh rule. He clearly didn't even go to the living room tonight, so why would this monster that should only roam in the living room enter his room? Was it really just a random trigger? The players watching Yin Xiu's confusion felt very complex. They couldn't tell him, "Other players are fine, only you are in trouble. This strange being is only targeting you." They could only see this prominent player curled up in his blanket, allowing that invisible presence to explore him all over. The monster was in high spirits tonight, its grip on Yin Xiu stronger than the previous night, tightly constricting his tense muscles, softly creeping up along his chest and abdomen, pulling the fabric of his clothing and subtly outlining the contours of his body. Hiss. Brother Xiu's legs are so long. Is this something we can say? Not only will I say it, but I also want to see it. While Brother Xiu is still alive, let me take a closer look. Normally it looks pretty dull and harmless, but this chest muscle outline is pretty nice. Soul-piercing monster. That. I also want to tighten Brother Yin Xiu's waist. Perverts. You are all perverts. After the messages floated past, the invisible entity suddenly wrapped the blanket around Yin Xiu entirely, then continued to roll around inside. Everyone could only see the blanket being occasionally pushed up by something invisible, then it would slump back down. In the darkness, after a while of faint struggles, Yin Xiu's movements gradually ceased as he discovered that this entity did not intend to kill him, so he simply closed his eyes and went to sleep. After a while, the entity, facing the unresponsive Yin Xiu, also lost interest in playing and gradually became quiet while still entwined with him. For a moment, the entire instance was peaceful and harmonious, while the players outside the screen felt quite bewildered. If we can't see it, then so be it, but it's ending so soon? No, that thing is really just for fun, doesn't it kill Yin Xiu? Don't ask, asking is torture, it will definitely kill, but not yet. You understand quite well, don't you? So its way of playing is to entangle Yin Xiu? You don't understand this, right? Didn't you see how much stronger it is tonight than last night? By tomorrow night, and even in the nights after, it will gradually increase its strength and slowly choke Yin Xiu, certainly a complete mess. You understand more than the monster, huh? Well, can it increase the strength in other directions? Or, in other places? Pervert. Mommy, there's a pervert here. On the third morning, when Yin Xiu woke up, his body could move. But the cold, sticky sensation lingering on his skin made him very uncomfortable, and even when he lifted his clothes, he could see red marks from where he had been tightly squeezed. It seems to be a step-by-step killing method. Yin Xiu concluded he had unintentionally triggered the seventh rule, causing the monster to come to his room every night, and it wouldn't be long before it could choke him to death. It seems I need to speed up the progress of the quest. He climbed out of bed and went to take a shower. As it was the third day in the quest, many players woke up early, hurriedly preparing food for the little girl for the last day, then awaiting the next stage. Mommy's note rule 6, after 3 days, take the package Mommy placed outside the door. Therefore, after feeding the little girl, many players immediately opened their doors, ready to fetch the package outside, but all players found nothing at the door after opening it, it was completely empty. Players watching from their own towns quickly pulled the screen to Yin Xiu's live broadcast, fearing their own player might have missed something causing the package to not appear, but unexpectedly, there was also no package at Yin Xiu's door. The ground outside the door was empty, there wasn't even a speck of dust, let alone a package. Yin Xiu lowered his gaze in contemplation. Mommy's note was written for the little girl to follow, and it would not take effect for the players. However, one of the conditions for players to clear the quest was for the little girl to complete all of Mommy's notes, acting as a supporter. Since there was no package from Mommy at the door, it meant that the players must go get Mommy's package and place it at the door, allowing the little girl to take it according to the rules on the note. Going outside? Yin Xiu squinted into the distance, as after dark, he indeed saw many lights shining not far away. Without a doubt, there were many people there. The little girl, who couldn't go outside, had to stay home, but to be cautious of that woman from the first day appearing again, he couldn't leave the little girl alone at home. Yin Xiu glanced at Liamo beside him. You stay home and watch her, I'll go out for a bit. As soon as he said this, the little girl became alert, looking at Liamo, seemingly very nervous about him. All right. Liamo smiled and agreed. Don't harm her. Yin Xiu added another instruction, and only then did the little girl's expression relax. Okay. Liamo calmly agreed again. Then I'll go out first. Yin Xiu glanced at the two of them, slung his knife over his shoulder, and opened the door to leave. The little girl hurried to the window, watching Yin Xiu's distant back with some worries. I wonder if my brother will be in danger. No. Liamo inside the house gave a reassuring answer. The little girl stared at Yin Xiu's gradually disappearing figure for a long time, suddenly turning back, puzzled. You left so much of your scent on my brother, why is that? Can't help it, there are perverts in this quest. Are you talking about yourself? Chapter 18 Players Gather. Liamo turned to smile at the little girl leaning by the window, and she immediately obediently pulled down the curtain and sat back down in the room. It was lively outside the room, as Yin Xiu chose to go out to find Mommy's package. Other players, upon realizing the rules, would also go out, which meant that the players in this row of rooms would all come out, and the individual spaces were about to turn into a shared environment for players. Players from different planes gathered together, and without competitive rules, they were very likely to help each other to clear the level together, so it was inevitable that they would form a large group after meeting, and a leader would naturally emerge, especially in the novice dungeon. The players outside the live stream watched as Yin Xiu, who reacted to the rules first, set off alone without waiting for anyone, and then they focused on the group of players slowly coming out from behind. Yin Xiu has already gone far, and this group is still crawling out. They're going to miss the big shot. Well, this is how it is in a normal dungeon. Without competitive rules, everyone would meet and share their discoveries right away, only Yin Xiu would not follow the crowd. I want to see what talents are in this new player dungeon. After most players gathered together, everyone first looked around to familiarize themselves with the faces nearby. They were even tentatively testing each other, trying to gauge each other's experience in the dungeon. Ahem. After a brief discussion, suddenly someone stepped forward and coughed loudly twice, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone, we are now on the third day of the dungeon. I estimate that those who have come out have realized that players are about to get their mother's package. Since this dungeon has no competitive relationships, we can help each other. Let me introduce myself. I am Wang Guang. I have 3 experiences of clearing dungeons. This time is for new players to enter this dungeon, and I have been living in the 378 rule town for almost half a year. Being a novice dungeon, I estimate that the people here should not have as much experience as I do. If everyone trusts me, I can temporarily act as the group leader, guiding everyone to study the rules and clear the level as soon as possible. His attitude was sincere, and his words were righteous. Under the name of helping, almost no one would refuse. But immediately, voices of doubt arose in the crowd. What a coincidence, I also have 3 experiences of clearing dungeons, and I am bringing new people into this dungeon. Another person stepped forward, under the gaze of the crowd, walking to the first person's side, and they sized each other up, both pondering in their hearts. In the first 3 days of this dungeon, many players realized that there was a big shot clearing the dungeon at the same time through the bullet screen prompts from their own town, but players from other towns didn't know that big shot's name or what they looked like. And now, with 2 players who had cleared 3 dungeons standing out, they were sizing each other up. If no other players with more dungeon experience stepped forward, it was very likely that the person in front was the big shot mentioned by many players from different plane towns. May I ask your name? Noticing that the person in front might be that big shot, Wang Guang immediately softened his tone and happily stepped forward to greet this person. That person originally also came out seeking the big shot, and his thoughts were basically aligned with Wang Guang's. Currently, there were only 2 players with more dungeon experience, and since he was not the big shot, the one opposite him must be that person who was constantly mentioned in the bullet screen, so he quickly welcomed him joyfully. I am Zhang Si, big shot, it's a pleasure to meet you. Not at all, being in the same dungeon with you is what I consider a pleasure. The 2 started to be polite, not daring to act tough in front of the big shot rumored to be calm while coaxing little girls. Brother C, if you are willing, why don't you lead this dungeon this time? Wang Guang saw that the big shot had come out, and immediately offered to step aside, getting ready to hitch a ride. No, it should still be Brother Guang leading, I believe in you. Zhang Si also wanted to hitch a ride, thinking that the big shot was being modest. Thank you for your trust, Si Gu, but I'm definitely not as good as you should lead the team. What are you saying? I believe in you, everyone else believes in you, you should take the lead. The two of them pushed back and forth, while the new players next to them didn't dare to interrupt. They were just a bunch of novices, having a big shot to lead them was already good enough, whether it was one or two didn't matter. The bullet chat made them feel anxious. What are these two geniuses doing? Still pushing each other. If they don't hurry to chase Yin Xiu, he'll fall behind soon. This is hilarious. Two players who have cleared 3 dungeons are leading newcomers, and Yin Xiu, who has cleared everything, is wandering outside. By the way, did they both mistake each other for Yin Xiu? They're both calling each other Big Shot. It's not impossible, after all, they haven't seen Yin Xiu and don't even know his name. What a funny joke. Everyone was excited and eagerly anticipated the moment when they discovered that the people they admired were not the legendary Big Shots. In the scene, after pushing back and forth for a while, the two finally settled on a compromise. They would co-lead the team. To be appreciated by Sigu, I feel very honored. What are you saying? I'm the one happy to co-lead with you. The two of them linked arms, already convinced that the other was the Big Shot, and that the Big Shot appreciated them, even willing to let them take the position of team leader, which brought them great pride. Alright, let's stop talking and discuss Mom's package first. After building rapport, the two turned to prepare to talk to the newcomers about the dungeon, but when they turned around, they found that one impatient newcomer had already left the group, preparing to head to town alone. Hey! You! Don't wander off! Wang Guang immediately frowned and shouted when he saw someone leaving, but the newcomer had no intention of listening to him and directly left. Wang Guang cursed, look at the rookies now, really arrogant. Where do they think they can go alone? They've never seen the world, and at a time like this, if they don't follow experienced people, they might as well wait to die. Zhang Si chimed in, yeah, they really think that surviving for 3 days gives them the ability to clear dungeons independently, they don't put the experienced ones in their eyes. The two kept grumbling, but that newcomer had gradually walked far away. At night, he saw the lights in the distance and guessed that there must be a real little town mentioned in the background beyond this remote house. As a newcomer, he felt very nervous and scared. If it weren't for the bullet chat reminding him of strategies on the first day, he might have died at the first woman. Although he had never clearly seen what the Big Shot who provided the strategy looked like, based on the bullet chat's description, that person was very cold, calm, rational, and had a hint of subtle softness, definitely not like the two from earlier. Even if he wanted to follow someone, it had to be the one who really helped him. Walking along the dilapidated path, the newcomer observed the surroundings. Outside the little town, there were fields and forests, and the row of houses they woke up in was hidden between the trees, with only a winding path leading towards town. Surrounded by overgrown weeds, the fields were barren, and there were old, abandoned thatched houses on both sides, as if no one had been here for a long time, the silence revealing decay and eeriness that made him shiver for no reason. As he walked, he suddenly spotted a white figure at the end of the road. Beneath the lush thick leaves, mottled light and shadow fell on that person. He had a slender figure, looking gentle and soft under the light, yet a black long knife was slung at his waist, dull in texture, radiating an invisible sharpness. The man lifted his head and met the gaze of a black cat in the tree, both sides silent, like they were at a standstill, yet there was no tension at all. For a moment, the scene was harmonious, completely unlike the situation in a dungeon. Hello? The newcomer tentatively tried to speak. In an instant, both the man and the cat turned their heads to look at him, their gazes landing sharply on him. Chapter 19, Monster Town. The man's expression looked very calm, his eyelashes casting shadows as he turned to the side, showing no sign of disturbance. The cat was also very calm, while the newcomer was startled. After a few seconds of silence, the newcomer cautiously probed again, excuse me, are you also a player? Yin Xiu nodded, pulled his gaze away from the newcomer, and continued to look up at the cat. The cat no longer looked at the newcomer, but under Yin Xiu's gaze, it licked its paw and then seemed ready to jump down from the branch. Just right, I'm also a player, just came out from over there. What are you doing watching the cat? The newcomer carefully moved closer, unconsciously edging a bit nearer to Yin Xiu. To see a player in this place surprised him, he even thought he was the first one out. Yin Xiu's indifference inexplicably excited him, feeling as if he had discovered a treasure ahead of others. It should be a guiding cat, but it doesn't move at all when I'm alone. Yin Xiu slightly raised his chin and took a small step back. The cat leaped down from the tree, moving very agilely. It seems at least 2 people are needed for it to react. Yin Xiu cast a sideways glance at the newcomer, not knowing if it was because this dungeon required a roommate which made the cat only start with 2, but he had left Li Mo at home just in case. If this newcomer hadn't come, he would have to wait a bit longer. How do you know it's a guiding cat? The newcomer meekly followed Yin Xiu, watching him follow the cat. Just a guess, Yin Xiu replied flatly. After the cat jumped down, it swayed its tail while elegantly stepping towards the direction of the town, the white collar on its neck standing out against its black body. The newcomer stared, suddenly realizing, it has a collar, it must be someone's pet, right? Maybe, Yin Xiu responded, narrowing his eyes towards the distant town. From a distance during the day, the town already revealed a subtle disharmony. Clearly, there were many lights at night and, in theory, a lot of people in the town, yet for some reason, it was very quiet, unusually quiet. The only sound on the road was their footsteps, a little bit lively. The wind brushed through the branches, rustling softly, with no sound of insects or birds. By the time they were almost at the entrance to the town, they still hadn't heard any signs of normal life from the town, which was very strange. The newcomer took a deep breath, stuttering a bit. This is my first time in a dungeon, I have no experience, I might slow you down. I hope you won't mind me. Yin Xiu coldly responded with a sound, his gaze fixed ahead, following the cat into the town. This town was not very developed, many areas of the ground were paved with blue stone slabs, and weeds thrived in the crevices, but overall it was passable, the ground clean, houses sturdy, and each household had a piece of land with its own yard. At first glance, there seemed to be no problems, it was just too quiet. The moment Yin Xiu stepped into the town, he felt a chill in the air, an eerie and dark feeling hit him, even instantly blocking out the sunlight's brightness. Since they entered, many people had been watching them from behind the glass of the houses on either side, their gazes tightly clinging to them, dark and unclear. Yin Xiu stopped by the road at the entrance of the town, staring at an old stone tablet covered in moss. Town rules. 1. Children are strictly prohibited from touching the altar in the square at night. No matter what you see, you must pretend not to see. Hurry up and leave. 2. There are no female ghosts in the town. If you accidentally see a woman in white, please avoid her gaze and do not listen to her voice. If she approaches you, seek help from other townspeople. 3. Strange things disguised as townsfolk may appear during the day. Please be careful to distinguish them and do not be invited into their homes. The chance of encountering strange things in the daytime is very high, so try not to go out. 4. The town must remain warm to outsiders, but if they violate the rules, do not show any mercy. 5. Outsiders can be allowed to watch the sacrifice ceremony, but they must be firmly warned not to violate the first and second rules. 6. For outsiders who accidentally violate the rules, do not let them leave alive. Yin Xiu's gaze fell on the rules engraved on the stone tablet. Some rules had become blurry from the wind and rain, while a part of the rules was very clear, as if inscribed only recently. For example, the second half of the third rule, the chance of encountering strange things in the daytime is very high, try not to go out, was very new, appearing crowded within the paragraph, indicating that this probability had only recently been brought up. This sixth rule, feels so dangerous, and there's actually a sacrifice ceremony here? The newbie's face turned pale, and from the last rule, it was clear that the town's attitude towards violating outsiders was very ruthless, and they were those outsiders. Yin Xiu quickly ran through the rules in his mind. After he remembered them, he turned and continued to follow the cat. The gazes from both sides of the road lingered for a long time. The locals stared at them intently, perhaps due to a rule advising not to go out during the day. They all hid in their homes, not showing even a hint of themselves. As the two approached the square, someone on one side creaked open the door, half of their face submerged in darkness while the other half was exposed to the sunlight. It was a very weak and pale-looking old man. He extended his withered hand toward Yin Xiu and croaked from his throat, "You two young fellows are outsiders, right? Have you seen the stone tablet at the entrance? It's very dangerous during the day, don't wander around the town, come hide in Grandpa's house for a while." The newbie stared blankly at him, then looked back at Yin Xiu, who continued to walk forward as if ignoring the man. "Shouldn't we pay attention to him? If we do, we'll die." Yin Xiu said indifferently, "Look at his feet." The newbie instantly shifted his gaze to the old man's feet, and not far behind, lying on the ground inside the shadowy house was a figure, almost covered by the dimness, making it hard to discern. The newbie squinted hard to see, and after recognizing what it was, he gasped sharply, trembling as he inched closer to Yin Xiu. "It's a corpse, exactly like that old man's corpse." Yin Xiu's tone was cold and detached, showing no reaction to either the corpse or the unknown presence. Rule 3 clearly stated that strange things would disguise themselves as townsfolk to lure people into their homes, but it was shocking that they were approached so quickly. If someone hadn't seen the rules and was careless, they might have fallen for it already. "You young people, I'm serious, the town is very dangerous lately. I'm just an old man, what can I do for you? Please come in." The old man persisted, dry and lifeless eyes fixed on the gradually retreating figures of the two, radiating a sense of resentment. Seeing that the two were not falling for it, the old man gritted his teeth fiercely and slammed the door shut. The sides of the road returned to silence. Yin Xiu followed the black cat to the center of the square. As soon as they entered this area, they felt an even clearer chill. The cold, oppressive chill that enveloped the entire town spread out from here. In the center of the square stood a statue, the head of a woman, but this cold statue had a huge nail driven straight into her forehead, piercing right through her skull. The woman's pupils were wide open, staring blankly at the sky, her gaze filled with an expression of resentment as if she were glaring in anger before death. Just one glance at the entire sculpture sent a chill down one's spine. But what was even more terrifying was that yellow talismans were stuck all over the statue, with red threads intertwined around its massive form. The talismans were densely packed, and on the ground, there were unknown formations carved out, twisted grooves still bearing dark brown stains. In front of the statue, there was a blue stone pedestal, on which lay a large clump of dark, sticky hair tangled together, giving off a foul stench. This was probably the sacrificial ground mentioned in the town's rules. Chapter 20, Hide and Seek. Meow. A delicate, soft meow sounded in the silence, breaking the attention of the two who were drawn to the strange statue. They saw a cat digging through the pile of yellow talismans by the statue, and then it pushed out a small, dirty bag, covered in mud and almost unnoticeable beneath the talismans. Is this Mommy's package? The newcomers squatted down in confusion, wanting to pick up the bag on the ground. Before their hand could even reach, a loud voice suddenly shouted from behind. Put it down. The two turned around and saw the group of other players finally appearing in the town. After 3 days, quite a few had survived, arriving in large groups to the town, dispersing the eerie atmosphere that lingered there. Leading them was Wang Guang, glaring angrily at the newcomer. He immediately recognized them as the one who had run off earlier, not waiting for a word. His voice was raised, carrying a reprimanding tone. You're a newbie and don't even know what that is, yet you dare to touch it? Are you looking for death? This is Mommy's. The newcomer, their face pale, tried to explain, but before they could finish, Zhang Si quickly interrupted. How can you talk to the big guy like that? The big guy must know what that is. The big guy has experience clearing stages, just reminding you. Calling you careless is just true. Who understands the instance better, you or the big guy? The two were lifting each other up, truly making themselves seem like proud veterans, looking down on the new players. Anyone who didn't listen to them was definitely seeking death in the instance. Stunned by the inexplicable scolding, the newcomer hesitated for a moment and still tried to reach for the bag. Their hand wouldn't touch it before Wang Guang kicked it aside. I told you not to touch it. If you get into trouble, I won't take care of you. You have no sense of self-awareness. Zhang Si hurriedly picked up the bag and, upon raising his head, suddenly noticed that someone was standing nearby, silently and saying nothing, and it shocked him to see how little presence they had. Who are you? A newcomer who ran over with him? Zhang Si glared at the indifferent Yin Xiu, preemptively establishing his authority. I've cleared the instance 3 times, listen to me, you'll definitely get through smoothly. Don't mess things up. Yin Xiu slightly curled his lips, an unreadable smile appearing on his cold face, making others feel a bit unsettled. What are you laughing at? You look like a ghost. Zhang Si quickly turned around and handed the bag to Wang Guang. Here, brother Guang, take this. You should look at it first. Oh, is this appropriate? What's inappropriate? You'll definitely understand it better than others. The two were smiling and pushing it onto each other, while behind them, a large group of new players was at a loss, no one daring to say anything. Everyone was watching. The mother's package is only one, and there are so many players who naturally want to get the first-hand information before others, in order to better protect themselves. Now that it has fallen into the hands of these two, it probably won't be shown to anyone else. Whatever they study will be second-hand news passed on to them. The new player, who was kicked aside, stood awkwardly by Yin Xiu's side. Seeing that Yin Xiu did not speak, quietly closed his mouth and stopped arguing with them. They were very quiet and restrained, but the bullet comments exploded. Hey, what are these two wise guys doing? And they have cleared the game 3 times? They don't recognize greatness with their eyes. I'm laughing at them. He actually made Yin Xiu listen to him. It seems that other old players from different worlds are similar. They get arrogant when they meet newer players. If this were in our small town, they would definitely be beaten up by the old players. Our town's old players work hard for the new players. I haven't slept all night watching the live stream. I'm afraid this dungeon will have some new tricks we don't know about. If we miss the strategy, we'll be taught a lesson by that person. Don't say that. Sleepiness is coming up all of a sudden. He. Thanks to the old seniors in the bullet comments, thank you for your hard work. What hard work? When you become an old player, you will do all this. I'm scared. Wang Guang and Zhang Si pushed back for a while, and in the end, this bag was decided to be opened by Wang Guang. Then I won't be polite. Wang Guang smiled and took the bag, ready to open it and take a look. It didn't seem big, he didn't know what was inside. Just as he opened the bag a little, a sudden cool breeze swept through the square, brushing past the crowd and startling everyone into shivering. Whoa whoa! A low mournful cry of a woman echoed in the square, accompanied by the chilling wind, and a mist began to fill the air. What sound? Someone panicked. It's fog. I can't see. What a cold wind. Facing the crowd's panic, the two leading individuals shouted loudly, attempting to calm everyone down. Everyone, don't panic. Stay calm. Remember the stone tablet we saw at the entrance? All of you remember, no matter what you hear or see in a moment, act as if you didn't see anything. If you're really scared, then close your mouths tightly. Don't make a sound. But the chaos of the new players did not calm down because of their voices, rather, it became more disordered in the anxious mist. I feel like someone touched me. Hair, something brushed against the back of my neck. It's that person, it's that woman. Shut up. Don't mention it. Wang Guang scolded loudly, as the surrounding uneasy emotions affected him too. He couldn't help but swallow and lean closer to Zhang Si. At this moment, the big shot would definitely take action. Zhang Si thought the same and waited for Wang Guang to take charge and lead the team out of danger. The fog grew thicker, reducing visibility to the point where the players could barely see those next to them. Shadows drifted indistinctly in the white fog, making it hard to tell enemies from allies. Even the woman's crying voice grew closer and clearer, as if it was ringing in everyone's ears. Did you see my child? A soft voice resounded beside a player, the cold breath close to his ear accompanied the words. The player suddenly exploded, screaming and covering his ears as he backed away. Woman! There's a woman beside me. Shut up! Zhang Si scolded angrily, clearly telling them to look at the stone tablet and not mention the woman's existence, pretending not to see it, but there was still someone who screamed in fear. Ha ha ha! You can see me, you all can see me. The woman's laughing voice turned low and sinister, becoming terrifying. Then come play hide and seek with me, just like my baby. I will count to 10, then come find you all, please don't let me catch you. Her voice sank slowly, filled with laughter yet sending chills down the spine, ignoring all the players' terror as she began to count to herself. 1. As the woman's voice floated through the fog, the group of players immediately scattered. Run! Run fast! If you don't run, you will be killed. But the fog was thick, and they couldn't find their way out of the town at all. 2. Hurry! Just find anywhere to hide. Right, the town's rules say if she catches you, you can seek help from the townspeople. Quick, quick! Find a townsman. 3. A group of players fled in all directions, heading towards the nearest houses, but as the thick fog rose and the woman began to hunt, none of the residents dared to open their doors. They even blocked their doors tightly, refusing to let them in, not only offering no help, but being even more scared than the players. The woman cackled, her voice rasping like a death knell from her broken throat. 4. The players were now in a complete mess, and no matter how Wang Guang and Zhang Si tried to gather the chaotic crowd, it was useless. They simply gave up and began searching for places to hide, continuously knocking on the townspeople's doors. Help! Please save us! Open the door, let me in. Please, I beg you. Amidst the cries of helplessness, Yin Xiu stood in place, thinking repeatedly. This woman existed within the rules of the town, seeming to be crucial to it. Could she truly be killed? Chapter 21, Bringing Performance to Yama. Hurry, let's escape fast. Seeing Yin Xiu standing still, the newcomer anxiously pulled him. Yin Xiu silently lowered his hand from the knife handle. Forget it, the game had changed quite a bit compared to before. Better not recklessly kill a being that exists within the rules. Let's see how things go. If I need to kill, I'll have my chance sooner or later, no rush now. Let's go. Yin Xiu retracted his killing intent and turned to walk in a certain direction. Where are we going? The newcomer was stunned, instinctively following behind Yin Xiu, not knowing where in this fog they could go. Yin Xiu raised his eyes to scan the surroundings, looking for the biggest house in the town. The rules stated that help could be sought from other townsfolk. Although this was meant for their own people, it must be effective against this woman as well. Since all the townsfolk had their doors tightly closed and refused to accept them, it was clear that their homes were safe, otherwise, they would not have received the hint to stay inside during the daytime. Yin Xiu noticed that the house closest behind the statue was a wooden building 2 stories higher than the other houses in the town. It looked quite old, patched up and weather-worn but still sturdy. Given its size and height, it seemed that this place served more than just accommodation. Yin Xiu walked directly through the chaotic crowd towards it, examining the tightly shut door and the windows with drawn curtains before decisively picking up a stone from the ground to aim at the door. Since the townsfolk didn't want to help them, he would force them to help. He first politely knocked on the door holding the stone and asked, "Hello, is anyone there?" There was no response from inside, but he could hear several breaths behind the door. Yin Xiu remained unmoved and continued, "I know there's someone inside. I will count to 3, and if you don't open the door, I will break it down. After all, if you don't open the door, I will die outside. Why not take you along with me before I die?" His voice was light and emotionless, making those inside shiver and turn pale. What kind of villain was this bringing performance to Yama? You should know that if the door is broken, that woman can come in, and by then, you will all die, so I hope you will willingly open the door before I act, to ensure the door is intact. This way we can both benefit. The people inside didn't say a word, and the new players beside them were also tense. Did such a threat really work? Could this really be done? If you don't respond, I will smash the door. 3. Yin Xiu stared fiercely at the door, slowly counting down. 2. 1. As the countdown ended, he abruptly lifted the stone in his hand and smashed it hard against the door, shaking the entire door with a heavy thud. Then, Yin Xiu lifted the stone again, preparing to strike a second time. Wait! Don't smash it! The people inside realized he really intended to act, truly disregarding their lives, and hurriedly opened the door in panic. Come in, come in. Thank you. Yin Xiu politely nodded, put down the stone in his hand, and stepped inside. The new player quickly followed him into the room. The people inside tried to close the door, but Yin Xiu blocked it with his hand. With a cold face, he said softly, "Your house is quite large, you don't mind if I bring in 2 more people, do you?" The people in the room turned pale, not daring to refuse. Players not far from them saw them enter the house and rushed crazily over, faces pale as they squeezed into the room. "Please, let me in to hide." Once the door opened, players wanting to live would pour in one after another. Almost all players near Yin Xiu noticed the door opened and immediately rushed over to squeeze inside, including the quick-reacting Wang Guang and Zhang Si. 9. The woman's countdown was nearing the end, and more players were racing to this big house, but they were slow to react, and by the time they noticed, it was already a bit too late. They could only desperately approach the room with panic on their faces. "Help me! Wait for me!" That player looked desperate, realizing there was almost no time left and could only loudly call for help. Wang Guang was the last one to enter the house, breathing heavily as he barely made it in. Hearing the voice, he wanted to turn back to pull someone in, but the woman's voice rang out from afar. 10. As the woman giggled and counted, Wang Guang decisively slammed the door shut, locked it, and didn't let anyone else in. "I've come for you." The woman's figure quickly moved in the white fog. The player rushing towards the big house was torn apart in an instant by a pair of large hands, body and head separated, blood spraying out in a crimson burst, staining the fog. Horrifying it was. "Ah!" Players inside the house screamed in terror, but what was even more horrifying was the dreadful sound outside the door. The fog was hazy, and players already inside couldn't see what was happening outside clearly, but just from hearing the screams and the silhouettes falling down, they understood it was a massacre. Those who survived were both frightened and grateful. Thankfully, they had entered this house in time. Had they been even a second later, they probably would have been lying on the ground, turned into meat paste. The noise outside continued, and the atmosphere inside the house became extremely tense. Most were new players seeing such a scene for the first time, all with ashen faces, some on the verge of collapse. Wang Guang and Zhang Si were equally shocked and worried, never expecting this instance to become so cruel, completely different from how it was when they went through it before. Had they known, they would have been more cautious. Cough. This instance is about danger and death. If you're not careful, you will die instantly. You already knew this before coming in, but it's normal to be scared seeing such a scene. Let's all take a moment to breathe. Wang Guang took the lead in attempting to ease the frozen atmosphere inside, not mentioning anything about the players outside. Now, nearly all players were pale-faced, not daring to look outside the window. In his heart, he was filled with anxiety, with no time to worry about others' deaths. Some people curled up in a corner, hugging their heads and shivering, listening to the sounds outside, on the brink of collapse. At a glance, the whole group had fallen apart. Sigh. Wang Guang shook his head. This batch of newcomers is really useless, they deserve death. He turned and found the newcomer in the corner glaring at him. Next to him stood the low-profile man who had a knife hanging at his waist, making him stand out, and Wang Guang remembered him. At that moment, among all the dispirited players in the hall, only that man was looking up at the painting on the wall, completely unaffected by the gloom surrounding the other players. Among the newcomers, there were indeed these 2 special points, one hostile and rebellious against authority, and the other had never even looked at him directly. In the earlier chaos, he didn't know who opened the door to this room first, but he hadn't been much help. It ended up with people locked outside. Now, he was afraid that as the leader, he wouldn't have any authority and couldn't rally these newcomers. Someone had to be chosen to discipline them. He had to set an example to make them listen to him again. "You!" Wang Guang raised a hand, pointing at the newcomer who had been staring at him. "Why are you glaring at me? Is this how you treat the team leader?" The newcomer let out a cold snort. His rebellious spirit made him the first to want to leave the team. He had already been dissatisfied with this person's reprimand, and now he dared to tease him. He immediately glared back. "What's wrong with glaring at you? You locked players who could have survived outside, and you still have the nerve to call yourself the team leader? Useless, you're the one who ran the fastest." At that time, the woman had already started moving. "Should I have left the door open and waited for her to come in and kill you all? The way you talk, it sounds like you're useful. Newcomers who don't take the old players seriously like you are the first to die in the dungeon." Wang Guang angrily pointed at the newcomer, feeling particularly provoked. "But I'm alive and well, aren't I? Compared to you being all high and mighty as a leader, it's better for me to have this guy next to me who opened the door." The newcomer suddenly pointed at the quiet Yin Xiu, who was looking at the painting. Everyone turned their attention to Yin Xiu. "He opened the door?" Yin Xiu pulled his gaze away from the painting, casually pressed the newcomer's pointing hand back down, and coldly said, "I'm going to look somewhere else." With that, he turned away from the crowd and went to a quiet corner, clearly not wanting to participate in the argument. Wang Guang fell silent, not expecting the door would be opened by Yin Xiu. He stubbornly retorted, "He's just a newcomer, lucky by chance. Where does he have as much experience as I do? You follow him this time, and next time he'll lead you all to your deaths." Wang Guang's harsh words held a lot of intimidation for the new players who were currently terrified of death. Compared to the unclear abilities of the new players, they were definitely more likely to trust the old players. Although Wang Guang could be ruthless at critical moments, Yin Xiu seemed to have no intention of participating in this dispute to claim leadership, which only bolstered Wang Guang's arrogance. The newcomer gritted his teeth in anger and turned to stand beside Yin Xiu, not wanting to argue with Wang Guang. The screams from outside gradually faded away, and the woman's cackling laughter stopped after the players' deaths. The whiteness dissipated, nearly representing that the players outside were all dead. The massacre was over. Inside the room, it was silent, and the atmosphere was tense. Even though it had ended, no one wanted to go out now. At that moment, a figure slowly descended from the second floor. Chapter 22, Taming. It was a middle-aged man, tall and upright, making stable strides. His face was full of rugged contours, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Although he had stubble on his face, it added a touch of masculine charm, and he smiled warmly as he clapped his hands. Today so many guests from outside are visiting our grave town, how honored. The players instantly became cautious of this unfamiliar man. Everyone, don't be nervous, I am the mayor of this little town, and I'm here to welcome you all, the mayor quickly explained, easing the tense atmosphere. This is my house, which I usually use to host some guests. Since you are all here, why not stay here for now, the mayor kindly suggested. I think some of you don't really want to go out, right? Upon hearing they could stay here, the players who didn't want to go back outside immediately brightened their eyes. Really, can we? Zhang Si asked right away, he also didn't want to go out now. Of course. Guests are guests. I'll have someone arrange rooms for everyone shortly. As long as you follow the house rules, this place is completely safe. The mayor mentioned the rules, meaning that this was one of the places the players must be involved with. Being able to stay here was a fortunate coincidence. Alright, good, I'm happy to be able to stay. Wang Guang nodded happily. He also didn't want to keep going back and forth between the little girl's house and the town. Too many players and uncontrollable factors made him uneasy. Finding a safe place in town meant that if something happened again, they could rush back here. Since I've arranged for everyone to stay, I'll go back to my work. The rules for the house are posted on the pillar in the lobby, so everyone must take a look, the mayor said with a smile, turning to head upstairs again. As he turned, he suddenly spotted Yin Xiu in the corner. Unlike the other vigilant players, that person completely ignored the mayor's presence and stood still in the corner, looking at the painting on the wall, like a cold, beautiful sculpture. The pale cheek was illuminated by the dim light coming from outside, enveloping him in a halo, serene and beautiful yet lifeless. He stood there like a painting, gloomy and dangerous, extremely alluring. A flicker of restlessness passed through the mayor's eyes, and then he saw Yin Xiu turn his head to meet his gaze. Though his eyes were calm and emotionless, he indeed reacted defensively to the mayor's gaze. The mayor quickly smiled in apology, hurriedly turning to head upstairs, mumbling, "So you're actually alive?" Yin Xiu gazed at the man's departing figure, his eyes deep in thought. Boss, my name is Zhong Mu, what's yours?" A newcomer quickly struck up a conversation with Yin Xiu once settled down. Yin Xiu replied tersely, "Yin Xiu." "Oh, you seem like you're alone," Zhong Mu said meaningfully, rubbing his hands. "Where's your roommate? Has he already died?" "No," Yin Xiu answered lazily, "I left him with the little girl." Zhong Mu was taken aback. "You left him alone with that little girl in the room?" "Yeah." Zhong Mu felt a chill run down his spine. "Then your roommate must be scared to death, how tragic." "Yin Xiu?" Being reminded like this, Yin Xiu suddenly remembered the real purpose of today, turning his head to Wang Guang holding his mother's package. "I need to go back and give the package to the little girl and see what the next step is." Everyone gradually recalled they still needed to return to check on the little girl. We really need to go back." Zhang Si looked at the others in a dilemma. Almost all players didn't want to leave the safe area, and no one was willing to return. Wang Guang saw everyone was reluctant, realizing it was time to show his leadership, and stepped forward immediately. "I think we don't all need to go back. We can send the package back first to see what we should do next, then let someone return to inform others. It's dangerous to go back like this in such a large group." Wang Guang didn't want to drag these slow people along any longer, so he quickly suggested. Most of the newcomers already didn't want to go out again, so they all gave up the idea of going back. Wang Guang, holding a package, definitely planned to go back, while Zhang Si, as one of the leaders, had to stay to take care of the new players. Otherwise, without any experienced players around, they would feel uneasy. Yin Xiu wanted to go back, so Zhong Mu followed him, and no one else had the thought of going back anymore. In the end, it was just Wang Guang, Yin Xiu, and Zhong Mu who returned together. "Why are you two so reckless?" Wang Guang didn't like these two people much and didn't want to return with them, but going back alone was indeed a bit dangerous. If worse came to worst, he could sell someone out to save himself. Zhong Mu snorted, not having a good impression of Wang Guang, while Yin Xiu continued to ignore Wang Guang's words, enduringly uninterested in the conflict. Wang Guang saw this indifference as arrogance, which annoyed him. The three of them opened the door and left the mayor's house. As soon as they stepped out, everyone quickly shut the door, fearing even the slightest slip-up. The fog had dispersed, and the woman's figure was no longer there. The town square was silent, without blood or corpses, and not a trace remained. The dim light covered the entire town, harmonious and peaceful, as if the earlier chaos had never existed, as if the missing players had never appeared in the instance at all. Truly hellish, Wang Guang trembled, feeling a chill in his heart. The three of them followed the original path back to the area where the little girl was. After triggering the receipt of their mother's package, all the little girls in the players' rooms became one. She was in Yin Xiu's room. As soon as she heard footsteps from afar, the little girl hurriedly lifted the curtain and leaned on the window, excitedly pointing out, "They're back! It's my brother!" When the clear, cheerful voice of the little girl echoed in the room, Wang Guang almost didn't recognize it. The sweet and crisp voice was nothing like the fierce little girl in his own room. Then Yin Xiu opened the door, revealing the sweet and lovely little girl inside. Wang Guang and Zhang Mu were stunned and quickly turned to look at other rooms, fearing they had missed the real little girl. The little girl happily rushed into Yin Xiu's arms, acting spoiled. "Brother, you finally came back. I was so worried about you." "Yin Xiu, is this your roommate?" Zhang Mu couldn't believe this adorable little sister was the same as that ferocious little girl. "No, my roommate is inside," Yin Xiu coldly pointed towards the room. Zhang Mu immediately leaned his head to look inside the room and saw a man in a black suit, exuding an eerie aura, smiling as he turned his head to look at him. The awkward movement sent a chill down Zhang Mu's spine. This man seemed even more like a strange creature from the instance than the little girl. "Brother, where's mom's package?" The little girl rubbed against Yin Xiu and reminded him. Wang Guang, who was in a daze, quickly handed over the dirty bag in his hand. "Here it is." "Why is it so dirty?" The little girl was stunned when she saw the bag. Her voice instantly became sharp, and her pupils contracted. "Did you dirty the package mom gave me?" No, it wasn't me." Wang Guang trembled in fear. This familiar mood swing feeling confirmed that this was that little girl, the one who was so changeable in his room every day. She was likely to go berserk again. "If you dare to lie, I will eat you." The little girl shouted angrily, but before she finished, she was patted on the head by Yin Xiu. "It was this dirty when I found it. Let's check inside first." "Oh." The little girl instantly became obedient, opened the bag, and took out a piece of paper. She hadn't had the chance to see what was written on the paper. Suddenly, it was snatched away by Yin Xiu beside him. Wang Guang, after being stunned for a moment, suddenly realized that inside was a note, possibly the rules of the second note. If that little girl had just seen it, it would be breaking the rules. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. He realized it, but the little girl. "Brother, what are you doing?" "I haven't looked at it yet," the little girl pouted, her lips sticking out. This was something her mother had left for her, and she hadn't even laid eyes on it before it was taken away. Surely, she should be angry, right? Wang Guang's expression turned gleeful, waiting to see the little girl's transformation. Chapter 23, Dangerous Yet Harmonious. Yin Xiu calmly reached out and touched the little girl's hair, quietly saying, "I'll look first, then I'll summarize for you." The little girl reluctantly frowned her small face, hesitant. Wang Guang clenched his fists beside them, silently cheering for the little girl, praying that she would get angry soon. But after some hesitation, the little girl swayed her body sadly, reluctantly agreeing, "All right. I'll listen to my brother." Her reluctance, coupled with her shy demeanor, even carried a hint of petulance. This excessive obedience left the two people beside her dumbfounded. Zhang Mu and Wang Guang couldn't believe this was the same strange creature that could erupt with anger any time in their room, now behaving so well. Yin Xiu ignored their astonishment and calmly unfolded the note in his hand. Mother's second note of rules. "Baby, when you receive this note, Mother may not have been able to return in time. From now on, you need to go to your grandmother's house in town independently. To ensure you can safely reach your grandmother's home, Mother has left you a new rule, and you don't need to refer to the original rule anymore. Rule 1, do not go to any monster's house on your way to grandmother's home. Rule 2, clean your grandmother's house and find her diary. Rule 3, go to the basement and get the blue pills that you often eat. Rule 4, you must leave the town at night." Under the blackboard-style font of the rules, there was a neatly written note in a different handwriting, looking as if it were written by someone else. Yeah, Mother's good daughter. Mother may not be able to help you, nor can I accompany you, but I hope you can survive and leave the town. Even if living alone, you can grow up happily. You must remember, the medicine you often take is your favorite color. Make sure to remember. Your loving mother. The second set of rules was simpler than the first, only 4 rules, each with clear and straightforward goals. Instead of avoiding dangers, it felt more like guiding the little girl to do something. As for the last paragraph in a different font, Yin Xiu repeatedly compared the front description of the note with the last reminder, as if there were 2 mothers. While he was studying the note, Zhang Mu leaned over to take a look, and only Wang Guang, who was not very familiar with the two and felt a bit estranged, did not approach, but couldn't help but urge, "Are you done yet? Hurry up and show me after you finish." The moment he urged, 2 gazes fell sharply on him, sharp and somewhat threatening. One was from the little girl, and the other was from Liam in the room. Seeing those two gazes made Wang Guang shiver, and he quickly shut his mouth. I'm done, Yin Xiu said calmly, folding the last reminder and tearing it off along the crease, handing it to the little girl. Here, this was left for you by your mother. His action startled Wang Guang, who shouted, What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? You can't let her see it. He reached out to grab it, but Zhongmu kicked him aside. Get lost. Do you need to remind the boss how to operate? You. Wang Guang's eyes turned red with anger. Just as he was about to get up and curse, he felt a gaze on his back like needles piercing through. He immediately fell silent. Humph. Zhongmu huffed arrogantly. Previously Wang Guang had kicked him, and now he kicked back, feeling incredibly satisfied. Don't worry, that's not the rule. It is indeed a letter left for her by her mother, Yin Xiu explained blandly, handing a reminder to the little girl while handing the rules to Wang Guang. This is the rule, take a look. Wang Guang grudgingly got up from the ground, being stared at by two people nearby who exuded an inexplicable danger, feeling displeased but too scared to say much. It really is my mom's handwriting. The little girl took the note and happily raised it, spinning around, then seriously held the note to look at it. Yin Xiu stared at her, lost in thought. The rules and the reminder at the end were clearly written by two different people, and now confirmed by the little girl's mouth. The reminder was indeed written by her mother, so the preceding rules were obviously not. The little girl recognized her mother's handwriting. The first rule of survival in the copy is to not let the little girl see the rules inside the copy, which includes her mother's note. If the little girl saw the note at first glance and recognized that it wasn't her mother's handwriting, perhaps the direction of events would undergo a tremendous change. Only players can discover that the rules were not left by her mother. Only players can assist the little girl in completing the note, meaning that the little girl's fate would be in the player's hands. Yin Xiu recalled the rules for clearing the copy. The second rule is to let the little girl complete all her mother's notes, so at least the obvious things must be finished. But the first rule is to leave the monster's corpse at the town altar. This monster's corpse is clearly a result of death, if this monster refers to the little girl. Yin Xiu lowered his gaze at the little girl seriously inspecting her mother's reminder. The mother's note instructed her to leave the town at night. The clearing rules did not mention that she must leave alive, meaning her death does not affect clearing. Even if the corpse leaves, it counts as leaving. The only mention of her living is in her mother's reminder, but that is not within the rules. It is not something that must be done. Looks like the second set of rules is quite simple. Unlike Yin Xiu's long-term worries, Wang Guang sighed in relief after reading the rules. As expected, it's still a newbie copy, not as difficult as I imagined. His relaxed demeanor began to irritate Zhongmu. Even I, a first-timer entering the copy, know that the second stage will definitely be harder than the first. It was so brutal before, how could it possibly be easy afterwards? I have experienced a second stage that was easier than the first. You, a newbie, are going to lecture me? Stop talking if your experience is so shallow. Wang Guang indignantly cursed back at him. Zhongmu really disliked how he always brought up his copy experience when he couldn't argue back, but he really had no copy experience, so he couldn't refute Wang Guang, only glaring at him in dissatisfaction. Have you finished reading? Yin Xiu usually did not participate in their disputes, he just squatted down to ask the little girl. I finished reading, but I don't quite understand what Mom means. She didn't say when she would come back. The little girl unfolded the note, looking troubled. You'll understand when you grow up. Yin Xiu took the note from her hand, folded it into a small airplane in front of her, and put it into her bunny toy's pocket. Then when will I grow up? The little girl asked happily, completely defenseless against Yin Xiu, not crying or making a fuss about him taking the note, and happily seeing the airplane. You'll grow a little every day. By tomorrow, you'll be a bit older. Yin Xiu comforted the little girl, standing up to glance at the few people nearby, and waved at Liam in the house. Come here. Liam, named, finally came out from the house. Previously, he had kept a bit of distance from a few people. It only exuded a hint of eeriness, but it did not cause discomfort. When Yin Xiu called him out of the room and stood next to Wang Guang and Zhongmu, the two realized something was off. This person had a fixed, stiff way of walking, and a cold, strange aura surrounded him. More importantly, his face, his eyes were dark and devoid of any smile, yet the corners of his mouth were always curved, creating a chilling impression of a forced smile that was unsettling. As soon as he stood beside them, Wang Guang and Zhongmu felt rather small, not just due to the height difference but also from a difference in aura. The other person squeezed in beside Yin Xiu, forcing Zhongmu to move aside. He smiled with narrowed eyes at Yin Xiu. What do you need me to do? Take off your coat and give it to me. Just like that? Even for such an eerie person, when Yin Xiu spoke, he obeyed. This absurd obedience was just like that of a little girl. Zhongmu's expression was complex as he looked at the two people beside Yin Xiu. One was an innocent little girl in a red dress who could kill, and the other was a terrifying, mysterious dark roommate. The key was that these two were alertly watching each other when Yin Xiu was not paying attention. Well, how to put it, the three standing together felt both dangerous and harmonious. Chapter 24, The Enthusiasm of the Townspeople. Liemo took off his suit jacket and handed it to Yin Xiu. Yin Xiu took the coat and draped it over the little girl. At that moment, Zhongmu clearly saw the expressions of both the little girl and Liemo become very subtle. "I don't want to wear his clothes," the little girl mumbled, very distasteful as she pulled down the jacket covering her. "You can't take it off. Your mother instructed that no one in the town can find you. The road to your grandmother's house is very dangerous." Yin Xiu gently reminded her, putting the coat back on her. "Do I really have to wear it?" The little girl still seemed reluctant. "Definitely." After Yin Xiu's affirmative answer, the little girl relented. Wang Guang's expression was complex. This strange little girl truly listened to Yin Xiu, whereas if it were someone else facing this scenario, it would probably not be that easy. It seems Zhongmu was right. Yin Xiu was indeed more suitable as the leader, but if a newcomer really took on the role of leader while he lay around completing the scenario, it would definitely be a joke back in the town, and that simply wouldn't do. "Let's go back to the town. We should hurry before it gets dark." Yin Xiu took the little girl's hand, looking up at the sky. They needed to return quickly. "I want my brother to carry me." The little girl tugged at the suit coat on her head, feeling unsatisfied, and purposely acted coy, shaking Yin Xiu's hand. Li Mo's eyes darkened, fixating intensely on the little girl, while she pouted her lips, pretending not to see and looking off into the distance. "All right." Not thinking much of it, Yin Xiu reached out to pick up the little girl, completely ignoring Li Mo's cold, emerging presence behind them. "Let's go." Zhongmu was sweating profusely, afraid that this strange roommate would get angry, and hurriedly urged Yin Xiu to leave. Yin Xiu carried the little girl wrapped in the black coat, walking in front, with Liemo beside him, and Zhongmu following behind. Only Wang Guang walked complexly at the back. The group returned smoothly to the entrance of the town. When they arrived earlier, it was silent with just a sense of vision on both sides, but this time was completely different. As soon as the little girl entered the town's pathway, the atmosphere suddenly turned chilly, even the afternoon sunlight dimmed in an instant. On both sides, creaking sounds of doors opening echoed, and pairs of eyes and figures emerged as if drawn out, all coming out of the doors in unison. What's going on?" Zhongmu panically looked around, warily watching the townspeople on both sides, feeling inexplicably cold inside. Many townsfolk, who were once unwilling to open their doors, now eagerly swung them wide. They smiled and waved to Yin Xiu and the others, as shadowy voices began to call out one after another. "Young people, it's dangerous outside during the day, come sit in my house. You must be tired, wandering around outside is exhausting, come and rest in my house. It's been a long time since we've had visitors, why not come into my room for a bit? I have some tasty treats for you, come quickly." They maintained their warm smiles, standing at the door, waving at them. Those soaked in shadows looked like normal people, their faces smiling and gentle, but a small part of some, exposed to the sunlight, revealed something inhuman. Dark, dense fur covered their skin, and their pupils became sharp and terrifying, resembling beasts. Yet, they seemed oblivious to their own appearance, still smiling and waving. "Come into my house, come." The calling voices spread along the streets of the small town, like waves rolling in from both sides. People's gazes stuck to them like cold sweat, constantly waving and slowly moving closer. When one person gestures to you, it can feel warm, but when a row of houses on either side has countless people trying to summon you into their rooms, the scene becomes especially eerie, not to mention that some of them are not even human. Zhongmu shivered and, frightened by this bizarre scene, pressed closer to Yin Xiu, trembling. "The townsfolk here aren't human, right?" Yin Xiu replied, ignoring them, and continued walking forward. After all, the background summary at the start of the instance mentioned that a little girl had moved to her grandmother's monster town with her mother. Even if everyone here suddenly morphed into monsters, he wouldn't find it strange. "Come, hurry to my room, why aren't you coming? Come over, quickly. I will give you delicious food, drinks, I definitely won't do anything dangerous to you. Yes, I will take good care of you, come on. Ha, if you don't come, I might just come to you." As they walked on, undeterred, the voices grew increasingly frantic. Those people seemed unable to contain themselves, taking steps out into the sunlight, their forms losing all humanity. One by one, they transformed into monsters covered in black fur, extending sharp claws and waving at them, luring them closer. The scene shifted from strange townsfolk beckoning them to monsters calling to them. The sound of heads and voices began to overlap and surge, slowly spilling out from the doorways onto the streets, blocking their path entirely. Within the throng of darkness, faces pushed close together, while the sounds drifted in the air. Come walk with me. Go to my house, come to my house. Give her to me, give her to me, give her to me." The densely packed whispers lingered along the still road, overlapping sounds became slightly maddening, causing a momentary daze. Yin Xiu stopped, holding the little girl protectively, refusing to move forward. His gaze turned icy, pondering those monsters blocking their way. There were so many townsfolk, killing one or two shouldn't affect the rules, right? He shifted the little girl to his left arm, silently placing his right hand over the hilt of his knife. "Big brother. I'm scared," the little girl in his arms spoke tremulously. Her shaking voice made Yin Xiu's grip on the hilt tighten with resolve. Don't be afraid, Big Brother will protect you. Give her to me, give her to me. Come to my house, come die in my house. So pitiful, you're about to die. Haha, outsiders, rule-breaking outsiders, you will definitely die soon. The voice cried and sobbed, sometimes going mad, those faces gradually distorted and became frenzied. The dense black hands slowly approached them, the circle of encirclement grew smaller and smaller, with no way to escape. What to do? We are blocked. Zhongmu shivered, pressed against Yin Xiu's back, feeling somewhat anxious. After all, the rules stated not to go to any monster's house during the journey, but now they were blocked, they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. Fight our way out? Wang Guang's voice trembled, filled with panic. He didn't feel capable of fighting his way out. If it really came to it, at a critical moment, he could grab the little girl and run. After all, he had cleared 2 dungeons and had self-protection items. He could just leave these annoying ones to die, it wouldn't matter as long as the little girl was there to keep the dungeon progress unaffected. He could run with the little girl. Thinking this, he immediately fixed his gaze on Yin Xiu. Who's going to kill? You're going to kill, huh? Saying it so easily, Zhongmu glared at him. Even if someone could take down a monster, they wouldn't be able to deal with so many, these were the entire townsfolk. The players in the scene were in a panic, while the players outside the screen in the town were particularly excited, rubbing their hands, filled with anticipation. Is it finally time for Yin Xiu to make his move? I've been waiting so long. So looking forward to it. I've only seen him fight a monster once, he looked so cool I was shaking, brothers. Hearing you all, I'm also looking forward. If it were anyone else, they'd definitely be wiped out, but with Yin Xiu here, I feel at ease. I feel at ease with Yin Xiu, but not so much with that one called Wang Guang beside him. You also saw it, didn't he just seem to be fiddling with something in his pocket? Hope this wise guy behaves and doesn't hold back Yin Xiu. The monsters kept advancing, continuously howling, their dense black forms surged like a tide from all directions. Brother, the little girl in his arms clung tightly to Yin Xiu's neck, feeling somewhat scared. But she wasn't scared for long, as Liemo silently pressed her head down, pushing her down. Don't be afraid. Yin Xiu didn't notice Liemo's small action, softly soothing her as he watched the approaching horde of monsters, tightly gripping the knife handle. Amid the cacophony of monstrous roars, realizing the monsters were getting closer, their hearts raced. Wang Guang trembled, casting a glance at the little girl in Yin Xiu's arms. Would it be better to just grab her and run? After all, they would die among the monsters anyway. The situation was dire, the tension was about to explode. At the moment the monsters in the front lunged forward, Yin Xiu, standing still, took a half step back, his gaze deepening, and in an instant, he drew out his knife from his waist. Chapter 25, weren't we supposed to only have players here? The cold light sharply sliced through the monster's body, splitting it in two. The black body instantly fell to the ground, accompanied by drifting red liquid. Almost simultaneously, someone tugged at Yin Xiu's left hand, causing the little girl to suddenly lurch away from him. Brother, help! The little girl screamed in panic. In an instant of distraction, Yin Xiu instinctively wanted to protect the little girl in his left hand, but she vanished incredibly fast. Not even finishing her plea, she disappeared without a trace, along with Wang Guang behind him. Yin Xiu! Watch out in front! Zhongmu screamed a reminder. Yin Xiu turned around, a black monster had already lunged at him, its gaping maw revealing sharp teeth aimed at his head. But in the next second, the long knife spun around, its edge piercing deep into the monster's mouth, forcing its body back with a kick from Yin Xiu. 2 monsters were dispatched in a flash, but even more ferocious ones with red eyes stared at him. Yin Xiu took a deep breath, his gaze chillingly cold. He looked at those monsters, the knife handle creaking slightly as he gripped it. Even Zhongmu could sense that he was really angry now. He stepped back in fear, hurriedly falling to the ground, watching in horror as Yin Xiu charged into the crowd of black monsters, his long knife in hand. The monsters didn't come at him, he went to them. For Yin Xiu, who didn't even participate in arguments and preferred to stay still, this was strange. The only thought that crossed his mind was that he was angry, possibly thinking the little girl had been taken by the monsters. For a moment, blood splattered among the monsters. Within the chaos, Yin Xiu was barely visible, but the shining long knife was clear. Wherever it went, it was met with the howls of monsters, piercingly intense. Instead of the monsters attacking him, it was more like he was slaughtering them, and the scene was horrifying. Young monsters, please observe under the guidance of adult monsters. No wonder this guy used to be able to make it out of the dungeons. This is a bit scary, brothers, I don't know why I'm feeling a bit frightened. Yeah, he's gone berserk, I'm sure the correct way to do this isn't like this, but we can't stop him now, right? If he kills all the townsfolk, will it affect the dungeon? It might. Then it's all that Wang Guang's fault. I just saw him use an item to snatch the little girl. He probably wants to ditch these people and run. By the way, who's going to stop him? I'm really scared he'll kill all the townsfolk and affect the dungeon. I don't think we can stop him. By the way, how is this supposed to go? According to the rules, taking the little girl back triggers this unavoidable event. It definitely comes with a solution, as long as we follow the rule of not going into the townsfolk's houses. Are you talking about that automatic solution? After Yin Xiu slaughtered through the crowd of monsters, many began to retreat, showing signs of wanting to run. However, Yin Xiu wouldn't let them escape. At first, some monsters were still charging at him for battle, but as more and more bodies fell, the crowd of monsters started to panic and began to back away. No one dared to attack again. The scene slowly fell into a stalemate. Just at that moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from outside the monster crowd, commanding, in broad daylight. Who let you come out of your houses? Do you all want to die? As soon as that voice sounded, the monsters seemed to have completed a task, not wanting to linger any longer, and in an instant, scattered everywhere, frantically fleeing back to their homes, slamming the doors shut with a loud bang. Within the blink of an eye, the densely black street was cleared, leaving only one silhouette standing in the middle of the road. The person who arrived was the town mayor. His gaze swept around the area filled with corpses and focused on the figure at the center. Yin Xiu stood among the monster corpses, his white outfit soaked in blood, glistening crimson. Drops of blood slid down the blade's edge, matching the sharp, dangerous aura he exuded. Is there something you need? Yin Xiu stared at the mayor, his pupils dark and icy, unnervingly lifeless. Suddenly questioned, the mayor awkwardly rubbed his hands. I heard it was noisy over here, so I came to see you. You all aren't. He glanced at Yin Xiu's surroundings, unable to voice the caring question, slowly moving closer to Yin Xiu, attempting to ease the tense atmosphere. I'm glad to see you all are fine. This seemingly assertive middle-aged man smiled warmly as he spread his hands. Don't be nervous. As the mayor, I apologize for not managing the people in the town well. How about you put the knife away first? He stepped forward, and the blood-dripping knife tip brushed against the mayor's throat. Yin Xiu's gaze was icy. Where is Yaya? The mayor looked innocent. Who is Yaya? I don't know her. Yin Xiu's eyes darkened, and the mayor quickly explained, I really don't know. Behind him, Zhang Mu hurried over. Yin Xiu, that little girl wasn't taken by the monsters, it was Wang Guang. Yin Xiu shifted his gaze slightly. Looking back, Wang Guang truly was nowhere to be seen, but neither was Liam O. So it was him. Yin Xiu mumbled gloomily, reaching down to roll up the hem of his clothes, wiping the blood off the blade, then sheathing the knife. His killing intent had been put away, but he still radiated indifference, as if he had just crawled out of a pile of dead bodies, lacking any vitality. Even Zhongmu shivered nervously beside him. However, when the mayor smilingly approached, ignoring Zhongmu, he stood firmly in front of Yin Xiu, his gaze filled with interest as he looked up and down at him, then kindly reached out his hand. I hope you don't mind them too much. If you're scared, I can take you home. Yin Xiu ignored him, walking straight past with no regard at all. The mayor awkwardly chuckled, turning to stubbornly follow Yin Xiu. Where are you going? Back to the house? It's still very dangerous in the town, let me walk with you. As he hovered around Yin Xiu, his gaze stuck to him. If the normally serene Yin Xiu in a white shirt resembled a beautiful statue, then the bloodstained Yin Xiu now exuded an even more horrific beauty. The white fabric, tainted with crimson, was cold and indifferent, like a delicate corpse about to be placed in a coffin. Compared to the ugly monsters in the town, he was a noble work of art. Really, let me take you back? The mayor's overly cheerful tone seemed almost unable to be contained, as he placed a hand on Yin Xiu's shoulder, half threatening, half persuading. Yet the moment he touched Yin Xiu, an invisible chill crawled up the mayor's spine, a tremendous pressure suddenly unleashed, silently intimidating him. Panicking, he looked up to see a figure standing ahead of Yin Xiu, a smiling man, standing motionless, holding a little girl dressed in a black suit jacket. I'm back, Liamo smiled softly, greeting him as he licked the remaining blood from his fingertips, announcing the result of his earlier departure. On the surface, everything appeared calm, yet a chilling and terrifying aura radiated from him, brazenly filled with threat, startling the townsfolk inside their houses into shrinking away. The mayor's smile froze, a wave of coldness crawling up his back. Didn't we agree there would only be players? Who is this man in front of me, boldly intimidating me? He doesn't belong in this scenario at all. Chapter 26, A Pleasure. Welcome to the town, the mayor said, beads of virtual sweat appearing on his brow as he awkwardly laughed, retracting the hand he had placed on Yin Xiu's shoulder. Liamo walked over, handing the little girl to Yin Xiu, then turned to take the mayor's hand that had just rested on Yin Xiu's shoulder, shaking it as if in a friendly manner, smiling. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, the mayor replied with a forced smile, trying to pull his hand back, but it felt like his entire hand was trapped in the man's grasp, unable to escape. His smile instantly froze, and he looked up, staring at the man before him who was smiling but silently exuded horror, a faint panic rising from deep inside. Brother! The little girl stumbled into Yin Xiu's arms, crying, let's hurry and leave, I hate it here. Yin Xiu nodded, his gaze softening a little as he picked up the little girl and walked away. You guys. Zhongmu looked helplessly at the mayor and Liamo, who were still shaking hands, and after a moment of indecision, chose to follow after Yin Xiu. As they left, the mayor's cold sweat increased significantly. The tension silently observed the two people in the middle of the road, watching them remain still, with Liu Mo smiling at the mayor. The mayor maintained a stiff smile, two people facing each other with smiles, but it felt a bit eerie. Although I know the mayor is probably not an ordinary person, standing face to face, it seems that Yin Xiu's roommate is a bit more terrifying. No need to say it, he can eat monsters raw when he gets ruthless. I've seen it, previously at night. By the way, that person is called Yin Xiu? Oh, we have players from other towns sending messages over here. They want to inquire about that boss's news. His name is Yin Xiu? How many times has he cleared the game? 10 times? 20 times? He really looks impressive. Ha, your vision is too narrow, brother, he is a full clear boss. Don't treat me like I'm from another town and brush me off. If you don't want to talk, fine. He really is a full clear. Nonsense, those who have fully cleared long ago left, who would come back to the instance. Your town really is. If you're going to hide information, at least say something credible. If you don't believe it, fine, just don't copy Yin Xiu's homework. As both sides argued through the messages, suddenly someone panicked. Hey, stop arguing. Look at the screen. In the live broadcast, Liu Mo was still holding the mayor's hand and had no intention of letting go. After a moment of silence, the mayor sighed helplessly. Alright, it's my fault for touching the prey you were eyeing. Can I offer a hand as compensation? The mayor shook his head while raising another hand. The nails on his palm suddenly became sharp, and in an instant, he cut off the hand that was held. Blood gushed out, yet his expression remained unchanged. Take it away. Liu Mo kept a smile on his face. He yanked at the severed hand forcefully, turned around, and directly left to find Yin Xiu, not sparing him another glance. This relaxed and arrogant demeanor made the mayor's face turn pale. The other party intentionally cut off the hand he had used to touch Yin Xiu as a warning, yet he simply wouldn't listen. In this instance where he was the lord, everything had to belong to him, especially since that was indeed a rare and fitting artwork in his taste. Hiss. After his departure, the mayor finally showed some signs of pain on his face, gritting his teeth, glaring at Liu Mo's back. Why is it that just because you set your sights on it first, it becomes yours? This is my instance, can I let it go to other strange creatures? I must have it. He turned away with a stern look, arms crossed. Before long, Liu Mo caught up with Yin Xiu's footsteps, lightly pushing through Zhang Mu from behind, reaching Yin Xiu's side. As he followed, he bit his lip, chewing on something, always moving alongside Yin Xiu. The presence of that sound was still quite clear. Yin Xiu caught a glimpse of him from the corner of his eye, clearly knowing he secretly went to get something to eat, and it definitely wasn't normal food. He was too lazy to ask. Behind them, Zhang Mu's complexion turned pale. He had clearly seen the curve of Liu Mo's lips with a hint of crimson liquid, looked like blood. He must have seen it wrong, right? Otherwise, why would Yin Xiu have no reaction at all? What about that player? Ate it. All right. The bland exchange made Zhang Mu instantly cover his ears. I can't hear. It definitely isn't what I think. Do you want to go to Grandma's house first, or take a rest for a while? Yin Xiu asked the little girl in his arms. Let's rest for a bit. The little girl, with a tired face, leaned against Yin Xiu's shoulder, mumbling, Brother must go with me to Grandma's house. Yin Xiu nodded, suddenly remembering something, looked at Liu Mo. What about the rule note on that player? Did you eat it too? Liu Mo's chewing paused. He fell silent for a few seconds, a rolling churn in his throat, then he lowered his head and spat out a bloodstained note from his mouth, smiling, ate it, but I can spit it out. Yin Xiu looked at the sticky note almost entirely soaked with blood. I don't want to take it, just point to Zhang Mu behind me and said, give it to him. Ah. Suddenly being called, Zhang Mu was a bit confused. He didn't want to listen to the strange conversation between the first two, so he just covered his ears and walked. As soon as he looked up, he was suddenly handed a note by Liu Mo. He trembled as he looked at the bloody note resting in his palm. He didn't want to touch it, but he had to. This was something very important. The four of them returned to the mayor's door and knocked. Soon, the door opened from the inside, and a player peeked out from the crack. The first thing he saw was Yin Xiu, covered in blood and holding a little girl, which scared him so much he shivered and slammed the door shut, screaming, There's a monster outside. What monster? Zhang Mu rushed to the window and banged on it, Look clearly. It's us. Zhang Si leaned over to take a look, recognized Zhang Mu, who had a disagreement with Wang Guang, and came over to open the door. Where's my brother Guang? As soon as Zhang Si opened the door, he was looking for Wang Guang's figure. Yin Xiu coldly entered the room and ignored him. Liu Mo also entered and ignored him. It was Zhang Mu who stopped and handed him a bloody note. He's dead. This is his relic. Zhang Si instantly froze, staring blankly at the note in his hand. It took him several seconds to accept it. The only big boss in this dungeon was dead. How could he get through this? Wait. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he quickly turned around and stared at Yin Xiu and the others. Why did he die alone, while all of you came back safe? His questioning gaze wandered among several people, and he quietly voiced a possibility. Did you sell him out at the moment of danger? Otherwise, he couldn't understand how a big boss like Wang Guang could die while these few lived on. It didn't make sense. As soon as the players in the room heard their leader had been sold out, their gazes instantly sharpened. Chapter 27. We sleep in separate rooms in the dungeon. Players only gather together for profit. At critical moments, they may betray teammates to save themselves, but this behavior easily leads to isolation from other players. After all, no one wants to become the next one to be sold out. Yet if the one sold out is the team leader, the problem becomes even bigger, almost deciding that this person will become the thorn in the eyes of the entire team. The players still resting in the hall almost immediately developed a sense of hostility toward them. No one said it out loud, but their eyes definitely conveyed that message. We didn't sell him out. Zhongmu snorted, crossing his arms defiantly as he glared back. Who dared to sell a big boss who carries his own items? He was the one who left us behind and ran away alone, only to end up not surviving. We, the ones in the monster group, managed to survive. He deserved it. Zhang Si looked doubtful. Brother Guang wouldn't easily abandon his teammates. Besides, according to your story, he ran away alone. He should be even less likely to die. You must have left him behind. Do you think selling out one person would allow the others to survive? The monsters in this dungeon are too easygoing. Anyway, I saw him run away. As for how he died, how would I know? Zhang Mu averted his gaze. Zhang Si still didn't believe it and pressed on. Then how did you survive in the monster group? We don't believe you were attacked and came back without a single injury. Zhang Mu pointed at Yin Xiu. Look at him, covered in blood. You call that unscathed? If it weren't for him blocking the monsters, I wouldn't even be standing here talking to you. Everyone's gaze fell on the bloody Yin Xiu, unable to speak for a moment. At least it looked like he had indeed encountered an attack, but this result was hard to convince others. How could someone who seemed lifeless and powerless block a group of monsters? Zhang Si furrowed his brow, still insisting that they sold Wang Guang, his firm expression making the bullet comments anxious. When can this person finally see our bullet comments? I'm anxious. In the main area of the dungeon, players can't see the bullet comments. Is it because the dungeon is afraid of hinting at the strategy? But I'm so worried, can't they recognize who the big shot is? If they really treat Wang Guang as a big shot in isolating Xiu, I will laugh so hard I can't sleep. The way this is developing really seems possible. Right now, I just hope Zhang Si can live well, preferably make it out of the dungeon, and have the players from his town give him a match to realize who the real big shot is. The atmosphere in the hall of the room froze, and Yin Xiu couldn't be bothered to argue with them anymore, so he simply raised his eyes and scanned the surroundings. I sold the person, what can you do? You. It really is you. I thought something was off, you're covered in blood, and those few aren't. It's obvious you ran into danger, then Wang Guang died trying to save you and was sold by you. Zhang Si stared at Yin Xiu, aggressive. So, what can you do? Yin Xiu lazily stared at him. Come kill me? Zhang Si choked. At the moment Yin Xiu said this, the little girl in his arms and his roommate in black beside him suddenly looked at him, their gazes cold, as if they were going to eat him. Forget about his roommate, that little girl could really eat people. You give us this little girl, and don't follow us when we do our tasks in the future. Zhang Si didn't dare to move against Yin Xiu and could only take a step back, trying to isolate him using another method. Then you need to ask her if she wants to follow you. Yin Xiu raised a hand and pinched the little girl's cheek. Do you want to follow them? No. The little girl shook her head decisively and then tilted her head against Yin Xiu's chest, her voice incredibly sweet. I want to follow brother. Her reaction left the surrounding players dumbfounded. Who is this sweet and obedient little girl? She's not that little monster who immediately turns sour when the food isn't good. And why does she listen to Yin Xiu so well? The players exchanged glances, seemingly pondering something. They remembered that in the first 3 days of the dungeon, the bullet comments mentioned a big shot who provided strategies, a man who could tame little monsters. Given the current outcome, could that person be? Before they could confirm, Zhang Si suddenly interrupted their thoughts, glaring fiercely at Yin Xiu. What exactly do you have that killed brother Wang Guang and snatched away the little girl? Clearly, brother Wang Guang was the real big shot. What are you, a newcomer? His harsh words made Li Mo and the little girl's gazes instantly darken. A chill spread through the hall, enveloping each player, cold to the bone, making every breath feel like a needle prick. Alright, I'm going back to rest, think whatever you want. Yin Xiu interrupted them, casually walked to the hall pillar, glanced at the rules on the pillar, and then turned to go upstairs. Once he left, the others followed. It wasn't until Yin Xiu's figure completely disappeared at the staircase that the chill lingering in the hall finally dissipated, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. The players looked at each other and ultimately came to a conclusion. Even if they didn't like him, they should try not to provoke him. He really didn't seem simple. Yin Xiu went upstairs, wandering down the corridor while recalling the rules of the house he just saw. Welcome outside guests to stay at the largest inn in this town, where accommodation is free, food and drink are free, service is free, please enjoy the town's hospitality. During your stay, please comply with the following rules of the inn. The room for staying must be shared by 2 people, no other occupants are allowed. During ordinary times, you can call the walking servants of this house for any needs, but after midnight, do not pay attention to them, ignore them until dawn. If you hear strange noises in the corridor at night, do not open the door under any circumstances. The bathroom is at the stairway, and if possible, try to go with someone. You can go alone, but absolutely do not pay attention to any sounds. Do not gaze into the faces of the paintings inside the house for long, do not heed their voices. Do not go to the basement. Yin Xiu cared a lot about the 6th rule. Obviously, there was a basement here, a place that no one was allowed to enter, which usually hides deep secrets. A few people wandered around, and almost all the rooms on the 2nd floor were already occupied, until they reached the far end of the 2nd floor and found 2 adjacent rooms that were still unoccupied, probably because this was the end of the corridor, a bit far from the bathroom at the stairway, and no one wanted to stay here. I just checked the rules downstairs, the rooms here must be shared by 2 people. Yin Xiu hugged the little girl in his arms and pointed to one of the rooms. I will stay with Yaya. The corridor immediately fell silent, someone began to silently emit resentment. Zhongmu trembled suddenly, shivering and looking at the silently immobile beside him. If 2 people are required, does that mean he has to live with this mysterious roommate? I disagree. I request to change to another person. Zhongmu immediately opposed, and Liemo nodded in agreement. No choice, Yin Xiu coldly tossed out a sentence and entered the room with the little girl. Zhongmu looked terrified at the quiet man beside him, who was completely still but exuded resentment all over. Help me. Chapter 28. He will definitely have an accident tonight. The hotel room is not very big, inside are 2 single beds, with space for washing but no toilet, simply decorated, and just right for 2 people to live. Apart from a painting on the wall, there is only a window. The window is not big, wide enough for Yin Xiu's shoulders, and looking out, one can see the town square and the statue of that woman. The view from the room is unexpectedly good, directly facing the square. Brother, this painting is so strange. The little girl, who had just jumped into the room and turned around, suddenly pointed at the decorative painting on the wall. The painting shows a beautiful woman with her eyes closed, golden hair bright and radiant, skin fair, with her hands clasped over her chest, looking as if she is praying with closed eyes. The image is vivid. Yin Xiu had seen a similar painting on the wall in the lobby downstairs, but it was not a woman, it was a delicate young man, also with his eyes closed. Similar paintings are everywhere in the corridor and at the stairway, featuring people of both genders and various ages, with the common point being that all are with their eyes closed. Yin Xiu thought of that rule: do not gaze into the faces of the paintings inside the house for a long time, do not heed their voices. First, how can you gaze into the faces of paintings with their eyes closed? Moreover, there are voices. Just looking at the rules can confirm that all the paintings in the house are not simple, yet they are everywhere. What is strange about it? Yin Xiu quietly asked, wanting to see what different perspective the little girl would have. Why paint this sister lying down to sleep? The little girl pointed at the painting and then looked at Yin Xiu, her face full of innocence. Yin Xiu raised his eyes to look at the painting. The woman inside, with her eyes closed, seemed to embody tranquility, forever frozen at that moment in the painting. At first glance, anyone would think she was standing and praying, but the little girl's words about lying down to sleep opened up Yin Xiu's thoughts. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed noticeable that the hair was draped down from the head. It's just arranged so well that it doesn't seem easy to notice. Maybe the painting reflects a woman lying there asleep, but from this top-down perspective, she appears even more lifelike. The longer he looks, the more strange the image becomes. The sense of space within the painting gradually distorts, as if trying to suck a person in, causing a rush of dizziness in his mind. Maybe she looks better when she's sleeping. Yin Xiu quickly turned his head away, no longer looking at the painting, and simply distracted himself while taking the little girl's hand. It will be dark soon, let's go downstairs to eat first. Okay. The little girl nodded with a smile, and before leaving the room, she turned back and waved at the woman in the painting. Yin Xiu caught a glimpse with the corner of his eye. Even though he didn't continue looking at the painting, that feeling of distortion remained. He quickly opened the door, wanting to go out and get some fresh air. As he looked up, a pair of bright blue eyes unexpectedly entered his sight. On the wall of the corridor across from him hung a painting of a man, who looked very much like him and was quite handsome, now staring in fear at Yin Xiu. When their eyes met, the slightly distorted sense of space suddenly intensified. Is this what it means not to gaze with the painting for long? It came too suddenly. Yin Xiu quickly turned his head, calmly holding the little girl's hand as they went out, ignoring the man in the painting, and turned to leave. But the person in the painting kept staring at him, watching every move he made. Just before Yin Xiu left, a voice drifted softly, "Please be careful, please be careful, please be careful of him." That deep and whispered chant floated in the corridor, intertwining with the sense of vision and landing on Yin Xiu's back like a needle prick. You are in great danger. You are more dangerous than them. Do not respond to him at night, do not respond, do not return. Hurry and leave, quickly, quickly go, go, go. The layers of indistinct sounds mingled together, momentarily making Yin Xiu feel dizzy, as if sharp static noise invaded his mind, constantly circling near his ears, pulling at a long-lasting tinnitus. The chill of the corridor slowly penetrated through his skin, and his body suddenly felt so heavy that it became immovable. He instinctively resisted, feeling a churn in his stomach, cold sweat pouring down. The sense of spatial distortion that had enveloped him earlier now intensified. The entire corridor began to twist in Yin Xiu's eyes, and his body felt as if it was being dragged into the distortion, becoming incredibly heavy, unable to move even an inch. Go, go. Leave, leave, leave. Dangerous, danger. Brother. Suddenly, the little girl's bright call snapped Yin Xiu back to reality. Her innocent face was filled with confusion. What's wrong with you? Yin Xiu was taken aback. The chill and heaviness that surrounded him vanished in an instant. He suddenly turned to look at the painting again. It was normal. It depicted the man with his eyes closed, calm and beautiful, like a flower that would never wither, frozen in this moment. Brother, what's wrong? The little girl pulled at Yin Xiu's hand, puzzled. Are you not feeling well? It's nothing. Yin Xiu turned back, feeling confused about what that voice had said. After the immobilizing heaviness dissipated, the sense of vision, however, still lingered. Yin Xiu continued to hold the little girl's hand and walk down the corridor. The gazes from the paintings on both sides were dense, like a wave overwhelming him, but when he looked up, all the people in the paintings had their eyes closed. The paintings featured young, beautiful girls, elegant women, sunlit, energetic boys, and stern, scholarly men. Their common feature was that they were all different types of good-looking individuals, clearly indicating that the owner of the paintings had a thing for looks. So many pretty brothers and sisters. The little girl muttered softly, gazing at the paintings. Too bad they're all dead. The first floor had a lobby for resting and entering and exiting, as well as a cafeteria. It was almost dinner time, and many players were waiting downstairs, taking a break and studying the rules on the column. They saw Yin Xiu coming down and had no good expression, all of them wanting to avoid him, but when they saw the little girl coming down, they wanted to get closer, as she was one of the key conditions for clearing the game. As a result, Yin Xiu and the little girl sat in the corner eating, while a group of players walked back and forth around them, wanting to get closer but not daring to, only able to gather in pairs or threes and stare over there, whispering. What do you think that little girl is so nice to him for? I remember she was quite fierce. He probably has some special means. But isn't he also a newcomer? Why is he different from us? He doesn't feel like a newbie at all. Do you think he might be that big boss? The big boss who provided the strategy 3 days ago is already dead. It can't be him. I just feel this one seems more like it. Sai, our leader has confirmed that the other one is the one. How could it be wrong? Zhang Si has clearing experience. He recognizes people better than us. That's true, but I just feel. I bet it's definitely not him. He's just a vase. Nowadays, kids like to stick to pretty people. He definitely won't survive tonight. You can't be so sure, right? Did you not notice? The paintings on the wall occasionally open their eyes, but they only look at one person, that man. Based on my feeling, he will definitely have an incident tonight. Chapter 29, It's a PY deal, brothers. The reminded person quickly turned in fear to pay attention to the paintings on the wall. Among the closed-eye paintings, there momentarily swept through an open-eyed person, and the direction of that gaze was indeed towards Yin Xiu. His better stay away from him. Following him probably won't bring good things. Listening to Big Boss Zhang Si is surely right, just don't get close to him. The players shivered and quickly tidied up their bowls and chopsticks, moving them aside. Yin Xiu was once again unconsciously isolated from the group of players. This result left the bullet screen silent. Why doesn't Yin Xiu fit in anywhere? The one up there is talking nonsense. It was Yin Xiu who isolated them. Though I can understand, but it really makes me angry from a god's perspective. I'm just waiting for them to discover that useless Zhang Si is the real waste. I'm waiting for that too. If I were him, I would have gone up and slapped a couple of big ear slaps for being so targeted at me. I bet Yin Xiu holds grudges. I bet. After dinner, the players returned to their rooms, honestly following the rules, as their clearing condition was to protect the little girl and complete the task, as well as mysteriously placing the body on the altar. Now that there was nothing to do, they didn't wander around, as it was easy to violate the rules. After bringing the little girl back to the room, Yin Xiu wandered outside to check the structure of the house. He remembered that the rules mentioned having a basement, so he searched around and finally found a secret door in the main hall on the first floor. It wasn't too hidden, but indeed, if you didn't look specifically for it, you wouldn't discover it. This was probably the so-called entrance to the basement. The walls near the entrance were covered with many paintings, densely packed and almost covering the entire wall. Countless gazes had already gathered on Yin Xiu as he appeared, lingering and hard to shake off. But if he looked up, there were just countless pretty and exquisite faces in the frames, all displaying the same expression, which was somewhat eerie. Yin Xiu didn't continue staring at the paintings, turned around, and touched the gaps on the wall, tentatively pushing gently. The door easily sank inward, with no lock at all. Whether to go to the basement completely depended on the player's self-awareness. When the rules stated not to go to the basement, and such a dangerous place had no precautions at all. This place is 100% dangerous, and stepping in may lead to unforeseen events. Now is not the time to explore inside. Yin Xiu released his hand, took a step back, and prepared to leave. As he turned around, a small thud sounded behind him, and when he looked back, he saw a painting falling from the wall, something seemingly stuck to the back of it. Yin Xiu crouched down to pick it up and examine it. It was a photograph. It captured the town as it once was, bustling with busy townsfolk in a brand new and friendly little place, all of them smiling wide, happily taking pictures in the square, without the woman's statue or the house they currently lived in the background, the expressions on everyone's faces appearing harmonious and joyful, completely contrasting with the gloomy and tense atmosphere in the town during the day. There were even a couple of familiar faces in the photo, easily found in the surrounding frames as well. This monster-filled town seemed to have once been an ordinary little town, with the change likely occurring after the woman's statue appeared in the square along with the house they now inhabited. The surrounding sense of being watched hadn't faded, the figures in the portrait didn't intrude on his consciousness like before, but their presence continued to extend outward, trying once more to catch Yin Xiu's attention, making him feel as if his mind wasn't fully clear. He bent down to pick up the recently dropped portrait, and it turned out to be the man from the second floor. The man in the portrait still had his eyes closed, lying peacefully, the background of the frame was pitch black, and like the other portraits, the image was upright, yet he was lying down. Yin Xiu carefully observed the dark, vaguely textured background, questioning what he was lying on. The black slightly reflected a dim light, with a few blurred vertical textures that appeared to be black-painted wooden planks. After contemplating for a few seconds, Yin Xiu meaningfully hung the portrait back on the wall. It's a coffin, right? The man in the portrait suddenly opened his eyes wide, locking gazes with Yin Xiu. His eyes were blue, with a hint of mixed race in his East Asian cheeks, looking delicate and pure, but at this moment, he wore only panic, staring at Yin Xiu, repeatedly reciting the words he had said earlier in the corridor. Leave, leave, leave. He. Before the voice could finish, an indescribable chill suddenly fell in the hall, making Yin Xiu shiver. A creepy gaze hung above him, startling Yin Xiu to quickly look up. It was the town mayor. He didn't know when he had appeared on the stairs, leaning against the railing, looking down at Yin Xiu. As most players had returned to their rooms, the entire first-floor lobby felt exceptionally desolate, with only their two figures under the pale light. The mayor glanced at the photograph in Yin Xiu's hand, a mysterious smile crept onto his face. Are you very curious about the town's past? Yin Xiu calmly responded in a soft voice. It's normal for outsiders to be interested in everything in the town, but instead of researching it yourself, wouldn't it be better to ask me? I am the mayor after all. As the mayor spoke, he slowly walked down the stairs. He walked against the light, his face shrouded in shadow, with a smile that contained no hint of goodness. If you'd like to join me for some tea and chat, I will tell you anything you want to know. Yin Xiu warily watched him approach, keeping his guard up. The mayor strolled leisurely to Yin Xiu's side, skillfully and naturally wrapping his arm around his shoulder, casually taking the photograph from his hand. His arrival plunged the surroundings into an eerie silence. The previously faintly noisy portraits now all fell silent, a chilling aura somehow bringing a bit of clarity back to Yin Xiu's mind. The chill that surrounded him reminded Yin Xiu of the strange creature that would intrude into his room at night. Their similarity was enough to drive away other abnormalities, leaving behind a presence of its own. However, this mayor's purpose was extremely strong, and his aura was quite formidable. Where shall we chat? Yin Xiu retorted, unfazed. The mayor's eyes brightened, clearly pleased with Yin Xiu's slight shift, and he immediately raised a hand to point outside. Soon there will be a sacrificial ritual in the square. As a special favor, I can take you to see it up close. While participating in the ceremony, I will also tell you about the town. How does that sound? This condition was quite enticing for a player in need of information. The mayor understood exactly what players wanted, and his offer was incisive. The sacrificial ritual was written in the rules, and it was crucial for this small town. Being able to participate up close was the best opportunity. Is it just you and me? Of course. The mayor squinted with a smile, his hand that was draped over Yin Xiu's shoulder silently tightening. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't bother, only you are special. The implications in his tone sent shockwaves through the comments. What development is this? Is he flirting with Yin Xiu? This is a transaction, brothers. This strange creature wants a deal with Yin Xiu. I noticed his gaze towards Yin Xiu was off. He's clearly trying to set the rules. But he proposed special conditions. It's tough, guys are all straight. Come on, how could I accept this? I strongly demand that previous one, the strange creature that sneaks into Yin Xiu's room, to fight him, okay? That one has already been speculated to be Yin Xiu's roommate. So it's a roommate? Now I can't sleep, just love this kind of thing. I hope the roommate fights with the mayor, I want to watch. I want to watch too, haha, in that case, I vote for the mayor, at least the mayor looks pretty good. Haha, then I'll vote for the mayor too, the roommate is nice, but a bit creepy, kind of scary, the mayor, although a strange creature, has a human touch, he knows how to flirt, alright. You all vote for the mayor, be careful that the roommate knows and comes looking for you at night. Haha, that's hilarious, let him come if he dares. As the comments laughed, suddenly the entire live stream flickered twice, and all players went silent in an instant. Chapter 30, I vote for the roommate. After a long silence, someone slowly broke the tranquility. Ahem. After deep thought, I still feel the roommate is pretty good. I vote for the roommate. What was said before makes so much sense, for some reason, I suddenly realized it too, I vote for the roommate. Roommate good, roommate good. The comments became harmonious, with everyone in agreement. In the instant scene, Yin Xiu gazed downward in thought, not directly agreeing. After all, the other side was clearly purposeful, it wouldn't just be simple information, most likely a trap aimed at him. It's just spending a little time walking with me, it's not a loss for you, right? The mayor, seeing Yin Xiu unmoved, began to tempt him quietly. As he spoke, his gaze was closely fixed on the gently drooping lashes of Yin Xiu, watching every slight tremor with each blink, his tone growing excited. To achieve a high-star completion of this quest, you must understand all the background of the town. Relying solely on your exploration might be slow, and even if you finish the process, you may not uncover the truth, am I right? He silently closed the distance between him and Yin Xiu, his gaze bold, yet his actions remained restrained. After all, since his appearance, Yin Xiu had not moved his hand from the hilt of his knife. What if I don't go? Yin Xiu raised his eyes to stare at him, quietly retorting. The mayor's lips curled slightly, watching the reflection of himself in Yin Xiu's dark pupils. The outline of his deep face flickered with a hint of cold under the light. In this small town, no one can refuse the mayor's invitation. Yin Xiu was silent, and the atmosphere between the two began to solidify, becoming awkward. What if I have to refuse? No one can refuse. What's the consequence of refusing? You wouldn't want to know. Is this a threat? The mayor's expression softened slightly, carrying a hint of gentleness. How could it be? As long as you cooperate, it won't be a threat. Yin Xiu's face instantly turned cold, shocking everyone watching. Is it too dangerous to start a battle with the mayor on the very first day in town? This doesn't feel like a good direction, but Yin Xiu was threatened, and it seems he had no other choice but to confront him. I told you the mayor is not a good person, he isn't even pretending. Who was it that wanted to vote for him before? It's still not too late to switch to my roommate. First, exclude me. Forget about those things, it's best if someone breaks this deadlock quickly. Everyone's gaze was firmly locked on the live broadcast screen. After Yin Xiu and the mayor fell into a stalemate, there was nothing left to discuss, and Yin Xiu tightened his grip on the knife handle, while the mayor took a step back. The tension was palpable, danger was imminent. However, in the next second, a frame fell from the sky, crashing down heavy between the two, shocking both men into silence. Wow, throwing things from above, who is so ill-mannered, the comments erupted in anger, followed by seeing Liam on the stairs. Nice throw. A timely appearance. He is indeed the stock I am betting on. Go for it. Although you're also a monster. But I support you stepping over the mayor. Am I still watching a horror game livestream? What are the comments even discussing? Li's sudden appearance turned the atmosphere on the first floor dramatically eerie. He looked down at the mayor on the stairs while the mayor remained unmoved, staring at him. Their gazes collided and tore in the air, causing the paintings on the surrounding walls to tremble. Yin Xiu's gaze swept between the two, calmly bending down to pick up the frame that had been dropped to the ground. It was empty, a simple blank frame, seemingly prepared for someone ahead of time based on the images on the walls. Clearly, Liam was reminding him of the mayor's intentions towards him. This is just a frame that hasn't been used in the house yet, the mayor explained quickly upon seeing Yin Xiu examining the frame, which made him seem suspicious. Yin Xiu lazily answered, placing the frame aside. He shot a glance at Liam upstairs, and after a brief silence, looked at the mayor. When does the sacrificial ceremony begin? The mayor was taken aback. You want to go with me? Yin Xiu nodded. This left everyone stunned. It was clearly a trap, and he actually intended to go. He has a purpose for you. The most direct reaction came from Liam at the second-floor staircase. The smile he wore so often nearly faltered, his eyes darkening. I know, Yin Xiu replied directly. Some information can only be obtained from him. Anyone with common sense could see that the mysterious Liam and the ill-intentioned mayor were both approaching Yin Xiu with ulterior motives. It was simply a scenario of two hunters vying for the same prey. The mayor equated to the town's information. Liam equated to a partner, a mobile bomb that had yet to act, occasionally providing assistance. But what was useful to Yin Xiu right now was the town's information. After Yin Xiu indicated that he wanted to go with the mayor immediately became lively, while Liam grew obscure. He looked down at Yin Xiu, his emotions fluctuating, while Yin Xiu stared at Liam, saying nothing more. After a brief moment of mutual gazes, Liemo silently left the stairwell, leaving Yin Xiu and the mayor alone together. This development is the roommate automatically stepping back? Although I know Yin Xiu is in a tricky situation, why do I feel the roommate is slightly more reliable than the mayor? Yeah, and the roommate is even reminding Yin Xiu. They previously helped retrieve the little girl. They're pretty much the same. If he had no issues, he wouldn't sneak into Yin Xiu's room all the time, plus he's hiding his identity. Are you part of the mayor's faction? Stop slandering the roommate. He's just mysterious. Up to now, he hasn't done anything to Yin Xiu. You guys stop arguing. In my opinion, neither of them is a good person. So when Yin Xiu entered here to choose a second room, he directly chose the little girl. I think so too. How could someone choose a good one between bad people? Yin Xiu must have his reasons, like, can the mayor handle it? He better be able to handle it, otherwise it will be trouble. As Liemo left, the mayor's gaze became even more unrestrained. He excitedly extended his hand to Yin Xiu, warmly saying, the sacrificial ceremony is about to start. Let me take you there. Yin Xiu silently stared at the hand before him. Someone who didn't know would think they were going to a feast. For a grim ceremony, such fancy invitation gestures seemed unnecessary. He expressionlessly walked straight past the mayor. The mayor, in a good mood, ignored his indifference and turned to follow. After the sky turned completely dark, the small town became much livelier compared to the daytime. Every household lit up their lights, and townspeople walked around, laughing and chatting, like an ordinary and peaceful town. They decorated the altar in the square, wrapping it with a new red string, then sticking up talisman papers, circling around the woman's statue while chanting something unintelligible. What are they doing? Yin Xiu didn't approach but stood at the door, gazing from afar. The dense crowd circled around the strange statue, muttering unknown words, creating an unsettling atmosphere during the night. They're preparing for the sacrificial ceremony. At night, that woman's power is at its weakest. The mayor calmly answered, showing no intention to hide, it's the woman who attacked you during the day. She is sealed beneath the statue, and every night, the townspeople need to reinforce the seal. Yin Xiu pondered thoughtfully, who sealed her? The mayor smiled slightly, I did. Yin Xiu turned to look at him, then she must really want to kill you. Of course. The mayor squinted towards the distance where preparations for the sacrificial ceremony were happening, but she can't kill me. Offering a sacrifice each night strengthens her seal. She can't harm me. Yin Xiu nodded, saying nothing more. The mayor, unable to contain his curiosity, eagerly began a new topic. Do you know why she was sealed there? Why? Yin Xiu leaned against the wall, lazily picking up the thread of conversation, seeming indifferent. Because she was the first monster to appear in town. Her emergence made the daylight very dangerous, and she placed a curse on everyone in town that could turn them into monsters. As the mayor, I must protect this town, but I can't drive her away, so I can only seal her. The maintenance of the seal is left to the townspeople. Yin Xiu mentally sorted through the information again, carefully pondering the first condition to pass, placed the monster's corpse on the altar. The rules did not specify who the monster was. This is a town of monsters, everywhere are monsters, so at first, he thought this monster was the particularly special little girl. Now it seems, is this the origin of the monster? Chapter 31 Sacrificial Ceremony. Yin Xiu didn't dare to confirm directly, but he set this possibility in his mind. At least from the townspeople's reactions, they indeed disliked the woman who appeared during the day. The preparation for the sacrifice ceremony was also quite eager. Did you see the stone tablet at the town entrance when you arrived? Seeing Yin Xiu silent, the town mayor brought up another topic again. I saw it. Yin Xiu nodded. It recorded the rules of the small town, and he not only looked at it but also memorized it firmly. Do you still remember the first rule? The town mayor asked with a smile. Children are not allowed to touch the altar in the square at night? Correct. The town mayor shifted his gaze from Yin Xiu back to the altar in the distance. That woman used to love eating the children from the town before her seal, but after the seal, she didn't have the power to do so. The only power she has is to turn people into monsters through the altar, and it only works on children, because they have no resistance. Therefore, children absolutely cannot touch the altar at night, otherwise, they will be tainted by the curse and become monsters. Yin Xiu lowered his gaze in thought. A little girl, happy and innocent, followed her mother to live in the monster town where her grandmother lived. The little girl arriving in the town with her mother meant that they were outsiders and not considered townspeople. At this time, the town had become a monster town where only the townspeople could turn into monsters, while the outsider little girl and her mother would not. But now the little girl was about to become a monster. She touched the altar. The only thing Yin Xiu could think of was this because the fifth rule of the town allowed outsiders to watch the sacrifice ceremony, but they should not break the rules. So, it was possible for the little girl to have participated in the sacrifice ceremony but violated the rules and would turn into a monster. The sixth rule of the town. Do not let outsiders who accidentally violate the rules leave alive. Was this the reason why the mother's note kept urging to hide the little girl? Because the townspeople would deal with these rule-breaking outsiders and not let them leave alive, the little girl must die. The town mayor's brief words gave Yin Xiu many hints. He now guessed that the monster should refer to that woman, not the little girl who was originally human. As he was lost in thought, the ceremony seemed to have begun. The torches surrounding the altar were lit one by one, their dim light stood out in the cold night and added a touch of warmth to the eerie town. Many players in the buildings eagerly leaned out of their windows to watch the ceremony. Are you ready to come with me to take a look? The town mayor extended his hand to Yin Xiu again, still wearing an enthusiastic smile. Yin Xiu lowered his gaze to his hand, considering the value of the information from earlier, then silently reached out to grasp it. The barrage exploded, he reached out. He reached out. He actually responded to the town mayor. What were they talking about just now? Did he hear something different from what I heard? Did I miss some information? Why has Yin Xiu's attitude improved? Watch closely, the man in the picture is called Yin Xiu. He just responded to another man's hand, but at this moment, another man in the second-floor window was staring at them with a gloomy face and intense killing intent. How will this strange love triangle end? Stay tuned for tonight's Instance livestream. Ha, you understand commentary. The killing intent has already seeped through the screen. I hope the town mayor is okay. Ah, I'm a newcomer. Big shots, stop watching the show. Someone explain to me what information was in the town mayor's words. Why can't I understand? Don't worry, we also didn't understand. Anyway, we will definitely understand by the end. Might as well watch the show first. The town mayor pulled Yin Xiu through the edge surrounded by townspeople, entering the inner layer. The townspeople stood in a circle around the altar, leaving an opening, and at this moment, two people were carrying a large burlap sack through the entrance of the circle. Amid the cheers of the townspeople, it was lifted onto the altar. Yin Xiu examined the burlap sack. It was large and heavy, needing two people to carry it, and the contents inside were cut into pieces. Through the indentations of the sack, he could still see a familiar outline, and with a layer of dark red liquid oozing out from the surface, he could roughly guess what was inside. Once the things were placed on the altar, a white mist suddenly spread from all directions, almost indistinguishable from daytime. That woman had appeared. The players were scared and shrank back into their rooms, closing their windows, but at this moment, the expressions of the townspeople were much calmer compared to during the day. None of them left the altar. The sacrificial ceremony begins. After I count to 3, everyone close your eyes, and do not open them until the announcement sounds. 3, 2, 1. With the leader of the ceremony counting down, the surrounding townspeople quickly closed their eyes. Yin Xiu, though confused, also hurriedly followed suit and closed his eyes. Having experienced the day before, many players, even those inside buildings, immediately closed their eyes, not daring to provoke the woman again. However, one or two people wanted to see what would happen next, so they tightly shut their doors and windows, hiding in their rooms to watch. The surroundings remained quiet for about half a minute after the countdown, the white mist still lingering, bringing a hint of coldness enveloping everyone in the square. Yin Xiu listened quietly, paying attention, when suddenly a sound of footsteps broke the silence, coming from outside the crowd, walking slowly towards the altar. The sound accompanied by a sticky dripping, the scent of blood and dampness made it hard to imagine what her appearance might be. When Yin Xiu collided with the woman during the daytime, the thick fog obscured everything, and he had already entered the house before she arrived, so he hadn't seen what she looked like. But now, the sound passing in front of him sparked his curiosity. The footsteps varied in weight, one leg was probably lame, and there was a dragging sound mixed in with the steps, something sliding along the ground, dripping as it walked past everyone. After the footsteps stopped at the altar, the sound of the burlap sack being torn open echoed in the air, a sticky mass fell to the ground, and the smell of blood immediately spread. The sounds of tearing and chewing quickly resonated clearly among the townspeople. The chilling crunching, along with the smell of blood, swiftly triggered terrifying images in the minds of those with their eyes tightly shut. The more they tried not to open their eyes, the easier it became to imagine horror. Yin Xiu, however, maintained a straight posture in front of the crowd, standing still and listening intently to the sounds in the darkness. At first, he thought this sacrificial ceremony was meant to suppress the ceiling by offering sacrifices to reinforce it, but now it seemed, the offerings were meant to feed the woman? This was clearly a form of imprisonment, like locking a beast in a cage, regularly feeding it until it lost the interest to resist. If they were more cautious, they might need to add other conditions to ensure she would not resist at all. Thinking of the sacrifices, Yin Xiu began to feel that there might not be any normal people left in this town. The shape of the sack clearly showed the outline of human hands and feet, yet this ceremony occurred every night. The creaking sound slowly came to a stop in the silence, as if the woman had finished eating, but she did not leave. Her momentary pause caused the breathing of those around to suddenly quicken. Clearly, this was an unexpected situation. Until that sound of footsteps rang out again, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. but they did not relax for even a few seconds. The tension in the crowd tightened once more. The woman's footsteps were not a departure, but rather began to move among the townsfolk. Each time she passed by someone, that person would breathe heavily, only able to exhale when her steps moved away from them. After the footsteps continued for half a minute, the woman slowly walked past Yin Xiu. Suddenly, she stopped. Chapter 32. Wipe your hands. In an instant, everyone around gasped. Yin Xiu did not open his eyes. He could see nothing, yet could clearly feel the woman's gaze lingering on him. Her cold eyes held no intent to kill, but were utterly merciless. Tomorrow night, it will be him. That won't do. The mayor's voice quickly rang out beside him, sounding very anxious. He is not from the town, you cannot choose him. The woman did not leave, instead giving a dark smile and laughing twice. It didn't work yesterday, but today it can. The mayor's voice instantly became cold. That also won't do, he is the one I have chosen. The rules say I can, so I can, the woman replied with a laugh, her voice full of provocation. I must choose him, what can you do about it? Violate the rules? The mayor fell silent and did not respond. With a scoff, the woman moved again, slowly walking away from Yin Xiu, her footsteps fading as she went. Open your eyes. A reminder rang out, the townsfolk's voices breaking the silence, and Yin Xiu slowly opened his eyes. When he lifted his gaze, he was met with the indifferent stares of the townsfolk, all looking at him as if he were dead, their eyes chillingly cold. Yin Xiu turned to look at the mayor beside him, who wore a grim expression as he stared down, lost in thought. What did she mean by choosing me? When Yin Xiu spoke up to ask, the mayor started, then quickly changed the topic. It's nothing, you don't need to worry about it. Does it mean choosing me as a sacrifice? As soon as Yin Xiu spoke these words, the mayor's expression grew complicated. This almost confirmed Yin Xiu's thoughts. He could easily guess from the nervous reactions around him that whoever the woman stopped in front of was the one in trouble. Every day, one person is sacrificed, chosen by the woman herself at the end of the previous day's sacrifice. That must be the sacrificial rule. But the problem was, he was not from the town, he should not be included in the choice for sacrifices. The woman's selection was unexpected for the mayor when she said, yesterday didn't work, but today can. What had he done today that could make him a candidate for sacrifice? Could it be just him, or could all players be candidates? You brought me to participate in the sacrificial ceremony just to sell me to her? Yin Xiu gave a meaningful glance, and the mayor hurriedly denied it. Simply participating in the sacrificial ceremony will not get you chosen. If she wants, even in the house, you can still become a sacrifice. The mayor looked up at the other players in the building, but I did forget this, you indeed qualify to be a sacrifice. What matter? Yin Xiu was sure that some happening during the day would influence players' chances of becoming sacrifices, but he did not yet know what that specific matter was. The mayor did not answer the question, seeming disinclined to speak. His gaze toward Yin Xiu became vague and obscured. At this point, I cannot let you be killed by others first. The mayor grabbed Yin Xiu's hand again, this time without asking in advance, and began muttering to himself, you are a unique work of art. Those two are utterly unartistic. If you fall into their hands, you will be torn to pieces, that would truly be a waste. He looked at Yin Xiu with pity and shook his head, then released his hand and turned to leave. I have some things to do, I'll be going now. After speaking those two odd sentences, he left. The townsfolk also left after the sacrificial ceremony was completed, and soon the square was left with only Yin Xiu's figure. He gazed at the bloodstained burlap sack left in front of the altar. Staring at a bunch of bloodstains, it seemed he needed to speed up the progress of the instance. After returning to the house, Yin Xiu noticed that the players had already come out of the room and were gathering on the first floor. It seemed like they couldn't sit still after the sacrificial ceremony. Today it was Yin Xiu, and tomorrow it could be someone else among them. As long as they stayed in the instance for another day, one player would die, and the sacrificial ceremony would be held every night. No one wanted to be next. Thank you for discovering this for us, but unfortunately, you can only live until tomorrow night. Players who sell others will eventually face their retribution. Someone among the players sneered at Yin Xiu as he walked by. Yin Xiu couldn't be bothered to respond to them and turned to go upstairs. As soon as he left, the man who had spoken was suddenly grabbed by something invisible around his neck, causing him to roll his eyes back. The surrounding players instantly fell into a panic, wanting to help but unable to do anything since they couldn't see what was happening. They could only watch helplessly as that player struggled in front of them, eventually gasping for breath. The hall fell silent, and the players exchanged glances, all quieted down. Only the one who spoke ill of Yin Xiu suffered, the others were fine. It seemed that Yin Xiu was indeed strange and should not be provoked. Reaching the second floor, as soon as Yin Xiu stepped into the corridor, he saw a dark figure standing at the end. In the long corridor, lined with portraits, Li Mo's black figure appeared exceptionally eerie. His face was soaked in darkness, still wearing that fixed smile, standing still at the door, staring at Yin Xiu as if waiting for him. Is there something you want? Yin Xiu listened to the fearful noise downstairs, walking down the corridor while slowly resting his hand on the hilt of his knife. Li Mo did not respond but continued to stare at him with a smile. Yin Xiu walked forward, but his gaze unknowingly darkened. Are you also anxious? Two people with unclear intentions towards him would certainly not let a third party kill him first. They would definitely take action before tomorrow night. The mayor's cold, unfriendly gaze before leaving had been ominous, but Li Mo's intentions were unknown. Now, appearing abruptly to welcome him, Yin Xiu could only think that Li Mo was even more anxious than the mayor. Facing his question, Li Mo still did not answer, remaining immobile in place, standing straight with his hands elegantly folded over his chest, smiling as he waited for him to approach. Footsteps echoed slowly down the corridor. The surrounding portraits were silent, their faces with closed eyes showing no reaction to Yin Xiu at this moment. The entire corridor was enveloped by Li Mo's presence, with a chilling aura spreading from him, constantly extending throughout the corridor and suppressing all other strange presences. Yin Xiu arrived in front of his room door, and Li Mo still did not move, standing still behind him, staring at him, making him feel no less vigilant. If there's nothing, I'll go in, Yin Xiu asked while slowly raising his hand to grip the doorknob. At the moment he reached out, a hand suddenly pressed against the door behind him with a thud, and almost simultaneously, Yin Xiu pulled out a small section of his knife. The cold light flashed sharply in the night. If Li Mo's hand had been reaching toward him just now, it would surely have fallen off. If you have something to say, just say it. Yin Xiu stood frozen in place, a sense of alertness radiating from him. The breath of Li Mo enveloped him completely, the coldness almost pressed against his spine through his clothes, making him shiver uncomfortably. Hand. As if to ease his guard, Li Mo gently uttered a word, then let his hand that was pressed against the door slide down to grasp Yin Xiu's hand, pulling him closer. Yin Xiu was slightly confused as he was pulled around, facing Li Mo in silence, and then he saw this dark man take a square tissue out of his pocket to wipe Yin Xiu's hands. His cold fingers wiped every inch of Yin Xiu's fingers through the thin tissue, not even missing the spaces between his fingers. After wiping, he raised his hand and stuffed the tissue into his mouth, chewing it a couple of times before swallowing. Yin Xiu was silent for a few seconds, suddenly realizing that this hand was the one that the mayor had just pulled. Chapter 33, Don't Die Here. For a moment, he didn't know whether to ask Li Mo what the strange action meant. After swallowing the tissue, Li Mo's throat still had the familiar sound of tearing. He smiled, seemingly without any malice. Yin Xiu stared at him in confusion as he slowly bent down to get a bit closer to Yin Xiu, gently whispering in his ear, Gravetown Rule 2, there are no female ghosts in the town. If you accidentally see a woman in white, avoid her gaze and do not listen to her voice. If she clings to you, seek help from other townspeople. Yin Xiu? The slightly cool breath sprayed on his ear made him confused and unable to concentrate, completely unsure why this person was reciting rules at him. Gravetown Rule 5, outsiders may watch the sacrificial ceremony, but they must be strictly advised not to violate the first and second rules. Yin Xiu. In an instant, he realized that the blinding white mist that had nearly slaughtered most players during the day actually violated Rule 2. After the mist appeared, someone shouted about the existence of a woman, which violated the rule. The rule also provided a response, and the punishment was immediate, causing Yin Xiu to instinctively think that this rule ended there, forgetting that the fifth rule was still connected. The reason he could become a sacrifice was that the earlier incident made all players now outsiders who violated the rules. Seeing Yin Xiu deep in thought, Li Mo smiled and continued, Rule 4, the town must be warm to outsiders, but if they violate the rules, do not show mercy. Yin Xiu realized that once they had become rule-violating outsiders, all the rules were directed at them. So the problem lies here, Yin Xiu murmured, feeling a spark of understanding. He lost his focus for a moment, and Li Mo's bent body slowly pressed down, heavily pinning Yin Xiu against the door panel. A chill seeped through his clothing, as if invisibly clinging to his skin. Yin Xiu shivered at the sudden closeness of Li Mo, unsure whether to draw his knife, since the other party showed no malice, even reminding him. Don't die here. He leaned close to Yin Xiu's ear, lowly whispering, his cold cheek pressed against his neck, exposing vulnerable and sensitive places to danger. Yin Xiu instinctively wanted to resist, but Li Mo seemed to be proving that he meant no harm, pressing close and rubbing against Yin Xiu's neck. The chilling touch like a snake sliding over his skin made Yin Xiu shiver, and he couldn't help but feel the urge to draw his knife. Can I come in now? Li Mo smiled and happily reached to open the door behind Yin Xiu. The weight of both bodies leaning against the door instantly pushed back, causing Yin Xiu to stagger and nearly fall to the ground under Li Mo's pressure, but he managed to steady himself. As the door opened, he saw Zhang Mu and the little girl sitting inside the room, staring blankly at them. Brother, why are you holding him? The little girl pointed at the two of them. Li Mo pressed all his weight down, and in order not to fall, Yin Xiu had to hold on, making it look like he was desperately holding Li Mo. No. Yin Xiu quickly let go, and with a shift of his body, he dodged away. As soon as he let go, Li Mo stood straight again, his face calm. The little girl looked back and forth between the two, confused, and then jumped off the bed, rushing over, instantly sticking to Yin Xiu's leg. I want to be hugged by brother too. Li Mo smiled, watching the little girl. The little girl timidly hugged Yin Xiu's thigh, refusing to let go as she met Li Mo's gaze. I just want to be hugged by brother. Yin Xiu ignored their silent struggle and turned to look at Zhongmu in the room. Why are you in my room? Zhongmu scratched his head and got up from the bedside. Earlier, everyone saw you participate in the sacrifice ceremony. Everyone gathered to study the dungeon rules to speed things up. Since we're not really liked, no one wanted to join us, so I came to find you to discuss things privately. To be honest, before Yin Xiu returned, being in the same room with the two strange creatures was quite frightening. Fortunately, as soon as Yin Xiu came back, Li Mo left the room. The little girl was playing with her dolls obediently, no longer as scary as the previous 3 days. Perfect, I also have some things I want to sort out. Yin Xiu nodded, turned, and closed the door, striding towards the table with the little girl hanging onto his leg. He looked at Zhongmu. Do you still have your mother's note? Yes. I really can't remember that many rules, and not carrying it is very risky, so I kept the note. Zhongmu quickly took out the note from his pocket, and just as he was about to pass it to Yin Xiu, he cautiously glanced at the little girl beside him. Yin Xiu bent down and placed the little girl on the bed, instructing, Be good and sit here, I will have something to ask you in a moment. Oh. The little girl sat obediently on the bed, hugging her doll very honestly. Only then did Zhongmu feel relieved to hand the rule note to Yin Xiu. Yin Xiu unfolded the note and placed it on the table, staring at it and starting to organize. Currently, there are 6 known rules within the dungeon: rules for survival, rules for clearing the dungeon, 2 notes from Mom, rules for the grave town, and the rules for this house. The note of dungeon rules limits the players. This rule must be followed by the players. The note from Mom is for the little girl, she must follow it, but it doesn't affect the players. However, if the little girl breaks the rules of the note, the players will also die because of the dungeon rules, as one of the player rules states to help the little girl comply with the note. The grave town rules limit the town's residents and outsiders, which includes players and the little girl and her mother. Zhongmu froze for a moment and glanced at the little girl by the bed. The little girl is actually an outsider? Yes, because the little girl is not considered a resident here. Zhongmu frowned, but she could also turn into a monster, just like the town's residents. Yin Xiu took out a pen and paper from his pocket, which he had brought from the little girl's room, listing the rules of the grave town and the rules for the current house. I talked to the town chief. The first rule of the grave town is that children cannot touch the altar at night, or else they will be cursed and transform into monsters. Yin Xiu turned to look at the little girl by the bed. So you touched the altar in the square one night, right? Suddenly called out, the little girl was taken aback, twisting and gripping her rabbit, stammering, I touched it. Zhongmu pondered, so the little girl was human before. That's right. Outsiders who break the rules will be hunted down by town residents, which is why her mother hid her in a house outside the town to prevent others from discovering her. And now, we players are also rule-breaking outsiders. Yin Xiu conveyed his recent discovery outside the door to Zhongmu. Then he pointed to the rules for clearing the dungeon. Dungeon Clearance Rule 2, let the little girl complete all of Mom's note rules. His finger moved to Mom's second note. Mom's note Rule 4, leave the town at night. Finally, he pointed to the Graveyard Town rules. Graveyard Town Rule 6, do not let outsiders who accidentally break the rules leave alive. Zhongmu stared at the 3 rules for a long time, then slowly said, if we follow Mom's rules to let the little girl leave the town, will the little girl die? Yin Xiu nodded slightly, and the little girl by the bed turned as pale as a sheet. After Zhongmu glanced over all the rules, he suddenly realized and pointed to the first rule of dungeon clearance. Dungeon Clearance Rule 1, leave the monster's corpse on the town altar. Does that mean the little girl's corpse? The little girl next to him shivered, her little face turning deathly white. Chapter 34 I still really want to share a room with you. Yin Xiu shook his head and said, at first, I thought so too, but now that it's confirmed that the little girl turned into a monster because of a curse, I lean towards it not being her. Then who does the monster in this rule refer to? Zhongmu gazed at the clearance rules. No matter what the process was, following the clearance rules was the crucial step to leaving the dungeon. I'm not quite sure yet. Yin Xiu rubbed his chin, his gaze heavy. If the sealed woman is indeed the origin of the town's monster, then it's highly likely to be her, but for now, we don't have enough information, and we haven't taken the little girl to her grandmother's house, so we can't confirm. That's true, and there's still the second note to be completed. Zhongmu slowly raised his eyes to look at Yin Xiu, his expression complicated, but we need to hurry, after all, you tomorrow night. Yin Xiu nodded calmly, there's still time. He didn't mind becoming a sacrifice, didn't care about falling into danger, he wanted to uncover the past hidden behind this small town. The images on the wall, the basement, the statue sealing the woman, and the structure of this house, were clearly connected to the secrets of the town, the mayor, the woman, and the little girl. Exploring the past wasn't his interest, mainly because 5-star clearance of the dungeon. The rewards for 5-star clearance are 5 times that of ordinary clearance. His dungeon assets were 35.8, not enough to buy a decent sacrifice for Madam Knight. This was the result of not participating in dungeons for many years, poverty. It was hard to get in this time. He had to gain 5 stars to return with abundant dungeon assets to ensure that Madam Knight wouldn't disturb his sleep in the near future. Then rest well tonight. Early tomorrow morning, we'll take the little girl to her grandmother's house to see what's there. Zhang Mu was worried that this big shot he encountered would just disappear, and said cheerfully. Then he turned to look at Liu Mo, who had been quiet for a long time, back to the room. Liu Mo, sitting quietly in the chair, glanced at the little girl thoughtfully, while the little girl pretended not to see and turned her head away. Yin Xiu spoke up. She is a very important part of the dungeon, so she can't be in danger, so I must keep her close. If you're willing, I can share a room with Zhang Mu while you take care of her. Zhang Mu shyly scratched his head. Really? I still want to share a room with you, big shot. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Mo immediately got up and walked out without a moment's pause. Zhang Mu looked a bit regretfully at Liu Mo's back. It seems he's not willing for me to share a room with you. I mean, it's just 2 single beds, what's the reluctance? I don't even want to share a room with him. After mumbling this, he smiled at Yin Xiu. Then I'll go back to sleep first. Yin Xiu nodded, watching Zhang Mu leave. Before long, players in the lobby downstairs all went upstairs to return to their rooms. No one dared to linger outside as it approached midnight. The current development of the dungeon had already surprised the players a bit. If they had just explored the dungeon and followed the rules obediently, being cautious, they could have steadily cleared it, only needing to help the little girl complete her mother's note, then deducing from the clues who the monster was to clear the dungeon. Newbie dungeons are always not too difficult. But the current situation clearly exceeded what a newbie dungeon should entail. Even all players had become sacrificial alternatives for the town, and if they lingered too long, it was only a matter of time before it would be their turn to die. This made the players inside the dungeon anxious and also made the watching players outside feel uneasy. This dungeon has changed so much. I really remember that when I first cleared it, there wasn't this much stuff. Yes, at that time, there was only one clearing condition, which was to help the little girl complete her mother's note. There were no monster corpses, and no sacrifices. Right, at night we couldn't go outside our rooms, and the windows were painted black. We didn't see any extra things. Also, weren't there fewer paintings in this house before? It really feels like this dungeon has become very dangerous. The problem is Yin Xiu. Can he clear the dungeon before tomorrow night? It's a close call. He currently has the most information, and the little girl tends to stay by his side. If he can't clear the dungeon, all players in this batch will die. Even though I've never interacted with him, I still hope he can survive, a top-tier clearing expert, so rare. Yes, because we never interacted, I didn't even know he had such a good temper. The other player's insight is so poor, yet he doesn't get angry. I hope the expert will be fine. After deep into the night, most players had already turned off their lights and gone to sleep, and the entire town fell into a dead silence. On the second floor of the player-filled house, waiters in black clothing were walking down the hall, knocking on each player's door, asking in a crisp, sweet voice, "Hello, room service, may I ask if you called for a towel just now?" House Rule 2, do not respond to the waiters after midnight. Any player who had read the rules would ignore the sound outside the door. Most players who got to this point were cautious, and no one opened the door, listening as that voice asked each player's room one by one. Many players were awakened early by the voice, becoming a bit more alert, waiting to sleep again after the voice passed, so they listened as that voice inquired room by room. In the deep night, the same words repeatedly rang outside the door, and even that sweet voice, after listening for a long time, still felt eerie. When it reached the middle of the hallway, the voice suddenly stopped for a moment, and the players' hearts halted for a moment too. An inexplicable chill began to rise from the hallway, seeping thin white mist under the door gaps. "Hello, room service, may I ask if you called for a towel just now?" The waiter's voice rang out again, but this time it didn't sound as sweet. The voice held a trace of trembling. The knocking echoed in the silent night, with no one responding to her voice, and then she moved to the next door. "Hello, room service. May I ask, are you the one who called for a towel just now?" The waiter's voice trembled more than before, clearly revealing fear. Now even the players inside the room began to panic. What was happening outside? How could even the bizarre dungeon, that persecuted players, have moments of fear? After a moment of silence, the waiter slowly moved her steps, awkwardly walking to stand in front of the next room's door. "Why you, room service?" The waiter stiffly opened her lips to ask. As the sound stumbled and echoed, Yu Guang couldn't help but glance towards the depths of the corridor. Players watching the live broadcast could see clearly at this moment that white mist was rising in the corridor, where a woman in white clothes, stained all over with blood, stood. She stood there motionless, her dazed eyes fixed intently on the attendant as she knocked on each door one by one, moving closer and closer to her. Chapter 35, Hold tight to your brothers. With each knock on the door, the fear in the attendant's voice deepened because she was getting closer and closer to that woman. Hello. Room service. The attendant's breathing trembled greatly as she shyly knocked on the door, bowing her head and daring not to look to the side. The woman was only a step away from her. The room inside was silent, with no response, so she could only walk to the next room. Under the woman's watch, she slowly walked beside her, trembling with cold as she knocked on the door before her. "Hello, room service. Excuse me, was it you who called for the towels earlier?" After 2 seconds of silence in the corridor, a chilling voice floated in from behind her. "It was me. Who wanted the red towel?" In a moment of brief silence, the next second, all players heard a piercing scream from outside the door, and the shout abruptly stopped, turning into a sound like a throat being ripped apart, sounding extremely terrifying. Help! Help me please!" The attendant's cries came from outside as she yelled in a hoarse voice, pounding on the player's door. "Open the door, please, save me. I beg you, open the door." Rule 3, if you hear strange sounds in the corridor at night, absolutely do not open the door. At this moment, the players didn't even dare to get out of bed, terrified, huddling in their blankets and staring at the door, fearing that the door was too flimsy and might break, letting the horror outside in. The cries for help and banging sounds passed by each player's room, one after another. In the silent night, such chilling sounds echoed through the entire corridor. With the unseen scene outside just a door away, everyone was in extreme fear, praying that all of this would end soon. The knocking sound slowly arose from the depths of the corridor, the sound of painful sobbing just knocked once, when suddenly a creaking sound of a door opening broke the night. This sound instantly startled the other players in the corridor. The rules clearly stated not to open the door. How could someone be so foolish? The bloodied attendant stared blankly at the little girl who had come to open the door, unsure whether to continue speaking. To be precise, it was a little girl whose head had become ugly and twisted, her shape jagged to the point where she barely resembled a human. Her eyes shone with malice as she fiercely stared at the attendant, emitting a hoarse growl from her throat, obviously in an attacking state. The attendant swallowed hard and slowly stepped back, preparing to leave. As she stepped back, the girl, now transformed into a monster, suddenly pounced, pinning her to the ground and began to tear and bite with force. The screams rang out again, even more heart-wrenching than the first. Everyone knew that the little girl would turn into a monster at night, and she was extremely vicious. This attendant had picked a fight with a tough opponent. The gnawing sounds echoed in the night for a while, and then Yin Xiu's figure slowly appeared at the door. He yawned, looking sleepy as he leaned against the door, watching the figure in the corridor gnawing indiscriminately. A small one, dressed in red, her body contorted, covered in black fur, resembling the townspeople exposed to sunlight during the day. Much like what the mayor said, the curse of the townsfolk and the little girl had the same origin. It was that woman. "Are you full?" Yin Xiu lazily asked in a low voice. "Come back to sleep after eating." The little girl twisted her head and suddenly turned around, staring intently at Yin Xiu, her eyes bloodshot, with half a hand still in her mouth. After pausing for a few seconds, she tilted her head and swallowed the hand, then continued to turn and gnaw at the waiter. Yin Xiu squinted his eyes and leaned against the door, dozing off, while the little girl was tearing apart in the hallway. The scene looked bizarre, and no matter how many days had passed, the players in front of the screen still felt a bit uncomfortable. Yin Xiu really has a strong tolerance for the strange. He can actually watch her eat without changing his expression. I can only say that Yin Xiu's mental quality is really good. This little girl wouldn't do with anyone else. He really knows how to raise strange creatures. The little girl behaves well only with him. If it were someone else, she would already be lying in the hallway. Yin Xiu's style in the dungeons is really different from ordinary people. The players outside the screen sighed, as Yin Xiu yawned again with a tired expression. Not sleeping while outside the dungeon and unable to rest inside, strange things had been coming to bother him for 3 nights. Tonight, finally, there was no arrival, but the waiter knocked on his door, and he was almost accustomed to being awakened by various situations at night. After a chaotic munching session, the little girl burped, satisfied, and crawled back to Yin Xiu's feet, her small hands, twisted and clawed, gripping his trouser leg, her sharp teeth mumbling a few words. "Toilet, pee." Yin Xiu pondered, did she really take him for her mother? He raised his eyes to look at the end of the hallway. Rule 4, the restroom is at the stairwell. If possible, try to go with someone. You can go alone, but be sure not to pay attention to any sounds. When he stepped out, a white mist lingered in the corridor, obstructing visibility. Now, looking down the hallway, besides the hazy fog, nothing was clear, and it was uncertain what he would encounter on the way to the restroom. "Brother, toilet." The little girl tugged at Yin Xiu's trouser leg again, her voice a bit anxious. Her body had turned into a monster, her small form curled up, limbs long, covered in black fur, resembling a little animal, and even her speech was unclear. "All right, I'll take you to the toilet." The audience in front of the screen watched as Yin Xiu calmly bent down and lifted the dark, bizarre creature from the floor, turned, and stepped into the white mist, heading towards the stairwell. Damn, he's really going. No way, he really dares to hold her. He's actually holding the girl who turned into a monster without batting an eye. Ugh. I just got out of the dungeon, and I watched his live stream today. Is he always this brave? Yes, always very brave. Holding a monster at midnight, walking through a corridor like this, just watching gives me goosebumps. Bro, I'm a bit scared, I can't watch anymore. Don't be scared, hold tight to your buddy next to you and watch together. My roommate is sleeping. I'm secretly watching alone. I'm so scared right now. Don't be a coward. Go watch his blanket. If you're scared, just hug your roommate. That makes sense, I'm going. Damn, he really dares to go. Amidst the chatter of comments, Yin Xiu held the little girl with his left arm, his right hand pressed against the handle of his knife, stepping one by one into the mist-filled corridor. The silent corridor echoed with only his footsteps, progressing step by step through each room. The doors on the second floor had no door numbers. Every door he passed was identical, and across from each door hung a portrait, but the paintings were blurred in the fog, hard to distinguish. Yin Xiu estimated the distance down the corridor. He should be close, yet there was still no sign of the stairwell ahead. He stopped and looked back at what was behind him. On one side of the long corridor, there were doors to rooms, and on the other side, there were paintings, lined up in such a way that they were indistinguishable as landmarks, with mist swirling around, obscuring the view ahead. When he turned to look forward again, he saw the same scene. He stood in the middle, feeling that whether he moved forward or backward, it was nearly the same. Yin Xiu looked down at the little girl in his arms. She was nestled against his chest, sound asleep, smacking her lips after having eaten and drunk enough, quiet with no unusual reactions. He continued to walk a little further, counting the time, realizing he had been walking for over a minute. What kind of corridor could it be that he hadn't reached the end even after a minute? Clearly, something was wrong. As he walked, in the swirling white mist, a faint outline of something finally began to emerge, but the moment he saw what it was, he stopped in his tracks, no longer moving forward. What appeared in the mist was not the shadow of a staircase, but a person. Chapter 36 Brother, Bathroom. The figure radiated a sense of pressure, standing still without moving or speaking, yet its gaze clearly pierced through the fog and settled on him. Yin Xiu stood on this side, holding the little girl, hesitating for a moment before noticing the figure had no intention of moving. He probed cautiously, "Is there something?" The figure did not answer him but slowly took a step forward, and only then did Yin Xiu get a clear view of who stood across from him. That was probably the woman sealed inside. She stood in the mist, wearing a white long dress, her hair disheveled, fresh red blood staining the hem of her dress, flowing down her leg onto the ground. One of the woman's legs was lame, her calf was swollen and twisted, as if something had forcibly crushed it, the clear bruises on her pale skin looking exceptionally horrifying, making the mottled injuries stand out strikingly. This was the first time Yin Xiu faced the woman directly, taking a closer look at the marks on her body, his brows furrowing slightly. The terrifying monster that needed to be sealed to be contained in rumors appeared to be in a victim state? The woman gazed at him, not approaching after appearing in Yin Xiu's line of sight. Yin Xiu looked at her, deep in thought. "You have already chosen me as a sacrifice, there's no need to rush, right?" The woman's gaze was icy, her voice hoarse and low. "Do you think I chose you as a sacrifice to harm you?" "I'm helping you." Yin Xiu raised his chin slightly. "How so?" "That man has set his sights on you, everyone he targets ends up poorly." The woman slowly shifted her gaze to a painting hanging on the wall. "They are the best evidence, regarded by that man as art, forever trapped in the painting, imprisoned, unable to even disappear." Yin Xiu followed her gaze, turning to look at the painting on the wall. The people, who had all been quietly with their eyes closed during the day, now opened their eyes. They were pressing against the painting, looking at Yin Xiu with the same terrified helplessness as the man in the hallway's painting. Due to the rule of not being able to maintain eye contact for long, Yin Xiu shifted his gaze back to the woman. "Then, how does choosing me as a sacrifice count as helping me? I'm going to die tomorrow night. Either way, you all will die sooner or later. Better to die at my hands than his." The woman's gaze remained icy as she looked at Yin Xiu. "Becoming my sacrifice means after death you can become mine, and you will have a chance for revenge. If killed by him, you will never have a chance to turn things around." Yin Xiu took a slight breath. It seemed neither was a good person. Didn't this still mean she wanted him dead? "And he will surely lie to deceive you to keep you close, preventing you from getting through." The woman's red eyes fixed firmly on Yin Xiu, her expression dark. "I guess he must have said a lot of bad things about me to you." Yin Xiu calmly nodded. "Indeed, he is untrustworthy, but you also aren't much better if you want me dead. Aren't you also speaking ill of him now?" Yin Xiu's words brought a hint of anger to the woman's face. "I have seen too many people deceived by him, none ending well. If you don't believe me, you will surely die." Yin Xiu silently pointed to the little girl in his arms. "The curse on her is yours, isn't it?" The woman fell silent for a moment before nodding. "The curse on the townspeople is yours too, right?" Mentioning the townspeople, the woman's eyes instantly turned fierce. "They deserve it. They are all accomplices of that man. He killed me. Everyone clearly knows, yet they all turn a blind eye. I am just getting my revenge. Turning them as ugly as their hearts." "Then what about her?" Yin Xiu again pointed to the sleeping little girl in his arms. "She is just a child and should not be involved in what happened when you died. She only came later." When the little girl was mentioned, the woman fell silent again. "She is essential for revenge." As she spoke, she slowly stepped back, seemingly wanting to end the topic. Once you go to the basement of this house, you will know what really happened with that man. He is deceiving you, he is an evil person. I only came to tell you this. Only my sacrifice can know the truth. She stared at Yin Xiu, her figure slowly disappearing into the mist. Before long, outlines of objects appeared before Yin Xiu, and after taking 2 steps forward, he found a staircase that seemed unattainable right in front of him, with a sign for the men's and women's restrooms hanging beside it. Yin Xiu sighed lightly and looked at the little girl in his arms. Now he could confirm that the woman was hostile to the town mayor, representing 2 opposing forces in the small town, mutually constrained, while the little girl, following her mother, was the true victim caught in between. The truth was in the basement that couldn't be reached by the rules, which made things a bit complicated for him. Yeah, wake up, we're at the toilet. Yin Xiu reached out and lightly tapped the little girl's face twice. She groggily opened her eyes, still looking like a monster. Upon seeing the restroom, she immediately jumped out of Yin Xiu's arms and quickly dashed into the women's restroom. Yin Xiu found a spot against the wall, standing at the door waiting, with his eyes closed, contemplating the earlier conversation as the mist in the corridor slowly settled around him. Barely 2 seconds after the little girl went in, a strange deep roar suddenly echoed from the women's restroom, causing panic. Yin Xiu quickly opened his eyes, grasped his knife, and turned to enter the toilet. Upon entering, he saw the little girl leaning against the sink, desperately trying to pull a dark shadow from the mirror that was struggling to climb back in, while she bit at it, letting out terrified cries. Clearly, the eerie figure in the bathroom mirror was meant for the players, but unexpectedly, it was the little girl who came in first. The wrong target for fright meant that there was no way to escape anymore. Hurry up and finish in the toilet. After confirming she was okay, Yin Xiu silently left those words and turned to go out. As soon as he exited the restroom, he bumped into a shadow. The corridor was pitch dark, and the other person stood silently at the door, catching Yin Xiu off guard as he had just turned around, colliding directly with the person's suit lapel before he realized it was a person and not just a wall. What are you doing out here? Yin Xiu looked up and met Li Mo's smiling eyes. He stood there motionlessly, calmly answering, I went to the bathroom. Yin Xiu scrutinized him, pondering silently whether this person's physical structure had any function for using the bathroom. He made no comment. The men's restroom is next door, go there. Yin Xiu raised his hand, pointing to the entrance beside him. I know, I'm just checking to see what you're doing. Li Mo smiled and squinted at the little girl in the bathroom fighting a monster, then turned and walked towards the men's restroom entrance. As he stepped aside, Yin Xiu noticed the mist in the hallway had cleared, returning to a deep and dark state, and the chill that had filled the corridor had dissipated. He stood at the door in a daze for 2 seconds, suddenly hearing a similar low scream from the men's restroom next door, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, followed by a struggle and panic. The shouting grew clearer and then abruptly ceased altogether. Compared to the continuous struggles in the women's restroom, over there it was much quicker. Yin Xiu calmly leaned against the wall, closing his eyes to rest, waiting for the 2 to come out. But a painting near the stairway silently opened its eyes. Chapter 37, Don't Eat Everything. The man in the painting had a strange face. He looked at Yin Xiu, who was quietly standing against the wall with closed eyes, and said softly, You can't fully trust what that woman says. Yin Xiu opened his eyes and looked towards him. After meeting the gaze of the painting, he silently closed them again. Indeed, you can't fully trust, but I think what the mayor says is mostly correct. The man leaned on the frame, staring intently at Yin Xiu. The mayor manages the whole town, everything is for the townspeople. That woman is completely slandering the mayor. Aren't you someone who was killed by the mayor and then trapped in the painting? How can you speak for him? The man in the painting immediately retorted, Of course not. The people in the painting are those protected by the mayor. She chose us as sacrifices, to devour us as flesh, and the mayor can only preserve our souls in this way. Yin Xiu looked down and chuckled lightly, Your reasoning is a bit different. You have to believe me, being killed by that woman is hopeless. Go find the mayor, he's the one who can truly save your life. The mayor is a kind-hearted person. The man in the painting earnestly tried to persuade him. Yin Xiu raised his gaze and examined the painting again, then casually replied, I saw another man talking to me in the hallway before. He was very handsome, like the ones hanging in the corridor during the day, with a unique and exquisite charm. So what? But you are not that good-looking. Clearly, you don't meet the mayor's aesthetic. I already said the mayor is a kind-hearted person. He helps people without regard for their looks. The man in the painting was unexpectedly irritated by the sudden attack on his appearance. Maybe he helps people without considering looks, but when he wants to turn someone into art, he will definitely take a look. Yin Xiu smiled slightly. It seems you must be the type he helps out of kindness, right? You. The man became even angrier. Why do you keep talking about looks? I'm just reminding you. Yin Xiu raised his gaze, coldly staring at the man, You, who became a sacrifice due to a woman's revenge and were sheltered by the mayor in the painting, shouldn't speak for those victims. If he were truly kind-hearted, the paintings during the day wouldn't only feature good-looking people, at least some like you should be mixed in. The man's face turned cold, and after seeing himself exposed by Yin Xiu, he simply stopped pretending. You have already been chosen by that woman. I advise you not to be ungrateful. If you want to live, you can only choose the mayor. Did the mayor send you to persuade me? Yin Xiu glanced at him coldly. Go back and tell him not to waste his effort. Even if I die in the copy, I won't enter the painting. The man's eyes turned fierce. Then you have no say in this. He feigned a lunge to spring out of the painting, but just as he moved halfway, he suddenly seemed to sense something. It suddenly shrank back. Yin Xiu was puzzled, when suddenly he felt a chill beside him. He turned his head, and Liemo silently appeared, making no sound at all. You are scarier than a ghost. Yin Xiu sometimes couldn't capture Liemo's movements even for a second of relaxation, which was truly dangerous for someone who had to remain on guard all the time. Liemo smiled calmly, showing no remorse for scaring Yin Xiu. He raised his gaze to the painting, then casually turned to Yin Xiu and mentioned the little girl. Is she still not out? Not yet. Yin Xiu turned to look at the women's restroom, slightly furrowing his brows. He turned back to the restroom with worry. Why is there no sound at all? I'll go in to check. Liemo smiled as he watched Yin Xiu leave. As soon as the person was gone, he instantly turned his head, fixating on the painting where someone had just spoken. The man in the painting, eyes closed, felt guilty and silently attempted to retreat from the painting. Before he could manage to escape, a hand suddenly reached out, shattering the glass frame instantly, grabbing him by the neck. The man opened his eyes in terror and saw Liemo standing in front of the painting, smiling at him. That old man sent you, didn't he said, tightening his grip on the man's neck and pulling him out. The man was filled with fear. Impossible. Only the mayor could take them out of the painting. Why could this man in front of him do the same? Let go of me. The man panicked, wanting to stay in the frame, but his neck was firmly grasped by Liemo, who effortlessly pulled him out of the painting. Then, the man saw Liemo slowly opening his mouth, a row of terrifying teeth waiting for him, instantly filling his mind with horror. Help! Help! Mayor! Save me! The man's terrified voice echoed down the hallway, causing all the paintings to tremble nervously, filled with fear. They watched in horror as Liemo pulled the man out of the painting, coiling his spirit into a ball, then howling and swallowing it whole, not even chewing, with a loud gulp as it disappeared. The other paintings in the hallway began to shake, too afraid to make any sudden moves, fearing it would be their turn next if Liemo noticed them. Liemo finished eating and licked his lips, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, his gaze slowly falling on the other paintings in the hallway. The paintings trembled even more violently, the layered fear transmitting instantly through the frames to the mayor in the basement. This chilling sensation was something he hadn't felt in a long time, and the threat that shot straight to his core made him shiver. Is this to tell me that even if I put him into the frame, you can still take him out? The mayor suppressed his rising displeasure, coldly laughing as he reached out to stroke this beautifully crafted frame made for Yin Xiu. His eyes grew cold in the dim light as he murmured, Don't worry, I'll hide him away, in a place you will never find. No one can take him out of this copy. Liemo finished eating and prepared to walk towards the next frame when suddenly, footsteps came from the restroom behind him. Yin Xiu came out holding the little girl, and as soon as he appeared, Liemo turned around and headed back, allowing the paintings to breathe a sigh of relief. I never expected you would fall asleep on the stage after eating. Yin Xiu sighed slightly, carrying the little girl out. As soon as he stepped outside, he noticed the shattered glass in front of the painting and the emptiness of the canvas, devoid of the man's shadow. He had heard the noises outside before, so it was obvious what had happened. He glanced at the painting and then at Liemo. Liemo pressed his lips together and said nothing. The comments quickly flew by, filled with anticipation. Finally, Yin Xiu gets to see the scene of the crime. Yin Xiu is so smart, he must know what just happened. How would he view his roommate being a strange creature? I bet Yin Xiu will chase him away. After all, that is a dangerous strange creature. Look ahead, see the little girl in Yin Xiu's arms before you talk. I bet he won't. The little girl is a strange creature from the scenario, and Yin Xiu knows this identity clearly, but the roommate is unclear. I still bet he will chase away the roommate. I'm betting he won't. While the bullet comments were lively with bets flying left and right, Yin Xiu finally spoke. Chapter 38, Why are you still eating other people's leftovers? He stared at Liemo, saying coldly, Don't eat just any strange creature, at least be selective. Then he lowered his head and tapped the little girl's head in his arms. You too. Bullet comments? Brothers, I'm cracking up. Did Yin Xiu already know his roommate's identity? Why does he talk about eating strange creatures like it's a light snack? Is there no one speaking up for the strange creatures? What a warm scene of family education, huh? Is this a scenario? I can't take it. Respect the other players who are trembling in their rooms. So he has known all along that he's always followed by two strange creatures? And he just goes through the scenario without any issues? There are clues, brothers. Yin Xiu must have known long ago. He never questioned his roommate's strange behavior. When Wang Guang died, his roommate came back with blood, and he didn't ask anything. Who is Wang Guang? Was there such a person before? 6. Compared to the shock in the bullet comments, the scene in the scenario was much calmer. Liemo smiled silently, while the little girl nestled in Yin Xiu's arms, murmuring, "I'm going to be hungry at night." "I'm not full yet." Yin Xiu carried her back down the corridor. "You've already eaten too." "I'm not done with the first one yet, I'll go back and finish it later. Mom taught me not to leave leftovers." The little girl's bright eyes rubbed against Yin Xiu as she spoke. Liemo quietly followed behind them, occasionally glancing at the surrounding paintings. These paintings would occasionally emit a chill, creating pressure for anyone passing through the corridor, which Yin Xiu had experienced before, feeling a wave of nausea. It was the same on the way here, but there had been a woman with them, so their presence was lower. However, now passing with Liemo, there was no such feeling at all. The paintings were quiet, appearing as ordinary paintings hanging there. "Ah! Where's my late-night snack?" Upon reaching the door at the end of the corridor, the little girl suddenly cried out, jumping from Yin Xiu's arms to the spot where the waitress had been eaten, teary-eyed as she turned back. "Someone stole my late-night snack." Indeed, there were no remains of the waitress on the ground, just a patch of blood. In this corridor, who else could have eaten the same food as the little girl? Two gazes slowly fell on Liemo behind them. Liemo paused, his smile fading slightly, becoming a half-smile. "I didn't." The little girl pouted, murmuring, but didn't dare complain to Liemo. She could only hug Yin Xiu's leg, feeling aggrieved. Yin Xiu's gaze fell on Liemo. "Why do you have to eat even other people's leftovers?" "I didn't." "Open your mouth and let me see." Liemo hesitated for a second before opening his mouth, revealing not the previous circle of dense teeth but the normal human mouth he had just developed. Yin Xiu looked for 2 seconds and nodded. "Your mouth is becoming more human, but your tongue is not blue, it's red. Pay attention next time." Liemo smiled as he closed his mouth, feeling quite pleasant. The bullet comments were once again a chaotic whirlwind. Yin Xiu turned to pat the little girl's head. "Maybe the body was cleared by the scenario. Don't eat that, let's go back and sleep." "Okay." The little girl could only nod, hugging Yin Xiu's leg. The three parted ways, with the little girl and Yin Xiu returning to the room. Liemo returned to his own room. Zhang Mu, who had been waiting for Liemo to come back, finally breathed a sigh of relief as he curled up in his blanket. He was almost scared to death when he heard Liemo get up in the middle of the night to open the door and go out. Not only was he sitting on the bed without sleeping after turning off the light, but he also suddenly stood up and walked outside. Zhang Mu looked confused and didn't even dare to ask, but when he heard Yin Xiu's voice outside, he felt a bit relieved. But now this person has returned and doesn't seem to have any intention of sleeping. Zhang Mu peeked out to look, and Liemo was still sitting on the edge of the bed with his eyes closed. As soon as Liemo sensed Zhang Mu's gaze, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked over, scaring Zhang Mu to quickly shrink back into the blanket. "Come on, a roommate sitting on the bed in the middle of the night without sleeping is really scary, okay? Why did Yin Xiu assign such a roommate to him?" After returning to the room, the little girl became herself again in no time. Once Yin Xiu tucked the little girl into the blanket and turned off the light, the house fell completely silent. Before sleeping, he looked at the little girl in the blanket across the bed who was wriggling around, trying to find a comfortable position to sleep. "Before going to sleep, let me ask you something." The little girl poked her head out from under the blanket. "When you went to touch the altar, it wasn't your idea to go, right?" Suddenly mentioned, the little girl quickly shrank back into the blanket and cautiously poked out half her head. "How does brother know I didn't go on my own? You don't look like a kid who would run to the square in the middle of the night. You are very well behaved." The little girl smiled shyly at being praised, hesitating as she nodded. "I really didn't go on my own. I heard an older sister crying at my door calling me to come over." "A woman in a white dress?" "Yes, she wanted me to help her, so I touched." The little girl's innocent face showed confusion. "Mom told me that helping others is a good thing, but after I touched it, everyone didn't like me anymore, and Mom often looked sad." She cautiously looked at Yin Xiu, her eyes dimmed. "Brother, did I do something bad?" "It's not your fault," Yin Xiu whispered softly. He roughly confirmed that the little girl had broken the rules, and that woman had deliberately tempted her. She tricked the little girl into breaking the rules, just like the mayor. Both were not good people. "But now everyone hates me, and Mom doesn't know where she went." The little girl's face showed sadness, her eyes blinked, and she began to mumble, "I miss Mom, I want to sleep over at brother's place." Yin Xiu paused for a moment. "All right." The little girl immediately jumped up happily from the bed, hugging her little rabbit and preparing to go over. As she stood up, she unexpectedly caught a glimpse of a shadow floating in the empty space behind Yin Xiu, threateningly baring its teeth and claws. The little girl pouted, giving up and burying herself back into the blanket. "Never mind, I'm sleeping." "Aren't you coming over?" "No, I'll sleep by myself," the little girl murmured, turning over to face the wall. Yin Xiu silently lay down, wondering as he quickly felt that familiar chill clinging to him, tightly wrapping him up. It turned out it came again tonight. No wonder the little girl didn't suddenly come over. How long would this strange creature cling to him? Why would a copy's strange creature not kill him immediately after he broke the rules, but decided to come twist and turn on his bed every night? It's really annoying. Yin Xiu had already learned to ignore the sensations wrapping around him, closing his eyes to sleep. The latter half of the night passed quite peacefully, until dawn when nothing else happened. Other players slept soundly, and as soon as dawn broke, everyone got up to have breakfast, while Yin Xiu got up a little later. After washing up, he styled the little girl's hair into a small braid, then took her out the door. The bell outside signaled that Zhong Mu and Liamo were ready, waiting for dinner to finish so they could complete the second note the little girl had to follow. As the four of them came downstairs, all the players in the lobby suddenly turned their heads and focused their attention on them. These players were also waiting for Yin Xiu to come down, but from their displeased expressions, it was clear they had no good intentions. When Yin Xiu appeared, he was immediately surrounded by the other players, who, under Zhang Xi's lead, threatened him fiercely, saying, "Hand over the little girl." Yin Xiu? He looked down at the little girl at his side, who was happily playing with the braided hairstyle he had made for her. Don't make it look like he was a human trafficker. If he wanted to hand her over, she had to be willing to go. Chapter 39, just say it looks good, okay? Yin Xiu lazily raised his eyes to Zhang Xi, who was at the front of the players. Why? His question made Zhang Xi momentarily speechless. What do you mean why? The little girl is an important character for clearing the game. You can't always take her by yourself. What about the rest of us players? Do we not want to clear it anymore? Yin Xiu drooped his eyelids and raised his chin slightly. If you want to take her, come get her yourself? Zhang Xi paused, cautiously glancing at the little girl who was focused on her braids. He hesitantly took a step forward. Little sister, do you want to come with us? We'll take you to find your mom. As soon as he spoke, the little girl immediately glared at Zhang Xi, her little face frowning in displeasure, and began to bare her teeth. Go away. Zhang Xi was so scared he staggered back. The little girl had left a considerable psychological shadow on other players over the past few days, making them somewhat fearful of this little sister. In contrast, Yin Xiu reached out to touch the little girl's head and gently said, "You can't be rude." Oh. The little girl nodded obediently, but what if a creepy uncle tries to take me away? Yin Xiu continued gently, if a bad person tries to take you away, remember to fight back and bite off their head. Okay. The little girl immediately beamed with joy. The other players were covered in cold sweat. What was Yin Xiu teaching her? Did he want to get them killed? Yin Xiu glanced at Zhang Xi and calmly turned to head to the cafeteria to eat. Seeing that they couldn't forcibly take the little girl, Zhang Xi changed his strategy and started speaking to Yin Xiu. You can keep her, but we still need to do the task together. She is the only condition for clearing the game. If we can't interact with her at all, our task progress won't be enough, and we will all fail the game. Do you really want us all to die here? Then you all wait. I'll go after I finish my meal. Yin Xiu said as he began to eat after getting his food. Zhang Xi wanted to say something else but was fiercely pushed aside by Zhong Mu. Get lost, don't disturb our meal. If you want to do the task, do it yourselves. Zhang Xi's face turned pale. The newcomer who didn't listen to orders turned to cling to Yin Xiu, showing off proudly, completely disregarding these older players. If it wasn't for Wang Guang's death, these few wouldn't even have a chance to grab the power here. He glanced at the eating Yin Xiu, then at the quiet Liamo and the little girl. Knowing that this group was not to be messed with, he decided to take a step back. Alright, then let's all sit down and wait. We can set off together after you four finish eating. Even though they were displeased, they had no choice but to wait. Thinking about how Yin Xiu would die tonight, and that wasting time was also his own loss, their mood improved a little. Uncle, look, the brother made me braids, do they look good? After having a late-night snack, the little girl was no longer hungry and unwilling to eat in the cafeteria, so she hugged her little doll and twirled around among the players, happily showing off her pretty braids. The little girl was adorable when she acted normally, with her long black hair, big eyes, and shining little red dress. Like a little doll. But because her mother had not been around for the past 3 days, she hadn't taken care of herself much. This morning, Yin Xiu hugged her and braided her hair into a twist, making her so happy that she seemed to be flying, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for compliments. Zhang Xi glanced at the two little braids tugged by her small hand, sneering, a big man braiding hair for someone, what's so pretty about that? As soon as he spoke, the little girl's face darkened instantly, her gaze coldly fixed on Zhang Xi. Not pretty? Zhang Xi was covered in sweat. Pretty, very pretty. Humph. The little girl angrily turned her head away and went to ask others. She wandered around, and any player who seemed even slightly unsatisfied was softly threatened by the little girl, and in the end, she received unanimous praise. Holding onto a heart full of compliments, she happily turned back to Yin Xiu, resting her little face on the table and staring at him while he ate. Waking up with a tired face, drowsily sitting there to braid her hair, Yin Xiu was truly the best big brother in the world. What's wrong? Being suddenly stared at by the little girl, Yin Xiu asked in confusion. The little girl shook her head. It's nothing, let's go to Grandma's house to find Mom after you finish eating. Okay. Yin Xiu nodded gently and continued eating. The other players watched the obedient and clever little girl in front of Yin Xiu with complicated expressions. They couldn't understand why she was so gentle with him. Was there really such a strange bias? After breakfast, Yin Xiu took out the second note from his mother that he had recorded. Before leaving, he quickly reviewed the rules. Rule 1: Do not go to any monster's house on the way to Grandma's. He had already experienced this and remembered it clearly. Rule 2: Clean Grandma's house and find Grandma's diary. After thinking for a moment, Yin Xiu turned to the little girl. Do you remember where Grandma's house is? Of course. The little girl nodded excitedly. Now Yin Xiu almost understood why the other players had to wait here for the little girl. They really couldn't do it without her, only she knew where Grandma's house was. Rule 3: Go to the basement to get your usual blue pill. Yin Xiu contemplated, glancing at the little girl out of the corner of his eye. Are you taking medicine? The little girl nodded. I didn't take it before. After touching the altar, Mom gave it to me. I haven't taken it for 3 days. Yin Xiu recalled a small piece of advice from his mother's second note, which ended by saying the little girl should remember that the medicine she took most often was her favorite color. Is your favorite color blue? Of course not. The little girl quickly denied. I hate blue. Yin Xiu looked meaningfully at Rule 3 again. It said the little girl should take the blue pill, but his mother's advice contradicted the rule. But since the rule said for the little girl to take the blue pill, he really had to go find it. Rule 4: Must leave the town at night. There weren't many rules on the note. If they moved quickly, they could have the little girl complete all the rules tonight. As for whether they would clear the game tonight, that was another question. Alright, let's go. Yin Xiu tucked the note away and reached out to hold the little girl's hand, getting ready to set off. The other players immediately got up. Even if they were reluctant, they had no choice but to let Yin Xiu lead the whole team. After all, he had the little girl with him. As the group of players prepared to set off, before leaving, Yin Xiu still had Liamo take off his jacket to cover the little girl, obediently following the rule of not letting anyone in the town see her. The daytime town was very quiet. The townspeople stayed in their rooms and didn't come out, to the point where there wasn't a single person outside. As they passed the statue in the square again, the players were very cautious, fearing another incident like being stared at by the woman would happen again. But today, nothing happened, and the square was still shrouded in a chill. Everyone smoothly followed the little girl's guidance to a house on the edge of the small town, Grandma's home. Although this house was old, it was very clean, and the flowers and plants in the yard were neatly tended and beautiful. There wasn't too much dust or clutter in front of the door. At least it could be confirmed that Grandma had once lived here. Grandma! As soon as they arrived at the door, the little girl jumped down from Yin Xiu's arms and happily knocked on the door. Grandma! I'm here! As soon as her hand touched the door, it creaked open slowly. The sight inside stunned all the players standing at the door in an instant. Chapter 40: Grandma's Diary. In the living room of the house, blood splattered heavily on the walls and floor, and things inside were in disarray. Vases were broken, carpets were rolled up, sofas were overturned, and there were even traces of numerous struggles on the walls and floor. There was even a bloodied axe and ropes on the ground, clearly indicating that the people in the house had experienced something terrible. Grandma! The little girl stared blankly at the scene in the house, completely stunned. Yin Xiu stepped forward to touch the little girl's head, then pushed the door open. After seeing the wreckage inside, he began to understand the meaning of the first half of Rule 2. Clean up Grandma's home and find Grandma's diary. This meant that by the time the note appeared, Grandma's home had already met with tragedy. Judging by the coagulation of the blood on the ground, something had happened at least 3 days ago. What are you standing there for? Come in and clean up. Yin Xiu turned back to urge the players, who were frozen in fear outside the door. Zhang Si was unhappy with Yin Xiu's commands but looked back at the other players with a grim expression, encouraging everyone to enter the house and start cleaning up according to the rules, searching for Grandma's diary. Yin Xiu then sat down to comfort the little girl, whose eyes were filled with tears, while deep in thought. Looking at Grandma's home, it was clear that there was no good news for the mother either. According to the rules of the grave town, as a family that violated the rules, this kind of outcome was very likely caused by the townspeople. Yin Xiu stared at the ropes and axe, recalling the traces of struggle and the splattered blood in the house, slowly closing his eyes. They were sacrifices, likely turned into offerings by the townspeople. Now, this small town had probably entered a state of madness, establishing strange and harsh rules to avoid being killed by the woman, but in reality, they were slowly dying. The woman, who claimed to have been killed by the mayor, became a vengeful spirit against the townspeople. To suppress her, the mayor sealed her away, but the price was that the townspeople could not go out during the day and had to choose a sacrifice every night. It seemed to maintain the situation, but in reality, it was slowly leading the whole town to a dead end. The people here would eventually die out. But why did the woman lure the little girl to touch the altar was something Yin Xiu still couldn't understand. Brother! The little girl trembled as she curled up in Yin Xiu's arms, her eyes wandering over the terrifying bloodstains in the house, her voice shaking. Is it because I touched that platform that caused Grandma and Mommy to be disliked by others? Yin Xiu stroked the little girl's hair. It's not your fault. But ever since that day, the people in the town wanted to kill me, and Grandma had to hide me and Mommy. The little girl buried her face in Yin Xiu's chest, her voice muffled. They must have harmed Grandma because they dislike me. It's all my fault. The little girl's confused and helpless voice left Yin Xiu at a loss for how to comfort her, so he could only pat her back. Brother. The little girl's muffled voice floated up. She asked Yin Xiu, Grandma is already dead, right? Her voice lost the previous excitement and brightness, becoming extremely somber. Yin Xiu had not yet responded when a player nearby immediately chimed in. It's obvious, she was definitely sacrificed by the townspeople. TSK, look at the signs in this house, the methods are truly brutal. The little girl swiftly turned her gaze, her pupils trembling for a moment. Yin Xiu raised his eyes and coldly stared at that player, reaching out to gently pinch the little girl's cheek. Grandma is not certain yet, so don't worry, don't mind the town's matters, I will take you out of the town tonight. But they? The little girl frowned tightly, unwilling, but under Yin Xiu's gaze, she fell silent. Holy crap, there's blood everywhere, and leftover bits of meat I accidentally chopped. I don't want to clean this up anymore. A player, overwhelmed, shook their bloody hands and screamed as they rushed out of the house. Other players were also disgusted. The house hadn't been cleaned for several days, the smell of blood was strong, mixed with a faint odor of rotting meat, making it unbearable for any normal person. After lifting the sofa and finding bloodied and mangled hair underneath, someone already looked pale, saying, I can't stand it, I have to finish this chapter quickly and leave. I'm dying of discomfort, being in this cursed place for another day is torture. Hang in there, it will be over tonight. Finishing this chapter in 4 days is already fast. But I still. Amid the complaints from the crowd, someone finally pulled out a deep brown notebook from under the cabinet, excitedly shouting, I found it. I found the diary mentioned in the rules. As soon as he spoke, other players immediately dropped what they were doing in excitement, not wanting to touch anything else in the room. Everyone quickly gathered around wanting to see the diary first, to understand the news they just obtained, but before they could even touch the notebook, it was swiftly snatched away from a corner by someone. You! The crowd instantly glared at Zhong Mu, about to explode, when they saw him hand the diary to the little girl. Here, this is your grandma's diary, you take a look first. As he handed it over, everyone instantly lost their reason to be angry, even seeing Liam O, the little girl, and Yin Xiu present, they no longer had the courage to say anything. Damn, the information we just grabbed, those 4 wicked people. The little girl touched the diary, pondered for a few seconds, then handed it to Yin Xiu. I don't recognize many characters, let my brother read it first, and he can tell me after. Yin Xiu took it, nodded, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, opened the notebook. The diary omitted most of the unnecessary information, leaving only the timelines that players needed to pay attention to. Basically, flipping to the last few pages would reveal recent events. 14th. Yaya, late at night, unknowingly went to the square and even touched the altar. This child is usually very obedient and never goes out at night. It must be that woman who deceived her. She has been searching for a child she can manipulate. My poor Yaya. If the townspeople discover this, they will definitely kill Yaya. I must quickly hide her. 15th. The town chief has learned that Yaya touched the altar, and he is very angry. He will indeed kill Yaya. But it's okay, I have already hidden Yaya, they won't find her. As long as I can quickly send her out of the town, everything will be fine. Yaya has begun to mutate due to the curse. She can only take some sedative medication to keep her rational. Fortunately, the medicine works. 16th. The townspeople are still searching for Yaya and are keeping a close watch. For now, I cannot send her away, I can only wait a bit longer. It seems they cannot find Yaya, and they have already set their sights on me. I think I need to quickly hide myself too. The shelves sometimes have a few unfamiliar medicines added, mixed in with the medicines Yaya takes, which is not a good thing. Fortunately, I still remember what color the medicine is. On the 17th. I heard them say there is a way to call my daughter out. Only through my daughter can I find Yaya. I don't know what the method is, and I feel a bit worried. The number of people staring at me is increasing. I have to hurry and pack up. I need to leave quickly. May heaven bless my dear granddaughter can leave the town safely. I hope my daughter is also okay. But I may no longer be able to leave. There are many people approaching outside the house. I have a rough idea of how they called my daughter here. The diary stops on this page, and there are quite a few bloodstains on it. The 17th is the day the players entered the copy, and also the day Mom left the rules note. According to the diary, the mayor wanted to call Mom out through Grandma, and then know the whereabouts of Yaya. It is very likely that Grandma's life was used as a bargaining chip, forcing Mom to leave a survival note for her daughter and then return to the town. However, based on the traces at the scene, it seems that both of them in the end. Yin Xiu raised his head after finishing the diary and met the cautious eyes of the little girl beside him. She tentatively asked, Brother, what happened to Grandma and Mom? Those cautious and careful eyes looked extremely fragile, as if this answer was very important to her. Chapter 41, Brother gives me a knife. Yin Xiu paused slightly, lowered his eyes and stared at the diary for a few seconds, and finally said slowly, "They are locked up, locked outside the town. You just need to leave the town to find them." The little girl's expression relaxed slightly. "Really?" Yin Xiu nodded. The little girl's expression finally relaxed, and she showed a smile. "I believe you, brother." The players nearby shook their heads in disbelief. Just looking at this room already made it clear that both people were gone, only the little girl could foolishly believe in Yin Xiu. However, after Yin Xiu shot them a warning glance, they did not dare to speak out and expose the truth. Yin Xiu lowered his head again and flipped through the diary, finding hints about the statue in the square among a pile of vague records. On the 22nd. Recently, many women have gone missing in the town, all beautiful young girls. Everyone is very anxious about their daughters, and during the day they do not dare to let them out. Some speculate that this situation started after the new mayor took office. Could it be related to him? But no one really dares to bring it up, nor has anyone seen him with those women. The disappeared people seem to have evaporated from the town, not even a corpse remains. It's very strange. On the 27th. The daughter of the Wang family is pregnant, and she isn't even married yet. That clever and strong-minded girl seldom had such a confused moment. Her family doesn't even know who the father is. No one can find out. Recently, someone saw her walking with the mayor. Everyone suspected she had become the mayor's woman, but still no one dared to mention it. Everyone kept this as a secret in their hearts, or a topic of gossip after meals. The poor girl's mood has changed greatly after becoming pregnant, often saying she has seen many dead people. Everyone just thought she was anxious before birth, while there was still no response from the mayor's side. On the 24th. Several months have passed, and the daughter of the Wang family suddenly disappeared. Everyone suspected it was related to the mayor, but several strong factions in the town united to side with the mayor, and the Wang family had no place to seek justice, only able to weep all day. Alas, I miss my daughter. On the 8th. The daughter of the Wang family was found, and along with her were the bodies of those missing people, in an abandoned house outside the town. When found, the daughter of the Wang family had gone mad, sitting among the piles of corpses, crying for her child. When she saw the mayor, she became very agitated, rushing to kill the mayor, but was held back by others. How terrifying! Those missing people had all been turned into specimens. On the 11th. The mayor said that the missing people were all killed by the Wang family's daughter. This woman has gone mad, wanting to avenge the dead, so she must be killed in the square. Alas, I dare not look. Everyone knows deep down what is happening, yet no one dares to speak. The atmosphere in the town has become very tense these days. Poor girl, her cries were truly heartbreaking. I hope such things won't happen in the town again in the future. On the 14th. Recently, more people have gone missing in town, and it's not just women anymore. Some young men with good looks and bright eyes have also disappeared. Still, no one dares to speak up. On the 18th. A strange fog has enveloped the town. Some say they've seen the deceased daughter of the Wang family in the fog, always searching for her child. Everyone who met her has died, and the mayor has started to forbid people from going out during the day. Things in the town have become increasingly bizarre. People are falling ill one after another, growing black hair on their bodies. The mayor says they are cursed by the Wang family's daughter, and everyone rushed to her home to protest. On the 23rd. The number of dead in the town keeps rising, and the mayor has decided to dig up the daughter of the Wang family's corpse to perform rituals in the square to seal her inside. The cost is a daily sacrifice. At first no one agreed, but once it was confirmed the first sacrifice would be from the Wang family, they all accepted. What a sin! To avoid being killed by the Wang family's daughter, the town has started making regular sacrifices. This place will eventually come to an end. On the 3rd. The mayor has built a new house in the square, claiming it is to ward off evil. But for some reason, after the house was completed, even more people have gone missing in town. Those who disappeared were all beautiful people, and occasionally, one might see a stranger who doesn't belong in the town inside the house. Sometimes when I pass by that house, it feels like I can hear many people screaming. It's so eerie, I think I need to leave here soon. On the 10th. I'm afraid I can't leave the town for now. My daughter is coming with my granddaughter to stay for a while. I'll delay my travel plans and leave later. I hope everything will be alright. The last few pages of the diary are about Yaya's daily life in the small town. Excluding some eerie parts, it is still happy and harmonious. Until it connected to the 14th, Yaya's touching the altar made things less happy. Yin Xiu finished reading the diary and had basically confirmed that all the strange happenings in the town started with the mayor. He flipped through a few pages repeatedly, recalling his conversation with the woman last night, murmuring, "It seems that what she said is true. The mayor is indeed not a good person." Li Emo quietly nodded beside him. "Have you finished? Let us see it too." As Yin Xiu and Zhongmu finished reading the diary, others became impatient and wanted to see it quickly. Yin Xiu calmly handed it over and then turned to take the little girl's hand. "Do you know where your grandmother's basement is?" The little girl shook her head. I don't know. Does Grandma's house even have a basement? Since the little girl was unsure, they would have to find it themselves. Yin Xiu led the little girl to wander around the house. They first went to the mother's room, then the grandmother's room, and finally ended up in Yaya's room. Yaya's room was still decorated very cutely, with many beautiful plush toys and colorful decorations. When they opened the wardrobe, they could see many pretty little dresses of various colors, mostly red, neatly folded and piled in the corner. Yaya's favorite color is red, right? Yin Xiu tilted his head to ask. The little girl's eyes lit up. How did you know, big brother? Yin Xiu smiled and gently ruffled her hair, leading her to keep searching for the basement. The house wasn't big, and the basement wasn't hard to find. In an old house, as long as there were frequent traces of entry and exit, it would always be unable to be completely concealed. Yin Xiu finally found an entrance to a secret passage under his grandmother's table. He moved the table and lifted the floorboard, revealing a ladder. In case there was something unsightly down below, he told the little girl to wait above while he climbed down first to take a look. His grandmother was likely a person who took precautions. The basement was stocked with supplies, cans of water, and some medicines, along with various everyday items for living. The area storing the medicines was carefully organized, with medications for adults and children, and classified by different illnesses. Among them, the medicine for Yaya was individually placed in a cubby on a shelf, labeled with Yaya's name. As his grandmother's diary stated, some other medications had recently mixed in with Yaya's medicine. There were not only blue pills, but also red, brown, and white pills. Yin Xiu pondered for a few seconds, and following the rules, he took the blue pill and casually pocketed the red pill as well, then climbed back up. When he came back up, he didn't see the little girl at the entrance of the basement. She was standing at the table, staring blankly at a photo above. What are you looking at? Mom and Grandma. The little girl looked up, pointing at the three people in the photo, which included herself, her mother, and her grandmother. The photo was taken in this room, showing a peaceful and harmonious scene, making a stark contrast with the current chaotic state of the house. Yin Xiu didn't know what to say, and just then, the little girl suddenly tugged at his sleeve, looking up with seriousness and said, "Brother, I want a knife." Her tender voice sounded unusually calm, without any ripples, but what she asked for was anything but ordinary. Yin Xiu was taken aback. He truly didn't expect her request to come out of nowhere. Survival Rule 4, do not give the little girl any weapons. But Survival Rule 2, cannot refuse the little girl's spoken request. He fell into silence immediately. Chapter 42, What if I am not sacrificed tonight? Seeing that Yin Xiu did not respond, the little girl tugged at his sleeve again and said, "Brother, please give me a knife." Her unexpected request truly caught both Yin Xiu and the audience off guard, including the players watching the live stream off screen, who were dumbfounded. What's this called? A deadly strike when you least expect it? This little sister really knows how to ask for things. Yin Xiu is once again in a dilemma. A little girl asking for a knife. I don't think Yin Xiu can handle this. No player could. But I believe Yin Xiu can pull it off. Can Yin Xiu be an ordinary player? Just say whether you will give her the knife or not. Giving it would break the rules, but not giving it would also break the rules. The comments were filled with anxiety, almost escalating into a quarrel, while Yin Xiu on screen remained calm. He quietly asked again, "You want a knife?" The little girl nodded. "All right, wait for me to find one in the kitchen," he said, pulling the little girl back to the living room. After leaving her with Liamo, he turned and went straight into the kitchen. Watching Yin Xiu start to search for a knife in the kitchen, the comments erupted in shock. He's really going to find a knife? He can't give the little girl a knife. Has Yin Xiu forgotten? It's tough, even Yin Xiu can forget the rules one day? It's over. I remember he stuffed the rules into his roommate's mouth as soon as he read them. He must not have remembered them well. In such a short time, how could he possibly remember the rules? I hope someone reminds him soon. Everyone's watching him go into the kitchen, and nobody knows he's going to get a knife for the little girl. Even if they wanted to stop him, they might not succeed. Ridiculous, what a sudden event. I had such high hopes for Yin Xiu, and he's actually tripped here. Shut up, everyone. Yin Xiu hasn't given her the knife yet, and you're already making conclusions. Be quiet. Everyone awkwardly watched Yin Xiu choose a knife. After picking a small fruit knife, he didn't directly give it to the little girl, but instead wandered around the kitchen, picked a bowl, and began rubbing the knife on the bottom of the bowl. I know this. When I was a child, my family would use the bottom of a bowl to sharpen knives. What? Is Yin Xiu going to sharpen the knife before giving it to her? The players were confused, then saw Yin Xiu start sharpening the knife. Normally, one sharpens a knife by holding it flat against the bowl, but Yin Xiu did the opposite, holding the knife blade vertically against the bowl bottom, making the knife dull. Under Yin Xiu's rough sharpening, the small fruit knife's edge was not sharp at all, it was nearly rolled over. After torturing the knife, he put away the other knives and hid them on the top of the cabinet, then took the knife out of the kitchen. Here you go, the knife you wanted. As soon as he exited the kitchen, Yin Xiu handed the knife to the little girl. Zhongmu, seeing this, was instantly shocked and tried to snatch it before the little girl could take it, but was stopped by Liamo. Yin Xiu! You can't give her a weapon. Zhongmu's face turned pale, watching helplessly as the little girl received the knife. The other players in the room noticed this and were also frightened, their faces turning pale. Anyone who remembered the survival rules knew they couldn't give her a knife, so why would someone who knew the rules still break them? Thank you, brother. The little girl happily took the knife, but as soon as she held it, her brow furrowed. The knife, indeed, was a knife, but it was so small, and it had been dulled, that it could not cut anything, not even a fruit. Is this a knife? Yes, it counts. Is it a weapon? It couldn't even cut a finger, using it to poke someone wouldn't even hurt. The rules clearly stated that you couldn't give the little girl a weapon, and this knife was no longer a weapon, it was more like a toy. Brother, I don't like this knife, I want to swap it for another one. The little girl pouted, clearly displeased with the small knife. Yin Xiu calmly turned to point towards the kitchen, but I only found this one in there are no other knives. The little girl doubted him and peeked into the kitchen, rummaging around, but indeed found nothing else. She could only pout and reluctantly accept this knife, putting it into her pocket. The barrage of comments assured that those who thought Yin Xiu was doomed now dared not speak. Who could foresee this turn of events? What do you want the knife for? Yin Xiu stared at her and quietly asked. The little girl stammered, hiding the knife, well, for self-defense. Her flustered look clearly indicated she was lying, but Yin Xiu didn't expose her, only nodded in understanding. Now that he had found the diary, understood the background of the town, and obtained the medicine for the little girl, he had completed the first 3 tasks of the mother's note. Only one remained, getting the little girl out of the town. Plus, the night fit perfectly with the time frame before Yin Xiu became the sacrifice. This could become the hardest time in the entire scenario. Shall we go back first? Zhang Si knew Yin Xiu had gotten the medicine as stated in the rules and asked him. Now that the important medicine was in Yin Xiu's hands and he had the little girl, this group had no choice but to follow him. Yeah, let's go back there first. Yin Xiu thought of the basement in that house, he always needed to find an opportunity to check it out. Okay. Then let's all go back. Zhang Si shouted, and a group of people reluctantly followed Yin Xiu back. The 4 of them always stayed together, while the other players gathered in pairs, whispering about something. As the scenario was about to end, they still hadn't figured out who the body mentioned in the completion rules referred to. Plus, since the power was with Yin Xiu, they all felt somewhat unwilling. Back in the hall of the house, the players all sat down and began the final deduction phase of the scenario. At this moment, those with the most information hold the greatest power to speak, yet the one with the most information, Yin Xiu, is squeezed in the corner. He glanced at the time on the wall and then at the basement door in the corner, feeling that it was not yet time to go in, so he sat there dozing off, listening to the group of players analyze. After reading the diary just now, I believe the corpse of that monster in the clearing must be the sealed woman. The monster's corpse, after all, has to first be a monster, and that woman is the origin of the monsters in the town. Another immediately rebutted, but the little girl is also a monster, and she is a special monster different from the townspeople. Remember the last line in the preview when entering the instance? You must help her survive according to the note left by her mother, always be careful of the monsters around you. At that time, I noticed that this monster clearly referred to the little girl. At that moment, players were separated from the townspeople, and the most dangerous monster close by was the little girl. This is clearly a hint. Others seemed to ponder, the key is they hadn't actually paid attention to this point, which is not impossible. But I still feel the town woman is more likely, there is so much information in the diary pointing to her. Zhang Si also slowly spoke up, it's either the little girl or the woman, it has to be one of these two, but I still think it's the woman. After all, the diary said the woman is already dead, and her corpse is sealed beneath the statue. As long as we dig out the corpse beneath the statue, isn't that the corpse mentioned in the rules? Oh, that actually makes some sense. The group began to nod in agreement. Yin Xiu in the corner suddenly said softly, is it possible that it's the mayor? This should be unlikely, right? The mayor clearly looks suspicious. Inside the instance, suspicious creatures and the monsters mentioned in the rules are clearly 2 different things. Monsters are the identities given in the instance, while suspicious creatures belong to a category within the instance. The rules specify that it is suspicious creatures doing the killing, and the townspeople are essentially suspicious creatures, but the instance assigns them the identity of monsters and asks the players to find the monsters, which must be the suspicious creatures given the identity of monsters by the instance. So far, the player's logic has been like this, or rather, most instances follow this logic. If the mayor were to be classified as a monster, one would first have to find proof that the mayor is also a monster. Yin Xiu stroked his chin, contemplating, this is the information he has been searching for. And no matter how he thought about it, this proof is in the basement, yet the rules do not allow players to enter the basement of the current house. He was still waiting for a suitable opportunity. As long as there is a chance, he must go to the basement, no matter the issue of sacrifice or time constraints, he did not care. By the way, Yin Xiu suddenly thought of a completely new question. What will happen to the town if the townspeople do not allow me to become the sacrifice tonight? So far, no information had mentioned this point. With this question, the players immediately fell silent. This is really hard to imagine. Chapter 43, Sleeping in a Coffin, We Together. Yin Xiu started to explore various possibilities based on this. If I fail to become the sacrifice, will the angry woman break the seal and kill everyone in the town, or will the mayor come personally to kill me first? Will you all be killed in the process? He spoke casually, yet it made the others anxious. Regardless of the outcome, it's quite bad, something the players dared not imagine because once Yin Xiu breaks the rules, it could very likely affect the progress of other players' instances or lead to direct failure. Furthermore, if something big happens in the town, it could spiral out of control. Players were very likely to encounter danger, and the result would only be worse, never better. Seeing Yin Xiu's indifferent appearance, others felt uneasy from the bottom of their hearts. The one who began to worry about becoming a sacrifice was Yin Xiu, not anyone else. Others might not resist and honestly become sacrifices to get through the first day, but Yin Xiu might not be the same. I think the instance must have its rules, it shouldn't be that easy to be influenced. One player mumbled, trying to make Yin Xiu abandon the idea of causing a stir, but Yin Xiu just smiled. I'll go take a nap first. Saying that, he turned and went upstairs. A nap? Tonight would be when he became a sacrifice, to be torn apart. How could he dare to calmly go take a nap knowing he was supposed to die in a few hours? The players became even more anxious. This person definitely wanted to pull off something big. If brother is going to sleep, I'll go play for a while. The little girl joyfully bounced upstairs with her little bunny doll, and the other two naturally followed. Liamo had to follow Yin Xiu, while Zhang Mu, unacceptable to the other players, could only go upstairs as well. The players left in the hall exchanged glances, unsure what to do for a while. After reaching the second floor, Yin Xiu noticed the broken painting at the stairway entrance, the noise created by Liamo after he entered the restroom last night. At that time, the painting depicted a man, a sinister-looking town mayor trying to persuade him to choose the mayor. When he came out of the restroom, the man had disappeared from the painting, and the glass of the painting was shattered. From the screams that rang out in the corridor at that time, it seemed the person was eaten by Liamo. In other words, Yin Xiu turned back to look at Liamo who had followed him up and pointed to the painting. Where's the person inside? Liamo smiled lightly, eaten. Zhang Mu, who was walking behind Liamo, was shocked, his face pale as he covered his ears, muttering he couldn't hear while rushing past them. Yin Xiu continued to ask, can you pull him out of the painting? Liamo nodded. So you have this ability too, nice. Yin Xiu pondered, quickly calculating its uses in his mind. The instant the word nice popped out of Yin Xiu's mouth, Liamo, who had always kept a smile, quickly pursed his lips, revealing a hint of joy. Then the others in the painting, can you pull them out too? Yin Xiu did not notice his expression and continued to test. Liamo nodded again. Yin Xiu was taken aback, he had merely asked and didn't expect he truly could. This person's reach was incredibly powerful, even if he were a monster, he was definitely not an ordinary one. Just being able to pull someone from a painting was enough for him to stomp on the mayor's face. Yin Xiu quickly considered how he could use this, and with this incredible existence, his idea of entering the house's basement became easy. Let's make a deal. Yin Xiu swiftly devised a plan in his mind, then raised his gaze to stare at Liamo seriously. I'll first tell you what you need to do, think about whether you can do it. If you're willing, tell me the conditions you want, okay? Liamo nodded. Yin Xiu leaned in, whispering his plan into Liamo's ear, then stepped back to observe him. Do you think you can do it? Liamo smiled, yes. Then what are your conditions? Say them, let me think about it. Liamo began to ponder, his lowered gaze, deep in thought, was as still as if it had stopped moving. Yin Xiu patiently stood across from him, waiting. Thus, the players outside the screen watched the two standing face to face, saying nothing, for several minutes. They almost thought the scene was stuck when Liamo looked up. His black eyes held a hint of amusement as he slowly said, sleep. Yin Xiu tilted his head slightly, how to sleep? Sleep in a coffin, together. Yin Xiu thought for a moment, one night? No problem. Yin Xiu nodded. Since Liamo was so unusual, he was mentally prepared for anything that might come out of his mouth and was not too surprised. But the players outside the screen were completely confused. What the heck? When I heard him say he wanted to sleep, I thought this unbelievable roommate was finally going to make a move, but sleeping in a coffin? Did I hear that wrong? You didn't hear wrong. He really said to sleep in a coffin, together with Yin Xiu. Damn, I can't keep up with his train of thought anymore. What's going on in his head? Can you be a bit more ambitious? Can you act like a person? Be bold, sleep with my brother Xiu. The one in front, you are even more unbelievable. Once the terms were agreed upon and they hit it off, Yin Xiu directly pulled Liu Mo and started to act. Let's go, first take down all the paintings in the whole building. Liu Mo nodded and quietly followed behind Yin Xiu. Yin Xiu took a painting, and he took one too, then followed closely behind, staring at the painting. As he stared, he grinned, causing all the surrounding portraits to tremble and shake. Don't eat. Yin Xiu turned back and couldn't help but frown, reminding him, not a single daytime painting can be eaten. If you want to eat, eat the nighttime ones. Liu Mo slowly closed his mouth again, maintaining a smile. The portraits were scared, the players outside the screen were scared, even Zhong Mu, who happened to see the scene, was startled. Only Yin Xiu continued taking down paintings as if nothing were happening. In a certain sense, they are truly a match made in heaven. This was Zhong Mu's first time entering the dungeon and encountering such a combination. If there weren't other normal players around, he might have thought all players entering dungeons were this bizarre. Do you need my help? He quickly came over to lend a hand. Just then, Liu Mo was struggling to hold a painting, and Yin Xiu pointed to the portraits. Please help me put it in my room. Okay. Zhong Mu obediently took the painting from Liu Mo's hand, accidentally brushing against his icy fingers, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. He looked up to meet Liu Mo's smiling expression and had to pretend nothing happened. He turned to ask Yin Xiu, what are you collecting these paintings for? It's too early to say. Oh. Since following Yin Xiu, Zhong Mu had learned not to look at what he shouldn't, not to listen to what he shouldn't, and not to ask about what he couldn't know. He honestly just held the paintings and walked away. Watch over Yaha for me. After taking down the paintings on the second floor, Yin Xiu reminded him again before heading downstairs. Okay. Zhong Mu replied and turned to open Yin Xiu's room. Just as he opened the door, he saw Yaya crouching by a painting, staring at it and drooling. Can't see, can't see, can't see. Zhong Mu took a deep breath and murmured as he hugged the painting and went into the room. Once this dungeon is over, he would surely become a semi-finished boss who wouldn't be shocked by anything he saw. After going downstairs, some players were still discussing information in the lobby. Most had already gone to the town to check things out, leaving only a small group behind. They became alert when they saw Yin Xiu and Liu Mo coming down, then started to be confused again when they saw them taking down paintings. What are they taking the mayor's portrait for? Not only were players inside the dungeon perplexed, but players outside the dungeon were equally confused, completely unaware of what Yin Xiu intended to do. As they were taking down paintings, the door suddenly creaked open and someone came back. Everyone turned their heads to look. It was the mayor. Chapter 44, Robber, but Double Standard. The mayor rushed in breathlessly, hurrying as if he were in a rush to get somewhere. When he entered, he looked up and saw the empty wall that had lost most of its pictures, and a glance caught his eye on Yin Xiu, who was holding a painting. The eyes met, and the atmosphere became a bit stiff. After a moment of silence, the mayor slowly said, "Those are all my collectibles." I know. Yin Xiu nodded, unaffected. The mayor thought for a moment and added, "My collection is generally very valuable, and I don't allow anyone to touch it." Oh, really? Yin Xiu said flatly, still showing no intention of putting down the painting. The mayor's expression instantly became complicated. What kind of host comes back and takes someone else's things right in front of them? This is worse than a robber. He stared at Yin Xiu, then glanced at Liu Mo, momentarily unsure of how to get out of this situation himself. Feeling the low pressure from the mayor, the players still in the hall shrank into the corners, trembling with fear. This scene looked like it was going to end in violence. When gods clash, the common people suffer, so it was better for them to stay hidden. I hope you can put it down, is that okay? The mayor still spoke politely to Yin Xiu. It was hard to say if he would do the same for anyone else. Can I take it back to my room to appreciate it for a bit? Is that not allowed? Yin Xiu asked back. No. What if I insist on taking it? Yin Xiu was practically dancing on the mayor's nerves, casually making the mayor's anger soar. The players trembled again as they looked at the mayor's dark face and Yin Xiu's calm demeanor. Neither side seemed willing to back down. Just when everyone thought the mayor was about to take action, he finally spoke. If it's for appreciation, you don't have to take them all. I can let you take one or two back to your room. How about that? He compromised. He backed down. The players outside the screen couldn't tell whether he was showing tolerance toward Yin Xiu or holding back out of fear of Liu Mo, but the fact was that even though Yin Xiu was pushing him, he hadn't made a move. Then, Yin Xiu shook his head. No, I want all of them. The players still in the hall gasped in shock, regretting not leaving and getting caught in this mess. The mayor's face turned a bit ugly as he stared hard at Yin Xiu, his brows furrowing tightly as if he was considering something. After staring, he turned to Liu Mo behind him, his brow furrowing even more. What he faced was not just one thug, but two, and both were armed intruders. After a minute of tense silence in the hall, the atmosphere froze, and the air turned cold. Every breath felt like cold water pouring into their bodies, making the players huddled in the corners shiver. After a long silence, the mayor finally took a deep breath and slowly relaxed. He wiped the gloom off his face, slightly smiled, and looked at Yin Xiu with warmth. "Alright, if it's you, I'm willing to leave these precious collectibles with you. After all, you are special, no painting is as valuable as you." His words were profound, leaving everyone outside the screen with mixed feelings. This mayor is so strange, not angry at all, still trying to flirt with Yin Xiu. A deep love. Come, let's applaud for the mayor who is losing his collectibles. So why doesn't the mayor take action against Yin Xiu even when he pushes him? Don't make me witness a heart-wrenching drama. Oh no, I clearly supported the roommate stock, and now I'm feeling a bit swayed. I'm leaning toward the mayor. I suggest you stick with the roommate. The mayor might not care, but the roommate will really reach through the screen to slap you. Alright, I'm awake now, thank you. You're welcome. Under the mayor's gentle concession, Yin Xiu didn't seem overly grateful, just coldly nodding. Then I'm taking them. The mayor smiled as he watched Yin Xiu take a wall full of paintings, which he then handed to Liam O. He looked at Liam O with fierce, hostile, and cold eyes. He looked at Yin Xiu with warmth, politeness, and indulgence. The double standard left everyone confused. Yin Xiu was also quite unceremonious, saying he would take the paintings and directly lifted all the paintings in the hall, including those at the basement door, stacking them up in Liam O's arms, completely covering him. The whole stack of paintings stood tall, but Liam O held them steady. I'm leaving. After finishing the painting, Yin Xiu faintly waved goodbye to the town head, then turned and went upstairs. See you tonight. The town head responded with a smile, then watched as Yin Xiu took the pile of paintings upstairs. Once Yin Xiu left, his smiling expression instantly collapsed, his eyes dark as he stared at the empty walls around him, sadness hard to hide in his gaze. A cold aura radiating from him made the players still in the hall start to shiver. The town head was robbed by Yin Xiu. All his collectibles are in this building, right? It hurts, it really hurts, but it's so funny, ha ha ha. It's surprising, I didn't expect him to value Yin Xiu more than those paintings. It's not just valuing Yin Xiu, there's definitely a reason for the roommate being nearby. If there wasn't a threat, he would have definitely strong-armed and turned Yin Xiu into a painting right now. Hey, you understand strong-arming. But what does Yin Xiu want by taking so many paintings from the town head? What kind of deal did he make with his roommate? Just watch, he definitely wants to make a big move. Everyone eagerly watched as Yin Xiu directed Liam O to move all the paintings back to his room, stacking them in the corner and piling up 2 or 3 stacks. Wow, there are so many portraits in this little shabby building? Zhang Mu was stunned. Anyone who had read the diary could now realize that these portraits were all of the people the town head had killed. Calculating it made him feel numb. How many people could this be? The more people, the better. Yin Xiu glanced faintly at the sky outside, pulled down the curtains, then pushed Zhang Mu out the door. You can go out now. Zhang Mu, looking confused, was pushed to the door. Then the little girl, salivating over the paintings, was also taken to the door. Remember to keep an eye on Yaya. Zhang Mu was confused, the little girl was confused too, and before they could say anything, Yin Xiu directly closed his door, leaving only Liam O in the room. The people outside were bewildered, the players outside the screen were very eager, as they could see what Yin Xiu wanted to do. The entire afternoon, Yin Xiu and Liam O never left this room. The little girl and Zhang Mu went out for a stroll and then came back. The door still hadn't opened. Why hasn't Big Brother come out yet? Did that bad guy eat him? The little girl worriedly pressed against the door, wanting to listen in but heard nothing. That person, is he really going to eat people? Zhang Mu was sweating profusely. No matter whether he eats Big Brother or not, it's getting dark soon. If Big Brother doesn't come out, he will still be eaten by others. The little girl turned to look out the window. The sky was gradually approaching dusk, and the townsfolk were slowly coming out of their houses. As the sacrifice to be offered to that woman tonight, they would definitely catch Yin Xiu, and even though it wasn't dark yet, they had already begun to prepare early. Those with weapons took weapons, those monitoring the houses wandered nearby and wouldn't leave, and some townsfolk were already sharpening their knives in the square. Once it got dark, they would act immediately. Chapter 45, a glance straight into the town head's heart. Those greedy eyes slowly gathered around the house, shadows densely standing outside, almost blocking all possible escape routes. Players still outside looking for information were scared back early to seek refuge, hurriedly avoiding the townsfolk and shutting themselves back in their homes. As it grew darker, the chances of being affected outside increased. Even if players had nothing to do tonight, they still feared getting caught in the fire. They have already started acting. Zhang Mu stood on the second floor looking out, worriedness appearing on his face. This was the first time they had seen NPCs gathering in such numbers after being there for so many days. The sight was somewhat shocking. Just thinking about the fact that they were going to capture a player made his heart tremble. The more he looked, the more uneasy he felt, unable to hold back a sigh. I hope Yin Xiu can escape, but looking at the situation, it seems impossible to clear the level tonight. Can he escape the fate of becoming a sacrifice? A normal player suddenly reaching this point was like waiting for death, but there was always a sense of possibilities with Yin Xiu. Zhongmu's inner turmoil was silently heard by the little girl. She blankly rubbed the little rabbit toy in her arms, gazing at the villagers gathering below, nervously squeezing the rabbit's neck, her brow furrowed. As the sky grew darker, more villagers gathered, yet they did not rush in directly. This house belonged to the mayor. Apart from the staff working inside, no one else had the right to enter or exit. This was also the first player staying in the house to become a sacrifice, leaving them only able to look from outside, too scared to enter rashly. But as time passed, they grew more anxious and less able to contain themselves, and soon quiet whispers from the villagers could be heard below. Why hasn't the mayor appeared yet? Haven't they found the others? No, could the mayor be deliberately not appearing to protect that man? That's a possibility because the mayor likes him very much. So what should we do? Does the mayor not care about whether we live or die? What if she comes out of the seal? If we don't offer a sacrifice in time, she will definitely come out, and she will come to kill us. Forget it. If the mayor keeps not appearing, to avoid being killed, we may have to go in. Tonight, we must offer this sacrifice no matter what. Those pairs of resentful, bloodshot eyes filled with murderous intent stared fixedly at the second-floor location, countless figures standing in the darkness, still waiting. At this moment, the other players in the house couldn't sit still either, anxiously looking at the figures outside, starting to communicate with each other. What if they rush in later? Will they accidentally kill us? Or if they can't find Yin Xiu, will they take one of us as a sacrifice? Let's hide, we can only hide. Otherwise, we catch Yin Xiu first and then send him down. It's one thing to catch Yin Xiu, but there's also a little girl beside him. That's true, we can only hide. He is definitely going to die tonight. Once tonight is over, we can naturally clear the level. Yes, let's hope tonight passes quickly, he better not resist. The other players hurriedly hid in their rooms, praying. They listened intently to the sounds outside, waiting for the villagers to rush in and grab Yin Xiu, but as they listened, they didn't hear anyone rushing in from outside. Instead, they heard strange footsteps inside the house. The sound was very faint but dense, as if many people had appeared in the hallway, moving slowly in groups, orderly making their way down the stairs in such large numbers that it sent chills down their spines. Now, almost all players were hiding in their rooms, and the villagers still hadn't come in, so whose footsteps were those outside? A chill suddenly rose in the players' hearts, they held their breath, cautiously rising to press against the door and look through the peephole. In the pitch-black hallway, groups of ethereal, bluish-transparent figures trailed past the door with their heads bowed. Their eyes were tightly closed, their heads drooping, moving silently and slowly along the corridor, each face pale and tinged with blue, utterly lifeless, like a sea of dead faces. Some figures descended to the first floor, while others stopped on the second floor, pressing tightly against the walls, forming a line along the corridor. That massive wall of dense figures almost filled the entire house, and outside there was nothing but their sounds. Almost no one dared to go out at that moment. What the hell? My scalp is tingling. Is that a ghost? Does this game even have this? It really makes it hard to clear normally. The players were so scared their faces turned pale, all cowering in the room, not daring to come out. As time passed bit by bit, the time for the sacrifice was finally approaching, and the townsfolk outside could no longer suppress themselves and rushed in. At that moment, the mayor appeared. He appeared as always, with a gentle smile, stepping through the darkness, elegantly standing before everyone, looking at the townsfolk whose eyes were bloodshot with murderous intent, and calmly said, "Everyone, the time for the sacrifice is almost here, and I just remembered that today's offering seems to be in my house, arriving late, sorry to keep you waiting." The townsfolk paid no attention to his casual excuse, only tightening their grip on their weapons, staring fiercely at the mayor. "Mayor, can we go in? You wouldn't protect that offering, would you? You are the one who proposed the sacrifice rules, you wouldn't break them now, would you?" Facing the townsfolk's hostile stares, the mayor nonchalantly nodded. "Yes, you can go in, for the sake of the sacrifice, of course, you can enter my house to take that person." He spoke so lightly, not as reluctantly as the townsfolk had imagined. Although they were suspicious, time was tight, and as soon as they got permission, they hurriedly rushed to the door of the house. The mayor smiled and silently watched them, his eyes gradually darkening. These cunning folks had lived under oppressive conditions for too long and had gradually become somewhat mad. After a long time, they actually dared to ignore him, forgetting who was the true ruler of this small town. Want to kill Yin Xiu? Tonight, even if the town suffers countless casualties, Yin Xiu must not die. Losing so many worthless lives of townsfolk is far less important than the treasure he discovered. But to prevent the town from collapsing too quickly, he would still put on a show. For this, he busied himself all afternoon, preparing the frame specifically tailored for Yin Xiu. Once Yin Xiu was captured, he would quietly place him into the frame, and no one would be able to take this rare and unique existence away from him. Thinking of this, he felt a sense of satisfaction and smiled, waiting for these people to rush in to capture his treasure for him. But amid the chaos, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, by the window on the second floor. The treasure he longed to take was lazily resting its chin on the window, looking down. The faint glow from the window outlined his white figure, the evening breeze gently lifted his hair tips, and he looked down at the mayor with eyes as cold as onyx, filled with laziness and indifference. His gaze struck the mayor's heart directly. Chapter 46, being sandwiched. He really liked this person being alive, yet looking so cold and devoid of anger. For a moment, facing Yin Xiu, there seemed to appear a hazy dream, crystal-like bubbles, making his head dizzy. But in the next second, a scream from a townsfolk nearby jolted him awake. The mayor suddenly realized that at this moment, Yin Xiu should be hiding. Why was he still calmly staying there? Turning his head, the commotion at the door gave him the answer. At the moment, the townsfolk aggressively opened the door to the house, preparing to rush inside. Something howled sharply and pounced out, grabbing the first townsfolk in the lead. The ghostly blue spirit, filled with black smoke and resentment, fiercely rushed towards the townsfolk at the door, quickly killing the townsfolk who had rushed up with hate, angrily throwing the entire twisted body into the crowd. Blood and gore splattered onto everyone, falling heavily to the ground, becoming even more tragic. What is that? The townsfolk panicked and instinctively scattered after being frightened. They looked at the distorted body on the ground. He looked again at the pale, vengeful faces floating at the door, all stunned for a moment. What is this? Why are there ghosts in the mayor's house? And they are vengeful spirits with strong hatred and aggression. Don't go. The sacrifice is inside, someone shouted, calling the crowd back, still unwilling to give up in front of the house entrance. Facing the strange spirits at the door, death was one option, and not preparing the sacrifice would lead to being killed by the woman, so they were in a dilemma. They could only grit their teeth, hold their weapons, and charge into the house in a desperate attempt. But against the spirits filled with vengeance and immune to physical attacks, they summoned their courage and rushed in, only to let out a chorus of screams, with almost no one entering successfully. In just a few minutes, many townspeople were dead or injured, their cries chilling to the bone. The house was filled with spirits. Even if they reached the hall and went upstairs, how could they bring Yin Xiu out? The mayor stared blankly at the twisted faces crowded at the door, and after a daze, he finally realized. Those are paintings, all the people he had trapped inside them. How could this be? Is it that man? That man actually let out all his treasures. That was the blood, sweat, and tears he accumulated over many years. The mayor gritted his teeth, glaring at Yin Xiu on the second floor, emotions mixed with excitement and sorrow. He now understood why Yin Xiu took away those paintings in the afternoon. It was all preparation for this moment at night, something he never even thought about then. He was thrilled by Yin Xiu's rebellion, daring to let those vengeful spirits out from his paintings to protect himself, yet he mourned that years of collections were emptied in an instant. The desire to trap Yin Xiu back into the frame became even more intense. Mayor! We can't get in. So many have died, so many. Mayor, why are there so many vengeful spirits in your house? It's over, we are all done for, we can't get the sacrifice, we are all going to be killed by that woman. The townspeople turned and saw death and injury everywhere, bodies and blood littering the ground, the scene horrifying. Those spirits all guarded the entrance, their faces pressing against each other, glaring at the people outside, and anyone who dared to enter would surely be attacked. Killing someone was a mere moment's work. They only defended against the townspeople's intrusion, but towards the mayor's presence, those twisted faces became even more frenzied, all wanting to rush out and kill this man. At that moment, a hazy white mist rose in the square. A low, chilling woman's laughter echoed in the cold square, sending a shiver through a group of townspeople. She is coming, it's time for the sacrifice. It's over, our town is doomed. The townspeople, in despair, turned to look at the square. Through the mist, the figure of the woman appeared, dragging her crippled leg, step by step, emerging from the white fog, blood dripping all the way. The townspeople and the mayor were cornered between two threats: one, the woman coming to kill the townspeople; the other, the spirits wanting to surge out to kill the mayor. Neither side allowed anyone to save Yin Xiu, the sacrifice, as they were trapped in an impossible situation. Finally, I found my chance. After the woman appeared, she ignored the townspeople and fixed her gaze fiercely on the mayor, her eyes burning red. Die, kill you. I want to kill you. The spirits in the house began to wail, swaying at the entrance, desperately trying to push out and kill the mayor, but not a single spirit could escape. This has really caused me a big problem. The mayor took a step back, facing the two threatening sides. Fortunately, Yin Xiu passed the trouble onto him, so he wouldn't have to die tonight. Unfortunately, what Yin Xiu threw at him was truly a super big trouble, a life-threatening kind. Faced with the woman slowly approaching, the mayor could only take a step back and then sprint into the darkness. Don't go! The woman shrieked, lying on the ground, her twisted figure quickly darting out to catch up with the mayor, both figures disappearing into the white fog. Meanwhile, downstairs, the spirits couldn't get out and could only continue blocking the doorway. The townspeople wanted the offering but couldn't enter, and the spirits, silently resentful of the mayor's actions, would never let them into the house. After witnessing the chaos, Yin Xiu lazily yawned. Well, the mayor wasn't in the house, and the townspeople couldn't come in, so now it was absolutely safe here. Who would have the time to care about him as an offering? Follow me to the basement. Yin Xiu turned around, beckoning Liamo with a finger and then opening the door to leave. Liamo entered Yin Xiu's room, so Zhang Mu had to follow the little girl to the adjacent room. As soon as the door opened, the hallway was empty except for the spirits. There was no obstruction no matter where they went. Players heard Yin Xiu opening the door and going downstairs, but when they looked through the peephole, all they could see were the spirits quietly standing on both sides of the hallway. No one dared to provoke them, especially after hearing the countless screams of townspeople dying downstairs. Yin Xiu didn't care. After all, these spirits were released by him, and even if they killed indiscriminately, they would fear the little Liamo behind him. He strolled down to the lobby on the first floor, pausing slightly when passing the pillar engraved with the rules. Hotel Rule 6, do not go to the basement. After carefully studying the rules, Yin Xiu discovered that the survival rules of the scenario constrained the players. If they violated the rules, the scenario would cause players to die. The mother's note constrained the little girl, and if the rules were broken, the one who died would be the little girl. The reason players died was simply because their own rules included the life and death of the little girl. And the town rules were partially about the female ghost restricting the townspeople. If the townspeople did not follow the rules, the female ghost would kill them. Now, the hotel he was in belonged to the mayor, so the rules naturally restricted the guests as well. This rule not to go to the basement was a restriction imposed by the mayor, who didn't want anyone to know the secrets of the basement. If someone violated it and went to the basement, it would be the mayor who killed the rule breaker. Not the scenario, not the female ghost, nor any other existence, it must be the mayor, because these were the mayor's rules. As long as the rules were not interlinked, each was independent. But what if someone entered the basement when the mayor couldn't punish them? Chapter 47, Yin Xiu, a one-of-a-kind collectible. For example, the mayor, who was currently being chased by the female ghost, would definitely not be able to return immediately to kill the player who entered the basement. Perhaps the scenario never even considered that the mayor might still be alive yet unable to act freely. It's a bug. This must be a bug. Someone saw Yin Xiu enter the basement unscathed and was dumbfounded. Can this scenario have bugs? This is an old scenario. Did Yin Xiu exploit something? No matter what, now he has entered the basement, but the rules didn't kill him. He violated the rules but is still alive. How is that reasonable? This is outrageous. I also think this is absurd. This must be a bug, right? No matter if it's a bug or not, Yin Xiu actually used the hatred from the portrait to block the door, preventing the townspeople from completing the sacrifice, and then lured out the female ghost to suppress the mayor. This combo has stunned me. The best way to suppress an enemy is to release the enemy's enemy, because the female ghost and the mayor are two opposing forces that restrain each other. The best way to deal with either side is to let out the other. By the way, he entered the basement. It shouldn't be a bug, right? I remember in this instance, when someone entered the basement, they were immediately killed by the mayor who appeared. And now the mayor is being chased by a female ghost, so he can't kill Yin Xiu who went into the basement? So that's how it is. Was this part of your plan? Yin Xiu. This is just a reckless act without any validation, but he really dares to go, so brave. If it were someone else, it would be a death wish. He just happened to gamble right. The barrage still felt uncomfortable with Yin Xiu's daring move, not for any other reason, but because they couldn't copy his homework. Ordinary people really wouldn't dare perform the same move. At this moment, a message suddenly floated by in the barrage. Yin Xiu confirmed he can kill the mayor before daring to do it. Do you think he's gambling? Right now, the entire instance, including the mayor himself, doesn't know that Yin Xiu can kill him. What if it doesn't go smoothly? He'll just counter-kill the mayor. What? Really? He did kill a transformed villager before, but it's not to the point of being able to kill the mayor, right? This is one of the main bosses of the instance. Don't brag to me. Ha, you're narrow-minded, brother. I say he can kill, he definitely can kill. Ha, who are you to talk so big? Even our town's boss Yi doesn't dare to brag like that. What a coincidence, my last name is also Yi. My name is Yi Tianxian. Who's this boss Yi you're talking about? Call him out to compete with me? 6. Boss Yi, you came out of the instance, huh? Where are you now? I'll go pick you up. No hurry, I just came out and saw Yin Xiu in the instance. I want to see how he got in. It seems he was forced in by Lady Night. Is that so? Lady Night has really made progress. After 6 years, she finally achieved something big. Boss Yi, Lady Night can see this. The barrage instantly fell silent. Everyone quietly stopped this topic, and once again focused on the screen where Yin Xiu entered the basement. After entering the basement, there were no lights on both sides, and only a dim staircase led down in front. Yin Xiu stood at the entrance for a while, letting his eyes adjust to the darkness, and only after confirming he could see the stairs clearly did he begin to walk down. After just a couple of steps down, a strong smell of blood and decay surged up, causing Yin Xiu to wrinkle his nose. He raised his hand to cover his mouth and nose with his sleeve and continued down. At the bottom of the stairs, it was darker and gloomier, with coldness clinging to the walls, and the chill on the skin made one shiver uncontrollably. Even in such a cold place, a heavy stench of decay lingered, making one's scalp tingle. Can you see where the light is? Yin Xiu really couldn't see the surroundings, so he could only ask Liu Mo behind him. After Liu Mo replied, he opened the lights in the basement on his own. The moment the bright light came on, Yin Xiu instinctively squinted his eyes. After his eyes adjusted to the light and he clearly saw the surroundings, he fell silent. The basement was small, with walls covered in images, and among the images were some frightening dismemberment tools, dark brown stains everywhere, on the floor, the walls, the tables, and the huge black coffin in the center of the basement. It was obvious what this place was used for. As he looked at the wall full of images, Yin Xiu quickly became alert. When the lights came on, the people in those images slowly began to open their eyes. Yin Xiu turned around, grabbed Liu Mo, and raised his head, pointing to the images that were gradually opening their eyes on the wall. Eat them all. Audience? Liu Mo. Although confused, Liu Mo did as told. The barrage watched as the man in the black suit smashed the images on the wall one by one, then began to reach in and pull out the shadows from the images, devouring them one by one. In an instant, screams filled the basement one after another. The images trembled, but couldn't escape at all. Helplessly, they were eaten clean by Liu Mo in just 2 or 3 bites. At this moment, in the town square of Rule Town. On the way home, Yi Tianxian was directly stunned by this scene. What is that thing with Yin Xiu? Boss Yi, that's his roommate. Roommate? You call these 2 strange men roommates? He's not from our town. He seems to have appeared when it was raining before. No one noticed him going to Yin Xiu, and it seems Yin Xiu entering the instance is also related to him. Yi Tianxian pondered, silently passing the square filled with strange figures watching the live broadcast, waved at Night Lady, and then left. After Liu Mo finished eating all the images on the basement wall, Yin Xiu turned to look at the entrance of the basement. Not hearing any sound, he finally relaxed. At that moment, the barrage suddenly floated with a message. Oh. I understand why Yin Xiu let his roommate eat those images. Why? Please analyze, great God. Those paintings are different from the victim images hanging outside. The basement paintings are from the group that came at night to persuade Yin Xiu to side with the town chief. They are the town chief's informants. The reason the town chief can notice players entering the basement and come to kill players who break the rules in time is that there are images in the basement. Once someone invades here, the images will immediately inform the town chief. So Yin Xiu let his roommate eat the people in the pictures right away. The analysis is quite reasonable, but it feels like the town chief already knew just now, right? He knows, but he's currently being chased by the female ghost and can't come back. Even if he rushes back later, all the witnesses here have been eaten, so he wouldn't know who had intruded. So that's how it is. This kind of rule evading method can only be done by Yin Xiu, who has a roommate. No ordinary person can really learn this. That's true, so the contents of this basement have never been known. Now Yin Xiu is the first player to publicly reveal the basement's information. Hurry and watch more. Everyone's eyes eagerly fell on Yin Xiu in the screen, watching him walk around the basement, then find a record book and a town chief manual on the table. The record book basically recorded the town chief's criminal records, clearly stating how he chose his favored candidates, approached them, deceived them into this house, killed them, and then used his strange power to seal them in the painting, preserving their most beautiful appearances. All the previous victims had long passages describing their experiences, with fine praises, but the last page only had a name with a short note. Yin Xiu. Unique collectible, irreplaceable. Chapter 48. Little Mouse Yin Xiu stared silently at the words above, imagining what kind of perverted expression the town chief must have had when writing this sentence. Then he heard a swallowing sound coming from next to him. Turning around, Liu Mo was intensely staring at the paper in his hand, his gaze slightly fierce, looking like he wanted to come up and tear the paper apart. This cannot be eaten. Yin Xiu quickly closed the record book, stuffed it into his pocket, and then continued to browse the town chief's manual. Town chief's manual. As the highest authority in the Grave Town, you can do anything you want within Grave Town, but to prevent Grave Town from being destroyed, you must adhere to the following points. First, you can kill the townspeople at will, but you must hide all your evidence well. Do not let the townspeople know you're evil. Second, new faces will appear in the town from time to time. You must warmly welcome their arrival, provide them with accommodation, and also kill them when someone breaks the rules. Third, when encountering any trouble that may threaten the safety of the town, you must either expel the other party or seal them away. The safety of the town coexists with your own safety. 4. You cannot kill children at night. The eyes of children are the purest, they will record all your sins. Please be careful of the children at night. As the mayor of the Grave Town, within a limited scope you can do endless things. As long as no one knows everything you have done, you will forever be the ruler of this domain, but please be very careful of some unexpected guests. Yin Xiu's gaze swept over the 4 rules. The mayor's job is to manage the order of the town. The first rule is his authority, the second rule is his responsibility, the third rule is a method for dealing with special situations, and the fourth rule is what he needs to be most vigilant about. The rules are short, the content is clear at a glance. After reading the first 3 lines, Yin Xiu's gaze lingered on the 4th line for a long time. You cannot kill children at night. He thought of the first rule of the grave town: children must not touch the altar in the square at night. Currently, there are already 2 pieces of information related to children in the instance, plus Yaya, the strange cub that appeared beside them as soon as they entered the instance. It is hard for him not to associate these conditions together. But at this moment, the thoughts are still not very clear, unable to connect them directly. After closing the mayor's manual, Yin Xiu turned his head and scanned his surroundings again, always feeling that the size of this basement does not match the size of the whole house. There might be a secret room here. He walked around the walls. The cold air here made it very uncomfortable for those who stayed too long, and Yin Xiu was no exception. Before finding the entrance to the secret room, he was already shivering all over. Looking at the direction of the secret room entrance, the remaining space is more likely to have the secret room built in this direction. Yin Xiu gritted his teeth against the cold and explored one of the walls. After circling a few times, he pushed hard against a table by the wall and found that the whole table was fixed to the ground. The direction of the push was not left or right, but front and back. This seems to be a rotating door disguised as a table. Tentatively, Yin Xiu pushed the rotating door, revealing a dark entrance to the secret room behind it. He crouched down to observe for a moment, then slowly crawled inside. After standing up in the secret room, Yin Xiu was slightly shocked by the scene before him, and the barrage immediately erupted in excitement. Previously, Yin Xiu was still thinking that the mayor's record only mentioned how to preserve souls in the most beautiful poses and frames after death, but did not mention how to deal with corpses. Plus, the mayor's manual clearly states that his crimes must not be discovered by townsfolk, so he certainly cannot engage in disposing of bodies for long. How is the mayor supposed to handle the corpses? Now he understood. Yin Xiu looked around the large secret room, filled with jars of human specimens. Those fresh corpses were kept in jars of liquid, arranged throughout the secret room. At a glance, every jar was lit up from beneath, outlining each person's face. All of them were people depicted in the paintings. Souls trapped in paintings, bodies trapped in containers. No wonder those people turned into vengeful spirits the moment they were released, filled with anger. Damn, this mayor is really not an ordinary pervert. I'm so shocked. What kind of obsession is this, collecting souls, storing bodies, treating these as treasures every day? What a psychological problem. Just thinking that Yin Xiu might also be targeted by him, and could end up being preserved in a jar like this, it's indescribably complicated. In the past, during the instances, I never came down here. At most I only felt that the mayor was a bit suspicious. Who knew it would be so terrifying? Indeed, usually the terrifying ones are the female ghosts. The mayor actually seems kind and friendly. After all, he provides accommodation for players, but only in Yin Xiu's instance. He exposed his true nature. Scary. In the midst of panic from the barrage of comments, Yin Xiu slowly felt around to find the light in the secret room. But while feeling around, he couldn't find the light, yet he touched the outline of a picture frame on the wall. Yin Xiu was taken aback, not expecting there would be a painting here as well. Just as he was about to turn to call Liam O, in the next moment, a force suddenly slammed down behind him, pressing him firmly against the wall. A strong smell of blood appeared out of nowhere behind Yin Xiu, as a person grabbed him tightly and pressed their body against his back. The sound of breathing was heavy and tired, yet carried a hint of excitement. I didn't expect someone would come here on their own. It's not a good thing for you, Yin Xiu, said the voice behind him, a low, breathy tone filled with amusement. It was the mayor. His tone sounded tired, but it didn't stop his hand from pressing Yin Xiu hard against the wall. Perhaps staying in such a cold space for too long had dulled Yin Xiu's senses. He hadn't even noticed when the mayor had appeared, and for a moment, he was caught off guard. But judging by the voice and the smell of blood in the air, it seemed like the mayor was injured. Perhaps it was done by that female ghost. Why aren't you speaking, little mouse sneaking in? The mayor leaned in slowly, his ambiguous tone pressing down on Yin Xiu's spine, enjoying the delicate feel of the body hidden under thin clothing. Indeed, if your body had no warmth, it would be even more perfect. I really like it. Yin Xiu lazily leaned against the cold wall, saying softly, thank you for your compliment, but I suggest you look back for a moment. The mayor, confused, kept pressing Yin Xiu to ensure he couldn't fight back while turning to look behind him. In the instant he turned back, a mouth filled with sharp teeth lunged at him ferociously. The mayor's heart jumped, and he swiftly dodged, rolling away quickly and putting distance between the two. He looked pale, staring at Liam O, who had returned to his normal form, still feeling a tremor in his heart. This person was silent, with no killing intent, yet suddenly appearing behind him could have devoured him in one bite. It's a bit terrifying. If this person stayed by Yin Xiu's side, he could never turn Yin Xiu into his collection. He swallowed hard, wary of Liam O. Liam O, slightly disappointed that he couldn't bite off the mayor's head, smiled, his lips curling upward as he stared unblinkingly at the mayor, like a hunter ready to pounce. In that moment, the entire cold space was charged with tension as the two faced off. Chapter 49, Get any closer, and I'll make my move. Yin Xiu had been pressed against the wall for a long time and was truly chilled to the bone by the cold air. Once he regained his freedom, he quickly rubbed his arms and turned to look at the two beside him. Both sides maintained a considerable distance, staring intensely at each other. Liu, with his usual composure, faced the enemy with a smile, fully at ease. The mayor had just been attacked by the female ghost, a large chunk had been bitten out of his shoulder, blood soaking his clothes, and his face was covered in blood, gasping for breath, clearly struggling. Yin Xiu thoughtfully stroked his chin, wondering, is a fight about to break out? He could see the unique attack styles of the two eerie figures, which was quite a remarkable experience, mainly to study his opponents in advance, so if either one attacked, he would have a way to fight back. Embracing an observational attitude, Yin Xiu stood by the wall in silence, waiting for the two to clash. However, neither Liu nor the mayor moved to attack. After a minute of deadlock, the mayor finally spoke. Yin Xiu, someone as special as you will surely attract the attention of other strange creatures, even if I don't notice. He was completely helpless against Liu, even a bit fearful, and could only turn to Yin Xiu, curling his lips into a cold smile, meaningfully saying, if you don't die by my hands now, someday you will definitely be killed by that strange one beside you. Yin Xiu lowered his gaze and casually brushed off the dust on him, nodding slightly, yes, I think so too. The mayor's eyes sparkled with a glimmer, not expecting Yin Xiu to so easily agree with his words, and immediately continued to sow discord. I see you have been cautious around him, he must have provoked you first, right? Yin Xiu thought for a moment, and it was true, it was simply a sudden trouble. He had been living in the small town for 6 years, and suddenly some strange creature showed up at his doorstep, pulling him into the instance, unfortunate. The mayor continued leisurely, if this one is a creature from the instance, and he doesn't want you to leave, he will definitely keep you trapped in the instance. He will take action to ensure you don't leave the instance, making you worry every moment that he will attack when you are weak. Instead of being inexplicably killed one day, it would be better for you to cooperate with me now. I guarantee you can leave the instance safely. Yin Xiu pondered, the biggest commotion since Liu appeared in the small town was pulling him into the instance, so the possibility of him being a creature from the instance was indeed very high. His lowered gaze and thought gave the mayor hope, thinking Yin Xiu was wavering in their current distance. But after pondering, Yin Xiu merely looked up peacefully, gazing at the mayor. Thank you for the reminder, but I don't need to cooperate with you. Whoever wants to kill me, I will kill them first, he is no exception. If he dares to attack me, I will definitely kill him, so you need not worry. His words were nonchalant, without any pretense, clearly showing he was quite confident. Looking back at Liu, he showed no signs of irritation at being named by Yin Xiu, instead, the curve of his lips rose even more, appearing very pleased. The mayor's expression became complex for a moment. Are you really okay with such an unknown creature by your side? Not okay. Then why not just cooperate with me to get rid of him? No need, it's not troublesome anyway. Yin Xiu calmly shrugged, he was being serious. Liu was strange, but he didn't cause any trouble at all, and even seemed helpful, making him feel 100 times more relaxed compared to the highly purposeful mayor. Seeing he couldn't sway Yin Xiu and couldn't overpower Liu, the mayor found himself in a dilemma. Someone had destroyed the rules he set in his house, yet he could do nothing about it. What do you plan to do now? Seeing the mayor in silence, Yin Xiu proactively took out the record book from his pocket and shook it in front of the mayor. Now, your evidence is in my hands. Will you come to kill me, who has violated the rules and taken away your important things, or will you treat your injuries and come back to settle accounts with me? Yin Xiu's move was both a slap in the face and a way to offer the mayor an escape route. The mayor stared at Yin Xiu, wanting to retrieve the record book and the mayor's manual from him, also wanting Yin Xiu himself. But right in front of him stood Liu, who exuded an invisible low pressure that intimidated him. Yin Xiu might not see it, but he could clearly see that the man in the black suit was surrounded by countless terrifying, twisted tentacles, stretching out and diffusing, clinging tightly to the walls of the entire room, each tentacle adorned with horrifyingly extreme eyes, staring at him, watching him. Those gazes were like a terrifying abyss, making it impossible for him to take a step forward. It seemed that with the slightest error, something would surge into his body and tear apart his nerves. The fear in his heart was making him mentally reach the breaking point. Wait for me to recover. After a long silence, the mayor finally uttered a few pale words. While being cautious of Liu, he slowly retreated, disappearing into the secret room. Yin Xiu was surprised by his departure. He initially just wanted to provoke the mayor, to see if the mayor would fight with Liu. In his mind, the mayor and Liu should be evenly matched. But instead, he ran away? He left the player who not only broke the rules but also took his evidence alive? Yin Xiu cast a meaningful glance at Liu, as it seemed the sticky, weird creature was even harder to deal with than he had imagined. At least for now, he was at a level above the mayor. It seemed necessary for him to pay attention to the mayor's words. If Liu truly intended to kill him, he definitely needed to be cautious. As he thought this, Liu suddenly turned his head and looked toward Yin Xiu. His ever-present smile often carried a chilling and eerie quality, and in this moment, abruptly turning to stare at Yin Xiu in the cold, dark secret room was particularly terrifying. Yin Xiu instinctively grasped the knife handle, watching him warily. "What's wrong?" Liamo did not respond but smiled as he stepped closer to Yin Xiu, making the entire room's atmosphere tense with his approach. The barrage of comments held their breath with him. This roommate finally stops pretending? Is he finally going to make a move on Yin Xiu? It must be because the mayor warned him, so he's no longer pretending. I want to say, it seems he has never been pretending. Ah. This roommate can scare off the mayor, he must be stronger than the mayor. If the roommate really intends to kill him, can Yin Xiu survive? It's infuriating. The mayor's stock is gone, is the roommate's stock going to disappear too? He won't even last until the end of this instance. Damn it, what does the mayor want to make of Yin Xiu? What is his goal? Everyone stared hard at the screen, watching Liamo step closer, while Yin Xiu kept retreating until he pressed against the wall. The coldness behind him heightened the hostility in Yin Xiu. He stared fixedly at Liamo, his hands never leaving the knife handle, gripping it tightly until Liamo was right in front of him. As they closed in, Liamo's towering figure blocked the dim light in the secret room, casting a shadow over Yin Xiu. The person in front smiled, lowering his eyes to gaze at him, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his lips. Yin Xiu kept his face taut, narrowing his eyes, revealing a hint of hostility. Come any closer, and I will make a move. Chapter 50, The Skill of Eating Monsters Raw. Liamo did not speak. In the next moment, he suddenly raised his hand, just as Yin Xiu was about to draw his knife. His hand reached over the top of Yin Xiu's head, stretching upward. Yin Xiu furrowed his brows in confusion, only to hear the sound of glass shattering above him. Liamo reached into the painting above Yin Xiu's head, violently grabbing the spirit that had just reported to the mayor and pulling it out of the picture. Aha! The spirit let out a tragic scream as it was torn apart in Liamo's hands and then formed into a small ball, which he tossed into his mouth. The familiar sound of chewing began, yet the screams did not cease. The spirit continued to wail, while Liamo calmly smiled, continuing his meal. Due to being so close, Yin Xiu could even distinctly hear the sound of the spirit being torn apart rolling down Liamo's throat, and then he swallowed softly, the screams abruptly stopping. The secret room fell into silence. No sounds of chewing or biting remained, just Yin Xiu's silence. He slowly released all the tension from his body, gazing at Liamo with indifference. Why are you so close? Do you really want to show me your skill of eating monsters raw? Liamo squinted his eyes, as if in a better mood, forcing himself onto Yin Xiu, just like last time, pressing all his weight down. Stuck on Yin Xiu, he pressed him against the corner of the wall. The icy touch seeped through his clothes. This inhuman body temperature reminded Yin Xiu at all times that what hung on him was merely a human shape. Beneath that shape was hard to say. He presented intimacy to Yin Xiu in a human-like manner, yet could never let down his guard. What are you doing? Yin Xiu raised his hand to push away his chin that was leaning closer, forcing his face back. The cold wall behind him and the icy coldness of Liamo pressed against him truly made him unable to endure this low temperature. Sleep. Liamo replied with a smile. Sleep in a coffin, right? Yin Xiu recalled the strange condition he mentioned, but there isn't a coffin big enough for two people in the instance. I really don't want to sleep in the town chief's coffin that has no idea how many people have died. Liamo's smile deepened. I have one. At this moment, Yin Xiu had almost no refusal left. He calculated the time. The sacrifice ceremony was already over, and it was almost time to sleep. He had also obtained evidence regarding the town chief in the basement, so he could indeed go to sleep to get through tonight. All right then. Yin Xiu nodded, and Liamo finally let go of him. The two walked out of the basement together. The first player to successfully enter the basement without being killed by the town chief and come out alive. Although I'm happy to see such a side quest, I can't copy this homework. No matter how I think about it, I can't come out alive like he did. I've already given up thinking. Anyway, this is a beginner's instance. Even if I don't go to the basement, I can clear the level, so I choose not to go. I've also given up copying Yin Xiu's homework. I can't learn this strategy. Now I'm just here for the fun, to see if Yin Xiu can survive the instance. I've also become someone looking for fun, watching Yin Xiu with his roommate. Hey, I really thought his roommate was going to make a move just now. He scared me half to death, but it turns out he was just eating a strange monster. Although I don't know what the roommate's purpose with Yin Xiu is, it feels safer than the town chief. Damn, why do I have to have a good impression of a strange monster? When he stands in front of you to face the town chief, you'll definitely feel a sense of good rapport. Makes sense, but I don't have that kind of roommate. The bullet comments were buzzing with discussion, watching the two emerge from the basement and walk away from the house, heading toward the outskirts of the town. Where are they going? They said they're going to sleep in a coffin. Ah, sleeping in a coffin. I've already given up on thinking. Leading Yin Xiu out of the town, Liamo arrived at a cemetery in a small grove, where 7 or 8 graves lay in the desolate and eerie abandoned woods. Yin Xiu silently watched as Li Mo selected a good spot for them, then dug a pit with his bare hands under the pitch-black sky and howling wind. His hands were sharp like weapons, and he dug through the soil remarkably quickly, so that in no time at all, he had already excavated a big pit. Next, he dusted off the dirt from his arms and returned to an elegant posture, turning to Yin Xiu and softly saying, "Close your eyes." "Yin Xiu?" Li Mo repeated, "Close your eyes, just for a moment." Yin Xiu silently closed his eyes, not quite understanding what this person didn't want him to see. Yin Xiu couldn't see, but the bullet comments could see. They clearly saw that after Yin Xiu closed his eyes, Li Mo's human form instantly twisted into a sticky, indescribable figure, with countless tentacles extending in the air, and the black body was covered with eyes. Any presence that made eye contact with it, the mind would begin to collapse in an instant. In that moment of the player on the screen making eye contact with the eyes, sharp shrieks tore through the nerves in their brains, causing their spirits to become absent, their gazes to scatter. Some hurriedly covered their eyes, while others became dazed. It wasn't just the players, even the strange monsters began to tremble. The entire live room flickered for 2 seconds before. Suddenly, it was shut off. In the twisted figure, a mouth filled with sharp teeth dug out a huge double coffin with its tentacles, then slowly placed it into the pit it had prepared. Along the way, the other mouths continuously repeated, "Close your eyes, close your eyes, close your eyes." The voice lingered in the quiet forest of the night, accompanied by the chill in the air. Yin Xiu felt an inexplicable difficulty in breathing, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. This was a fear arising from the depths of his heart, utterly unable to be suppressed by reason. He felt something slowly reaching out, lingering around him, yet not touching him. A dense sense of being watched enveloped him. It was not one or two, but many, many eyes were staring at him. Fortunately, this sharp fear did not last long before it slowly began to fade away. Then, the voice of Li Mo sounded in front of him, "Open your eyes." Yin Xiu immediately opened his eyes, alert to his surroundings. But there was no change around him, the desolate forest, 7 or 8 tombs, and in front of him, Li Mo, dressed in a suit, looking dignified and smiling. Aside from the extra black double coffin in the pit beside him, nothing else had changed. Yin Xiu let out a long sigh and realized that his hands had gone stiff, unconsciously gripping the hilt of the knife. Even his fingertips were tense to the point of turning white. He truly felt fear from that unknown presence just now, or was it that in the state of closing his eyes, without receiving external information, he barely managed to hold back from opening his eyes? Just gripping the knife and staying alert was already his limit. "Are you ready?" he asked, his face pale, feeling particularly exhausted, eager to sleep. "Ready." Li Mo opened the coffin lid, revealing enough space for 2 to lie down. Yin Xiu was too lazy to ask, directly rolled over to lie on one side, leaving space for Li Mo. But Li Mo did not come in directly. Instead, he stood by the pit, gazing down at him. That probing, scrutinizing gaze made Yin Xiu quite uncomfortable. "What's wrong?" "I think that person was right," Li Mo nodded, staring at Yin Xiu, who lay in the coffin, pale like a corpse, lifeless, making him look even more like a body as he lay there. "If you don't sleep, just cover it up." "I'm going to sleep," Yin Xiu urged, uninterested in Li Mo's shared taste with the mayor. Li Mo also turned over and lay down, then an invisible force covered them with the coffin lid. In the pitch-black space, Yin Xiu stared unblinkingly into the darkness in front of him, the tense emotions just moments ago unable to relax immediately, especially since an unknown presence lay beside him. Lying like this should be a human's shared burial, right? Like welcoming the end of life together. Li Mo said this sentence without warning. Yin Xiu slowly closed his eyes, ignoring him, but somehow felt this sentence was very familiar, as if he had heard it from someone. However, his increasingly vague memories over the past 2 years could not provide him with an answer. Li Mo turned his head to look at the silent and unresponsive Yin Xiu, his gaze slightly heavy, a bit disappointed. "Good night," he said softly. Yin Xiu's once tense awareness instantly sank, falling into a deep sleep. Chapter 51, Yeah, I am Mom. No matter when or where, the words "good night" from Li Mo's mouth always seemed to have an inexplicable mental influence, causing him to immediately let down his guard and fall into a deep sleep. For Yin Xiu, this was both a good thing and a bad thing. The good part was that he could sleep soundly, the bad part was that it made it easy for him to fall into danger in the instance. Even if he wanted to be wary of Li Mo, he would always unexpectedly fall asleep, entering a state of complete unpreparedness. In the dark coffin, the two lay side by side in silence. In the desolate little woods, there were 2 or 3 tombstones, and the evening wind swayed, eerie yet calm. But in the distant town, it was not as peaceful as here. After the female ghost caused havoc in the town because the townsfolk failed to offer sacrifices in time, countless townspeople suffered injuries and deaths, and the square was filled with corpses, the stench of blood spreading thickly. It wasn't until after the sacrificial time passed and the players entered their nighttime sleep that the town gradually quieted down. The mayor was nowhere to be found. The female ghost wandered through the town, while the players huddled nervously in their rooms, afraid to step outside even a half step. Tonight, the voice of the waitress appeared again in the corridor on the 2nd floor of the house. Just like the night before, she knocked on the players' doors one by one, asking the same question. She walked from the stairway to the end of the corridor, and still, no one responded. Gradually, white mist began to rise in the corridor, appearing was the figure of that woman. The players silently prayed for this event to come to an end quickly, hoping for no more major problems tonight. However, when that voice reached the door at the end of the corridor, it suddenly stopped with no sound. Players in other rooms felt their hearts sink. This was the room belonging to Zhongmu, and the little girl, Liamo and Yin Xiu, were not there. The rules required 2 people per room, so Zhongmu had to make do and share a room with the little girl for the night. He knew that the little girl would turn into a monster at night and that she would be a bit more irritable, but he never expected it to be this tormenting. Once night fell, the little girl became a monster and began to claw and scratch all over the room, knocking everything over. Not only did she do that, but she also squatted by Zhongmu's bed, staring at him with drool dripping from her mouth. How could he sleep like this? He shivered and curled up in the blanket, struggling to wait for time to pass, thinking that if he endured until dawn, it would be over. But in the middle of the night, the waitress's voice rang out again, and the little girl immediately got distracted by the sound coming from the door. In a flash, she darted from Zhongmu's bedside to the door, fixating her gaze on the door, listening as the waitress's voice came closer step by step. She crouched on the ground, slowly shifting her position, readying herself for an attack. As the waitress reached their door, the little girl suddenly flung the door open and lunged out. So swift and fierce, the waitress didn't even have time to scream before being bitten to death. Listening to the gnawing sounds coming from outside the door, Zhongmu shrank back on the bed, trembling and crying like rain. Yin Xiu, please come back quickly. I'm just an ordinary person. I can't endure this terrifying scene. The gnawing continued for a long time. After eating for a while, the little girl finally let out a satisfied burp at the door, patted her belly, and prepared to return to the room to sleep. However, in a split second, white mist surged in, and cold winds swept through the entire corridor. The little girl shivered all over, suddenly turning nervously to face down the corridor, baring her teeth at something in the white mist. Zhongmu also sensed that something had appeared. Without thinking, he hurriedly jumped out of bed, rushed to the door, and picked up the little girl, bolting back inside and locking the door. The little girl was an important monster in this quest. Yin Xiu had especially instructed him to take good care of her. After rushing back into the room, Zhongmu's heart raced. He tilted his head back, trying hard not to look at the terrifying face of the little monster in his arms, trembling as he checked the lock against the door. He did not know what was outside, but gradually, slow footsteps echoed in the corridor, coming towards Zhongmu's room one step at a time. That sound was extremely clear in the night, each step echoing through the darkness, bringing a chilling fear as it approached Zhongmu's door, clearly heading towards them. Not only Zhongmu felt the suffocating fear, even the little girl in his arms tensed up, clearly on alert at the presence outside the door. The footsteps stopped right in front of their door but did not move. The corridor fell into a silence. Zhongmu held her breath, tiptoeing back 2 steps, clearly seeing a shadow of a person through the gap under the door, but the other side made no sound or movement, which made it even more frightening. After a long moment of silence, a woman's voice floated softly from outside the door. "Yaha, it's Mom, are you inside?" Zhongmu was startled and immediately looked at the little girl in her arms, whose twisted face, covered in black fur, was filled with disbelief. Everyone in this place knew, even the little girl might realize, that her mom was no longer there, yet tonight a voice outside the door claimed to be her mother? Yeah. Mom came to see you, can you come out and meet me? The woman outside continued to gently ask, her tender voice echoed in the empty corridor, making it even more chilling. The little girl stared dazedly at the door and after a couple of seconds, she began to struggle in Zhongmu's arms. "It's Mom. Mom came to find me." Zhongmu immediately held her tightly. "Don't go. It must not be your mom. It's Mom. That's Mom's voice." The little girl struggled fiercely, her emotions becoming agitated. She kicked randomly in Zhongmu's arms, then quickly jumped out of his embrace, heading straight for the door. "Don't open the door." Zhongmu was so nervous he was shaking. The mother outside clearly knew that Yin Xiu was not home tonight and came to deceive. If Yin Xiu were in the house, she wouldn't dare. She didn't even come last night. The door was opened again under the little girl's eager expression. With a creak, the light from the corridor streamed into the dark room, also shining in the little girl's bright eyes. However, in the next second, the expectation on her face froze. Standing outside the door was the woman trapped in the seal. She stood backlit, engulfed in shadows, exuding a chilling air, and her white dress had become even redder from tonight's slaughter, dripping a pool of crimson at the door. At this moment, she smiled gruesomely, looking down at the little girl, softly mimicking her mother's voice. "Yeah, you are truly Mommy's good child." The chilling voice made the little girl's pupils tremble in an instant, and her innocent face instantly reflected tremendous fear. She panicked, screamed, and tried to turn back, but was grabbed by the woman. The woman's cold face suddenly came closer to her, grinning ominously. "Yeah, why are you running? Don't you want to save your brother?" The little girl's scream halted. She looked back at the woman. "Brother, what happened?" The woman smiled, narrowing her eyes. Your brother was taken by the mayor, he is about to be killed. If Yada doesn't help him, you might never see your brother, who treats you so well, again. The woman's nonchalant words struck fear on the little girl's face. She tremblingly grabbed the woman's white dress. Save brother. I want to save brother. Chapter 52, No one will trust a monster good. The woman's face curled into a sinister smile. Go kill the mayor, and your brother will be saved. As long as that bad man is alive, your brother could be turned into a painting. Do you want your brother to end up like those poor souls in the paintings? The little girl recalled the pale, twisted, hate-filled spirits and shook her head nervously. Then listen to me, take this blue pill and go find the mayor. The woman slowly extended her hand, offering her a blue pill that looked like those in the basement. Kill the mayor, and you can save your brother. Facing the pill offered by the woman and the hesitant little girl, the barrage screamed. This woman is lying. Yin Xiu wasn't captured by the mayor at all. Why is she tricking Yaya? How dare she send her to find the town mayor? What a wicked heart. The mayor is furious right now. Even if she's injured, surely a monstrous little girl can't defeat him. This bad woman definitely can't handle Yin Xiu, so she wants to harm the little girl while he's away. She's trying to deliver a psychological blow to Yin Xiu. I seriously suspect the woman wants to use the little girl to kill the mayor. I remember the town rules saying to be careful of children at night. But the rules don't say that the night children can kill the mayor. It doesn't seem like a fair struggle. All she will do is get the little girl killed. Damn it, she's causing trouble while Yin Xiu is away. Hurry back, Yin Xiu. Don't sleep. Your lovely little monster sister is about to be killed. The little girl hesitated, slowly reaching out to take the medicine under the woman's coaxing. Just as she was about to raise it to her mouth, a figure rushed in from behind, grabbing her hand. Don't eat it. Yin Xiu is a big shot, he definitely won't be caught by the mayor, and doesn't he have a monster roommate beside him? Do you think the mayor can deal with both of them? Despite being terrified of the woman, Zhongmu tried to persuade her, his face pale. Oh right, the little girl paused for a moment, thinking of Li Mo's presence. He would indeed never let her brother be taken by the mayor. Seeing the little girl question her, the woman's face immediately twisted with anger. She grabbed Zhongmu by the throat, violently slamming him against the door, squeezing so hard that his face turned white, and threatened the little girl fiercely, if you don't take the medicine, I will eat this person. When your brother comes back to see the corpse, he will think it was you who did it. In this town, no one will believe a monster's words. No one will trust a monster, you will also be hated like me. The little girl's face suddenly turned pale. She wanted to save this person, and she didn't want to be hated by her brother, so she could only take the medicine. Tears welled up in the little girl's eyes as she glanced at Zhongmu, who was being choked and unable to speak. She frowned, raised her hand, and swallowed the blue pill in one gulp. Her breath paused for 2 seconds, and her clear eyes instantly turned blood red. Her small monster body twisted painfully as it became larger and more grotesque, all of its teeth and claws rapidly growing. In less than half a minute, the little girl's weak monster body transformed into a horrifying giant beast. Her entire body was covered in black fur, resembling some wild animal, crawling on the ground while panting heavily and painfully, her crimson pupils emitting an eerie light in the night. Very good. The woman satisfiedly waved her hand, tossing Zhongmu into the room. She smiled, gazing at the twisted little girl. Go, find the mayor, and kill him before dawn. The little girl turned to look at Zhongmu in the room, closed her eyes, and her enormous figure quickly dashed out, disappearing into the fog in the corridor. Then, the woman's figure slowly vanished at the door, leaving Zhongmu alone, holding his hurting neck and coughing continuously, finally gasping for air after almost choking. Is her goal to use Yaya to kill the mayor? How could she possibly do it? Zhongmu coughed as he got up from the ground, his throat hurting. He stood at the door looking outside. The fog in the corridor cleared, the little girl and the woman's figures vanished, and the town was eerily quiet, completely unaware of what was going to happen next. I need to hurry and find Yin Xiu. If the little girl dies at the mayor's hands, the entire scenario will be ruined. Zhongmu was anxious, about to go out. Suddenly, the corpse of the waitress that the little girl had bitten twitched a couple of times, struggling to rise in the darkness. Zhongmu shivered, and the first rule of this house rapidly floated into his mind. The room must be occupied by 2 people, no other occupants are allowed. Now Yin Xiu and Li Mo are not here, and the little girl is gone too. There is only him left in the room. Single. I'm afraid he won't even survive tonight. Zhongmu swallowed hard, and the waiter on the floor slowly got up, locking their gaze on Zhongmu. The two exchanged a glance, and Zhongmu suddenly turned and ran out, the waiter quickly following, maintaining a distance such that Zhongmu would be caught if he paused for even a moment as they raced down the corridor. The audience, realizing the 2-person occupancy rule like him, became tense and watched Zhongmu running madly. After barely surviving the woman's grasp, is he really going to die at the hands of the waiter? I thought he could survive this level. He must have terrible luck. I thought he had good intuition to spot the real boss at a glance. Alas. There's no helping it, with Yin Xiu and his roommate gone, and the little girl leaving, he's all alone in the room. No matter what, being in a single room violates the rules, he's doomed unless there's some loophole like how Yin Xiu brushed off the little girl. But he's a newbie, and now the waiter has caught up to him. Once he runs out of stamina, that's it, his fate is sealed. Hey, you never know. Look at the direction he's running. The audience stared intently at Zhongmu in the corridor as he ran while glancing out the window, seemingly wanting to escape outside. Is he trying to hide outside before the waiter catches him? Outside might work, but it's also very dangerous. There's the rampaging little girl, the dangerous town mayor, and that woman. If the townspeople don't like him, they might come after him too. It's not safe anywhere, but at least there's a tiny chance of surviving outside because no one knows if the waiter will chase him out of the house. It's a tight squeeze outside. You mean not being discovered by the mayor, townspeople, or that woman, right? The strange creatures wandering outside tonight are in a bad mood. Yes, the source of their bad mood is peacefully sleeping in the little woods outside the town. They can't even find anyone to take revenge on. Let's hope nothing happens to him. At least this newbie thought of running outside, which is already good. Yes, yes. Just as the audience was praising him, they saw Zhongmu reach the stairs in the corridor, and suddenly he hit the brakes and turned into the men's restroom. Huh? Isn't he going outside? He went to the restroom? What the hell? To the restroom? Why did he go to the restroom? Is he looking for death in there? It's a dead end. Sigh, I just praised his cleverness, and then he does this. Is he finished? What a pity. As the audience sighed in regret, they saw the scene pause. The waiter, who had been sprinting to catch Zhongmu, stopped at the moment he entered the men's restroom and stood at the door without going in. Why isn't she chasing him in? I don't believe the strange creature abides by the gender rules of restrooms. If you follow rules like that, you wouldn't be a strange creature. It shouldn't be that. There must be another reason. Ah, wait, is it rule number 4 of the inn? The restroom is at the end of the corridor. If possible, try to go with someone. A single person can go, but absolutely ignore any sounds. I was thinking, if someone went to the restroom alone at night and died on the way, would the person left in the room trigger rule number 1? But then again, since the rule states that it's okay to go alone, then when a single person goes into the restroom. Is this room ignoring the first rule about double occupancy? Your analysis seems to support that idea, so does this newcomer plan to stay in the bathroom using the 4th rule for a night? Well, that's not impossible. 6. Bold and meticulous, no wonder you can see at a glance that Yin Xiu is a big shot. What a good seedling to nurture. It's a pity he's not from our town, otherwise, he'd definitely be nurtured. That's easy. When the instance ends, players can see the bullet comments. At that time, they can also change towns to cheat and steal. They'll definitely be able to win him over. 666. I remember someone saying he was doomed before? Ha, it definitely wasn't me. Zhongmu successfully slipped into the part of the rules that was vague and hid in the bathroom, but the waiter kept guarding the door, showing no signs of leaving. This meant he couldn't get out before dawn, and naturally couldn't notify Yin Xiu. I hope the little girl is okay. Zhongmu hesitated, poking his head out from the stall, trying to look outside, only to meet the waiter's intense glare. Under the waiter's gritted teeth and furious stare, he silently retreated back. Unable to get out and notify Yin Xiu in time, he could only leave his fate to luck. Although it was dangerous for the little girl to go look for the mayor, considering that she was a creepy creature herself, he didn't think she would die. What made Zhongmu more anxious instead was Yin Xiu. After spending the last 2 days together, he could sense that Yin Xiu was quite good to this strange little girl. The coldness around him couldn't hide the hint of hidden softness, which clearly showed his emotional investment in her existence. So, what would happen to Yin Xiu if something happened to the little girl? Recalling the murderous intent that had leaked from Yin Xiu when the little girl was taken by Wang Guang sent shivers down his spine. Clearly someone who had been cold and indifferent since their first meeting, who couldn't be bothered to get angry at player snubs and mockery, would actively charge into a horde of monsters with a knife when it mattered most, killing until the monsters feared him, forcing the mayor to intervene. Covered in blood, it scared even Zhongmu. At that moment, the aura radiating from Yin Xiu was completely different from his usual indifference, filled with more hostility and killing intent, like a being with hands stained by countless blood. Zhongmu frowned inside, feeling somewhat anxious. The players might be okay, but the creepy creatures were hard to predict. In the deep of night, the square outside the town erupted with noisy voices, seemingly from the townsfolk. Faint lights flickered in the pitch-black square, illuminating the crowd in the night with spots of light. Distorted faces gathered together, each holding weapons as they launched attacks on the giant creature that had appeared in the center of the square. The woman in the seal only commits large-scale killings during the day or when the sacrifice is violated, but at night, she lacks power, so the townsfolk could move freely outside. At this moment, a gigantic monster suddenly emerged in the square, roaring as it charged toward the crowd, scattering them with a single blow. Its twisted mouth tore and gnawed at the bodies of the townsfolk, seemingly venting its anger as it slammed them to the ground and crushed them forcefully. The townsfolk, with bloodshot eyes, hysterically rushed forward with knives, seizing the opportunity to wildly slash at the monster. Each strike sank into flesh, carving bloody wounds into its body covered in black fur. The monster howled in pain, struggling even harder to resist. Both sides attacked each other like they had gone mad. One side was weak but aggressively fierce, while the other was in groups, gradually wearing down her stamina. Having heard the little girl and woman's conversation in the hallway earlier, other players were somewhat taken aback when they saw the intense battle in the square. Why are the copies fighting each other? That little girl has completely turned into a monster. I told you the monster's corpse mentioned in the game rules must be her. By the way, Mom's note has mostly been completed except for leaving the town at night, right? Yes, and leaving the town doesn't specify life or death. Even if the corpse leaves the town, it counts as leaving. So it means it doesn't matter if the little girl is dead now? Because the requirements for her are all done. That's right, she has no value to us now, only a threat. Then when the townsfolk kill her, we can go pick up the spoils. If she is the monster's corpse mentioned in the rules, finishing this copy will be a piece of cake. Even if the corpse mentioned in the rules isn't the little girl, we can still give it a try. If she dies, we lose one threat. Either way, her death is only good for us. Ha ha ha, yes. I hope the townsfolk kill her quickly. A group of onlookers didn't even want to sleep, lying on the windowsill watching the slaughter, waiting for the final result. The monsterized little girl kept shrieking, furiously fighting back. As her body was continuously injured and bleeding, her strength diminished, and her movements slowed down. The townsfolk began to gradually gain the upper hand. This fight went on for several hours. During this time, the little girl tore apart countless townsfolk, but her body was also covered in scars. Torn flesh revealed bones, and she kept howling in pain while countering. The players leaned on the windowsill, cheering for the townsfolk. Ya ya. Zhongmu worriedly stuck his head out from the booth. From his position, he couldn't see the square, only hearing the continuous screams and the little girl's mournful wails. The low, hoarse monster's roar even sounded like crying to him. Chapter 54, Rebellion for a Day, Day After Day Rebellion. Zhongmu gritted his teeth and forcefully opened the booth door. The waitress at the door quickly looked up, staring intently at Zhongmu. Was this person finally unable to hold back and come out? Could she still make the last bit of time to complete her performance? Zhongmu glanced at the pale-faced waitress and, steeling himself, turned and rushed towards the window of the bathroom, looking down. On the second floor, the walls outside the hotel were very smooth, there were no pipes, and there was nowhere to land. The height of the second floor was neither high nor low, jumping down could cause problems with his feet. Zhongmu examined the height, hesitating as he extended half of his leg out the window. Just as he was about to muster the courage to jump out, the continuous roar from the square suddenly stopped. Zhongmu was taken aback and looked back at the bathroom door. The waitress had vanished. If she vanished, did that mean dawn was breaking? Zhongmu quickly peeked outside. The sky above the town was already turning white, gradually revealing the light of the rising sun. In the next second, cheers of excitement erupted from within the building. The players shouted in unison, "Finally! It's dawn! The little girl has fallen! The townsfolk have won! Let's go, hurry to see if she is still alive!" After all the fighting with the townsfolk, even if she is a monster, she should be dead by now. If she's still alive, she must die. We need the corpse to complete the requirements to finish the game. Hurry up, hurry up! The players immediately rushed out of the building with enthusiasm, and their crazy words made Zhongmu's heart tremble. What the hell? Did he hear correctly? The players who had been too timid to even step out the door suddenly became so brave, rushing to the bloody battlefield first? Zhongmu hurriedly pulled his leg back, desperately trying to mix in with the crowd of players to go downstairs, but everyone seemed inexplicably excited. One by one, they rushed down fiercely, pushing Zhongmu into the corner. Hurry, hurry, we must kill her quickly. To clear the dungeon, she cannot be left alive. Stop talking, I'm finally leaving this dungeon, I've waited too long. Ha ha ha, let's go, we need to move quickly. Among their chatter, Zhongmu noticed that not all players were so excited and rushing down. A portion still showed the fear typical of newcomers, trembling at the doorway, even frightened by those rushing down. Those urgent, frenzied players, who hoped for the little girl's death, seemed to have transformed, wild and crazed, their eyes filled with killing intent. Zhongmu silently took a step back, avoiding these people. Not looking was easier, but upon closer inspection, he suddenly noticed that thin black smoke was rising from those players, as if they had been tainted, swirling around each of them. These players seemed to be those newcomers who rarely ventured out due to fear. Had they been polluted? Or controlled? Zhang was unsure for a moment but cautiously chose not to engage with them. After the group excitedly rushed downstairs, they headed straight for the square. As daytime citizens gradually returned to their homes, the square was now filled with blood and a monster covered in wounds, lying on the ground with weak breaths. After battling with the townspeople, she was now exhausted, wounded, and unable to move, only able to lie there in pain, gasping. Seeing the players approaching, she instinctively wanted to get up and flee, but her limbs were so severely injured that she couldn't rise. She could only watch helplessly as the players boldly approached her, circling around to inspect. Damn, so ugly, she's scary enough normally, transformed into a monster is just horrifying. A player came to the little girl's side and criticized her monstrous appearance. The little girl bared her teeth in a snarl, wanting to pounce, but her limbs could only weakly scrape against the ground, failing to intimidate. She glared fiercely at the players, a look as if she wanted to tear them apart, but usually these people would have been scared away long ago. Today, however, they were unusually bold and, after a low whisper of intimidation from the little girl, one stepped forward and kicked her in the head. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you. Think you're so cute, right? Acting like a little girl, strutting around, but a monster is still a monster. Back to your original form, and you're terrifyingly ugly. After being kicked hard, the little girl let out a low sound, curling her head. With a forceful movement, blood flowed from all her wounds, coloring the ground around her red. The players walked around in the blood, continuously cursing at the little girl, casually stepping forward to kick her, punching and kicking at her wounds, even maliciously reaching into her torn flesh to pull. Look, she's really badly hurt, she should be dying soon, right? The heart-wrenching pain caused the little girl to scream and thrash, her whole twisted body curling into a ball. The more she was unable to resist, the thicker the black smoke around the players became, their eyes turning extremely excited, fixed on the little girl. She hasn't died yet, the dungeon's clearing rule requires a corpse. Another player slowly approached the little girl, his eyes dark. Yeah, and I wonder if the first one to put up a corpse will get high points. If someone scores first and gets a reward, the rest would miss out. The players silently surrounded the little girl, their eyes revealing madness. How about we tear her into pieces, ensuring every player gets a share? It makes sense, let's do it this way. After all, she is about to die. It's just a little pain, a monster surely won't care, right? If she looked like an ordinary little girl, I might actually hesitate, but if it's a monster, then it doesn't matter, let's just kill her. The players smiled, picking up the weapons left behind by the townspeople, machetes, axes, and saws, slowly approaching the little girl. Brother! Brother! Help me! The little girl, eyes wide with terror, struggled with her injured body while calling out helplessly, but her cry sounded like low, guttural roars in the players' ears. One brave player rushed forward, swinging an axe. The sharp blade struck into the monster's flesh, and blood sprayed everywhere. The little girl's pupils contracted sharply, and she screamed, dodging as she cried out, Mom! Mom, help me! However, the black smoke on the players thickened, and their eyes turned even redder. At the moment another axe was about to swing down, a figure rushed in, hugging the axe wielder and knocking him to the ground. Are you all insane? You can't hurt her. The corpse in the rules is not her at all. Zhang, pale-faced, stood in front of the little girl, genuinely frightened. He hadn't expected them to actually attack without hesitation, as if they were a completely different group from the players the day before. Get out of the way. What does killing a monster have to do with you? She's nothing like us players. Do you really think you developed feelings for her after 2 days? A monster is a monster. If you protect her now, she'll turn around and kill you. Don't interfere with our quest, or else, we'll kill you too. Zhang frowned, standing firmly in front of the little girl, glaring at them. If you want to kill her, fine, wait until Yin Xiu comes back to do it. I want to see if you dare to act in front of him. The players opposite immediately grew anxious, glaring fiercely. If you don't let us, don't blame me for chopping you too. I won't let you. Zhang gritted his teeth, picked up a machete from the ground, glaring back at the players, barking, if you dare to chop me, I'll chop you too. Cowering before a monster, but threatened by your own kind? What kind of dungeon run is this? I'd rather die here today. If I die, I'll drag you down with me. The players, not believing his threat, stepped forward, and Zhang immediately swung out, his movements decisive and swift. His fierce gaze startled the players. They quickly retreated, their expressions turning complex, showing signs of wavering. He really dared to strike. He wasn't just bluffing, he was also tough. Even in this irrational situation, those wanting to complete the quest definitely didn't want to be killed here. Zhang glared at them. After all, this was just a delay, the day had already dawned. He absolutely needed to buy time for Yin Xiu to return, ensuring the little girl wouldn't die. From the first day the players gathered, he had never fit in, nor did he expect this self-righteous group to accept him. Since he had rebelled for a day, he would carry it through, rebelling every day. Chapter 55, Just Kill Them All. The scene froze, and the bullet chats exploded with excitement. Wow, what a good seed. I really want to recruit him to our town and raise him. Anyone who can hang out with Yin Xiu is definitely not simple. Yin Xiu is invincible, and he's a growth type. The future is promising. We need to find a way to fool this person over. Half the bullet chat was wildly praising Zhong Mu, while the other half was frantically urging. Listen to me. Pay attention to the little girl. We can't let her die. Yes, absolutely not, we cannot let her die. Damn, protect the little girl. Don't let her die. If she dies, Yin Xiu will definitely go crazy. These stupid players are really making me break out in a cold sweat. It took Yin Xiu 6 years of self-cultivation to become gentle. These foolish people are almost touching his breaking point. Once this person goes crazy, they are like a ghost. Don't ask me how I know. Although it's not me who's dying, it brings up some psychological shadows, and just looking at it makes me a bit scared. Me too. The barrage of comments, filled with fear and strange ramblings, left the other watching players confused. What? They were just one step away from witnessing the great Yin Xiu go mad? Is the situation this dangerous now? Zhong Mu stood firm with an axe, confronting the group of players. He seemed to maintain control, yet he was clearly at a disadvantage. A player was eager to step forward again. Zhong Mu was fierce, but he was just one person, while there were several. As long as one of them went forward to take care of him, the rest would have no problem. I see you really aren't afraid of death. The one standing at the front was Zhang Si, who had long disdained this newcomer. He had completely ignored orders since day one and now dared to interfere with his actions, igniting his anger. I see you also aren't afraid of death, come and try it. Zhang Mu glared at him, unwilling to lose any momentum. On the opposite side, infuriated, Zhang Si exchanged glances with the others, then stared intently at Zhang Mu, ready to make a move. This subtly drew Zhang Mu's vigilance and attention while the other players quietly circled behind, preparing for a sneak attack. In the tense atmosphere, Zhang Mu unconsciously tightened his grip on the axe. It was his first time entering a dungeon and also his first time facing enemy players. He had absolutely no experience with killing, and it was impossible to say he wasn't nervous. He didn't fear killing an opposing player, he feared that he wouldn't be ruthless enough, that a moment of hesitation might give the opponent a chance to counterattack, and his heart began to tense up unknowingly. In the silence, Zhang Si sensed Zhong Mu's tension and suddenly lunged forward to intimidate him. Startled, Zhong Mu instinctively swung the axe, but in the next second, a player beside him pounced and pinned him to the ground, stepping hard on his hand that held the axe. Quick, take his axe away. If you can't take it, chop it off. Don't let him stand up. Pin him down. Let's see what you can do now. Other players pushed forward with malice, struggling to hold down the wildly thrashing Zhong Mu in an attempt to wrest the axe from his hands. A person fighting for their life is the maddest. They feared Zhong Mu would stand up and ruthlessly attack them all, so everyone went all out, stomping on his hands and even hitting him with stones. In the struggle, they couldn't pry Zhong Mu's tightly grasped hand from the axe, so someone brought a new axe from the side, intending to chop off his hand to prevent any accidents. In the uproar, a part of the remaining players had completely frozen in shock. This was nothing short of a madman's battle. They had never seen these players show such fierce and insane expressions, almost no different from the town's monstrous residents. A little girl was sobbing nearby, trying to rise and help, but with the slightest movement, blood seeped from her wounds. Gritting her teeth, she kicked Zhang Si away, but he immediately hit her with a stick in return. What's the rush? I'll come kill you in a moment. Zhang Si glared at her fiercely, and suddenly the little girl bit into his shoulder. Ah! You monster, he screamed, gnashing his teeth, while viciously swinging the stick at the little girl's head, his eyes turning increasingly bloodshot. Heavy breaths, the sounds of intense struggling and fighting, screams, curses, mixed with splattering blood turned the square into a frenzy. As the victorious players raised the axe high, attempting to swing it down toward Zhong Mu, a chilling voice suddenly rang out beyond the crowd, like snowflakes falling into the hot clamor, instantly freezing everyone. What are you doing? In an instant, the square fell silent, and the players turned their heads. Outside the crowd, Yin Xiu's thin figure had appeared there without anyone noticing. He stood quietly, looking at them, his gaze landing on the fallen Zhong Mu and then shifting to the little girl beside her. He looked at the wounds, at the large patch of glaring red, his eyes silently cooling down. What's it to you? Zhang Si, seeing Yin Xiu appear, became even more upset. He still remembered the grudge against Yin Xiu for killing Wang Guang, and he glared at him fiercely. If you dare meddle, I'll kill you too. In the wake of that loud shout, the other players followed suit aggressively. That's right. You always steal the spotlight from our boss, making yourself seem like the boss. I advise you not to provoke us now. The boss said she is the condition to clear the game, so she definitely is. If you dare to hinder us, don't blame us for being rude. Amidst the wave of insults, Yin Xiu remained unmoved. Is that so? He coldly stared at Zhang Si, silently raising his hand, and in the silence, he drew the miao knife that hung at his waist. The sharp cold light drew out from the sheath, pointing with icy intent towards the person opposite him. Did you strike first? The other players fell silent, but Zhang Si instantly shouted back, so what if I struck first? What's it to you? Who do you think you are? In an instant, the cold light sliced towards him, the sharp edge cleanly cutting through Zhang Xi's throat. Bright red blood gushed out, and he didn't even finish his sentence, his voice reduced to a broken sound. Zhang Xi dumbly raised his hand to cover his throat, staring at Yin Xiu in disbelief, his pupils filling with fear, but it was already too late. The blood gushed out, staining his clothes red, and he stumbled, unable to utter another word before collapsing to the ground. The spreading bright red blood shocked those around, and the other players, as if stabbed, instantly turned from madness to panic, retreating from around Yin Xiu, wanting to escape. Forget it. Yin Xiu calmly raised his eyes to look at the fleeing players, and with a wave of his knife, he flicked off the blood from the tip, his thin lips parting slightly, just kill them all. This sentence left the barrage in astonishment, but in the next second, Yin Xiu proved with action that he was serious. His white figure instantly charged out, wielding the sharp long knife, sweeping through, brutally piercing the back of a fleeing player, pulling it out, and with another swing, the knife light flashed again towards others. With one slash, blood bloomed like flowers in the air, staining Yin Xiu's white shirt and his knife red. His face was cold, his expression colder than death, as he pursued the panicked players through the little town. His agile figure was like a chilling knife edge, also like the piercing snowflakes in the cold wind, flying fatally towards everyone he had just faced. Wherever he went was nothing but blood and screams. Ah! Help! Let me go! I was wrong. I didn't mean to. Spare me. Please. I just lost my head for a moment. I didn't want to kill her. I didn't strike first. We are all players, please spare me. I beg you. The players' wails and screams echoed throughout the little town, and the strangeness of the town could not compare to Yin Xiu's ferocity. The players, in a panic, even forced their way into the houses of the townspeople, where they were brutally followed by Yin Xiu. Their screams joined with the cries of the townsfolk. Now not only were the players panicking, but the townspeople were alarmed as well, tightly shutting their doors, unwilling to let any players inside. Hidden securely, afraid of being affected. What does Yin Xiu killing players have to do with them? They are just innocent citizens now. Yin Xiu is even more like the monster. Chapter 56. Brother Xiu, hurry, and give him a social beating. The players involved in the murder of the little girl were being hunted down, while the players who were not involved hurriedly hid back in their rooms. The townsfolk did not dare to show their faces, even the female ghost had not appeared, leaving the entire town filled with the players' cries of despair. Wherever Yin Xiu went, death followed. His oppressive aura was even more terrifying than when the female ghost appeared that day. Watching the barrage, everyone was trembling. Good thing I'm not a dungeon monster scaring other players in town to avoid provoking Yin Xiu. Life can still go on. Who told them to provoke Yin Xiu? That female ghost, that town mayor. This dungeon is finished. At least the little girl didn't die. If she had, no one would leave the entire dungeon alive. I can only say that this time the dungeon monsters and players are all newcomers, unfamiliar with Yin Xiu, and they picked the wrong target. They're just unlucky. Let's see how many monsters survive this dungeon. Who knows if Yin Xiu will show mercy? I doubt it. Monsters that hit Yin Xiu's nerves don't have good outcomes. The discussions from the monsters and the barrage scared the players. Yin Xiu had lived in their town for a long time. They did not provoke him and never knew he could be this terrifying. In a town where peace was treasured, old folks guided newcomers, and there were certain rules to follow. There lived a killer who disregarded all order for so many years. In an instant, everyone understood why the town spread the word to stay away from Yin Xiu. Who would dare to? In the dungeon, after a long chase, the sounds in the town gradually faded away until not even a single cry remained. Yin Xiu kicked open a townsfolk's door and walked out covered in blood. He took a deep breath, as if calming his emotions, then lowered his gaze to wipe his blade with his clothes, but his clothes were all bloody. Rubbing it didn't clean it. So he simply did not sheath his dagger but turned and walked towards the square. Is it finally over? Some innocent townsfolk got caught in the crossfire. They were killed too, but at least it's over. No, he hasn't sheathed his blade. It might not be over yet. Don't scare me. Right, it's not over yet. If he had just wiped his blade clean, it might have been over, but now he hasn't sheathed his blade, which means there's more to come. How do you know so much about this? You even notice such small details. If you were the one getting killed, you would know too. Sorry to interrupt. Everyone nervously stared at Yin Xiu in the screen. He was drenched in red, looking extraordinarily terrifying as he walked step by step towards the square with his knife. This scene would make anyone shudder. The square was silent now, with only countless dead bodies around and the weak monster girl alongside the injured Zhong Mu. Zhong Mu was shocked to see Yin Xiu come back, unable to recognize him for a moment. Brother Yin Xiu? Yin Xiu nodded lightly and walked over to the little girl. She was severely injured, blood had flowed for a long time. In her current monster form, the bigger the wounds tore, the more blood she lost, and there was nothing to heal her wounds or save her. Brother, the little girl lay weakly on the ground, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. I hurt so much. Yin Xiu gazed at her, reaching into his pocket to pull out the medicine he had brought from the basement and placing the red pill into her mouth. After swallowing the pill, the little girl's body changed rapidly, gradually transforming from a beast covered in black fur back into a little girl. Once back in human form, her wounds looked even more horrifying, with various torn injuries almost covering her frail body. The cuts on the arms and calves were nearly severing, and not to mention saving her, it was already a struggle for her to stay alive. The little girl's face was stained red with blood, and her neatly braided hair had come undone, looking extremely messy. Her pupils were unfocused, staring blankly at Yin Xiu, and she slowly uttered, "Brother." I heard Mom's voice. Where? At the town's entrance, outside. Mom is waiting for me. The town entrance meant leaving the town. One of the rules on Mom's note was to leave the town at night, no matter which night it was, but obviously, the little girl couldn't last until another night. Yin Xiu looked up at the sky. He had woken up a bit late, and with the pursuit of the player, a lot of time had passed, and it was still some time before dusk. He then patted the little girl's hair gently and said in a soft voice, "When it gets dark, I'll take you out to see Mom. Can you wait a little longer?" Okay. The little girl responded with difficulty, trying hard to keep breathing and not fall asleep. Then, stay here and wait for brother to come back. Brother still has some things to do. Yin Xiu asked softly. The little girl tiredly opened her eyes and gazed at Yin Xiu. Brother, you must come back to find me. Yin Xiu's gaze trembled slightly. For some reason, those words made his heart tighten for a moment, as if recalling something bad, but his mind was too fuzzy to remember. Okay, I will definitely come back. After saying that, Yin Xiu looked toward Zhongmu. Take good care of her, don't let anyone take her away. Okay. Zhongmu nodded firmly, his gaze resolute. Yin Xiu then lifted his knife and stood up. As he turned to leave, he suddenly remembered something, looked up toward the town entrance, and asked Zhongmu, "Have you seen Liamo? Your roommate?" Zhongmu shook his head. "Wasn't he with you?" Yin Xiu looked thoughtful. When he woke up, he didn't see Liamo around. He vaguely heard him say something in his dream like, "This place is almost over, he needs to prepare the next surprise for when they meet, so he has to leave first." It was really unexpected for Liamo to just run off after sleeping. Forget it, I won't bother with him. Yin Xiu turned indifferently, while continuing to observe the direction of the inn, wandering around the town. Then, the bullet screen saw that after he left the square, he directly kicked open a villager's house, holding a knife and demanding to know where the town chief's house was. The inn was merely the town chief's collection hall and crime site, all the rooms inside were for players to stay in. The town chief didn't actually live there, so to find him, one still had to ask the villagers. It's in the black house by the square. The villager was genuinely scared and confused, having never seen a player threaten him with a knife before. Thank you. Yin Xiu nodded indifferently, then swung his knife and killed the villager in one swift motion before turning to leave the house. Damn, what a ruthless boss, thanking someone and then killing them. With that kind of imposing presence, Yin Xiu probably wants to finish the dungeon now. Huh? He's going to clear the dungeon already? Could he be going to kill the town chief? Yin Xiu has always believed the town chief is the body mentioned in the dungeon's rules, so since he's a body, he definitely has to turn him into one first. 666, Yin Xiu fighting the town chief. Damn, I never thought about it. After so many dungeons, who would have thought that one day someone would bring a knife to solo kill the dungeon boss? This dungeon's clearing star rating has always been around 2 stars, mainly because most of the players in the newbie dungeon don't know how to fully clear it, and secondly, the dungeon boss is hard to fight. The dungeon boss hasn't been beaten yet, so he didn't even think Yin Xiu could take him on, that's why he dared to provoke him. Damn, I knew he was reckless, but I didn't think his roommate would be scared of Yin Xiu. Brother Xiu, go give him a good beating with some streetwise lessons. Yeah, Brother Xiu, teach him a lesson, let him taste the agony we felt back when we were almost dying in your hands. Ha ha ha, I've also been through the rain. I want to see the mayor's umbrella torn to shreds. Hit him. Hit him. A group of strange creatures went wild, leaving the players with no chance to speak. There was still a bit of time before night fell, enough for Yin Xiu to stroll leisurely to the mayor's doorstep. His house was entirely black, standing beside the square, with the front door directly facing the statue in the square. The chilling aura around it was unmatched by other townsfolk's homes. Even though the square had been so noisy just moments ago, the mayor's house had remained closed. On the first day in town, the strange townsfolk had warmly welcomed Yin Xiu, only for him to brandish weapons at them, prompting the mayor to step in and intervene. But today, he had not shown up at all, ignoring both the townsfolk's tussle with the little girl and Yin Xiu's disturbance in their homes. Mayor's Handbook 3, whenever faced with any trouble that may threaten the town's safety, either drive the other party away or seal them away. The town's safety coexists with your own safety. Logically, when the townsfolk were in danger, he should have emerged, opting to avoid confrontation, possibly because his injuries from the female ghost had not yet healed. Yin Xiu raised his gaze slightly and kicked open the mayor's front door. A wave of cold air hit him. The house was dark and gloomy, with black fabric blocking the doors and windows. Even during the day, no light could penetrate. The walls of this house were no surprise, adorned with many paintings, but interestingly, all the glass covering these images was shattered, leaving the frames empty. Judging by the glass shards on the ground, they might have been broken not long ago. Yin Xiu strolled leisurely past those images, listening to the sounds within the house, gradually making his way to the second floor. The entire house was silent, but he could faintly hear some noises coming from the second floor. The other party had noticed Yin Xiu's intrusion but had yet to move. If they wouldn't act, Yin Xiu would go up by himself. The second floor had many rooms, each window covered, and each room devoid of furniture, only filled with walls full of paintings. The inn was the crime scene and exhibition space, and these were all the mayor's possessions, right? However, all the glass in the paintings was shattered, and there was not a single figure in the frames. Reaching the end of the second floor, the only tightly shut door stood before Yin Xiu, with what sounded like frantic swallowing clearly coming from behind it. It was so impatient that even as Yin Xiu approached, he did not stop. Yin Xiu, drenched in blood, still politely knocked on the door. "Can I come in now?" Inside, the sound momentarily paused, not responding to Yin Xiu. After a brief silence, it resumed, even more frantically. "If you don't open the door, I will just come in." Yin Xiu calmly took a step back, raised his knife, and struck with force. The sharp glint flashed by as the door split in two, instantly collapsing amid the swirling dust and revealing the scene inside. Inside was indeed the mayor, along with a floor covered in images and shards of glass. The mayor was also covered in blood, with several wounds of various sizes, severely injured. Among them, the bite mark from the female ghost had already dried with congealed blood, but there were two other fresh wounds on him, slightly smaller than the ghost's major bite, blood flowing down and soaking his clothes. To fill the wounds, the mayor was smashing his collectibles, grabbing the sealed spirits from inside and shoving them into his mouth, too eager to even notice Yin Xiu's presence. "Did Yaya hurt you?" Yin Xiu asked with a calm tone, looking lazily at the doorway. The only ones who could injure the mayor were the female ghost and the child briefly mentioned in the rules, drawing a connection to Yaya, who had inexplicably turned into a monster. He could only guess like this. The expression on the mayor's face twisted instantly. "That woman really wants to kill me." After all this time, she finally couldn't hold back and used her pawn to deliver a fatal blow. Yin Xiu's gaze was cold and indifferent as he nodded. "You've been confronting her for a long time. She can't kill you, nor does she have the chance, but last night I gave her that opportunity. As soon as she hurt you, she arranged for the prepared Yaha to deliver a final strike, but unexpectedly, you had the townspeople block it." The mayor smiled as he turned to look at Yin Xiu, the blood on his face bright red and glaring. "Yes, with this alone, she still can't kill me. In my domain, no one can kill me." Yin Xiu's gaze deepened slightly. "But you probably didn't expect that. In fact, that woman also counted me as a pawn." He slightly shook the blade in his hand, drops of blood rolling down from the edge onto the ground, the intention to kill heavy, contrasting sharply with Yin Xiu's cold voice. "She used the monster-turned Yaha not only to worsen your injuries or kill you, but also to incite me to kill you. Or to provoke a conflict between you and me, trying to involve Liam O, who was still by my side yesterday." Seeing the mayor's fearful attitude towards Liam O, it was likely that the woman knew just how terrifying Liam O was. Having Yin Xiu kill the mayor, she wasn't fully confident, but if she could use Yaha to intensify the conflict between the mayor and Yin Xiu, leading to Liam O intervening to help Yin Xiu kill the mayor, that would be a certain victory. The mayor chuckled coldly. "It seems you are quite aware of everything. That woman thought you were a pawn to be manipulated, but in the end, she has brought trouble upon herself." His gaze slightly glanced over to Yin Xiu's back, not seeing Li Mo's figure, even a bit surprised. "You came alone?" Yin Xiu nodded. The mayor, who had just felt a bit anxious, had now calmed down completely. He slowly put down the undestroyed portrait in his hand, stood up with a smile, and appeared much more composed. "Since he didn't come with you, I have nothing to worry about. Quite surprising that he actually chose to abandon you temporarily. This gives me a great advantage." The mayor's gaze on Yin Xiu became filled with desire and excitement again, while Yin Xiu looked at him with nothing but indifference, wearing an expression that felt cold like he was staring at a corpse. The mayor always found joy in Yin Xiu's indifference. It relaxed him a lot. "I know you have some skills, indeed, you can be considered exceptional in the newcomer instance, but here is my domain. As long as I want to keep someone, no one can leave the instance alive." Yin Xiu raised his eyes in contemplation. "Is the mayor ranked among the bosses he has killed before in instances?" The last time he killed a boss in an instance was 6 years ago in the final instance when he was still 16. Too young, he used up all the props on him and barely managed to solo it for 2 days. Since then, he had rarely been disturbed by strange creatures. In the small town, aside from the night lady, no strange creatures dared to hang around his doorstep. Now seeing the mayor take such interest in him, even actively provoking, claiming to turn him into a collectible. He nodded and smiled slightly. "Actually, I like you quite a bit." Then, he raised the knife. "I like your wild and crazy way of speaking, I hope you can maintain it later." Chapter 58, You are kind, I am kind. The moment he said this, the coldness emanating from him made the mayor furrow his brows instantly. In the next second, Yin Xiu's figure surged forward, the cold light moving in the dark room, and in the blink of an eye, Yin Xiu's swift figure reached behind the mayor, shadows flickered, and blood instantly blossomed. The mayor's head dropped with a thud, sticky blood spilling onto the ground. Even his expression was still in shock. Yin Xiu turned around slowly, staring coldly at the mayor on the ground, his lips curling slightly. "If you want to trap me, you might need a bigger picture frame." "What the hell? Instant kill? The man who soloed the final boss of the dungeon? It's strange if he doesn't instant kill." "Ha, this boss of the newbie dungeon is trash, it's totally normal to be instant killed. Besides, Yin Xiu has only become gentler over the years from focusing on health, nothing has dropped. The dungeon's strange monster is in trouble." As a small-town monster, seeing Yin Xiu instant kill a monster is oddly exciting, how to say? "You're not normal, I suggest you go and train under Yin Xiu's knife to ascend." "You really want me to ascend, don't you?" "Wait, Yin Xiu hasn't put away his knife." "Ah." The viewers watched as in the dark room, after Yin Xiu sliced off the mayor's neck, he didn't leave or put away his knife, but instead strolled slowly to a position slightly farther from the mayor. In the next second, the mayor's head started rolling on the ground, and his headless body slowly squatted down, picking up his head and placing it back on his neck. The smile on the mayor's face became even more arrogant and excited. He stared intently at the calm Yin Xiu, his voice filled with excitement. "As expected of the person I chose, you are indeed much stronger than those newcomers. I've been in this dungeon for so long and have never encountered anyone who could slice off my head." His gaze clung to Yin Xiu, observing, logically, "No one so far has discovered a way to kill me with a dungeon prop, yet your knife can hurt me. Quite special, huh?" Yin Xiu slowly raised his hand, his palm brushing against the knife's back, leaving a white mark. He smiled. "Very special, want to try?" The light-hearted words from someone he was interested in made the mayor's expression become hazy, as if Yin Xiu wasn't coming to kill him, but inviting him to do something quite ambiguous. He smiled and licked his lips, his tone strong and powerful. "I must turn you into my collectible. A one-of-a-kind collectible." Saying this, his body covered in bright red blood began to twist and swell, every joint's flesh rapidly becoming hard. The surrounding picture frames started to shake, sensing fear. Yin Xiu calmly watched as his body became larger, more like a beast. That still recognizable face vanished in an instant, panting heavily, drooling at him, his chest rising and falling, seeming especially excited. "Yin Xiu! My collectible!" Yin Xiu had little reaction to his perversion, turning the knife in his hand quickly towards the corner of the room. The transformed mayor suddenly charged out, lunging at him. Inside the room, there were several loud bangs as the walls were dented by immense force, debris flying everywhere. Yin Xiu did not fight back, only purposefully dodging and moving, forcing the mayor to actively attack towards him. Even in the cramped space, his figure remained agile. This one-sided pressure made the mayor even more frantic and excited, his pupils staring fixedly at Yin Xiu's figure, his white shirt stained bright red, his movements elegant and swift, flickering before him, like a snowflake he couldn't catch in the cold. "I want to turn you into mine," he shouted angrily as he charged at Yin Xiu, desperately trying to grab him, the whole second floor shaking precariously under his assault. Is Yin Xiu playing with him? Giving him an illusion, as if he could win against Yin Xiu, is indeed playing. He could easily kill the mayor, but it feels like he has other intentions. Forget it. Just dodging looks so cool. A normal player would have been flattened by now. Only Yin Xiu can dodge like this effortlessly. Xiu, keep going. It's almost dawn, there can't be many players still online, yet the barrage is still so strong. I suspect the content of the barrage. Guess. As the mayor pounced forward in anger several times without catching Yin Xiu, he gradually realized something was off. Normal players, even with a bit of skill, would be dodging clumsily, yet after quite some time, he was already getting tired and breathing heavily, while Yin Xiu remained completely unresponsive, cold and indifferent, standing there without even a hint of breath, just like a moving corpse. Are you really a normal person? The mayor sensed something was wrong. Tired? Seeing the mayor suddenly stop, Yin Xiu asked blandly with concern. He had no intention of running away anymore, instead, he stood firm at the door, holding his knife and looking at the mayor. Tired? Let's end this. For a moment, the mayor couldn't keep up with his words. What did he mean by end? This meaningless chase? In the moment he was lost in thought, Yin Xiu slashed with his long knife, easily cutting off one of the mayor's arms and then kicked him from behind. The mayor's body tilted, without one arm, he was somewhat unstable. He desperately tried to strike out with his other hand but was again dodged by Yin Xiu. Useless. Even if your knife can cut off my limbs, I can recover immediately. The mayor sneered coldly as he abruptly turned, wanting to retrieve his arm, but as he turned, he froze instantly. He didn't know when, but in the room he had been attacking, all the paintings sealing the spirits had been shattered by his frantic strikes, the glass breaking, and the spirits had long since flown out. The paintings were space, the glass was the seal, and only the mayor could break this seal. He was too eager and excited about Yin Xiu, blindly chasing after him and striking, completely unaware that he kept hitting the frames lying on the ground, shattering the glass and releasing the spirits. At this moment, those long-hated spirits were staring at the mayor with snarling faces. The arm that Yin Xiu had cut off was kicked in front of the spirits, and it was bitten clean in an instant. Now the mayor couldn't even find what was left of it. You intentionally released them, the mayor's pupils started to tremble uncontrollably. Yes. Yin Xiu lazily replied, besides the female ghost who can suppress you, there's also the sin you created yourself. I thought it would be a pity for such a big one to die here, why not feed him to them? Yin Xiu lifted the knife in front of the mayor's fearful eyes and smiled slightly. How many pieces do you want to be cut into? 10 pieces? 20 pieces? What? 50 pieces? What a kind heart, afraid they won't be full. He muttered to himself, swinging the knife with full intent to kill and charging forward. Then I'll cut you into 100 pieces as you wish, after all, I'm a kind person too. Chapter 59, Eating with Elegance. The glint of the knife flashed, and the mayor's screams followed. He tried to dodge on purpose, but there was no escape. Yin Xiu's knife was swift and ruthless, just like him, cutting off a part cleanly before turning to kick at the spirits. The spirits were extremely fierce, filled with resentment. As soon as they had a chance, they would try to rush in to bite the mayor, who couldn't even recover his state in time, let alone counterattack the spirits. He could only watch helplessly as Yin Xiu's knife fell rapidly upon him, devouring all his ability to fight back. In that moment, he seemed to realize he had provoked something he shouldn't have. Upon reflection, an existence like Liu Mo, who could make them feel such clear fear and dread, would take notice of Yin Xiu. So who exactly was Yin Xiu? Such a high-caliber entity, when would it be his turn to possess? In a moment of distraction, Yin Xiu's knife severed another piece of flesh from him and kicked it towards the spirits. Those strange beings surged forward instantly, devouring it clean, then fixed their hungry eyes on the currently defenseless mayor, their gaze filled with hatred. Don't be in a hurry. Yin Xiu horizontally positioned his knife in front of the spirits preparing to pounce, his eyes cold as he instructed, eat elegantly and respect the dead. Even if you can't cook, you should cut it into pieces and chew slowly. Gobbling it down is the greatest taboo in eating. The spirits glared at the already mangled mayor, their unwillingness evident as they willingly took half a step back, waiting for Yin Xiu to feed them. Yin Xiu! If you have the guts, just kill me, the mayor yelled through gritted teeth. After all, he was a boss in this mission, and Yin Xiu had the audacity to let those who had once died at his hands devour his body. This was an insult, more painful than death itself. Don't rush. You will die eventually. But before that, you must witness your own helplessness. Yin Xiu strolled leisurely back to the mayor's side, staring at the already torn body, and leaned down, whispering in his ear, don't worry, I know how to dismember. I'm more artistic than you. The mayor's anger flared up in an instant, but before he could unleash his anguish, Yin Xiu struck again, cutting off his scream. The audience watched the bloody scene unfold on screen, trembling. They felt that Yin Xiu was even more vicious than the monsters in the mission. At least the monsters swallowed in one bite, dying at lightning speed with little pain. But Yin Xiu? He took his time torturing, insulting them along the way, a double blow to both body and mind. He ultimately fulfilled his promise, leisurely slicing while gazing out at the sky, cutting the complete mayor into small pieces in his clear consciousness, ultimately leaving just a head. The spirits were now well fed, watching the mayor's torment, their hatred had mostly evaporated. As the mayor's body dwindled, many spirits slowly faded away from the room. The sky gradually darkened, the town faced the coming of night. Yin Xiu retracted his gaze and turned to poke the mayor's head gently with the knife's tip. Still alive? The mayor remained silent. After all, he was just regretting not playing dead when Yin Xiu first severed his head. Now he had only a head left. It's about time, let's go clear the mission. Yin Xiu's tone was indifferent as he picked up the mayor's head and turned to walk out. The night began to fall, and the townspeople gradually walked outside. The players knew that they had to help the little girl complete the last rule on the note tonight. Even if they dared not confront the townsfolk, they had to come out of the inn. In the square, a few lights flickered, casting an eerie glow on the silhouettes of the two groups. The townspeople glared fiercely at the players, their eyes filled with malice as they looked at the frail little girl behind them. The players could not hand the little girl over to the townspeople. Even if she was dead, the task would still be completed. If they lost her body, they would definitely be trapped in this mission. The two sides were at a standoff, and Zhang Mu cautiously reached for an axe, preparing for the inevitable clash between the two groups. He couldn't let the players take the girl, but he also couldn't let the townsfolk snatch her away. He glanced back at the little girl, barely alive, lying on his coat. His feelings were complex. If he hadn't followed Yin Xiu, he wouldn't have felt empathy for the monsters. In this mission, indifference was the best self-protection. But since he had chosen to follow Yin Xiu, he had to stick with his own awareness until the end. The situation grew increasingly tense, neither side making a move, but hostility hung heavily in the air. Until the last trace of light disappeared from the horizon. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the mayor's house. It was Yin Xiu. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention, covered in blood, his body cold as ice. One hand cradled the mayor's head, and the other held a machete. Step by step he walked toward the crowd under the faint light. As he moved closer, both players and villagers stepped back in panic, no one daring to approach him. The two sides surrounding the square were forcefully pushed aside by Yin Xiu's arrival. Then everyone saw Yin Xiu place the mayor's head on the altar, and lift up the bloody knife in his hand. His cold face showed a strange warmth as he asked, "Do you have anything to say before you die?" I can reluctantly listen. At this moment, the mayor had completely lost his body, leaving only a head that was barely alive, staring at Yin Xiu in the night, and in his vacant pupils, a glimmer of light seemed to rekindle. The exquisite figure, expressionless, dressed in blood-stained white, was startlingly beautiful yet icy cold. No matter when he looked, it still brought him joy. This was the most perfect and elegant artwork he had seen in many years. "I still want to possess you." As the last note of his sentence fell, Yin Xiu's knife came crashing down, splitting the head in two, dark liquid flowing down and splattering onto the altar. "Mayor? The mayor has been killed? You actually killed our mayor?" The villagers' voices rang out formulaically, a mix of anger and fear, angry that someone had killed their leader, terrified that someone had killed their leader. Although they were furious, none dared to approach Yin Xiu, venting their rage from several meters away. Yin Xiu's indifferent face searched his waist. After a long search, he found the record book he had pinned to his waist before, and tossed it down in front of them. "Look for yourselves." The villagers looked at him in confusion, then cautiously took 2 steps forward to pick up the record book from the ground and quickly turned back to huddle with others, flipping through the book. After reading the record book, the villagers fell silent, exchanging glances before one finally managed to say, "Well done." To normally complete the task with the mayor, preventing a massive retaliation from the villagers afterward required finding the record book in the basement, otherwise, they would have to fight their way out. However, those who could kill the mayor could naturally fight their way out too. The record book was just a precaution. Even those who had never visited the basement could still walk the route of killing the mayor to complete the task. As for a massive retaliation from the villagers, Yin Xiu glanced at the number of villagers, possibly because he had killed once while holding a little girl upon entering the town, and again while hunting players. The current number of villagers didn't count as massive at all. He could still fight his way through even without the record book. As for handing over the record book, it was simply because he needed to safely send Yaya out. "If nothing is wrong, I'm leaving first." Yin Xiu looked at the villagers, stepped forward through the crowd, and headed toward the direction where the little girl was. The comments finally let out a sigh of relief. Finally going to see Yin Xiu complete the task. "It's my first time seeing someone take the route of killing the mayor. I wonder how many stars." So excited. "Let's get ready. Later at the end of the instance, we must welcome this good seed. It would be such a waste for him to stay in other small towns." Understood. My hands are already on the keyboard. No one will type faster than me. "Count on you, brother." By the way, did you guys notice one problem? "What problem?" "Yin Xiu has killed the mayor. Why hasn't he put his knife away yet?" It was only then that the comments suddenly noticed that he had clearly already finished off the mayor. But the knife was still in his hand, not returned to its sheath, nor was there any intention to wipe it. The barrage suddenly shuddered. What the hell? What does he want to do? Chapter 60, 5-star clearance dungeon. According to what someone said before, no, there's a strange saying that if he doesn't return the knife, it might mean he still wants to kill? The dungeon is about to clear. Yin Xiu, are you still not satisfied? Any player who tortures and kills strange creatures will eventually face justice. Everyone, don't panic. He might return the knife soon. I have a feeling my psychological trauma will be added to tonight. Under the gaze of the barrage, Yin Xiu just walked through the crowd holding the knife. The townspeople looked at his knife, their hearts racing with nervousness. The players looked at his knife, their hearts racing with fear, and the barrage looked at his knife, almost gasping for breath. However, Yin Xiu simply passed through the crowd and put down the knife next to Zhong Mu. The townspeople, players, and barrage all breathed a sigh of relief simultaneously. Brother! The little girl, in a daze, curled up in Zhong Mu's coat, the blood already soaking the clean coat. Her body trembled in the blood. I'm back. Yin Xiu reached out and stroked her long hair. I'll take you to see Mom now. The little girl tried hard to get up, but as she lifted her head slightly, it revealed the cut on her neck. The slightest movement made her face turn pale. If she were just an ordinary person, she would have already died by now, without the strange creature. Don't move. Yin Xiu carefully picked her up, then casually picked up his knife. Now that the townspeople had seen the records, they would no longer attack him. The players also dared not make a sound, and Yin Xiu left with the little girl very smoothly. Zhongmu was still worried that some players with poor vision might target the little girl, so he fiercely followed Yin Xiu with an axe, turning back 3 times to keep an eye on those people. He was also covered in blood at that moment, with wounds on his hands, holding the axe in a fierce manner. Even if other players had that intention, they did not dare to approach, watching the 3 of them leave step by step towards the outside of the small town. The night was hazy, and a white mist surrounded the entrance of the town, with no sight of the little girl's mother. "Is your mom outside?" Yin Xiu asked softly. The little girl nodded. Yin Xiu then told Zhongmu to stay here, while he walked into the white mist, holding the little girl. The mist was thick, with very low visibility. After stepping out, Yin Xiu couldn't even see the ground within his step, lost in a white expanse. In the mist, suddenly a soft and clear meow sounded, as if guiding Yin Xiu forward. The little girl excitedly followed. "It's Mom." Yin Xiu walked step by step toward the sound and finally saw a familiar little figure in the mist, the black cat that had jumped down from the tree that day to lead them to find their mother's package. It sat in the mist, staring at Yin Xiu without blinking as he approached. "So, the beast with black fur is actually a cat," Yin Xiu muttered, carefully placing the little girl in front of the black cat. Also cursed, the townspeople turned into monsters, while the little girl's mother was just an ordinary black cat, rational and calm. She looked at Yin Xiu and nodded, then lowered her head to lick the little girl's cheek with her tongue. "Mom!" The little girl burst into tears, her voice full of sobs. "Mom, I'm in so much pain." The black cat comforted her, nudging her cheek with its head and meowed a few times, but Yin Xiu could not understand. The little girl slowly turned to look at Yin Xiu, her dirty cheek breaking into a sweet smile. "Brother, I want to go home with Mom, thank you." Yin Xiu nodded, without saying much. "Take care of yourself." "Brother? You will definitely find your sister." The little girl stared at Yin Xiu without blinking. "Before you find your sister, I can stay by your side and protect you." Yin Xiu smiled slightly and nodded again. The black cat meowed at Yin Xiu, then lowered its head to lick the little girl's cheek. After that, the little girl's spirit emerged from her body, her injured and weak body shrinking bit by bit, until it slowly transformed into a golden, round coin. The black cat picked up the coin and walked towards Yin Xiu, placing it in front of him. "Goodbye, big brother." The little girl waved her hand with a smile and turned with the black cat, disappearing step by step into the white mist. The moment the little girl left, a familiar announcement echoed in every player's mind. "Congratulations, players, on clearing the instance, the monsters of the town. This instance's completion star rating, 5 stars. Rating analysis." After the announcement ended, all the players were dumbfounded. They had barely scraped through with 1 star, and Yin Xiu had actually cleared it with 5 stars. But they knew they were all weak players, just managing to pass was already good enough, so they didn't have any complaints about the star rating. At most, the rewards were slightly less, and surviving was already good enough. Yin Xiu listened to the clearance announcement and then waited for a while for his settlement notification. Player Yin Xiu, 5-star clearance of the novice instance, the monsters of the town. Basic rewards 1000 by 5, instance assets plus 5000, current total assets 5038.5. Seeing the settlement, Yin Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. He was quite satisfied with this result, as the basic rewards for novice instances were generally low. He stepped forward and bent down to pick up the coin left by the black cat on the ground. As soon as the coin was in his palm, the instance announcement rang out again. "Congratulations, player Yin Xiu, for obtaining the SS level instance item, Yaya's Guardian. Item description: only those who open her heart can gain her willing companionship. When a young soul relies on you, please, above all, survive. Item usage: within the instance, any fatal injury can summon Yaya for healing within 1 minute of using this item. Item restrictions: can only be used twice per instance, only allowed for player Yin Xiu. Yaya special note: in extreme danger, Yaha allows player Zhongmu to use it once under special circumstances." Yin Xiu stared at the last line. Is this the strange humanity of the monsters? He pocketed the coin and lifted his knife, looking at the door that had appeared in the white mist ahead, so similar to his home's door. But Yin Xiu did not enter the door. Instead, he tightened his grip on the knife and turned back towards the town. The players still in the town were different from Yin Xiu. After receiving the instance clearance information, they dashed out of the town with joy, eager to escape this haunted place. So many people rushed out, but only Yin Xiu walked back from the white mist. Zhongmu had not left yet. He thought Yin Xiu was already gone and hesitated about whether to leave directly. He was also afraid that if he left, he wouldn't see Yin Xiu again in future instances, so he waited. Unexpectedly, Yin Xiu came out of the mist. "Big brother Yin Xiu. We cleared the instance. Thank you so much for bringing me this time." Zhongmu joyfully approached Yin Xiu to celebrate together. Yin Xiu nodded and turned to look at Zhongmu. "Why haven't you left yet? Is there something else?" Zhongmu shyly scratched his head. "Someone told me before I came in that I could change to another town at the end of the dungeon, and I want to know which town you are in." "I want to go to your town." Yin Xiu thought for a few seconds. His town had a mature environment and elder support, which was definitely better than the chaotic others, so he calmly replied, 35th dimensional town. When you get there, you can find someone named Yi Tianxian. He will arrange a suitable room for you. Great, great, great. Zhang Mu immediately nodded with joy and prepared to turn and rush into the white mist, but suddenly turned around again to look at the unmoving Yin Xiu. Big guy, why aren't you leaving? All the other players have gone. Yin Xiu casually shook his head, waved the knife in his hand, and squinted at the townspeople still in the square not far away. I still have some things to do. You go first. Zhang Mu followed his gaze, joked up, probably understanding something, and nodded. Then I will leave first. You remember to come back to the town early. After saying that, he quickly ran into the white mist, not daring to stay another moment. He was quite perceptive, afraid that if the big guy went crazy, he might accidentally get hurt too. Chapter 61, They Can't Live, You Aren't an Exception. Once Zhang Mu left, only Yin Xiu remained as the player in this dungeon. The townspeople exchanged uneasy glances, looking at Yin Xiu, who had just returned from the white mist, feeling fearful and anxious. Clearly the dungeon was over. Why was this person still staring at them? So terrifying. Yin Xiu calmly stepped forward with his knife, and the townspeople quickly retreated, being very wary of him. They knew very well that Yin Xiu coming back meant no good, but they had nowhere to escape. Even if they ran back into their homes, Yin Xiu would still come knocking. It is said that dungeons are the players' cages. Once inside they can only survive and have no way to escape, but now, it was they who were trapped. After a regular dungeon ends, players would quickly leave, and then the dungeon would restart with eerie monsters, waiting for the next batch of players. Who would have thought that someone like Yin Xiu would deliberately stay behind, putting the monsters in a difficult position? When Yin Xiu reached the center of the square, the townspeople had already shrunk trembling into a corner, staring at him. What do you want? Why aren't you leaving? Yin Xiu remained silent, ignoring the horde of weak monsters, and stared up at the statue of the woman standing in the center of the square. Even though the town chief had disappeared, her statue still maintained the state it was in when players arrived, with a huge nail sealing her head, surrounded by red paper talismans, radiating a chilling aura. Yin Xiu climbed up onto the giant statue's head, looking down at where the nail was driven in, and in front of everyone, he stabbed the knife into the nail and began to pry it, trying to destroy the entire statue. The townspeople were instantly turned pale with fear, rushing up in a panic. You can't touch that. If that woman is released, we're all done for. You can't let her out. Once she comes out, the whole town will be finished. The seal must never be moved. If you let her out, you will die here too. You can leave right now. Stop. Don't do that. Facing the townspeople's desperate pleas, Yin Xiu turned a deaf ear and continued to pry at the nails, trying to destroy the entire ceiling statue from the tiny cracks. Why don't you listen? If you want to die, I don't. Seeing Yin Xiu unmoved, a townsman couldn't help but curse and rush over, trying to stop him. The person had just reached the statue's side, not having time to pull him back, when Yin Xiu suddenly drew his knife and swung it back, neatly severing the townsman's head, blood splattering as he stuffed it back into the crack, continuing to pry at the statue with indifference, not even glancing at him. The townspeople nearby were stunned with fear. A face full of despair. To block is death, not to block is also death. What else can they do? They can only watch. How unlucky they must be to encounter a killing god like Yin Xiu. Now no one should think about living, right? As Yin Xiu continued to destroy the seal, the sky above the town grew darker, and a white mist began to swirl around. The woman's footsteps echoed within the mist. She looked at Yin Xiu as he destroyed the statue, a bit confused. Are you helping me? Do you want to free me from my seal? Yin Xiu said nothing. Glancing at the woman out of the corner of his eye, he forcefully stomped the knife into the crack, then grabbed a huge nail and began to kick it aside. The crack widened, the entire statue was on the verge of breaking apart, and the woman's eyes glinted with excitement. Regardless of whether Yin Xiu was helping her or not, she was finally about to be free. Finally. I am finally going to get my body back. That man is dead. My seal is gone. From now on, nothing can bind me. The smile on the woman's face twisted, her crimson eyes fixed on Yin Xiu, malice swelling further. Although this man helped her kill the mayor and was helping her break the seal, she never felt that Yin Xiu was genuinely helping her. That sense of hostility was even more apparent now. But it doesn't matter, she couldn't deal with Yin Xiu now, but once she regained her body, her power would surpass the mayor's, and whether to kill Yin Xiu would depend on her mood then. With a massive sound from the breaking statue, the seal instantly shattered, revealing a black coffin suppressed beneath the statue. The woman's face instantly revealed an expression of wild joy as she rushed towards her coffin, her figure swiftly turning semi-transparent as she dove into the coffin. It's over, it's all over. The townsfolk stared into despair as the woman entered the coffin. The sky darkened, heavy clouds gathered. Compared to the despair of the townsfolk, Yin Xiu was much calmer. After breaking the seal, he turned and walked aside, choosing a relatively smooth piece of statue debris to sit down and take a break. The black coffin rocked twice and slowly began to open in the cold environment. Black smoke swirled, and a thin, emaciated corpse crawled out slowly. Her eyes were hollow and soulless, her body rotting, having mutated into a monster after a long seal. As the body came into contact with the air, it started to swell like the mayor, her crawling body at least twice the height of Yin Xiu. Under the dark sky, she roared with joy, her eyes crimson and filled with murderous intent. I will kill you all. Kill you, my accomplices. The woman was full of hatred for the townsfolk, and the first thing she did upon gaining freedom was to charge at the townsfolk in the square, brutally tearing apart their bodies, crushing them with heavy malice. The townsfolk screamed and scattered in chaos, fleeing in all directions, but the small town was a prison, players couldn't escape, and eerie creatures couldn't get out, they could only run inside, waiting for the woman's hunt. Boring. Compared to the frenzied killing and screams over there, Yin Xiu was calm and carefree, the years passing peacefully. He squinted his eyes, lazily sitting on the stone while watching the woman rampage, yawning sleepily. Thinking, he decided to find something to do for himself, getting up to move the corpses, stacking the already dead townsfolk's bodies together, starting to play and stack them. Yin Xiu is a pervert, no doubt about it. Is this how the big guy kills time? I just can't understand. What do you know? Big guy Yin Xiu is collecting their bodies. He's super kind, okay? Why do I not believe that? Letting the female ghost break her seal and letting her kill the townsfolk without needing to move himself, truly a case of evil people getting their due. Yin Xiu really understands this small town's environment, he's avenging the little girl. Seeing them bully the little girl before, who would have thought that now it's their turn to be pressed and beaten? It's laughable. Indeed, in the scenario where Yin Xiu is present, the monsters have suffered heavy casualties. There is a reason why the monsters in the scenario fear him, this person stands out with coldness and ferocity. As Yin Xiu finished stacking the bodies, the surroundings quieted down significantly. The woman seemed to have vented her hatred. After killing all the townsfolk, she returned quite satisfied, beginning to examine Yin Xiu. Do you want to leave the scenario? The woman asked with a sinister smile, effortlessly circling around Yin Xiu, as if testing the hunting state. If I don't leave, should I stay here and chat with you? Yin Xiu replied lazily, watching the woman's figure, silently tightening his grip on the knife. Then, on the grounds that you killed the mayor and broke my seal, I will reluctantly let you leave. The woman smiled, leisurely stopping in her tracks, but her gaze towards Yin Xiu was full of threats. Yin Xiu stared at the woman's calmness, suddenly sneering, his gaze icy as he glanced at the woman's massive figure hidden in the white mist, speaking clearly and coldly, I didn't want to help you, I just think that killing a tier 3 difficulty mayor was not satisfying enough, and without breaking your seal, it becomes even more pointless. The woman chuckled coldly, so you want to break the seal and still want to kill me? Yin Xiu's lip curled slightly, but his eyes were still icy. In this scenario, all the monsters must be dead the moment I leave. They cannot live, and you are no exception. Chapter 62, the player is utterly inhumane, extremely cruel, and has blocked the woman. Her narrowed eyes revealed a fierce look. You really are arrogant, wanting to clean out the entire scenario? I didn't plan to, I was just going to pass through casually. Yin Xiu said softly, raising the knife in his hand, staring at the woman's figure. Thanks to you, I seldom have the urge to wipe out a scenario. Yin Xiu's cold smile not only made the woman shiver, but even the small-town monsters trembled in fear. What he said is all true. Why did you provoke him? Heaven and earth can testify, he is indeed much gentler than when he first arrived in the town. He doesn't even come out to chop us at midnight anymore, it's so gentle. Wah, that's true, I haven't been pointed at with a knife by him in a long time. Thinking about it, I actually miss it a bit. Don't miss it. You all want to die, right? Shoo, don't talk, Lady Night is angry. The woman fell silent in the white mist. After thinking for a moment, she hesitated, is it because of that monster little girl? Yin Xiu said nothing, but his silence was a wordless answer. The woman sneered, why? She is also a monster, I just used her to kill the mayor. If she's dead, what's there to anger you? Fire ignited in Yin Xiu's eyes. You deceived Yaya into touching the altar, forcing her to break the rules of the town. Yes. Because she broke the rules, her family became thorns in the townsfolk's eyes, and her grandmother and mother became your sacrifices to calm the townsfolk's anger. That's right. You manipulated me to deceive Yaya into confronting the mayor, leading to her death. So what? Yin Xiu fixed his gaze on the woman, who always had a cold expression, slowly exhaling a heavy breath. Forget it, I don't want to talk to you anymore. He raised the knife in his hand, pointing it at the woman. Just remember, you hate the townsfolk, yet you are no different from them. For your own purposes, you pushed Yaya's family towards death, just as the former townsfolk did to you and your family. You are just like them. Anger flashed in the woman's pupils. How could I be like them? They are a bunch of heartless people. If they hadn't ignored my death, I wouldn't have become like this. I cried for help in the inn when I was pregnant. The waiter heard but ignored me. When I was wrongfully accused of killing those people in the square, the townsfolk all knew, yet no one chose to help me. That damned man. He is just like these people in the town, cold and heartless, they all deserve to die. All of them deserve to die. The woman screamed in rage, her eyes growing ever more vicious as she glared at Yin Xiu, spitting out black malice. You too. You are a cold and heartless person. You deserve to die. In her fury, the woman charged at Yin Xiu, her massive figure bursting out from the white mist. Her eyes were filled with resentment, refusing to admit the truth of Yin Xiu's words. She loathed those people, and even though their corpses were broken and ruined, they carried long-buried hatred like wandering souls in the town, slaughtering them day after day to soothe her rage, obsessed even in decay. But those who gaze long into the abyss ultimately become the abyss. Rest in peace, Yin Xiu said softly, closing his eyes. He stepped back 2 paces, gripping the knife, and at the moment the huge shadow leaped toward him, he swiftly turned the knife and struck hard into it. The killing intent and determination came in an instant, as the knife transformed from a sharp blade into a twisted black tentacle, striking at the woman and brutally tearing her body apart. The woman barely had time to scream before she was split in two, crashing to the ground with a look of horror. The twisted tentacle quickly transformed back into a normal blade, and then Yin Xiu opened his eyes. What the hell? What just happened? The screen went black the moment Yin Xiu attacked? I don't know, but as soon as it came back, I saw the woman was already dead. Another instant kill. What boss in the dungeon can stop Yin Xiu? He truly is the man who clears everything. In the scene, Yin Xiu stood alone in the square, surrounded by silence and desolation. Under the oppressive black sky, the town was littered with corpses, and the houses were eerily quiet. His blood-red figure stood out distinctly among the bodies of the townsfolk, the mayor, and the woman, all piled together. There was not a single living being left in the whole dungeon, a stark contrast to the first day when the dungeon began. Time to go back. Yin Xiu muttered lazily, slowly turning to wipe the blade with his clothing, stepping over the many corpses as he made his way to the edge of the town. The entire dungeon had been cleared, nothing remained but him as the sole player, leaving the viewers in shock. This is the first time I've seen someone clear a dungeon by killing all the monsters before leaving. You could say he is one of a kind. No one else could do this. Doesn't strike easily, but when he does, he kills everything, so I advise any monsters facing Yin Xiu to pray for mercy. Thinking about Yin Xiu living in our town is even scarier. What are you afraid of? Just don't go near his door. If you see him, just walk around. How undignified to say. Do you want dignity or your life? Then I want my life. At least the town has rules against killing monsters. At most, he just leaves us half dead, not as vicious as in the dungeon. Is that something to be grateful for? The players who had watched the entire dungeon were now filled with excitement, watching the comments sigh about the monsters, while witnessing the dungeon monsters being slaughtered. They were used to being threatened by monsters to clear dungeons. For the first time, they saw someone clear a dungeon this way, and it brought them great joy. Even now that the dungeon was over, they were unwilling to switch to other players' dungeons. But as the scene followed Yin Xiu out of the dungeon, it did not immediately turn black. The door that was originally shrouded in white mist inexplicably disappeared, and after walking for a while, he did not see it, instead finding a man dressed in prison guard clothing reaching out to stop him. Huh? Who is this person? It's the first time I've seen him. Yeah, normally after completing a regular dungeon, shouldn't they just come out directly? What the hell? An unexpected turn of events? The players in the small town quickly took out their notebooks. A warden appeared from the white mist, first looking at the blood-soaked Yin Xiu with a disdainful expression, shaking his head, then coldly said, "Extend your hand." Yin Xiu? But he still coldly extended his hand. Then the warden stamped a mark on the back of Yin Xiu's hand and seriously lectured, "Player Yin Xiu, due to violating special regulations in the dungeon, excessive killing, the next dungeon will impose restrictions on high-risk players, sending you to a special prison dungeon, opening in 3 days." As he spoke, he sighed and pulled out a display screen from his pocket, starting to browse. Today's players are really something else, getting some items and immediately starting to kill monsters. Triggering a special dungeon is just your bad luck. Let me give you a lesson. Let me see your criminal record. As soon as he flipped to Yin Xiu's name, he began to read, "Player, Yin Xiu, a super dangerous player complained about by various monsters." When the warden paused slightly here, his expression tightened a bit, and he slowly continued reading, "During the dungeon, killed countless monsters. Current records. SSS level dungeon Deep Sea Academy, slaughtered all monsters and completed. SS level dungeon Abyss Swamp, slaughtered all monsters, completed. S level dungeon slaughtered all monsters. A level dungeon slaughtered, B level dungeon also, slaughtered. C level dungeon all, killed." As the warden read through the later part, he was already dry-mouthed and sweating, increasingly feeling that the gaze of Yin Xiu was cold and terrifying. The last record of malicious behavior was 6 years ago, killed the final dungeon boss and disappeared, leaving all dungeons, all left after killing them all. The player is extremely brutal, utterly inhumane, extremely dangerous, has been blacklisted by all dungeon bosses, no longer accepted, if found entering a dungeon again, will be immediately expelled. After finishing, the warden looked tearfully at the stamp on the back of Yin Xiu's hand and slapped himself hard. Damn it, once this is stamped, it can't be undone. Chapter 63, The Chosen One, that's why he's called Tianxian. Why didn't he check the criminal record before stamping it? Why? The warden's expression became unpredictable. Compared to his previous arrogance, he had now become respectful, slightly leaning forward, trying to ask Yin Xiu, I've already looked at your criminal record. You have calmed down, right? Killing and fighting every day is not good for your health. Occasionally cultivating and enjoying the dungeons can be a way to adjust life, right? Yin Xiu, covered in blood, smiled slightly, you're right. This prison dungeon, once stamped, will automatically pull players into it after 3 days, also cannot be changed. You see. The warden rubbed his hands, his face pale. Can you relax a little bit after going in? What do you mean? I mean. The warden stammered tentatively, just, maybe restrain a bit, leave 1 or 2 alive or something. Yin Xiu casually nodded, I'll try. His too casual response made the warden even more anxious, but whether to kill or not was Yin Xiu's matter after entering the dungeon. He felt helpless, respectfully stepping aside to clear the path. Then you should go back and rest. Just finishing off monsters is tiring, you need to recover your energy, I won't disturb you. Yin Xiu nodded. Seeing the warden's sincere attitude, he walked past him and left. After all, he was also a gentle person and wouldn't go on a killing spree casually. Watching Yin Xiu walk away, the warden looked again at the prison dungeon record already bearing Yin Xiu's name, panic making him sweat coldly. It's over, this is a big problem. I really am. Sigh. He slapped himself twice in frustration, wondering how he ended up pulling this killing god into the dungeon. All the strange creatures in this copy are probably doomed. The jailer stared at Yin Xiu's fully read completion record for the dungeon. Until now, including this newbie dungeon he just cleared for the second time, he still slaughtered his way through it, and the next dungeon would not break this all-kill record. Should I go back now and report this news? Maybe we can hold an emergency meeting to discuss it in time, the jailer cried bitterly, holding the record file and disappearing into the white mist. The barrage was also stunned. First of all, they had never even heard of a prison dungeon targeting high-risk players. Secondly, what the hell, Yin Xiu's past record is actually a complete kill. If he had left even 1 survivor, it wouldn't have recorded fully read. What kind of living Yama is this? Finally. Yin Xiu has finally been caught. Sure enough, any player who tortures strange creatures will be brought to justice. Is it possible that next time he will slaughter through this prison too? Laughing to death, this prison dungeon is a gathering dungeon for all high-risk players coming out from the dungeons, and it is full of evil people. Dealing with evil people, the dungeon must be even more evil. I have heard of its horror level. Even if Yin Xiu is inside, he will definitely suffer. Slaughtering through it should not be possible. A mere strange creature, narrow-minded, just wait for my boss Yin Xiu to slaughter through. You dare to provoke me, you better not close your eyes when you sleep at night. With me around, I'm not afraid of you. At most, I'll go bow to his door. Do you dare to come? Just wait, 365 days, I will definitely be able to catch Yin Xiu not being there. 3 days later I'll go thin your mist. Brother, I was wrong. Bro, your talk is as crazy as your kneeling. As the white mist dispersed, Yin Xiu walked out through the familiar door and returned to his room. At this moment, Rule Town was during the day, and Night Lady was not at the door anymore. The light from outside fell into the messy room, and the debris left after the fight made Yin Xiu feel very tired. Outside was noisy and bustling, quite different from the chill in Yin Xiu's room. He looked at the wreckage all over the room and began to calculate the cost of repairs. Ignoring the marks on the walls, his bed had also been flattened by Night Lady, so it was impossible to sleep immediately. He could only go buy some things first. However, it was fortunate that he had just completed a dungeon and received some dungeon assets, so he had a bit of capital to squander. The expenses for the players living in Rule Town must be covered by the dungeon assets obtained after clearing the dungeons. Every Rule Town has a shop where everything is available, but they only accept dungeon assets. Since Yin Xiu left the dungeon 6 years ago and stopped entering dungeons, his dungeon assets had only decreased, and coupled with the fact that he never considered star ratings while clearing dungeons and killed everything he had to kill, the low star speed runs didn't yield much in terms of dungeon assets, which were indeed spent after 6 years. He lived so frugally that there was no spare asset to prepare offerings for Night Lady, so he only had plain water and tea each day, which made Night Lady feel particularly unhappy with him. Prepare something good for Night Lady, she won't come again tonight, right? Yin Xiu quickly changed into another outfit, not bothering to clean up the bloody smell on him, and turned to leave to shop, needing to prepare the house repairs and Night Lady's offerings before dark. Just before going out, Yin Xiu suddenly seemed to remember something and looked back at the whole room. It seemed that Li Mo had not come out. Not only did he go missing at the end of the dungeon, but he also did not return to this room after the dungeon ended. He should have left, Yin Xiu was uncertain, but with one less bizarre person watching him, he relaxed and turned to go out, walking towards the shop at the end of the alley. As soon as he stepped outside, Yin Xiu immediately sensed that something was wrong. He stopped in his tracks, standing in the silent alley, turning back to look behind him, squinting his eyes as he scanned the deep corners. When he just returned to his room, he felt it was very cold inside, as if a chill lingered around. Considering that there were Liamo and Night Empress in the room before, it was normal. But now, having stepped outside, he still felt a bit cool. It was as if that chill was not in his room but was following him closely. Yin Xiu didn't see anything, so he turned around and continued walking. After taking 2 steps, he stopped again. Now, it wasn't just the clear chill surrounding him, but the feeling of being watched appeared without any concealment. It felt like Liamo, but this sensation was much weaker than when Liamo was beside him, like a part of Liamo. Yin Xiu was unexpectedly startled by his own thought. He could actually distinguish this belonged to Liamo from an unknown presence, slightly affected by this. Yin Xiu gave up on finding the origin of this presence and continued on his way to buy things. After preparing tools to repair the doors and windows and buying a new bed, he had spent more than half of his assets, leaving very little after buying some offerings for Night Empress. Yin Xiu walked back with a heavy expression, carrying big and small packages. If he had these offerings, Night Empress would surely come to disturb him tonight, and he promised that he would only have plain water every day, no more. The large items like the bed would be automatically placed in Yin Xiu's house, but he had to repair the doors and windows himself. Unable to afford completely new doors and walls, he had to fix them himself, which he had already gotten used to. No one in the whole town was more independent and capable than him. Good afternoon. When he returned to his house, Yin Xiu bumped into a familiar figure standing at his door, smiling and greeting him. The person was dressed in a casual white sports sweater, with gentle facial features, a hint of mixed blood, clear blue eyes, and delicate brows and eyes, the type that would make the town mayor ecstatic, but his complexion was pale and colorless. The frail feelings surrounding him made him seem like a flower that could be broken at any moment in the dangerous town environment. This was the current administrator of the rule town, Yi Tianxian. Chapter 64, Is it okay to raise a monster as a pet? Yin Xiu coldly nodded at him in acknowledgement and then looked at his own doorstep. There were many more things at his doorstep compared to when he left, all big and small boxes piled up there. Yin Xiu glanced at those boxes. Did you bring these? Yi Tianxian shook his head, his smile full of teasing. They are offerings from other players in the town for you. What offerings? I'm not Night Empress. Yin Xiu said in disbelief, but he still opened the door and pushed these clutter into the room. Yi Tianxian naturally followed into the room, smoothly sitting in the chair by the window, brewing himself a cup of tea, sipping it while watching Yin Xiu start to repair the door. After watching your instance, the players in the town have a much better impression of you. Yi Tianxian propped his chin on the table, chattering, I have educated them for 3 years, trying to get many players to avoid you as much as possible, but you walked into the instance and it all collapsed. You have no idea how tiring it is to prevent players from getting themselves killed. Old players are prone to being arrogant and rebellious, and new players are too naive and easily get into trouble. They can't even avoid death when living together, yet they want to share a room with the most dangerous person in town. It's simply shortcutting their lives. Those strange monsters in the town can't kill you, they all focus on the people around you, and a slight mistake can lead to death. They just don't understand. Managing the town is still too difficult, besides entering instances to collect strategies. To give players a lesson, now that the town's environment has become so stable, there are still some people who bring destruction upon themselves. Yi Tianxuan's complaints made him angrier, and his frowning brows were completely at odds with his gentle temperament. Do you think I make them follow the rules in town every day, and they don't pay any attention? I just yelled at someone who brought a newbie. He promised to help, but then he got the newbie killed, and now I've lost a good prospect. Yin Xiu knocked on the door with a cold expression, casually replying, You are right. When Yi Tianxian isn't complaining, he is indeed gentle and kind, but when it comes to the town, he becomes irritable. As the town's manager, he has perfected its operations. Every newcomer grows up in a nurturing environment. There are rules to follow, other players to look after them, and experienced players to guide them through the dungeons, with all strategies meticulously recorded. Compared to other towns, Yi Tianxuan's town has formed a brand new survival environment with a very low death rate. In other towns, newcomers often die on the first night without any guidance, leaving behind only the lucky and the clever who manage to survive, with survival of the fittest leaving barely any alive. Thus, veteran players are particularly proud. They have the capital to be proud, but this pride can easily lead to their demise. Yi Tianxuan's management of the town is completely different. With his leadership, the first generation of players developed rules, wrote dungeon strategies, and passed them to newcomers, nurturing them into strong players, who then guide the next batch. Veteran players educate newbies to ensure that newcomers can quickly adapt to the environment and understand the dangers of the dungeon, reducing the death rate. Dungeons are brutal, but this town is indeed a refuge for newcomers amid the storm and snow. Yi Tianxian deserves much credit, and Yin Xiu has also been silently contributing to the town's achievements. He is the light of the town, while Yin Xiu is the shadow. One leads the players, while the other suppresses the monsters, creating the current harmony in the town, reaching a level unattainable by other towns. Yi Tianxian is also the only one in town who interacts with Yin Xiu without fear of being targeted by the monsters, making him special in relation to the town and dungeons. Cough, cough. I'm so angry. When he spoke hurriedly, Yi Tianxian started to cough, his already pale face turned even whiter, and he quickly drank some water to calm his rapid breaths. Yin Xiu stopped hammering and glanced back at him. How's your health lately? It's the same as before, Yi Tianxian replied lightheartedly, managing a smile. I won't die just yet, but my time is short. Yin Xiu nodded and turned back to his hammering. He goes through dungeons with a focus on brutality, relying on strength to cut through everything and easily navigate all dungeons. But not everyone possesses such strength, others needing to pass through dungeons must pay some price, and for Yi Tianxian, going frequently to brush strategies at the cost of his life is a heavy price to pay. But he doesn't care, and no one can stop him. Yin Xiu has become accustomed to his weakening health as the days go by, even tolerating Yi Tianxuan's intrusion to drink his precious tea. I saw the last part of your dungeon. You're being forced into the prison dungeon in 3 days, right? After complaining about trivial matters, Yi Tianxian finally got to the main topic. Yin Xiu looked at the stamp on the back of his hand, a black prohibition sign, and nodded. I've never been to this dungeon before. I met a guard after one dungeon ended, but the guard was different from this one. He walked away upon seeing me, and I didn't even know such a dungeon existed. I've never killed a monster in dungeons either. That definitely won't trigger it anymore. Yi Tianxian stared at Yin Xiu thoughtfully. I want to collect some information about this special instance. Take me with you in 3 days when you enter. Yin Xiu thought about it. It didn't really matter. After all, he didn't have a roommate now. When the instance refreshed, he could just put Yi Tianxian in the room and pull him in together. After entering the instance, because the two of them had different ways of doing things, they each went their own way and didn't interfere with each other. With their friendship, just acting as a ticket wasn't a problem. It's okay, but are you sure you want to go? Yin Xiu looked over Yi Tianxuan's physical condition. That was a high-risk instance, much more dangerous than normal ones. In Yi Tianxuan's current fragile state, there was a 1 in 10,000 chance he might not come back. That would be a huge loss to the town. I think I'm fine. Yi Tianxian smiled as he stroked the ring on his ring finger. My goal is to clear all instances. I can't miss this one. But I'm not really happy about killing a bunch of weird monsters just for this instance. Yin Xiu nodded, agreeing. He could understand. After all, Yi Tianxian was also a kind person, just like him. The door was mostly fixed. Now it was time to work on the window. He picked up the toolbox again and walked over to the window, pushing Yi Tianxian aside. As he got closer, Yi Tianxian suddenly stared at the air beside Yin Xiu without blinking. What's that beside you? Something you brought back from the instance? Yin Xiu? He turned to look at the spot beside him. There was nothing there, but he could clearly feel something. It's like a blurry and twisted black lump. Yi Tianxian gestured, trying to describe it, but couldn't quite manage. It has many tentacles surrounding you, wrapping around you, like it wants to touch you but hasn't. There are eyes on the tentacles too, always staring at you. This. He thought for a moment, analyzing seriously in his mind. Is this your new pet? Chapter 65, Lady Night is having a midnight snack. Yin Xiu stayed silent. He reached out his hand and waved beside him, his hand passed through empty air, catching nothing. Do you think I'd keep a pet I can't even touch? Yi Tianxian stared at his hand thoughtfully. When he reached his own hand over, those tentacles that had surrounded Yin Xiu immediately wrapped around his hand. The tips stuck to his fingers. The eyes on them trembled, looking excited. The pitch-black, writhing strips wrapped around Yin Xiu's clean arm. The stark black and white contrast looked strangely horrifying, yet oddly beautiful. It's really not a pet? Yi Tianxian couldn't help but feel it was reacting to him. It wrapped around by itself? Yin Xiu nodded. He ignored the black lump Yi Tianxian described. He kept hammering the window. Since he couldn't see it or shake it off, he might as well not care. You really attract weird things easily. Yi Tianxian nodded, already used to it. It doesn't seem hostile toward you. Shouldn't be a big problem. It'll probably show itself eventually. As he spoke, he turned and looked inside the room. I saw you had a roommate in the instance before, right? Where is he? He probably left. Yin Xiu replied calmly. Probably? Or maybe it's this thing beside me now. Yin Xiu pointed to his shoulder. Yi Tianxuan's expression froze. 2 monsters in one go, grinning creepily and coming out of nowhere, and one even turned into a tentacle thing Yin Xiu couldn't see, just sitting there as his standby roommate. What the hell even was that? I'm guessing it's not something good. Yi Tianxian muttered, twisting the ring on his finger again. The moment he spoke, the eyes on the tentacles all turned toward him. He could feel the coldness surrounding him, making his already unwell body feel even worse. Although the other party did not show hostility or warn him, they were indeed probing and sizing him up. Forget it, just don't let those strange things torture you to death. I'm here to tell you about the instance. It's done now, so I'll go back first. Yi Tianxian stood up, drank the remaining tea in one gulp, waved his hand, and walked out the door. Yin Xiu nodded, glanced at the darkening sky outside, and thought that after finishing his meal and taking a shower, he could go to sleep. I hope Night Lady doesn't come to disturb me tonight. I've just finished the instance and I'm exhausted. With that thought, Yin Xiu hurried to the fridge and took out some meat he had bought, generously piling it all into the iron bowl at the door. The small iron bowl was piled high with raw meat, more than that offered by other houses, enough to show his sincerity. After repairing the last part, Yin Xiu closed the doors and windows, locked them, and then prepared a dinner. After eating and showering, when he finished all the steps, it was dark outside, and the sound of cats began to echo. While washing his face in the bathroom, Yin Xiu looked at himself in the mirror. Usually, he hadn't slept well and had slightly dark circles under his eyes. However, the night before leaving the instance, he had a peaceful night in the coffin with Li Mo, sleeping heavily and feeling much more relaxed. He didn't know what Li Mo's intentions were, but they had indeed not interfered with his instance runs and showed no danger. In fact, they made Yin Xiu feel more comfortable, so he didn't resent their existence as much anymore. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at his shoulder, contemplating whether there really was a dark and fuzzy thing sticking by his side. Usually, when Yi Tianxian said he saw something, it was indeed real, but whether this thing was Li Mo was hard to say, as he had never seen Li Mo display a similar appearance. He extended his hand again towards his shoulder. Aside from feeling a bit colder, it did seem as if something truly existed there, but he couldn't quite grasp anything tangible. Yin Xiu frowned at his hand. It felt like just touching it caused coldness to creep up his hand, wrapping around his fingers and winding around his wrist. He touched it lightly, and the response from the entity was quite significant, showing no signs of hiding itself, just like Li Mo. Yin Xiu shook his hand, trying to toss off the coldness, but it wouldn't go away, so he simply ignored it. He turned off the lights and lay down on the bed, pulling up the blanket, listening to the sounds outside the window, waiting for the Night Lady's arrival. Tonight, the Night Lady was a bit late. The cold wind swept through the small alley, and the dark path was silent and still. After a couple of seconds, a faint sound of footsteps echoed, pattering slowly into the alley. As always, she followed the path and snacked her way through every house. When she arrived at Yin Xiu's door, the crunching sound suddenly stopped. There were no departing footsteps, nor angry knocks at the window. The deep silence instead left Yin Xiu feeling confused. He had prepared a lot of meat at a high price. Did the Night Lady not want it? Outside the window, the Night Lady stared blankly at the small iron bowl overflowing with meat, falling into a long contemplation. For 6 years, every day, the small iron bowl with either a bowl of clean water or a bowl of tea was now filled with meat. She wasn't used to it for a moment, and the fun of bothering Yin Xiu every day was gone. Forget it. The Night Lady quickly finished off a bowl of meat rather unhappily and prepared to leave. Before leaving, feeling somewhat uncomfortable again, she turned back and knocked off 2 nails from Yin Xiu's window before departing. Confirming the Night Lady had left, Yin Xiu finally released a sigh of relief. When he heard the knocking, he thought the night would be restless again, but now it was finally quiet. Time to sleep. Yin Xiu closed his eyes steadily, ready to welcome the peace of the night. As soon as it quieted down, the coldness beside him began to become restless. Wriggling, it began to climb onto Yin Xiu, silently wrapping around his waist, and only then did he calm down. Yin Xiu suddenly opened his eyes, his brows furrowed tightly as he stared into the darkness. Wait, this familiar feeling, how is it exactly the same as the strange creature that tangled him every night in the dungeon? Isn't that strange creature supposed to belong to the rules of the dungeon? He cleared the dungeon, so it shouldn't be possible for it to come out with him. So this inexplicable sense of familiarity. The room fell silent for a few seconds, and Yin Xiu's chilling voice echoed. Could it be that the strange creature in that dungeon is actually you? The coldness on him shrank back in a flash, returning to a small ball, curled up beside him without moving. In the darkness, Yin Xiu's cold gaze fell to his pillow, and even though he couldn't see, he silently locked eyes with the eyes on the tentacles. His gritted teeth carried a hint of anger. You better not let me encounter you in the dungeon. The coldness remained unmoving. Yin Xiu couldn't grab it or touch it, yet he managed to suppress his anger, closed his eyes, and continued sleeping. Afterward, the room was very quiet. The coldness didn't dare to creep up again, and Yin Xiu fell asleep quickly, except in his dreams. He kept frowning and mumbling something like, "If you dare come to my bed again, I'll chop you into 18 pieces." The tentacles curled up into a small ball, shrinking and shrinking, without touching Yin Xiu even once more. Chapter 66 New Dungeon, Extreme City. Returning to the little town after the days in the dungeon were pretty much the same as usual. Yin Xiu would wake up, tidy up, and then take his fishing rod to the lakeside to pass the time, waiting for the prison dungeon 3 days later. There were some significant changes in the town. Normally, when those players saw him, they would quickly dodge away, not daring to associate with him at all, but now, passing through the square, their gazes became incredibly eager and attentive. Even the announcements and the broadcasts had changed. As long as everyone follows the rules in the little town, there will absolutely be no accidents. Learn from the experienced seniors around you, carefully listen to their advice, and you can also become a big shot in no time. Here, I sincerely suggest everyone take Boss Yin Xiu as a goal, striving to become an existence like him. In the future, no dungeon will be difficult. One person becomes a big shot, the whole town can become big shots. Passed down from generation to generation, one day, our little town will no longer have anyone die because of strange creatures. The strange creature in the corner cursed its bad luck. With Yin Xiu's departure, the loudspeaker continued tirelessly instructing this message to the newcomers. Yin Xiu reached the lakeside with a blank expression, preparing his fishing tools to catch the fish he couldn't catch. Suddenly, he recalled that on the first day, Liemo seemed to have gone into the lake to catch fish to eat. He then stared at the lake for a long time, and the strange creatures in the lake were frightened for a long time, until Yin Xiu finally gave up trying to catch fish and continued regular fishing. Then the strange creatures in the lake finally settled down. When it truly came to desperate times, they would also try hard to pretend to be a fish. Yin Xiu's life went on very blandly, with each day showing no significant difference. Days passed normally, time flew by quickly, until 3 days later, Yi Tianxian came to his room, and the two were pulled into the dungeon together. As soon as the time arrived, a new room appeared on the screen in the square, displaying the information of the two players. Congratulations to the players for entering the dungeon, Extreme City. Current players' names: Yin Xiu, Yi Tianxian. Gender: male, male. Residence: Alley 401, Dimension 35, Little Town, 103. Dungeon assets: 331, 1,551,111. Dungeon progress: cleared, 98%. Looking at the information displayed on the screen, everyone in the little town became excited. There was no need to say that Yin Xiu was entering the dungeon for the second time, they definitely had to watch. There was no need to mention Yi Tianxian entering the dungeon either, they were 100% going to watch. Someone had to record the strategy, but when the two entered the dungeon together, was there anyone in the town who dared to look away? They rushed up for the first time. When Yin Xiu's message was relayed back into the dungeon, the vicious and eerie creatures that once crushed players were crying hysterically. He's here, he's here. He even brought Yi Tianxian with him. He thinks he didn't kill enough, and now he's brought his buddy along. We're doomed, boo-hoo. Is it too late for me to request a change of dungeon? No one is allowed to leave. We're all from the same dungeon, if we die together. Everyone die here today. No one is allowed to escape. By the way, what does the warden think? He has 4 words for us: just get by. That's it, the other dungeon creatures don't want to come, the new creatures are scared of being killed by Yin Xiu, and no dungeon boss dares to come when they hear it's Yin Xiu. This time the warden won't escape. Is the no damage creature rule being approved? It got denied. Don't be afraid, this dungeon mode is very tough. To suppress Yin Xiu, we applied for special player restrictions. I feel like we still have a small chance to survive. Let's go everyone. Let's encourage each other. Amidst the sobbing ghostly cries, the dungeon officially began. The pitch-black screen flickered, gradually revealing the scene. In a cold single prison cell, dim light shone on Yin Xiu's fair face, and the wind blew in through the narrow iron bar window, stirring his hair. The figure in the scene was sleeping with closed eyes, quiet and serene, extraordinarily pleasing to the eye. In the next second, Yin Xiu suddenly opened his eyes, and his pitch-black pupils were filled with indifference, perfectly in sync with the chilly environment. His gaze quickly swept around, finding himself leaning against a simple flimsy single bed. It was eerily quiet around him, with no one present. This time, there wasn't even a dungeon announcement. I came in? Yin Xiu mumbled as he got up. As soon as he moved, he suddenly noticed something was wrong with his body. His hands were handcuffed with a pair of black cuffs, which were very secure, tightly locking his wrists. The length of the chain in between was moderate, offering little room for movement. His clothes had transformed into black and white prison garb, devoid of anything extra, including the knife that used to be at his waist. Yin Xiu furrowed his brows. It was indeed the first time he encountered a dungeon that confiscated his weapons. Not only were his actions restricted, but they even took away his items. Clearly, they didn't want him to fight back. He quickly got up and searched the room. This really seemed like a single prison cell, with everything being for one person and no weapons that could cause harm. There were plastic cups, wooden toothbrushes, square towels, and even the corners of the room were smoother than usual. Yin Xiu coldly searched around and found a familiar rule sheet under the pillow, but it only contained 2 sentences. Extreme City is free, entering here, no one will restrict you, thus there are no rules. Dungeon completion condition: leave Extreme City without restrictions and while awake. After reading it, the comments exploded in confusion. Where's my survival rule? Why is there only the completion condition? It says this time there are no rules in the dungeon? Really? I don't believe it. But the rule sheet does indeed lack any rules, how special. By the way, on this rule sheet it actually states the completion conditions, not the completion rules. Careful, it definitely avoided the word rules. Not only were the comments confused, but Yin Xiu also fell into deep thought, staring at the words on the sheet for a long time. Just as he was in a daze, footsteps sounded outside the door. Someone stopped at Yin Xiu's door and then opened the small window on the door to look inside. At the door stood a stranger's face. The person had just done something unknown, and part of their face visible from the small window was smeared with blood, looking rather horrifying. Seeing Yin Xiu, the person immediately shouted in a nasty tone, "Inmate 401. Come out immediately, it's time to gather in the lobby downstairs." Yin Xiu raised his gaze, and with indifference, he nodded slightly. Open the door. His overly indifferent response made the person at the door pause for a moment. The prison door creaked open, revealing the person standing outside, who appeared to be a guard, dressed in neat yet retro black attire, a mix of modern and classical styles, creating a strange blend of prison guard and jailer, and with blood all over him, he looked even more terrifying. Players entering this place were all notorious criminals. They hardly paid attention to guards, either questioning back or directly attacking, but Yin Xiu remained quiet, standing at the door, examining him, and that scrutinizing gaze made the guard feel an inexplicable unease. His eyes lingered on Yin Xiu's prison uniform and pondered for a long time. A red prisoner. Yin Xiu raised an eyebrow, looking down at his clothes. Aren't they black and white? The guard hesitated for a moment, deciding to first pull out his record book, asking for a name to determine his upcoming attitude, tone, and expression. Prisoner 401, state your name. Chapter 67, The Extreme City is Freedom. Yin Xiu stared at him calmly and politely stated his name. I am Yi Tianxian. Upon hearing this, the guard immediately relaxed, quickly flipping through his record book and finding Yi Tianxuan's name. Indeed, this player had a record of entering this instance, and he was a high-level player with a clear rate of 98%. The guard had heard of this person. Although his reputation wasn't great, he had always completed instances properly. Rather than killing monsters, he leaned toward fully exploring clues and information before leaving. But how could such a troublesome player end up in jail? A 98% clearance rate. If he wanted to kill monsters, that would indeed be high risk, quite normal for Red. The guard mumbled to himself for a moment and then nodded, putting his record book away, meaningfully patting Yin Xiu on the shoulder. It's understandable to occasionally make mistakes, just behave well when you get out. Anyway, as long as it wasn't Yin Xiu, that would be fine. Yin Xiu nodded expressionlessly, understood. The guard was quite pleased with Yin Xiu's compliance. This calm and composed reaction was understandable. He was indeed a nice player, different from those flea players he had just dealt with. Alright, follow me. As long as you don't make mistakes and behave when you gather in the hall, nothing will happen. The guard kindly reminded him and led Yin Xiu to the next single cell. Yin Xiu quietly followed him, unfolding the rule sheet he had found in the cell from his palm. The note didn't have any rules written on it, so he could only try things himself. Since it was a prison instance, as a prisoner, saying a lie to trick a monster should be acceptable, yet surprisingly, the guard didn't notice, which aligned with that phrase on the rule sheet. Extreme City is Freedom. But Yin Xiu didn't believe that a rule-bound instance would truly lack rules. The less information there was, the more dangerous it became. He walked forward with the guard until they reached the door of the second cell. The guard, still with a poor attitude, looked through the small window and yelled loudly, "Player 103. Come out. Head down to the lobby immediately." Upon hearing the number, Yin Xiu froze. 103. Isn't that Yi Tianxian? When the guard called him earlier, he had referred to him as 401, his number from the small town. His bad luck was that he had just taken someone else's identity, and now the original person had shown up. How rude was this fortune? Yin Xiu quietly leaned his head out to take a look, and sure enough, standing at the open door was that pale as paper, fragile flower like Yi Tianxian. He coughed behind a folded rule sheet, looking bloodless as he walked out, while from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Yin Xiu, locking eyes briefly. The jailer looked at Yi Tianxian with a complex expression, wondering how this fragile player, who looked like they could die at any moment, could even appear here. Have the dungeons outside become so weak? How could someone who coughs after taking just 2 steps be considered a dangerous player who can kill monsters? The jailer shook his head disdainfully, sighed softly, and took out his record book, coldly asking Yi Tianxian, "Tell me, what is your name?" Yi Tianxian glanced at Yin Xiu, who was struggling to gesture behind the jailer, feeling puzzled for a second as he watched Yin Xiu's 2 hands rotating between them. He fell silent, wondering what was going on. Were they playing such tricks up top? He was a serious person, after all, always taking the straightforward path through the dungeons. Yi Tianxian cleared his throat a couple of times and solemnly said, "My name is Yin Xiu." The moment those 2 characters burst from Yi Tianxuan's lips, the jailer suddenly felt his legs go weak, his eyes wide as he carefully inspected the sickly Yi Tianxian. How could the rumored killing god look like this? Why did he appear so frail, as if he could die at any moment? Is this really the saying that one should not judge a person by their looks? Are really called Yin Xiu? He stammered, confirming again, knowing that the monsters were already aware that Yin Xiu would come. He was prepared, but thought it wouldn't happen so soon. How could the second player be him? How can he maintain his composure facing the other players next? Seeing the doubt in the other's eyes, Yi Tianxian narrowed his gaze and coldly laughed. Do you have a problem with my name? The jailer instantly fell silent, hurriedly shaking his head. No, so it's actually you, Yin Xiu. Please follow me to the back. We'll gather in the main hall shortly. Gather for what? Yi Tianxian inquired, trying to pry some information from his mouth. But the jailer could only awkwardly reply, you'll know once you go down. I'm just here to escort someone. Yi Tianxian pondered this, coldly scrutinizing the jailer. His silence caused another wave of panic in the jailer's heart. Could it be that this big shot was displeased with his words and decided to take action? The two remained silent for a few seconds. Seeing he couldn't coax a word from the jailer, Yi Tianxian pretended to reluctantly agree. Fine, my mood is okay today. I'll go down with you. The jailer exhaled a long sigh of relief. Please. Yin Xiu silently applauded behind them, nodding approvingly. He had never seen Yi Tianxian treat someone with such a cold glare before. But you better not be hiding anything from me, Yi Tianxian sneered before leaving, not forgetting to reinforce Yin Xiu's persona in front of the monsters. Yes. Yi Tianxian intended to say something more intimidating, but after speaking too much, he suddenly couldn't catch his breath and covered his mouth, coughing twice, his face pale as he hurriedly followed behind Yin Xiu. Pretending any longer would surely raise suspicion. Now that the jailer knew this was Yin Xiu, his attitude became respectful, and he didn't dare act too fierce toward this seemingly frail person, pretending the other two didn't exist and continuing forward. Encountering two red danger players right off the bat made him lose some authority. He had to show the attitude expected of a jailer with the next one. He still knocked on the door, opened the small window, and shouted angrily at the player's actions. But the next player had a very bad attitude. As soon as the jailer opened the door, the person rushed out and swung a leg of a table they had somehow removed straight at the jailer's head. The person was strong and clearly had high combat power, easily removing a leg from a table. Naturally, this attack wouldn't be small. Yet the jailer stood firm, unmoving in place. When the blow landed, he didn't even flinch, instead fixing his furious gaze on the player in front of him. Yin Xiu noticed that this jailer carried nothing at all. There were no anti-riot tools, which indeed made the prison a bit dangerous. But soon the jailer demonstrated with action that he is dangerous. Compared to the player with a massive body and powerful muscles, the prison guard is even more terrifying. After taking the player's hit, he directly reached out and grabbed the player's head, gritting his teeth as he twisted with force, brutally ripping it off. The bullet comments trembled. Wow, so terrifying. Is the combat power of the monsters in this dungeon really that high? When dealing with terrorists, they have to match the terrorists. Don't forget that only players who slaughter these monsters can enter this dungeon. Legitimately defeating the boss doesn't count, so you know what kind of level is required to enter this prison dungeon. It seems that the monsters in this dungeon are not easy to handle for players. Yin Xiu doesn't care, he mainly worries about our boss Yi. Sai, who would willingly enter a dungeon like this? Boss Yi also collected strategies to enter this dungeon for us. It's the first time encountering such a dungeon, he must be a little scared inside. After all, Boss Yi's body can't handle it. He really hates direct confrontations. I hope he's not too frightened. Just as the bullet comments finished sighing, they heard Yin Xiu leaning close to Yi Tianxian and whispering, the monsters in this dungeon are still a bit lacking. Yi Tianxian nodded in agreement, then subtly said, yes, a bit lacking, but for a prison guard, this level is about right. Just twisting off a player's head is quite impressive. After killing the player, the prison guard looked pleased and wanted to turn around to see the reactions of the others behind him. Yin Xiu said nothing, but at least one of them should show a bit of fear, right? However, when he turned around, he saw them murmuring quietly, not even looking at him in fear. The prison guard wanted to explode in anger, but seeing Yin Xiu among them, he didn't dare. He could only curse and say, no whispering. Ah, yes. The two nodded in unison, then pretended to do nothing and looked elsewhere, still showing no sign of fear in their response. Even their casual attitude was cold and hurt his feelings. Monsters should have the appearance of monsters. If they can't leave fear in the hearts of players, what kind of monsters are they? The prison guard had been in this dungeon for so long and had never experienced such humiliation. Chapter 68, Freedom Blind Date Event at the Gate of Sin. Forget it. The prison guard thought to himself, assuming his experience of being a monster was still too shallow. Encountering a killing god like Yin Xiu for the first time, he could just bear with it. He continued calling out to each player in the single cells. During this time, quite a few players resisted the prison guard. To them, who often kill monsters, this little prison guard was nothing to fear. Then they were violently beaten by the prison guard, with some severely punished on the spot, leaving a trail of red blood all over the corridor. Most of the players following behind, after being punished, became honest, but a few still held a fierce look in their eyes, unwilling to back down. Meanwhile, Yin Xiu and Yi Tianquan's demeanor was like they were on vacation, examining the environment behind them. The extreme city, though it sounds nice, is indeed a prison. An oval-shaped building, with layers of stacked cells connected one to another, tiny rooms scattered throughout every layer of the corridor, densely packed, and the so-called hall is just a small ground in the central circular area. Yin Xiu noticed that the cells led to the hall via a staircase, and there were also 7 staircases at the edge of the hall going in different directions, clearly not leading to the cells, but deeper inside, which means there is a larger area behind the cells. It's like a big bowl covering a smaller bowl, and the cells are in the center of the smallest bowl. To get out from here, one must surpass a layer of area, and there's even a possibility that after breaking through, they discover another pot covering the outside. Escaping here is indeed a difficult task. While Yin Xiu summarized the environment, he mumbled about what bowls and pots, and Yi Tianxian was listening beside him. He didn't understand a single word. While assessing the environment, the prison guards had already called out all the players from this floor, and each floor had a designated guard responsible for it. One by one, they resolved their area's players, bringing them all down to the grand hall at the very bottom. Yin Xiu quietly took note of the numbers. There were far more than he had imagined, at least 200 to 300 people here, excluding those who were killed by the guards for being uncooperative. In the instance, there were still quite a few rebellious people, and many who were addicted to killing strange monsters, but it was impossible to have this many in just 3 days. They should have been gathered over a long period and then bundled together and thrown in at a certain deadline. Yin Xiu just happened to be among the last batch of people, having only 3 days' time before reaching the instance. In the player group, there were both men and women, and in terms of age, Yi Tianxian and Yin Xiu were on the younger side, looking quite immature. Yin Xiu had a face of indifference, his aura unmistakable, but Yi Tianxian had the delicate demeanor of a young noble, truly standing out among the ruthless players who had long been killing strange monsters. Just standing there, it was like being thrown into a den of wolves as prey. The key was that he looked completely unaware of this, smiling back at everyone who glanced his way, extraordinarily friendly. Yin Xiu silently shifted his gaze away from the innocent-looking Yi Tianxian, drawing a cross in his heart for those eyeing him. "Don't mess with that kid, amen." When most of the people had arrived, the voice of the broadcast echoed within the instance, not the usual instance announcement, but a prison broadcast informing everyone present. "All you long-term inmates of Extreme City, you will soon be released. No matter what sins you have committed, you must get the approval of the warden before your release. The warden lives on the first floor of Extreme City. You need to retrieve your belongings and go to the first floor. To prevent criminals from escaping, there are many traps along the way, but many good things are buried within. Please make sure to survive and reach the warden to accept his judgment. Next, I will read the rules for passing the instance. Please remember them well." As the broadcast voice ceased, the player group started to discuss, wasn't there no rules? How did they suddenly appear? Whatever, just remember them. Whether to abide by them is a matter for later. I don't have anything on me, how can I write it down without paper or pen? Use your brain. I don't have a brain. After a brief commotion, the broadcast notification rang out again. All inmates, please listen carefully. Extreme City passing rules. 1. Extreme City is free, here you can kill anyone, except for the sinners. 2. Extreme City is quite complex, each floor represents different areas, but every half hour, all floors will be mixed up, so please remember your destination. 3. If you want to have a sinner, killing a prisoner with a sinner is the best choice, the warden won't care how many you have. For, only valuable people will catch the warden's eye. When reaching him, please try to increase your value. 5. Humans will give rise to sin, humans will become vessels of sin, so do not sink into Extreme City. 6. Please abide by the rules of each floor. After the broadcast notification was read, many players were scratching their heads in anxiety because they hadn't remembered. Yin Xiu repeated every rule over and over in his mind. Extreme City is free, so players can kill players? What is a sinner? It seems players can possess them and can be taken by others. Moreover, only valuable people will be noticed by the warden. How is that value determined? Is it having many sinners that counts as valuable? Or, killing many people? It's like answering the player's inner doubts step by step. The sound of the broadcast echoed again. Extreme City has 7 major areas, each with a gate of sin, representing different sins. The gates of sin possess powerful forces that can help prisoners survive in Extreme City. However, these gates also have their own preferences and will not easily entrust themselves to prisoners. If you like someone else's gate of sin, but it does not like you, you have no choice but to try to snatch it away. This time, Extreme City will usher in the greatest liberation for prisoners. The city will release the gates of sin at this moment, allowing them to personally choose their favored prisoners. But do not set your hopes too high, their standards are truly high. Do not be too disappointed if you are not chosen, for being picked may not necessarily be a good thing. During the free activity period after the selections, you can still go to the area where your desired gate of sin is located to find it. As the broadcast's eerie voice faded, Yin Xiu fell into deep thought. As expected of a special instance, it's all about the show. He had never experienced this mode before. The gates of sin can be understood as bizarre entities with inherent attributes, bound to players in the same way as items, for players to use. However, it seems there are advantages and disadvantages. In this environment where they could kill each other, the advantages surely outweigh the disadvantages. Who wouldn't want to start out equipped with divine gear? Especially at this moment, in an environment where players could kill each other, all their items and weapons had been confiscated. If someone is chosen by a gate of sin, they would be favored compared to other players who start out empty-handed. Yin Xiu turned his head to look at Yi Tianxian. Yi Tianxian shook his head, indicating he did not want one. Yin Xiu also shook his head, finding it troublesome. He still didn't know what the disadvantages were. No gate of sin could compare to his knife. Getting his knife back was the priority. The gates of sin could wait, he could always snatch them later. Being a bandit was not out of the question. Just as he was thinking, the outer player crowd suddenly stirred, seemingly disturbed by something. Yin Xiu looked up but saw nothing. However, the players around seemed disturbed as everyone was either dodging or trying to grab at something invisible. Moments later, Yin Xiu understood something had passed by him. That must be the so-called gate of sin making its entrance. Eager players were confusedly chasing after the invisible presence in the crowd, the scene becoming chaotic. Yin Xiu was silently squeezed into a corner. He didn't want one anyway, so he chose a spot to sit and watch the show, waiting for them to finish their selection and enter free activity time. But as he watched, he felt a chill beside him. Turning his head, 3 blurry shadows stood next to him. He could vaguely distinguish that they seemed to be reaching out their hands toward him. Yin Xiu? Chapter 69, Gate of Sin, Jealousy. Yin Xiu glanced at the 3 blurry hands, pretending not to see, and turned to look elsewhere. After a while, he took another sneaky glance, and those shadows had not left. What are they doing? He didn't want one. Yin Xiu gritted his teeth and acted as if he didn't see them, redirecting his gaze into the distance again. To possess a gate of sin, players were continuously chasing after the invisible figures, a crowd moving together and becoming twisted. For quite some time, not a single player had bound a gate of sin, indicating that these gates really had high standards. Yin Xiu tried hard to distinguish the invisible gates of sin moving among the crowd. There were a total of 7, 3 were beside him, and at least 4 were still wandering outside. He looked around and noticed Yi Tianxian in the corner, disdainfully waving his hand in the air, walking a few steps then stopping, cursing. It seemed he was also being targeted. Dazed in thought, he glanced again at his side. It had been quite a while, and still, none had left, let alone moved on. There is still one more, for now. Looking at Yi Tianxuan's actions, it seems that he is only being entangled by one, while there is another visible sin gate beside a girl. If we count, there is still one missing. This is a truly discerning sin gate that looks down upon mingling with these players. Ah! Great! The girl guarded by the sin gate suddenly let out a shrill scream, clear joy visible on her face. I've bound one. Great, great! The girl was probably very happy, hugging the man beside her closely, rubbing her shoulder against his. With this sin gate, we won't be afraid of being killed by others. We can survive, dear. Her joy brought complex looks to the other's eyes. For just this one girl, some people might have thoughts of snatching her, but upon seeing her boyfriend beside her, they fell into contemplation. As a pair, the boyfriend looked fierce, and with the sin gate's support, it seemed unwise to snatch her, leaving them to only watch the situation of others. Just as the group of players began to have thoughts of giving up, in the next moment, a terrifying black smoke appeared above the head of the man the girl was holding. With a bang, his head suddenly exploded, blood gushing out. Too sudden, the girl was so startled that she fell pale to the ground, even speechless. The group of players was also stunned, all staring blankly in that direction. As they quieted down, everyone clearly heard a gritting whisper coming from beside the girl. You belong only to me, you belong only to me, you belong only to me. Everyone was chilled by this sudden whisper, nervously looking around, barely distinguishing that the voice came from beside the girl. Why did you kill him? The girl, with tearful and dazed eyes, looked toward the empty spot beside her, basically confirming that the sin gate she bound had killed her boyfriend. Yin Xiu pondered for a few seconds, reacting to that whisper. It's jealousy, 7 sin gates, the jealousy among the 7 deadly sins. If her sin gate is jealousy, it becomes clear that the sin gate does not allow her to have any other valued existence, hence her boyfriend was gone in an instant. Sin gates have their advantages and disadvantages, this downside should refer to this. Yin Xiu glanced at the 4 blurred figures stretching out their hands nearby and felt even more reluctant, finding them annoying. Seeing jealousy so extreme, it's basically confirmed that once a sin gate is bound, it is definitely a double-edged sword. Moreover, the several figures beside him just stood there stubbornly, refusing to leave. If Yin Xiu had to pick, he would choose the one that hadn't come, at least that one still had some pride. Ah, could the one that didn't come be pride? Yin Xiu felt he had figured it out. Sin gates indeed possessed different personalities based on sins, and if calculated, only sloth from the 7 sins might be safe. The death of the girl's boyfriend awakened the players, making them aware of the dangers of sin gates, but for them, this danger was nothing. Binding a sin gate had a certain probability of causing harm to oneself or those around, while not binding a sin gate would probably lead to dying in the dungeon. The fervently seeking group of players still did not quiet down. After understanding the downsides, they were even more eager to possess a sin gate. However, the remaining sin gates on site were almost all here. Yin Xiu glanced at the 4 blurry figures beside him, pretending not to notice them, so that no one realized he still had so many sin gates waiting nearby. After binding sin gates for half an hour, a broadcast announced to all players, the time for sin gate selection has ended. All sin gates are about to return to their respective areas. If prisoners wish to bind a sin gate, please go to the area where the sin gate is located to find them. There is still some possibility, but conquering them will come with certain dangers, please choose wisely. After the broadcast announcement ended, the coldness surrounding Yin Xiu finally left. Before they departed, their gaze lingered on Yin Xiu as if filled with deep resentment. This was the first player to treat them like air. After the sin gate left, the broadcast did not immediately notify players about the start of free activity time, but instead instructed the wardens of each layer to distribute a note to the players in their respective layers. Once the notes were handed out, one eventually reached Yin Xiu. The warden glanced at the quiet Yin Xiu and was quite satisfied with his calm demeanor, then flipped through his records. Yi Tianxian, right? This is your item storage location. Only by going to this place can you retrieve your belongings and receive the key to your handcuffs. Saying this, he handed Yin Xiu a note. On the white paper was written a layer number and a room number, but noted as Yi Tianxian. Yin Xiu silently stared at the note, nodded. He did not expect that the handcuff key could only be obtained along with the item, so for now, everyone would have to move around in these inconvenient handcuffs. Do well and try to leave this instance, the warden patted Yin Xiu's shoulder again. Compared to the other players filled with hostility, he truly liked the expressionless and cold Yin Xiu, as he was clearly different from the others. Yin Xiu responded lazily, rolled up the note, and would later swap with Yi Tianxian during free activity. After all the wardens finished distributing notes to their respective layer players, the prison broadcast finally spoke again. In 1 minute, all inmates will enter free activity time. Please proceed orderly to layer 1 of Extreme City to find the warden and exit in a timely manner. After the broadcast announcement, the guards gradually dispersed, returning to their respective single prison cell layers, leaving only the players here, eagerly staring at the passageways they had chosen. As soon as the time was up, 7 different passage doors suddenly opened. The players who had been waiting rushed out with vigor, flooding noisily into the passage. Everyone remembered that the sin gates had returned to their respective areas. They had to hurry to reclaim their items before anyone else and then rush for the sin gates. Yin Xiu stood in place, watching the crowd surge forward, dispersing through the 7 passageways. Now, 200 or 300 people were still going out. Once everyone gradually obtained their items, things would be uncertain. Everyone was racing against time, fighting for their own lives. Putting a group of bloodthirsty players together and setting rules where they can kill each other to seize items is like watching wicked people consume each other. The prison instance really knows how to play. Lost in thought, in the distance, Yi Tianxian was throwing a rolled-up note as he leisurely walked over, a smile on his face. Oh, isn't this Yi Tianxian? Why are you standing here dazed? Yin Xiu turned to glance at him, extending the note in his hand. I'm looking for Yin Xiu. Yi Tianxian swiftly took the note and casually placed Yin Xiu's note into his palm, then pointed at one of the less crowded passageways. I'll explore by myself first. See you later? Yin Xiu nodded. They had different styles of action, and once they entered the instance, it wouldn't be convenient to stay together, so separating to explore was the best option. Can you manage alone now? Before the other left, he recalled the instance's mechanism and casually asked. After all, a person like Yi Tianxian emerging from a den of evil could easily be attacked by other players. At first, without any props, Yi Tianxian looked like an easily slaughtered little sheep in their eyes. Don't worry, my reputation protects me, Yi Tianxian smiled and waved his hand, then opened his mouth to reveal the black mark on his tongue. And I also have this. Yin Xiu nodded thoughtfully, watching Yi Tianxian leisurely walk away. He wasn't overly worried. With Yi Tianxuan's personality, going out with his top title would likely only worsen his already bad reputation. Instead, he needed to think of a way to quickly retrieve his props and remove the handcuffs. Yin Xiu raised his hand, looking at the pitch-black handcuffs on his wrist, feeling quite unhappy. Being tied up like this for another day was just uncomfortable. Once the crowd had mostly dispersed, Yin Xiu unfolded a note to check his prop storage location. 5th floor, storage room 303. It was a tricky position, and it would take some time to find it. He didn't know which passage was closer to the 5th floor, so he just chose a nearby one and went straight in. Most players had already entered the next area, leaving the dark passage empty. The moment Yin Xiu stepped into the pitch-black passage, the ground beneath him suddenly shook, and the entire passage began to spin, catching him off guard. Yin Xiu quickly pressed against the wall, moving step by step in the direction the passage was spinning, waiting for the swirling tunnel to stop. Extreme City Clearing Rule 2. Extreme City is quite complex, each layer represents different areas, but every half hour all layers are shuffled. Always remember your destination. He had waited quite a while in the lobby for the crowd to dissipate, so he estimated he had entered just when the layers were being shuffled, not knowing where he might end up. Generally speaking, players would be randomly shifted between the 6th and 7th floors. If they didn't reach the 1st floor within half an hour, they could be sent back to the 7th floor, going back and forth. Just getting to the 1st floor where the warden was required a bit of luck. After all, it was the final location of the dungeon, and it wouldn't be easily randomized. The rumbling ceased after a few seconds, and Yin Xiu also stabilized himself. He groped his way along the wall in the dark passage, and as he walked, he felt a thick, classic door. With a creak, he pushed open the door, and the light from the corridor outside fell on Yin Xiu's fair hands, still cuffed. He cautiously peeked through the crack of the door and immediately saw another door down the narrow corridor outside, with a sign prominently hanging on it, Warden's Office. Yin Xiu? What is going on with this dungeon? Empty-handed, and now I'm suddenly being called to fight a boss? Isn't this a bit too hasty? Yin Xiu uncertainly poked his head out and looked around the small corridor, which connected to an almost entryway-like narrow passage. One wall of the corridor had a sign marking one. Did they really just send me directly to the warden's office on the 1st floor? Yin Xiu stood at the passage's entrance, feeling a bit existential. He had cleared so many dungeons, this was the first time encountering something so strange. He glanced down at the handcuffs on his wrist. Without props or a knife, with his hands bound, he was thrown at the entrance of the ultimate boss. This dungeon clearly didn't want him to survive. Should I wait for half an hour and come back later? Yin Xiu hesitated, deep in thought. The comments were shocked. Isn't this dungeon terrifying? What kind of boss waits at the entrance of the novice village to kill people? It's so despicable. Mainly, I see other players being sent to different floors, but why is Yin Xiu the only one thrown right at the boss's door? It's intentional. Seize his items, strip him of his weapons, and carefully put handcuffs on him to limit his movements before daring to provoke Yin Xiu. This boss is a coward. But fortunately, the level changes every half an hour. As long as Yin Xiu waits in the corridor, he can switch to another level, get his stuff back, and come back to kill. That's the logic, but I'm afraid. Before the barrage of messages could float away, the screen showed the prison warden's door, engraved with classical patterns, suddenly opening wide. The barrage was stunned, and Yin Xiu was also taken aback. At the door stood a man in a black robe, holding a prison staff, with a belt full of keys. The man saw Yin Xiu with a somewhat complicated expression, but then he suppressed it, trying hard to smile. Yin Xiu, long time no see. Does this person know him? Yin Xiu stared at him without replying, frowning deeply as he thought and thought, trying hard to recall this somewhat familiar face. Is he the boss from a dungeon he had killed? He scrutinized that face carefully. The two fell into an awkward silence, the atmosphere frozen. After a few seconds of silence, Yin Xiu stared at him and suddenly his eyes lit up. Aren't you that jailer from before? The warden looked at Yin Xiu with a complicated expression, and it took him so long to remember him that he didn't know whether to be happy that Yin Xiu still remembered him. Yes, I was the jailer you often ran into coming out of the dungeon, but that was 6 years ago. I'm already the warden of this dungeon now. Oh. Yin Xiu slitted his eyes meaningfully, so it's an acquaintance. Facing Yin Xiu's calmness, the warden seemed a bit unhappy, snorting, I know you're extraordinary, but the dungeon now is no longer the dungeon from 6 years ago, and I'm no longer the old jailer. Since you entered this dungeon, I won't let you leave easily. Meeting me at this point in time can only be counted as your bad luck. After learning that Yin Xiu would come, the dungeon's monsters began to discuss their plans, which were quite simple: limit Yin Xiu, restrict him madly, and then kill him before he had a chance to fight back. Only in this way could the dungeon monsters survive, and this was the best result they came up with after 3 days of discussion. Oh? So you want to kill me now? Yin Xiu coldly smirked, smiling more sinisterly than the monsters. Yes. The warden felt a chill in his heart for no reason, but still nodded stubbornly. The coldness in Yin Xiu's eyes deepened instantly as he darkly said, You've only seen me after I cleared dungeons, but I suppose you haven't seen how I clear dungeons, right? Recalling how he always saw Yin Xiu covered in blood after clearing the dungeon, the warden's psychological shadows were stirred up again. To be honest, he indeed hadn't seen how Yin Xiu cleared the dungeons, but he had heard the other monsters talk about it. The tales had become quite terrifying, and he couldn't confirm their truth in an instant. But the coldness radiating from the man in front of him inexplicably made him feel that those terrifying methods he heard were indeed true. Actually, I've always wanted to practice an unarmed dismantling of monsters. Unfortunately, I didn't have the chance to realize it. Now that I see you, it seems just right. Yin Xiu smiled, slowly taking a step forward, softly and gently saying, "Do you want to try?" Instinctively, facing Yin Xiu who had his hands bound with no weapons, the warden almost took a step back in an instant, frightened and retreating into his own room. He stared nervously at Yin Xiu, breathing heavily, furrowing his brows, stumbling over his words for a long time. Maybe now is not the time for you to come here. You should go. Since I'm already here, won't you let me have a try? After all, we will have to fight sooner or later, right? Yin Xiu pressed forward, wanting to take another step. Don't come over. He moved slightly, and the warden, as if startled, quickly shrank back and abruptly pulled out another pair of silver handcuffs from his pocket and threw them out. As the handcuffs flew out, they automatically fell onto Yin Xiu's hands. With a click, another pair of white handcuffs was added beneath the black ones. Yin Xiu silently looked at his hands, now even more inconvenient, feeling very unhappy. But when he looked up, he saw the warden had hurriedly closed his door. In the next second, the surroundings spun chaotically again, and with his hands restrained, Yin Xiu stumbled awkwardly, and after the environment settled down, he blankly glanced at the corridor extending beside him. It seemed he was directly tossed by the panicking warden to another floor. Chapter 71. Glass-hearted Yin Xiu climbed up from the ground, silently staring at the two pairs of handcuffs on his wrists, one black and one white, tightly locking his wrists together, with a chain long enough for limited movement but still very restrictive. If he had known the warden would be so frightened as to add another pair of handcuffs, he should have just closed the door and sat back in the corridor. Now it's worse, even if he managed to unlock the black ones, he had no idea how to remove the added silver handcuffs. Yin Xiu let out a slight sigh, putting his hands down and starting to take in his surroundings. He didn't know which floor the warden had hurriedly tossed him onto. The walls around him were dull gray, filled with an old and decaying atmosphere, and the doors and windows in the corridor were shattered, looking as if they had been gnawed on, leaving crooked gaps. Walking along the corridor, Yin Xiu glanced out the window on one side. Uncertain of the structure outside the building, he could see corridors of other floors in the void dark, every corridor being a section, floating in midair, connected in pieces and separated by doors. From a distance, he could still see players exploring in the corridors, but being too far away, he could only watch. While paying attention to the players in the other corridors, he reached the end of his corridor and pushed open the door at the far end. He was now probably in the middle of the corridor, with only broken rooms around him, and without knowing the floor number, he couldn't even find his knife according to the note, so he needed to hurry to the end to confirm the floor number, then see if there were any stairs. As he opened the door in front of him, the next section of the corridor appeared before his eyes, and standing in the center of the corridor was a player. The person didn't expect anyone to suddenly show up, and upon seeing Yin Xiu, was momentarily stunned, then immediately raised both hands in front of him, shouting, "Don't be nervous. I'm still wearing handcuffs. I'm not a threat." Yin Xiu looked at him indifferently, turned around to close the door behind him, then turned back and said, "Don't worry, I'm not nervous." The other person fell silent for a moment, shifting his gaze to Yin Xiu's wrists. Still wearing handcuffs indicated they hadn't regained their items and weapons yet, so they currently posed no threat, but why does this person have two pairs of handcuffs? The player hesitated, knowing he shouldn't pry into someone else's privacy, so he awkwardly turned his attention away from the handcuffs and softly asked, "Anyway, since we haven't got our items back, how about we coexist peacefully for now? What's your name, brother?" Yin Xiu replied flatly, "My name is Yi Tianxian." Hearing this name, the other person's expression suddenly became complicated. "So you are Yi Tianxian, I've heard about you, but in the rumors, you usually intimidate and extract information from monsters. Being nice to players, you shouldn't be in this dungeon, right?" Yin Xiu covered his face with his hands, trying hard to look apologetic, saying, "In the last dungeon, I accidentally killed a monster to obtain information." As he said this, he secretly peeked through his fingers. "Sigh, I am truly guilty. Oh, it turns out it was a mistake." The other party seemed thoughtful, looking at Yin Xiu's pretentious performance, unsure if they believed it or not. But they soon showed eagerness. "Since you are Yi Tianxian, I will temporarily believe you won't attack me, so why don't we cooperate?" The other person raised a hand, pointing to a door beside him. "I just found out the way to conquer the Sin Gate on my way here, and conveniently, this is a bathroom with a Sin Gate inside. It's just a little bit vicious, and I haven't retrieved the tools yet, so I can't handle it. Therefore, we can try to cooperate." Sin Gate? Yin Xiu glanced at the door beside the player, which had a bathroom sign, resembling a public shower room. In this corridor, only the wall of this room hadn't been gnawed at, appearing quite special. What is the way to conquer the Sin Gate? Yin Xiu withdrew his gaze and looked at the person across from him. The player hesitated for a moment but decided to use this information to exchange Yin Xiu's trust. "It's a challenge. After facing the Sin Gate, there will be an automatic 1-minute Sin Gate challenge. As long as you survive for 1 minute under the Sin Gate's attack, you can obtain the Sin Gate. This method can only be used if the Sin Gate didn't choose you at the very beginning. You also saw that girl in the lobby, she was chosen by the Sin Gate and can directly bind. We can only attempt the challenge. Yin Xiu nodded, beginning to contemplate what his situation was at that time, being chosen but refusing. If he encountered the Sin Gate a second time, would he enter a challenge or could he directly bind? Or would the Sin Gates become enraged upon seeing him and extend the challenge to 2 minutes? So, would you consider cooperating with me? Then the Sin Gate will be yours. The player eagerly tried to persuade Yin Xiu to agree. Yin Xiu raised an eyebrow slightly. The Sin Gate will be mine? Yes. The other party nodded kindly. My tools happen to be in that room. I want to retrieve them, but with the Sin Gate there, I definitely can't survive for 1 minute. So you go in and attract the Sin Gate's attention. When I retrieve my tools, I will support you, and together we will find your tools. Yin Xiu smiled slightly. Your tools are inside. After you retrieve them, the Sin Gate might not give it to me. The player's expression stiffened, yet they continued to smile. How could that be? With the Sin Gate, would you still fear me with my tools? You also saw the Sin Gate's power in the lobby. Killing a player is easy. But what if you have powerful tools to deal with the Sin Gate? Yin Xiu raised his chin, narrowing his eyes. I go in to attract attention. If I can't survive for 1 minute, you can straightforwardly challenge the Sin Gate with the tools. If I survive for 1 minute, then you use your tools to kill me with the Sin Gate and take it away. Either way, there's no loss. Having his little plan exposed, the player's expression darkened, and they sneered. It seems you are unwilling to cooperate. But it's okay if you are unwilling to cooperate. As you can see, this floor's Sin Gate likes to gnaw at things. If I throw your corpse in, it will surely be interested. Just a little distraction, and I can still obtain my tools. After dropping the pretense, the player's expression became sinister, and their gaze towards Yin Xiu was like that of a predator eyeing its prey. I quite like your current attitude. Yin Xiu nodded in satisfaction. What good intentions were there in this dungeon? The player initially acted well, making him uncomfortable. This was much more refreshing. But what confidence do you have that you can kill me? Both sides had handcuffs, after all. Under the restrictions of movement, it would be a bit challenging to kill each other. The player let out a sneer. Yi Tianxian, if it were someone else, I might not have this thought. If it were you, it would be a different story. I not only know that you are not friendly to strange things, but I also know that your body is weak. You are a sickly person. Just now, I noticed that your body doesn't seem very strong. I've killed countless players, and killing a sickly person like you is a piece of cake. The player laughed while twisting his wrists, the muscles in his arms clearly bulging, obviously a strength-type player. Yin Xiu coldly stared at the disdain and mockery from the other person, then looked down at himself. In the eyes of these muscular players, he was almost like Yi Tianxian, which made him feel sad. Yin Xiu slowly sighed, leisurely walking to the nearby broken window, reaching out to grab a sharp piece of glass, and snapping it off with a crisp sound. The other party immediately became alert, clenching his fists and staring intently at Yin Xiu's every movement. Yin Xiu calmly tightened his grip on the glass shard. Blood began to seep from his palm, but he remained expressionless, casting a cold glare at the other person, and quietly said, Yi Tianxian, although my body is a bit weak, I have a strong sense of self-respect, and I dislike being called a sickly person the most. You've wounded my sensitive and fragile glass heart, so I must let you feel the same. He smiled coldly, raising the glass shard in his hand, the bright red dripping down, and his eyes filled with killing intent, but it's just in a physical sense. Chapter 72, Want to leave without binding me? The other person shivered for no reason, facing the ominous Yin Xiu, who was even more intimidating than the strange creatures, his hands clenched tightly. These strength-type players train hard every day to prepare for a day when they face situations without weapons, and now this instance is perfect for him, making it easy to kill other players inside. But for some reason, facing Yin Xiu, he instinctively began to feel nervous. With each step Yin Xiu took toward him while holding the glass shard, the other person's anxiety deepened. Unable to withstand this pressure, the player gritted his teeth and decided to charge forward. But the expression on Yin Xiu's face was even more pleased than before. He dodged the player's incoming punch with a sidestep, smoothly turning around to get behind the player. This startled the opponent, who immediately swung a punch backward, throwing several punches at Yin Xiu, but none hit. Veins bulged on the player's arms, his fingers cracking. If he could just grab Yin Xiu once, he was confident he could make him dizzy in an instant, but the opponent's movements were so agile, each dodge just barely brushing past him. It was as if he were simply toying with him. The player glared angrily at Yin Xiu and charged forward again, suppressing his rage. The two figures entangled in the corridor, with every punch the man threw hitting only air. This made him increasingly anxious, finding everything about Yin Xiu to be displeasing. Wasn't it said that Yi Tianxian was a sickly person? How could he have such good stamina, dodging for so long without even panting? I can feel that your strength is slightly less than the mayor's, but still decent by human standards. Yin Xiu commented while observing his movements. It's understandable that you can kill a lot of strange creatures and be dragged into this instance. Before taking action, understanding the opponent's limits and tactics was a habit of Yin Xiu. Indeed, it wouldn't benefit him to drag on with a player who had strong endurance and power. Killing strange creatures is what matters. If you can kill, that's enough. It takes just a moment, and once the time is right, just act accordingly. But in the player's eyes, Yin Xiu's dodging and evaluation were provocations. The player didn't quite understand the mayor or anything like that, but it was obvious that the other party could still say some baffling words at this moment, showing he was very much at ease. This made the player very irritated. Yin Xiu smiled with his lips curled up. Accustomed to his way of attacking, seizing the moment when he threw another punch, he suddenly lunged behind, hooking the man's neck with the handcuff chain, and using his foot to press down on his back, pulling tightly. Ugh! The player's face turned pale in an instant. Yin Xiu tightened the handcuff chain around his neck and pressed down hard on his back, the opposing forces choking him quickly. He first scratched at his throat desperately, finding no grip on the chain, then tried to sway his body to shake off Yin Xiu's pressure, but failed to break free. So he let his whole body fall heavily down, crashing to the ground, taking Yin Xiu down with him. He quickly got up, filled with rage, and moved forward to pin down Yin Xiu, finally catching a chance. The moment he lunged, he caught a glimmer of cold light suddenly stabbing towards him. Too suddenly, he didn't have time to dodge. Following his momentum, he was brutally stabbed in the chest by a shard of glass from Yin Xiu. He spat out a mouthful of blood onto Yin Xiu's clean prison uniform, gradually feeling powerless. Yin Xiu frowned, disdainfully kicking him away, quickly getting up to tug at his collar, shaking off the bright red liquid on his clothes, but the blood stained quickly, turning the fabric red in mere seconds. We just entered the instance, Yin Xiu muttered, looking at the culprit on the ground. He had a shard of glass embedded in his chest, and the moment the other lunged, combined with Yin Xiu's force, the glass went deep, leaving him half alive, nearing death. Killing this person was easy, mainly to test the capability of the players in this instance. It seemed they had some skill, but not much. They probably relied on items to carry out their actions. Do you have any last words you want to say? Yin Xiu bent down, pulling the other's leg and dragging him towards the bathroom door. If not, I'll just throw you to feed the sin gate. The near-death player glared at Yin Xiu, his throat filled with blood, unable to say a complete word. Nothing? Then fine. Yin Xiu nodded lightly, twisting open the bathroom door beside him. As the door opened, a black shadow swiftly jumped out, wrapping around the player on the ground and quickly dragging him inside, leaving a trail of blood. Then with a thud the door slammed shut. Don't I even get to see what's happening? Yin Xiu stood outside the door, listening to the chewing sounds inside, feeling somewhat speechless. Delivering food and being refused entry, what a cold sin gate. Thankfully, he had no interest in binding. Forget it, let's look elsewhere. Yin Xiu tugged at the collar stained with wet blood and turned to leave. Just as he took 2 steps, the bathroom door clicked open again, and something black quickly lunged out, wrapping around his ankle. Yin Xiu looked down at what was wrapped around his foot, froze for a second, then was suddenly yanked and pulled into the room. Yin Xiu felt dizzy, being dragged into a square pool. After a few moments of daze, he shook his head to focus, looking around. He was thrown into a single-person bathroom's bathtub, with large areas of black liquid clinging to the walls, the liquid sliding as if it were a living creature, while outside the open door black liquid surged on the floor, blocking the way out, accompanied by chewing sounds. Was he pulled in to be used as reserves? Yin Xiu sighed, looking at the double handcuffs on his hands. How trouble always sought him out at the most inconvenient times. He cautiously tried to get up from the bathtub, and just as he moved, a large puddle of black liquid fell from the ceiling. In an instant, Yin Xiu was pushed back into the bathtub. In the narrow bathtub, a black liquid soaked half of Yin Xiu's body, the chilly fluid swirling and twisting around him, trapping him inside. Yin Xiu watched them warily, as the liquid slowly twisted in the air, forming a small strand that revealed an eye staring at him. It carefully examined Yin Xiu from head to toe, and then suddenly a small stream covered his hand. Just as Yin Xiu was about to struggle, he felt a chill in the palm of his hand. Not only an eye emerged from the black liquid, but also a small mouth, which cautiously licked the bloodstains on Yin Xiu's palm from the glass shard he had gripped, soothing the wound. Yin Xiu silently raised his gaze to look around. The entire small single bathroom was covered in the sticky black liquid, with walls, the door, the floor, and the ceiling all dripping with it, and the eyes that popped out were all staring at him. Even the doorway was blocked by the black liquid, clearly not wanting him to leave. The liquid had not harmed him, it was still licking his wounds, but blocking the exit tightly. Could it be that it wouldn't let him go without binding? Chapter 73. The black liquid climbed and entwined around Yin Xiu as he gazed at those eyes, and those eyes were also staring back at him. In the entire single bathroom, there was only silence, an eerie atmosphere lingering in the small space. Yin Xiu tried to rise again, but the black liquid monster that roamed in the bathtub suddenly pounced and pushed him back down, carefully placing a soft layer of liquid at the edge of the tub, so he wouldn't fall and hurt himself. So, aside from Yin Xiu falling back into the water, the clinking of the chain on his wrist breaking the silence of the bathroom, nothing changed. The eyes emerging from the black monster blinked innocently, making them seem particularly defenseless. Yin Xiu let out a deep sigh, a bit helpless, since he was caught up with this thing when he couldn't move, and it was all liquid with no real form. If it was a tangible monster he could grab, he would definitely rip it apart to see. But now, all that surrounded him was liquid, densely wrapping his body soaked in the bathtub, and even the little patch that was licking his wound would flow away if he tightened his grip, unable to deal any damage. For someone like him, a god of death, the best way to suppress him was to take away the attack button. Indeed, this strange creature's method was somewhat efficient. "What exactly do you want?" Yin Xiu said darkly, staring into those eyes. Not letting him leave, neither attacking him, just trapping him in this small bathtub, forcefully holding him down while gently licking his wounds and seeming to fear he would get hurt. What a tyrannical yet obedient monster. As Yin Xiu asked, the black slime in the bathtub wriggled back up, twisting in the air to form a hand shape, extending an inviting gesture towards him. A mouth emerged from the side liquid, softly muttering, "Rest, rest. Bind, bind." Yin Xiu stared coldly at the mouth full of sharp teeth, feeling it looked somewhat familiar, but he didn't think much of it and simply replied dismissively, "I'm not interested in binding with a monster." The hand paused, not retracting. Instead, a small stream of black slime slowly rose beside it, and from the top of a small cluster, a bright red flower was gently squeezed out, shakily offered to Yin Xiu. The appearance of a pretty little flower emerging from the twisted black liquid was indeed quite unique. In this dark and damp bathroom covered in black goo, this little flower looked extraordinarily beautiful. He didn't know where the monster got it from, but it was earnestly presenting it to Yin Xiu. Yin Xiu looked at the flower, then at the hand beside him, and after a few seconds of silence, he shook his head. "Even if you give me the flower, I won't bind it, it's troublesome." The little flower paused, slowly retracting back into the liquid, and the hand beside him fell back into the bathtub with disappointment. The eyes on the wall blinked repeatedly. Although disappointed by the rejection, they showed no intention of letting Yin Xiu leave. The black goo on the doorway showed no signs of dispersing. Yin Xiu let out a long sigh and decided to lie down in the bathtub. Following the advice murmured earlier, he began to close his eyes and rest, taking a break for now. During this time, voices from players outside occasionally reached him. It seemed they had sensed the presence of a sin gate and wanted to bind it. Yin Xiu was also waiting for other players to come and bind this sin gate, so he could be free. However, he didn't know how much time had passed. Everyone who came had been swallowed up, and none had successfully bound the sin gate. When Yin Xiu was resting with his eyes closed, he even counted the seconds for a few players who came to challenge. Several people, estimated to be on the verge of holding out for about a minute, were suddenly engulfed by black liquid, given no chance at all. It was evident that this sin gate was indeed picky, not giving other players a chance. Only Yin Xiu was suitable. A few times, during his rest, Yin Xiu opened his eyes and saw the liquid in the bathtub probing around him, carefully reaching out to touch him, then quickly retracting. A small puff of goo would pop up next to him, with an eye peering quietly at him. This feeling of being watched was oddly familiar, reminiscent of someone he knew. Yin Xiu looked down, leaning back in the bathtub while fiddling with the handcuffs on his wrist, trying to pry open the lock or break it. It was of no use. The lock showed no signs of deformation at all, clearly a secondary item that could only be opened with a key. He could only pull at the length of the chain, wrapping it around his fingers while keeping his eyes on the nearby eye. The eye above enjoyed staring at him. Whenever he gazed back, it would happily squint, and a small puff of goo would sway unconsciously, before extending the small flower again. Listening to the players outside who were constantly meeting their doom, Yin Xiu had rested enough in the bathtub. Even lying there for too long felt a bit boring. He could hardly stay still. He pondered and asked, "You shouldn't just have this one appearance, right? Do you have any slightly more presentable form? If it's not bad, I might consider binding you." He really didn't want to go outside and have a large mass of black liquid following him. The eye on the wall blinked, and after a few seconds of silence in the bathroom, the liquid covering the walls began to slowly flow down. Little by little, it gathered and solidified around the bathtub where Yin Xiu was, even wrapping a small part of the liquid that was entangling him. Once all the liquid had gathered together, it gradually formed a humanoid shape. When the silhouette of black clothing became visible, Yin Xiu frowned. As the figure completed its construction, Yin Xiu's frown deepened. When the complete form emerged, Yin Xiu fell silent. The person in front of him looked remarkably like Liam O, exceedingly so, to the point that he hadn't altered his appearance at all. But he had slightly disguised himself. How? He was wearing a mask. Yin Xiu coldly stared at the person in a black suit by the bathtub, resting his chin on his hand as he scrutinized the white mask on his face. It was clean, except for a blue scratch on the left side of the face. He examined and suggested, "Liam O, why don't you wear a black robe next time and wrap yourself up tightly before coming out?" A familiar voice came from beneath the heavy mask, and he chuckled softly, "I'll take that into account." Yin Xiu pondered silently, thinking that wearing a mask was quite good too. He no longer had to face that half-smiling, half-mocking face. He climbed out of the bathtub, stretching his body, twisting his stiff joints. A slight movement caused the 2 layers of chains on his wrist to make a faint, fragmented sound. Beside him, Liamo stared at him again, slowly extending one hand in a gesture of invitation, while the other hand presented the small flower, saying, I snatched this from a strange creature in another instance. Flowers are rare in the instances, and this one is very beautiful. I brought it for you. Yin Xiu glanced at it, seemingly agreeing that flowers were indeed rare in the instances. Even in the rural town, there were no flowers, only grass. In his own experiences with instances, he had rarely seen flowers, so it was impressive that Liamo could manage to get one. As for the strange creature from another instance Liamo mentioned, Yin Xiu didn't bother to investigate further. He was just thinking. He had no intention of binding the Sin Gate because its dangers were unknown, but if the Sin Gate were Liamo, it seemed like he could reconsider that idea. This was a danger he was familiar with and understood, so he didn't mind binding himself to it. Moreover, even if he refused, Liamo would definitely keep pursuing him. Chapter 74, The Sin Gate Care Manual. Yin Xiu reached out and took the small flower from his hand, rubbing the flower stem between his fingers, and said softly, in this instance, do you also have to follow the rules of the Sin Gate? Do I need to respond before you can bind me? Liamo shook his head, no, I don't need to follow the rules. I just need to get your consent first. According to human standards, I should get your consent first. Yin Xiu raised his eyes, his gaze cold and distant, so if I don't agree, you'll trap me here, right? Liamo smiled faintly, I have other ways to make you agree, but you definitely won't like them. He was somewhat reasonable, but not much. Yin Xiu didn't expect him to be more polite. For something as bizarre as this, in human terms, he was already quite reasonable. Alright, I'll agree to you. Yin Xiu extended his hand and grasped the inviting hand Liamo had offered. Although I don't know how you got in here to be the Sin Gate, it's probably not much different from having a roommate. Liamo smiled slightly. Do you like the surprise I prepared for you? Are you talking about being the Sin Gate beside me, or the flower? Both. The flower is fine, but the Sin Gate, no thanks. Yin Xiu pushed open the bathroom door and walked out. If I had a knife in my hand earlier, I would have chopped you when you dragged me into the room, but unfortunately, I didn't have one. But I didn't let you get hurt. Yin Xiu snorted lightly, not caring for Li Mo's explanation. Once he stepped out of the bathroom, the clean, tidy changing room was right outside. Yin Xiu clearly remembered that this place had consumed quite a few players who tried to bind him, yet there wasn't a trace of blood here. A strange creature that cleans up after eating was a good strange creature. By the way, here's this for you. Liamo suddenly took out a thin manual from his suit and handed it to Yin Xiu. Seems like this is something you must look at before binding. Yin Xiu reached out and took it, opened it for a glance. The thin paper held a golden coin, the same type as the item coins, and the paper itself was a manual for raising the Sin Gate. Sin Gate Rules. Yin Xiu hurriedly skimmed through it, roughly understanding that the Sin Gate had its own little emotions. If you didn't take care of them, they might run away, or harm each other, or even kill you. In short, it wouldn't be good for you. While raising the Sin Gate, you had to feed them, and when you went out, you needed to prepare special tools. It was just as troublesome as keeping a pet. Sigh. I really don't want to bind. After reading, Yin Xiu felt a heavy weight on his shoulders. He still thought this power was truly complicated and troublesome, far less useful than his knife. He had only raised his younger sister, he had never raised a pet before. In Yin Xiu's cold complaints, Liamo smiled silently. Luckily he had already successfully bound. Now, it was too late for Yin Xiu to change his mind. Alright, I understand now. Binding it is, but thankfully there's only you. Yin Xiu threw the raising manual back, pocketed the coin, and looked around. Here was the bathroom. Since he was already here, he might as well take a shower and clean the bloodstains he had just gotten on his clothes before heading out. This dungeon clearly couldn't be exited in the short term, and he really didn't want to walk around covered in blood, it was too frightening. You wait by the door. I'll go take a shower first and we'll be out in a bit. Yin Xiu pointed inside, tossed out the reminder, and walked in. Liamo nodded, standing at the door to block it. The barrage watched the dark figure quietly and straightly stand at the door. After a while, they found it as boring as a still picture, so they moved inside to watch Yin Xiu. After a moment of silence, Liamo suddenly remembered something. He looked up, and the livestream screen went black. I thought I could see my brother Xiu taking a shower. Why did it suddenly go black? TSK, there really aren't any such benefits, are there? Players entering a single bathroom go black, how can a public bathroom go black too? We're all brothers. What's wrong with seeing? Yeah. Other players don't go black when entering public bathrooms, why did Yin Xiu go black? By the way, this Sin Gate is the roommate of Yin Xiu from the last dungeon. Don't you have anything to say about this? I have too much to say, but in the end, I don't want to say anything. Anyway, it was clear he wasn't human from the last dungeon, so it's not surprising to appear here. Just think of it as a spooky creature doing odd jobs in the entire dungeon, that's very normal. Yes, 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 just think about how many extras and cannon fodder roles there are in real-life dramas. He must be like that. As long as you find a suitable reason for yourself, you won't be shocked by anything you see. Well, alright. Are the big shots always this calm? The noobs are shocked. The barrage mainly didn't dare to offer any suggestions, as saying too much might just get them a couple of hits from the screen. Just watch, just watch. In a short while, Yin Xiu came out with the wet collar. Having no clean clothes, he could only wash the collar and come out. After tidying himself up and binding Liam O, Yin Xiu was about to leave the bathroom. Before stepping out, he turned to look at Liam O. According to the rules, when you leave, you have to choose a part of your body as your carrier, right? Yin Xiu looked at himself. Since it needed to be convenient for both them and himself, it could only be a less frequently used part. He extended his left hand. I need my right hand to hold the knife. The left hand should be convenient for you, right? Liam smiled and nodded, and his entire being instantly transformed into a puddle of black goo that crawled up Yin Xiu's left hand, then slowly disappeared into the surface of his skin. In that moment, Yin Xiu felt as though his left hand had vanished without any sensation, yet his left hand was still moving. It waved freely in the air twice, then turned its palm toward Yin Xiu, splitting from the skin surface and revealing an eye staring at him. After a while, the eye drilled onto the back of his hand. In the palm, a mouth transformed once again, joyfully saying, I sensed your current mood, it's quite bad. Yin Xiu gloomily stared at him. If you were a person, seeing your left hand moving uncontrollably, your mood would be bad as well. With a flick of a small hand, it pressed close and rubbed against Yin Xiu's face. Don't worry, I can return control of the left hand to you. Yin Xiu tilted his head, disdainfully pinning down his left hand. Let's talk about it when the time comes, just don't move around when there's nothing going on. All right. The left hand replied and immediately hung down, swaying in the handcuffs. Swinging here like a swing, Yin Xiu mumbled, releasing his bound hands and standing up to walk outside. As he opened the door and stepped back into the corridor, the entire prison layer suddenly shook and rolled, once more mixing up the layers of time. Holding the doorknob, Yin Xiu sighed while waiting for it to stop. As it rolled, he saw a familiar figure floating in the corridor outside the window. Across the void of darkness, on the opposite corridor, Yi Tianxian was cheerfully stepping along the edge of the window while pulling a player outward with a smile. That player, frightened by the void outside, screamed, mumbling and pleading, I'll give it to you. I'll get you the item you want right away. Lord Yin Xiu, please spare me. Yin Xiu. Chapter 75, Hungry, I can spare you. Yi Tianxian lazily tugged at the person's clothes, pushing him forcefully toward the window while making sure he didn't completely fall out. The sensation of hanging there made the player utterly despair. The item I wanted earlier, you give it to me first, and then help me deal with a strange monster. Once that's done, I'll consider sparing you. Yi Tianxian leisurely stated his terms. With no one to pull him back, he grew increasingly brazen and shameless. Deal with a strange monster? I already gave you the item, why do I have to help you deal with strange monsters? The player was near tears. Just say whether you will help or not, if not, I'll just deal with you now. Yi Tianxuan's tone hardened as he prepared to release his grip on the player's clothes. Terrified, the other shivered and immediately cried out, Don't let go. Don't let go. I'll get you the item. I'll help you deal with the strange monster. Just spare me. I'll do anything you say. Only then did Yi Tianxian reluctantly pull the player back from the dangerous window. The player was so scared that he lost all color, trembling as he took a coin from his pocket and handed it to Yi Tianxian, looking completely honest and devoid of any fierce demeanor. Yin Xiu caught a glimpse and noticed a blurry figure standing beside Yi Tianxian, looking like a gate of sin. The shadow wore red clothes, similar to the white mask that Liam wore, except this mask had a red mark on it. It stood beside Yi Tianxian, constantly whispering to him, its voice filled with a fierce anger, Kill him, kill him, kill him. The player probably heard it too. His eyes were vacant as he stared at Yi Tianxian, his face pale. Now, his most useful item had been taken away, and he still had to help him deal with the strange monster. If Yi Tianxian said to kill him, it would be an easy task. That feeling of having one's life controlled by another made the player utterly despair, especially since the gate of sin beside him was eagerly urging Yi Tianxian to kill him. To it, he was no different from a corpse. That murmuring voice echoed like the jealous whispers in the hall before, softly and lowly ringing out beside the bound one, constantly hinting and urging, silently influencing the bound one's mindset. Yi Tianxian frowned, showing some irritation, the player's face turning even worse. Then, Yi Tianxian turned and slapped the gate of sin's mask hard, angrily scolding, Are you teaching me how to do things? Should I kill or not? Who are you to control? Shut up. If you don't want to be bound, get lost. The voice of the sin gate suddenly disappeared, standing quietly beside Yi Tianxian, saying not another word. The players nearby paused, somewhat shocked. Isn't the sin gate something all players in this dungeon want to possess? How come this person just scolded it and it actually shut up, acting so impatiently? The key point is, it actually worked. Is this what it means to be a big shot? No wonder they call him Yin Xiu, the one who slaughters through dungeons, making people tremble in fear. He's so powerful. Admiration rose in the player's eyes. Yin Xiu, big shot, which strange monster do you want me to deal with? I'll go right now. After scolding the Sin Gate, Yi Tianxian coughed twice, covering his mouth. His pale and fragile face didn't seem at all like the killing god in the rumors, but for some reason, the players didn't doubt him one bit. This fierceness, who would dare to say he's not a big shot? Weak body? Doesn't that just make him more amazing? Even with a weak body, he can still kill through the dungeon. Cough cough. Yi Tianxian furrowed his brows and paused for a moment, then seriously patted the player in front of him. Don't worry, if I say I won't kill you, I definitely won't. Even if the Sin Gate pushes, I will ensure you stay alive. Really? The light in the player's eyes flickered. These people were used to life and death struggles in the dungeon. Either they killed the enemy or the enemy killed them. Since Yi Tianxian caught him, he thought he was done for. How could there still be a chance of survival? Yi Tianxuan's pale face lifted into a faint smile. Going through a dungeon, who isn't fighting to survive? You all made it into this dungeon, which means you are stronger and more determined to live. Killing countless strange monsters with extreme methods is for clearing the dungeon. You surely don't want to die here, right? He stared at the player, his gaze firm. As long as you trust me, and are willing to cooperate with me, I can guarantee that you will clear this dungeon. Even if I die, I won't let you die. Life and death came out of his mouth so casually. That indifference towards death astonished them, people who valued survival above all. But Yi Tianxuan's words clearly lacked any solid proof, yet they sounded so convincing, they couldn't help but believe him. Seeing the admiration and awe in the player's eyes towards the frail Yi Tianxian, Yin Xiu shook his head. Sure enough, giving him a title made him even more influential. He could control players outside the dungeon and suppress these villains inside. But why was he so irritable just now? Yin Xiu pondered. He had never seen Yi Tianxian slap a strange monster. Usually, his threats were calm and polite, not like just now, when he turned and slapped the Sin Gate in the face, leaving it silent. So wild, so unlike him. It's the Sin Gate's influence. A voice drifted from his left hand. It should be rage. Yin Xiu thought for a moment. So it was rage. I see. If it had been someone else, would they have been influenced by the Sin Gate and killed that player? Yes. Yin Xiu recalled Rule 5 of the Extreme City Dungeon. Humans breed sin. Humans become carriers of sin. Deliberately handing players the Sin Gate, urging them to actively seek it, unknowingly gave the players a knife while tying a rope around them. Those bound by the Sin Gate would be the dangerous individuals with power among the dungeon players, but the Sin Gate's influence would push them toward chaos. The worst-case scenario in this dungeon was that players bound with 7 Sin Gates were attacked by other players. The Sin Gates kept passing between players, going through countless life and death struggles, until only a few survived. This mode might not stir up much of a storm in regular dungeons, but in a prison dungeon, throwing into this group of evil player, it would be a bloody storm. Who doesn't want to have the Sin Gate, to be stronger than others? Then there's only one choice, to rob. One person robs, dozens of people rob, players fight among themselves, killing each other. This furious Sin Gate, if it were not bound to Yi Tianxian but to someone else, could easily claim a life. This dungeon is quite cruel, Yin Xiu muttered, understanding why there existed special prison dungeons, separate from ordinary ones. Gathering evil people, collecting them into one place, letting them waste their power against each other, the dungeon effortlessly grinds away this group of dangerous players. In a sense, the environment inside the dungeon is relatively stable. How many years would it take to produce a stubborn pest like Yin Xiu? Yin Xiu glanced at his left hand. You are also a Sin Gate. What influence do you have on me? A mouth emerged from his palm, spitting out a long tongue from its sharp teeth, seriously saying, I'm hungry. Chapter 76, Would you like some strange food? Yin Xiu fell silent, turning to look at the rooms in the corridor, chewed up and barely standing, with hardly any wall left. It was clear that this floor was the area of gluttony. But when Liu Mo said hungry, it seemed very childish. Just hungry? Don't you want to eat something special? Yin Xiu couldn't believe that rage would incite players to uncontrollable killing. Gluttony was just about being hungry. An eye popped out on the back of his hand, staring at Yin Xiu. What else do you want to eat? Yin Xiu pondered, following the logic of the dungeon. Shouldn't the side effect of your gluttony make me uncontrollably want to eat people? The back of his hand fell silent, then Li Mo's serious voice came through. Humans cannot eat other humans. You are human, how can you think about eating people? I didn't let you eat people, yet you think about it yourself. Yin Xiu felt that the normal setting of the dungeon should be like this. However, Liu Mo was a bit special, not bound by the dungeon, with almost no side effects on Yin Xiu. Well, okay. Yin Xiu's slightly hesitant voice sounded a bit disappointed. Liu Mo looked at him without speaking. Then Yin Xiu said again, if not people, then how about strange creatures? What do you think? Liamo responded properly, 2 wouldn't be enough to eat. If he wanted to eat, Yin Xiu also wanted to eat. There were only so many strange creatures in the dungeon, wouldn't they have to fight? Oh. Yin Xiu's voice still sounded immensely disappointed. He withdrew his gaze from the window, no longer caring about Yi Tianxian, as he could manage well himself, then turned to continue walking, preparing to quickly retrieve his knife. Liamo floated on the back of Yin Xiu's hand, staring at him. After a while, he lightly said, although I am not human, I know very well how humans should act. I won't let you have too many inhuman behaviors. Perhaps Liamo wanted to tell him that he wouldn't impose unnecessary side effects on Yin Xiu, but Yin Xiu felt as if Liamo was implying he wasn't human. Got it. Yin Xiu mumbled as he brushed it off, not expecting there would be a day when a non-human creature would teach him how to be human. Just as the floors were scrambled and replaced, Yin Xiu walked a bit forward, opening the next door in the corridor would take him out of the gluttony area, randomly entering another level. This time he was fortunate. As soon as the door opened, behind it was a staircase, allowing him to go up or down, revealing the floors, which was very advantageous for Yin Xiu. He first tried to go down the stairs, entering the floor marked with a 4. At the end of the staircase, in a short corridor, several people were sprawled on the floor, all limp and lacking strength. Among them were players and NPCs disguised as strange creatures, yawning and leaning against the wall, showing no reaction to Yin Xiu's appearance, not even bothering to look at him. Instead, a small vendor at the foot of the stairs was grinningly staring at Yin Xiu. Little brother, do you want to have a fortune-telling? Yin Xiu glanced coldly, surprised that this booth had such a business. The vendor, wrapped tightly in layers, made eye contact with Yin Xiu and immediately laughed softly. If you know the future in advance, you can avoid some troublesome things. Knowing that life is hard is better than giving up early. It's also a kind of liberation for your life. Yin Xiu stepped over the sprawled people on the ground, preparing to go downstairs, when the vendor suddenly added, if you don't want a fortune-telling, you can buy information. As long as it's information about the dungeon, I can tell you everything you want to know. Yin Xiu paused, then turned back, sitting down properly at the stall. I want to know if the 5th floor goes up or down? The vendor smiled, you look pretty good, so I'll give you a discount. For the first piece of information, I'll only charge you 300. Yin Xiu remained silent. He had exactly 330 in his dungeon assets, and if he agreed, he'd only have 31 left. But finding his knife was the priority. Delaying would mess up the floors and make it harder to retrieve it. Yin Xiu gritted his teeth and nodded, 300 is fine. The vendor smiled as he pulled out a card from the stack in front of him, then said calmly, the thing you're looking for is on the 5th floor, in the greedy area. Just walk down from your current floor and you'll arrive. So close? Yin Xiu turned to look at the staircase beside him. He had just been preparing to go down and take a look. Yes, it's just that close. Sometimes, connection can be this near. The vendor smiled meaningfully. Do you want to ask anything else? I can set prices based on your questions, and sometimes it can be surprisingly cheap. Thinking about his 31, Yin Xiu decided it wouldn't hurt to ask, so he raised his double handcuffs. How do I unlock this white one? The vendor leaned forward, scrutinizing the handcuffs closely, his tone suddenly serious and devoid of amusement. How did these handcuffs end up on you? Don't ask. Yin Xiu stared coldly at him. Can you answer? I can, why couldn't I? The vendor chuckled lightly, extending a hand towards Yin Xiu. 1 million can get you an answer. 1 million for one piece of information. This dungeon's monsters were even more robbing than bandits. Yin Xiu fixed his gaze on the vendor, who was also staring coldly back at him. It was clear that the vendor's attitude changed unfavorably after seeing the white handcuffs, as it was something notorious within the dungeon. Yin Xiu ceased to linger, swiftly getting up and politely pushing his chair back. Wait for me, I'll come back to find you later. The vendor's cold voice followed, your dungeon assets are only 31. Are you sure you'll have 1 million when you come back? Yin Xiu curled the corner of his lips, standing at the staircase's edge, coldly staring at the vendor. I might not have 1 million when I come back, but I will have other things that will make you speak without needing 1 million. The vendor shivered for no reason as Yin Xiu turned to the 5th floor. When others tried to be bandits and rob from him, he had to rob back to tell them who the real bandit was, but right now, he needed to retrieve his weapon before he could assume that role. How about you wait? I'll give you a better deal? The vendor shouted anxiously from the staircase, trying to salvage the situation with Yin Xiu, but the man went downstairs without looking back. Provoking the white handcuffs, am I going to be alright? The vendor trembled, knowing that anyone with white handcuffs was treated as a serious criminal, and no information or items could be sold to them, not to mention the immediate attack he might face. All rules set by the warden could not be broken. Sigh, maybe I should change my stall location. The 4th and 5th floors are so close, they'll be back to find me soon. The vendor muttered as he quickly turned to pack his stall. As he turned, he saw a man dressed in a black suit, exuding an eerie aura, sitting properly in his chair. Smiling, he gazed at him. 1 million? Chapter 77 Precious Flowers, Precious Fates. The stall owner choked, feeling an unexplained fear toward the man in front of him, a fear stemming from the pressure of the dungeon level. He stammered, are you both together? Liam O stood up, mimicking Yin Xiu's manner and pushed the chair back, then stared seriously at the stall owner, smiling, yes, together. The stall owner was sweating profusely. He didn't know who the man was, but sensed he was extraordinary. He decided it best not to provoke him, so he spoke softly, just ask what you want, I'll give it to you for free. Who put the handcuffs on his hands? White handcuffs. Only the warden has them in Extreme City, and only he can unlock them. Warden? Liam O narrowed his eyes slightly, exuding danger. The stall owner shrank back, trying to lessen his presence. Yes, the warden, those white handcuffs are only put on players deemed extremely dangerous by the warden to restrict their movements. One wouldn't find a single one in 50 runs, but once someone wears those handcuffs, it's incredibly difficult to leave Extreme City. I think the warden hopes he dies here. As he spoke, the stall owner carefully looked up at Liam O, observing his slightly displeased mood rising. He quickly bowed his head to reduce his presence, praying for this man to finish and leave. I understand. Liam O replied, but he showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the stall owner. What about you? The stall owner felt a chill run down his spine, trembling as he stood there. What could I do? I'm just an ordinary anomaly. Liam O curled his lips, liar. He stepped forward, causing the stall owner to be frightened, turning to run. However, in the next second, overwhelming black tendrils wrapped around him, crushing and squeezing. The strange figure slowly shrank and disappeared beneath the robe, ultimately becoming a piece of paper. Liam O stepped forward to pick up the piece of paper from the ground. He had done his homework before entering this dungeon. The rule sheets of each level were very special. A common player would usually not find them, nor would they even think in that direction. Even Yin Xiu was the same. But Yin Xiu had missed it. He could still come back to collect it. Liam O looked at the sheet in his hand, and indeed, it was blank. He still could not see the rules. He opened his mouth, trying to chew on the rule sheet, but suddenly remembered that Yin Xiu hadn't seen it yet, so he put the rule sheet down, folded it carefully, and placed it in his suit pocket before turning to head downstairs. Yin Xiu, standing at the 5th floor staircase, silently gazed at the scenery of the 5th floor. When he came down from the staircase, it was still a normal corridor, but as he opened the door at the end of the hallway, the scene revealed was completely detached from the concept of Extreme City. Behind the door was a vast graveyard, with crooked tombstones of various sizes arranged outwards, the ground covered in dirt, trees growing, and a winding path extending outward. Even with walls as boundaries, it was still so broad, resembling nothing like a so-called prison, nor did it at all look like part of a corridor. The moment he opened the door, he doubted he had entered another dungeon, but when he turned to look at the void darkness outside the window, and those corridors floating in the air, it seemed he was still here. He wanted to ask Liam O whether each level of this dungeon had a region like this. But just as he came downstairs, Liam O had said he wanted to grab something to eat and would be back soon, then slipped away from his hand. Now he was alone. The rules of the Sin Gate stated that players must use their bodies as the carrier of the Sin Gate to leave. Players must comply. Normal Sin Gates must leave in this way. But Liam O was not a normal Sin Gate. He used Yin Xiu's body as the carrier. Just let Yin Xiu follow the rules, while he himself can still wander around without a vessel. Once he binds a player and chooses a vessel, he can immediately slip away. Greed. I don't even know what kind of greed it is. Yin Xiu muttered, raising his foot to step into this graveyard. He has now officially entered a certain layer's area. The previous layer of gluttony had already been gnawed almost clean by Liam O before he arrived. That layer not only had no strange creatures, but also had very few houses left, and could be said to be thoroughly swept clean. Once players came, they would immediately know where he was. And the previous layer was just a stairway, he hadn't actually entered. Now, this 5th layer, the area of greed, could truly be said to be the real entrance. The 7 deadly sins, 7 different sins, pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust. From the Sin Gate, one can see that the tendencies of the area are very extreme, and players entering will also be affected. As soon as his foot touched the soil of the graveyard, it felt like he had truly entered the graveyard of the outside world, rather than just being in this weird city. Yin Xiu walked through the crooked, dilapidated tombstones on both sides while carefully observing his surroundings. Cold and desolate was his first impression of this place. The soil had no grass, the branches had no leaves, and before the tombs was an empty desolation. At a glance, there was a dead silence, even the walls were grayed out. Yet this area of greed was surprisingly barren. It didn't possess much, instead seeming completely empty. Moreover, it was exceptionally quiet, so quiet that it felt a bit creepy. The only sound Yin Xiu could hear was his own, with not a hint of noise. As he walked past a tombstone, suddenly a dry skeleton hand shot up from the soil and grabbed his ankle, and a voice came from beneath. Give me something, and I will let you go. Yin Xiu looked down at the hand on his ankle, raised his foot trying to pull away, but with just the slightest movement, another hand shot up from the nearby ground and grabbed him. Give me something, and I will let you go. Yin Xiu silently stared at the 2 hands on his ankle, suspecting that if he moved again, another hand would probably appear. All right, what do you want? Yin Xiu asked calmly. The surroundings fell silent for a few seconds, and a confused voice slowly emerged from the ground. Why do you have nothing? Yin Xiu? You have no family, you have no money, you have no one you care about, you have no feelings. Oh, you have a friend named Ji Tianxian. One hand that grabbed him shook and waved at him. Give me your friend. Yin Xiu said flatly, he is not here. If you insist, then let go, I will go fetch him for you. The voice beneath was confused. Don't you care about your friend? There's nothing to care about, anyway, if he comes, it's you who dies. Yin Xiu replied indifferently, downplaying it. The hand trembled slightly and then shrank back to grab Yin Xiu's leg. You have another friend, so give him to me. Yin Xiu looked calmly. I have no other friends. You do. You have a new friend. The hand grasping his ankle pointed slightly at Yin Xiu's pocket. You have a gift he gave you. Yin Xiu raised an eyebrow, pulling out the small flower that Liemo had given him from his pocket. As soon as the flower was revealed, the withered hand began to excitedly dance. A precious gift, I want it, I want it. Give it to me. Yin Xiu rubbed the flower's stem with his fingertips, staring at the hand reaching for his ankle. What's so precious about a flower? The hand arched higher, and the voice from beneath grew excited. You are a poor person, your life is poorer than many we've encountered. We don't want anything else, just give me the flower. The flower. This flower is enough. Yin Xiu's expression was indifferent. He looked at the flower and then at the hand by his foot. How badly do you want it? Isn't this flower poor for me? Precious, incredibly precious fate. Your other fate is about to die soon. This flower will be your only and most precious thing. Give it to me. Two hands reached up higher and higher, almost ready to snatch it away. Yin Xiu curled his lips slightly, sneering with displeasure. You really like to divine in your copy. He tossed the flower back into his pocket and stomped hard at the two hands reaching for him. But I don't believe in that. Chapter 78, The Grave of the Greedy One. With one step down, two dry skeletal hands were crushed to pieces, but immediately more skeletal hands surged up to grab Yin Xiu's feet. It dug out a beautiful bouquet from the ground. I'll trade you, I'll give you this better and prettier one. Yin Xiu tugged his leg. No. What about this one? This one is so beautiful. A second bouquet was dug up from the ground, and the flowers looked unlike anything from the real world, colorful and shimmering, exceptionally beautiful and captivating. Yin Xiu's gaze fell on the flowers, pausing slightly as if he were drawn in by them, unable to look away. The voice from below became enchanting and deep, slowly seducing him. Look, the yellow flower represents family. If you have it, you will have a very happy family. You won't have to grow up in an orphanage, you will have a lovely little sister to accompany you and good parents who care for you. Your life will be wealthy, not empty. The blue flower represents friends. You won't be avoided by everyone anymore, you won't lose sight, you will have many companions who will stay by your side without you having to give anything. The red flower represents lovers. The unknown fields will become new and beautiful experiences for you. You will be deeply loved, valued, and have a long-lasting companion to face death together, not alone. The purple flower represents money. Maybe you don't care much about it, but you also can't lack it. Do you want it? Do you want it? If you have this bouquet, you will possess a complete life. Your missing emotions, your vague memories, your past that feels cold and harsh, your pain will all be soothed by this bouquet. You just need to trade me that little, pitiful flower in your hand. The voice from below murmured again and again, and that colorful bouquet continued to twist and change in his eyes, becoming various forms. Look at you, how pitiful, with nothing left. Your only remaining friend is about to die too. Isn't it better to want more than to be poor? Come, trade with me, just trade with me. The skeletal hand quietly reached towards Yin Xiu, gently brushing against the little bright red flower between his fingers. As its dry hand was about to touch him, Yin Xiu slightly retracted his hand, cradling the flower in his palm. His dazed gaze momentarily regained clarity, but in the next second, it became hazy again, and he struggled to mumble out a few unclear words. Not giving you. The first gift received from a monster. I would be unhappy without it. He murmured more angrily, his brows furrowing deeply, suddenly turning his head to pull his gaze away from the bouquet, and shouted, What a lousy flower. Such a messy color, it looks so ugly. I don't want it. The skeletal hands trembled. It was the first time someone had broken free from the temptation. Don't want it? Why don't you want it? These are all things you don't have. Why don't you want it? The hand slowly moved forward, trying once again to present the colorful flower to Yin Xiu, who swept it away with his closed eyes. Not interested, get it away. The voice from below shrieked, Impossible. It's impossible for anyone not to want it. Humans are greedy, they only want more, endlessly. Why don't you want it? Why don't you want it? I understand, you're not human, you're a monster among humans, cold-blooded and heartless. That's why you have nothing. Yin Xiu furrowed his brow and stepped on the spot where the voice came from. Shut up. As he moved, more hands erupted from the ground, grabbing at his feet, the voice echoing, overlapping, give me something, give me, whatever, give me. I want. Yin Xiu let out a heavy breath, not wanting to entangle himself with these hands too much. He raised his gaze to the end of the cemetery, where there was a door. Opening the door would lead him to the next section of the corridor, at least allowing him to shake off these hands. He ignored the sounds coming from the ground and turned to walk toward the door, step by step. With each slight movement, more hands sprang from the earth to grab him. Shaking off a few only led to more emerging. They tried to clutch at Yin Xiu's ankles. If they couldn't hold on, they surged up to cling to his legs, wrapping around his waist, pulling at his arms, trying to weigh him down little by little. Yin Xiu yanked at the swarm of skeletal hands clinging to him, trudging heavily along the path of the cemetery until he reached the door at the end. He took a deep breath and placed his hand on the door handle, ready to leave. But then a new sound suddenly came from behind him, youthful and clear. Brother, why are you leaving? Aren't you going to stay and keep Xiao Xiao company? Aren't you looking for Xiao Xiao? Yin Xiu paused for a moment, his pupils trembling. In this instant of hesitation, skeletal hands surged up, covering his eyes, a heavy force pressing down, trying to pull Yin Xiu back. Yin Xiu was engulfed in darkness, blindly groping for the door handle, trying to open the door or grab something. In the pitch black, his hands flailed aimlessly in the air, not finding the door. It felt as if the door had suddenly moved far away. One hand searched in the direction of the door, while the other tried to pry away the skeletal hands covering his eyes. In his blurred vision, a faint light seemed to flicker before him. In the next second, someone grabbed the hand he had reached out, a touch icy cold, devoid of warmth, sending a shiver through Yin Xiu. That person pulled him suddenly, and he fell into an embrace that was equally cold. A familiar voice rang above him, as unfathomable as ever, laced with a hint of laughter. Your brother has me now, he won't stay to keep you company. Yin Xiu felt the heaviness pressing on him disintegrate in an instant, collapsing into dust, accompanied by sharp wails from beneath the ground. All the skeletal hands tried to claw their way back into the earth, but before they could disappear, they disintegrated into the air. After the piercing cries, the cemetery fell silent. No flowers, no skeletons, no sounds, only barren desolation remained. Yin Xiu opened his eyes and saw a line of small words on the door panel beside him, the grave of the greedy. Before he could ponder further, Liemo tightened his arms around him, resting his head on Yin Xiu's shoulder, whispering, You didn't take anything from them, did you? No. Yin Xiu replied softly. That's good. Liemo released him and pulled out the rule sheet he had just received from his pocket, smiling, I came back after I finished eating, I brought you a gift. Yin Xiu silently stared at the rule sheet in Liemo's hand, yeah. Then he slowly closed his eyes, letting out a sigh, I feel like I was hurt back there. Liemo paused, where? Mentally. Yin Xiu slowly opened his eyes, reaching for the rule sheet Liemo had handed him, but now it's alright. Chapter 79, Which eye do you want? Liemo smiled and gazed at him, what made it alright? Yin Xiu lightly raised the rule sheet in his hand, his eyes cold, because of this. The rule sheet? If you want, I can go find 2 more for you. Liemo, in an instant, had already thought of how to sneak away to capture the strange monster on another level, but Yin Xiu waved his hand. No need to rush to find it for now, I need to get my knife back first. Yin Xiu turned back to glance at the cemetery behind him, which was silent, completely devoid of the previous noise, quiet as if the strange monsters beneath the earth did not exist. He lightly pressed his lips together, his voice heavy, if I had a knife, I wouldn't be stopped by something of this level. Liemo sensed his subtle displeasure and smiled, alright, let's get the knife first. Yin Xiu's unhappiness was visible to the naked eye. Not only could Liemo notice, but players watching the instance from afar in the town could also see it. The words of the greedy monster stabbed at the heart, mentioning little of his past, but every flower representing desire seemed to peel away Yin Xiu's past and lay it before him. From having nothing to even cherishing something given by a strange monster like Liemo, he would keep it close. Thinking of the little girl from the previous instance, the players sighed. Suddenly, they could understand why he treated her so well despite her being a monster. What he saw was not the superficial identity but the purer emotions hidden beneath the skin. The fact that no one wanted to be associated with Yin Xiu, as mentioned by the monster, included them as well, and a flood of harsh words flew across the screen. Brother Xiu. When you come back, I want to plant flowers all around your door. Brother Xiu, need a sister? I can dress as a girl and be your little sister. Hey, are you awake? Brother Xiu. I declare you the second god of the town. If Boss Yi is ever gone, I will support you to take his place. Be careful, Boss Yi can read the comments and clear instances. It's okay, he doesn't know who I am. He doesn't know, but I do. If you dare disrespect Boss Yi, I'll report you and let him give you a couple of slaps to wake you up. I'm sorry. I choose to join the flower planting team. At least you're kneeling fast. In the chaos of the comments, Yin Xiu couldn't see a single word. He hurriedly walked down the corridor to find the spot where he kept his items, wanting to avoid getting lost in the cemetery after getting the knife later. 5th level, room 303. After leaving the cemetery, this corridor appeared somewhat normal, at least looking like what a corridor should be. The rooms and door numbers lined up densely on both sides, and the end of the corridor was still a door separating it. Each door was marked with a room number, like the rooms in an inn, but according to the note, these doors should be storage room doors. As he passed by a half-open door, Yin Xiu stopped and peered inside. It didn't look like a storage room, it resembled an ordinary room. A man sat beside a table piled high with money, intoxicated as he counted it, mumbling, "Once the company goes public this week, there will be so much more money that I won't know how to spend it. I need to invest, I want more and more money." A small boy tugged at the man's shirt. "Then when will you earn enough to take me to play, Dad?" But the man was deaf to him, staring greedily at the money in his hands, grinning, "Not enough. I am still too poor. I want more, more." As the man's voice rang out, the money on the table increased, slowly piling up and rolling off, while the man continued to greedily reach for it. Yin Xiu silently turned away and walked towards another door, quietly reaching out to slightly turn the handle for a look. Inside was a woman surrounded by several handsome, well-groomed young men. She sat among them, kissing one on the cheek and then another on the forehead, her voice utterly insane. "I've got plenty of money, I want many handsome guys. So many handsome men." Her face was haggard, dark circles heavy under her eyes, yet she still held the hand of the man beside her, stuffing money into his palm. "I don't want love, I just want companionship. You all must stay by my side. One is not enough, bring me 10. The man beside her gently asked, "You've been too tired lately. Why don't you rest first?" "I will stay by your side." The woman scolded angrily, "Liar. The moment I close my eyes, you will definitely leave. I want all of you to stay by my side, I want even more people to watch me. I don't want to be alone." The number of people in the room slowly increased, becoming crowded, and the figures of handsome men gradually overshadowed the woman, including the man who had originally sat beside her. And the woman's voice echoed, "I want more people by my side. I want more people to watch me. It's still not enough." Yin Xiu closed the door and leisurely walked down the corridor. After observing the scenes inside several rooms, he gradually understood that these rooms were indeed storerooms storing different kinds of greed. When he reached storeroom 303, Yin Xiu stopped, staring at the door in front of him. He carefully twisted the doorknob and peered through the crack of the door. As soon as the door opened, a dark figure suddenly rushed out from inside and tackled Yin Xiu. It was a man, adorned head to toe with jewels. Not just his clothes, but even his skin was embedded with dazzling gems. He looked at Yin Xiu with wild excitement, raising the knife in his hand. "I don't have more gems. Your eyes are so beautiful, like gems, give them to me." Yin Xiu calmly lay on the ground, holding up his double handcuffs and pointing to the side. "I think his eyes are quite beautiful too, why don't you go dig them out?" The man paused, looking over at the man beside him, Liamo. The man dressed in black was smiling and gazing down at him. Though he wore a smile, his silence made the man feel fear. Liamo smiled, kicked the man away from Yin Xiu, then picked Yin Xiu up from the ground and tossed him into the room. After swiftly completing the action of rescuing him and throwing him in, he turned back to the man with a friendly expression and spoke softly, "Do you want my eyes?" The man's face turned pale, and he did not respond. "Sure, I can dig them out for you right now." Liamo nonchalantly nodded, and in an instant, the entire corridor was enveloped in a chilling aura, countless eyes sprouting from tentacles slowly circling around the man. Each eye stared unblinkingly at him, exuding a sinister presence. "Which one of my eyes do you want?" Chapter 80, A Taste of the Evil God Octopus Tentacle. The man shivered with fear and took a step back, "And no, I don't want it. That won't do." Liamo stepped closer to the man, and those eyes also drew nearer to him. "He just said my eyes are quite beautiful. If you don't want them, aren't you denying his words?" The man's gaze went blank, struggling to comprehend, but the myriad eyes had already crowded beside him, staring intently. "You must take one out, otherwise, I will take your eyes." The man was choked up, surrounded by countless tentacles with no room to escape, yet he had no courage to touch those eyes. Now, facing the writhing tentacles around him, he didn't even have the strength to grip his knife tightly. Wasn't the plan just to crouch here and ambush players? What in the world was this before him? Could there be a traitor from the organization running to the player's side? The man's face was filled with despair as he trembled, raising his knife in a desperate act, ready for a fight. He truly didn't believe that if he gouged out one of those eyes on the tentacle, the person before him would let him go. Liamo smiled sweetly as he stared at the man, fixed on his knife. The scene was at a standstill, a dangerous atmosphere ready to explode at any moment. In the next second, the door beside them swung open with a whoosh, and Yin Xiu poked his head out from inside. "I found my prop package, but it's in a high place. Come in and help me get it." "Okay." Liamo nodded, ready to end this quickly. But Yin Xiu added softly, "Don't kill him yet. The man, who was holding the knife and preparing to die, was taken aback, looking at Yin Xiu, his fair face suddenly appearing sacred in his eyes. In the next moment, Yin Xiu added, "Keep him alive for a while, let me try the knife." "All right." Liu Mo nodded, his hand quickly grabbing the man and dragging him into the room, tossing him into a corner. The man's body, adorned with dazzling jewels, could not light up his now dim eyes. He had met someone stranger than strange. Yin Xiu's prop package was placed high on a pile of gems in the room. From the way the gems were stacked, these were originally furniture, but the man's greed constantly transformed them into more jewels, layered and bright, piling the package that Yin Xiu had originally placed on the cabinet all the way up to the ceiling. Yin Xiu could not climb the small pile of gems to get it, so he asked Liu Mo to try. He stood quietly beside Liu Mo, wanting to see what this person could do to get his package down, but Liu Mo only smiled back at him. A chill swept past Yin Xiu, and the package, high up on the ceiling, suddenly rolled down, landing in Yin Xiu's arms. Yin Xiu silently held the package, looking at the position where the package had just been, then looking at Liu Mo. This person had done nothing, not even move, yet the item had come down. He casually opened the package, placing Yaya's coins into his pocket, then fastening the knife to his waist before finally looking up at Liu Mo. "Can I see what you are hiding?" "Liu Mo, what do you mean?" Yin Xiu casually pointed around him. "I mean those things around you that I can't see but have always been by my side." Liu Mo smiled. "I wouldn't recommend you looking at them, these things are not very pleasing to human aesthetics." Yin Xiu crossed his arms, watching him calmly. "You have used it to follow me through a scenario, do you still want to hide it? Do you really want to see? Do I have to look?" Yin Xiu raised an eyebrow. "Do you really not want to show me?" He raised his hand pointing at the man huddled in the corner. "They can all see it, why can't I see it?" "Because they are not human." Liu Mo stared at Yin Xiu unperturbed. "But you are human, my true form will have some negative effects on humans. Humans will subconsciously feel fear and find it hard to accept my existence." Yin Xiu squinted slightly, not giving an inch. "I have never feared anything, and there's nothing hard for me to accept. Maybe I even like it?" Having already gone through one scenario, moving to the second, Liu Mo still tried to keep his secrets, which made Yin Xiu a bit unhappy. He did not like having a totally unknown presence beside him, even if it wouldn't harm him. "If you insist, then fine." Liu Mo's smiling face showed a hint of softening. He reached out his hand to Yin Xiu. "Just give me your hand, I'll only show you a glimpse." Yin Xiu extended his hand, feeling something cool drop into his palm, like a living, invisible, chilly object moving through his hand, unconsciously wrapping around his fingers. This was a familiar sensation for him. Then, the outline of that thing gradually became clear in Yin Xiu's eyes, as a long black tentacle covered in eyes began to appear in the air, settling in Yin Xiu's palm. Compared to the sight of eyes emerging from black liquid, it felt as unreal as an illusion from a copy, but now resting in Yin Xiu's palm, the presence was incredibly real in touch, size, weight, and color, like some kind of creature. It was alive, conscious, willingly clinging to Yin Xiu's hand, every eye on it staring at Yin Xiu, cautiously observing his reaction. "Is this the true form of Liu Mo?" Yin Xiu felt a bit dizzy after looking into those eyes for too long, as if a powerful consciousness was invading his brain, a chill and awe coalescing invisibly in his heart. He quickly averted his gaze, suddenly aware that his breath was becoming tense and rapid. The hand ensnared by the tentacles was unconsciously trembling, clearly not launching any attack, just lingering against him. "It's hard to accept, isn't it?" came Liu Mo's voice floating nearby, approaching the frozen Yin Xiu with a smile. The tips of the tentacles curled around his fingers as if Liu Mo was holding his hand. The temperature against his palm was exactly the same as the tentacles winding around his hand. They were indeed one body. This was Liu Mo, or more authentically, a truer side of Liu Mo than any human-like form. "It's okay, humans are bound to fear me, that's a human defense mechanism, it's normal, and you are the same, it's normal," Liu Mo said slowly, providing an explanation for Yin Xiu's silence. There was a silence in the room, and just when Liu Mo felt it was time to retract a part of himself, Yin Xiu suddenly moved. He slightly clenched his hand, gripping the black tentacle in his palm, seemingly exhaling slowly after a brief moment of endurance. "Who said I'm just like everyone else? I'm not ordinary, I'm a monster of humanity, so accepting another kind of monster is easier than you think," Yin Xiu said, opening his mouth and lowering his head to bite down on the tentacle's tip. "Isn't this just an octopus tentacle with eyes?" His teeth landed on the black tentacle, leaving a bite mark next to the trembling eyes, and for an instant, Liu Mo's humanoid form twisted into a horrifying shape, transforming into shapeless black liquid that stretched and contracted, accompanied by a sharp ringing in the ears echoing throughout the floor. The bite encountered inside the tentacle was merely a nibble. His exhaled breath lightly brushed against the cold surface, yet it transmitted like an electric shock to the depths, triggering a surge of howling. This bite nearly caused Liu Mo to lose his humanoid shape completely. Chapter 81, Bite, Twist, and Embrace. Yin Xiu bit the tentacle tip, confirming it was a real part of the body before he released his mouth. He stared at the eye beside his bite mark, which had been roaming and gazing at him, now its pupils trembling. The emotions reflected seemed particularly unstable. Yin Xiu, puzzled, took a step back, colliding with Liam behind him. Just as he wanted to turn and look, a black tentacle quickly blocked his eyes. "You can't look at me yet." The chill surrounding him clung to his waist, the tentacle intentionally obscuring his line of sight, twisting his head back to face the front. Yin Xiu listened to the slightly low and rapid breath from behind, feeling the strong chill moving recklessly. He couldn't help but whisper, "Did I hurt you?" Liam didn't respond. Instead, the chill wrapping around Yin Xiu's waist gradually constricted, tightly adhering to his skin, that breath sounding as if it was suppressing something, particularly clear in the silent room. Yin Xiu stood still. He really felt that his bite had somewhat impacted Liam, so he quietly waited for the ebbing chill to gradually retract. Little by little, the original calmness returned. During this time, the bullet comments exploded. "Why is it black screen again? Just when it gets to the crucial part, they won't show anything. Black screen is a good thing, brother. I remember during the last instance, the brothers who stayed up late recording strategies saw something at night that drove them crazy. According to the lucky players who avoided it, it seems they saw something they shouldn't have when that guy and his roommate entered the woods. They were mentally affected, and the livestream was urgently stopped. What did they see in the little woods that they shouldn't have? Damn, how does something so terrifying turn ambiguous coming out of your mouth? It's something really not to be seen. Everyone stop talking randomly. It's his roommate. This strange thing seems quite extraordinary, everyone stay alert. Then is my brother in no danger being so close? My brother is definitely fine. Everyone suffers, but he alone is favored." The livestream picture suddenly resumed, and everyone stared fixatedly at the room stacked with jewels, where Liam silently hugged Yin Xiu from behind. He looked like his normal self, just with his head buried in Yin Xiu's shoulder without making a sound. Yin Xiu felt his steadiness, glanced around, and noticed that the tentacles had been hidden. It seemed Liam had returned to the normal Liam. He softly asked, "Are you okay?" "MHM." Liam replied, and Yin Xiu swiftly pushed him away, then turned to properly face the person in front of him. As always, with a chilling smile, wearing a neatly tailored black suit, handsome and elegant, like a human yet not a human. "I didn't bite you, did I? I just wanted to confirm that it really is a part of you." Yin Xiu stared at him, trying to see something special in Liam's expression. But he smiled calmly, "No injuries, just the first time someone has bitten me, I got a little excited." Confusion surfaced on Yin Xiu's face, then he nodded blandly, "As long as you're fine." His understanding of Liam was just that one glance earlier. He didn't quite grasp if the excitement he mentioned was a normal reaction, so he brushed past the topic and prepared to get down to business. Yin Xiu turned and walked over to the man huddled in the corner. Liam's emotions had stabilized, but this man seemed to be in extreme panic. He trembled and shrank back, staring at Liam with a face full of terror, not saying a word, but his fear was evident. "Do you have anything to say before you die?" Yin Xiu asked casually with a steady gaze. Before even drawing his knife, the man suddenly lunged forward, hugging Yin Xiu's legs. "Don't kill me. I don't want to die. I can give you all the gems in the room. These gems can be exchanged for instance assets or traded for items or information with other monsters. They're very useful." The man pleaded in a flurry, even thinking of conditions to save his life. Yin Xiu silently turned to look at the room full of jewels. They indeed looked quite valuable. Then he coldly lowered his gaze. "I don't need items to clear instances. After the instance ends, my assets won't be less. I don't need this little bit from you." The man froze, then began to cry and plead, I can also tell you some information about the instance. No one knows the environment better than we monsters. If you want, I can provide a lot of help." Faced with the man's pleading, Yin Xiu raised an eyebrow, unsure if it was his illusion, but this man's fear seemed much higher than usual among monsters. The townspeople who were killed in the last instance knew they were going to be killed, and they were not this afraid. Clearly, when he was thrown into the house before, he wasn't this scared. Could it be Liam's influence? Yin Xiu was uncertain, but he was still interested in the information about the copy mentioned by the man. He lifted the handcuffs on his wrist. "Do you know about this?" The man hurriedly nodded, yes. The white handcuffs are a special tool of the warden, specifically worn by the most vicious and dangerous players. Once put on, they cannot be broken, only the warden can unlock them. Moreover, the person wearing white handcuffs walking in Extreme City will bear a far greater pollution value than other players. Every time he kills someone or a monster, the pollution value spreads rapidly, and before long, the person will fall into Extreme City. Pollution value? Actually, each level of Extreme City is filled with sin, and just stepping into it will cause players to be polluted. This pollution is very slight at first, but the longer they stay, the heavier it becomes. Depending on the type of sin, the effects on people also vary, and the white handcuffs accelerate the pollution. Yin Xiu silently stared at the remaining white handcuffs on his wrist. The black was just obtained by picking up the package key, but the white could only be acquired from the warden. If he could not quickly find the warden, wouldn't he gradually fall in Extreme City? Under Li Mo's cold gaze, the man trembled and continued, You must have encountered the area of greed when you came here, right? If your original determination was 100, the handcuffs will reduce it by 50. When you are tempted, it will decrease by another 10. If the temptation is something that strongly attracts you, you can easily lose your rationality. The white handcuffs are the greatest restriction in Extreme City, players wearing them cannot leave. In the end, all will descend into madness through different sins. So far, there has been no precedent of anyone leaving Extreme City while wearing white handcuffs. Chapter 82, When Will I Die? Yin Xiu once again silently examined the handcuffs, never expecting that the item the warden casually tossed to him at that time was so terrifying. The man glanced up at Yin Xiu, his eyes darting to the smiling Liemo behind him, and cautiously continued, Your handcuffs are still white, which means you haven't suffered any serious pollution yet. Your determination is strong enough, but when you are affected by sin pollution, the color of your handcuffs will change according to the sin you have suffered. The last person I saw wearing these handcuffs, his handcuffs had turned yellow. A player who was extremely proud was polluted by lust, turning into a madman lost in lust, and he never came out again. The color of sin. Yin Xiu turned to Liemo. He remembered that when Liemo first appeared before him, he was wearing a mask that had a hint of color, which was blue. Different sins have different colors manifested on the gates of sin. But I haven't seen all the gates of sin and am not sure about the colors for each one. I only know that lust is yellow, greed is cyan, and jealousy is green. The man honestly knelt down, explaining everything he needed to say. Also, once you kill someone or a monster, you will be more susceptible to sin pollution. But all players coming here are already seasoned killers, which is why it's very difficult for those wearing white handcuffs to leave. Yin Xiu slowly nodded, having roughly understood. From the moment he put on these handcuffs, the difficulty he faced was no longer on the same level as the other players entering here. Successfully avoiding all pollution and leaving Extreme City would be the best outcome, but once triggered by sins in different levels, he might fall into one of the 7, leading to a bad ending. Meanwhile, other players only need to survive, to stay alive from hostile players and monsters, and successfully reach the warden to leave. Though both stepped into layers of sin, the impacts they faced were completely different. Yin Xiu slowly sighed, beginning to regret that he hadn't rushed forward at that time to strangle the warden with the handcuffs. But there should be a way to ease the sins, right? The dungeon rules can't be 100% deadly, there must always be loopholes to exploit. Yin Xiu coldly stared at the man. There must be a way to live with the white handcuffs, right? The man scratched his head. There's only one way to live in the demon city with sins, just lower your sinful desires in your heart. The white handcuffs should be the same. Yin Xiu contemplated, like rage, if one finds a way to stay calm, can the pollution be reduced? Yes. About the difficulty of the white handcuffs, Yin Xiu felt complicated. He hadn't even touched the rules of each level, he had yet to comprehend the conditions to clear the dungeon, and he was pushed straight to the highest difficulty. The white handcuffs were obtained from the warden, there surely was no information about them in the demon city. So, he could only pry information from the strange monsters' mouths. Perhaps many players with white handcuffs were heavily polluted while trying to gather information. I can't kill the strange monsters, and I can't kill people, right? Yin Xiu felt that in that moment, he really transformed into a dungeon prisoner, wearing handcuffs, then becoming a good citizen, while players and strange monsters rejoiced together. Then, he slowly opened his eyes and smiled, then my sin gate can surely kill, right? The man's face turned pale, and he began to tremble. From his reaction, it seemed that the killings of the sin gate would not affect the sins of the white handcuffs. Alright, another solution to walk freely. I've already told you so much, can't you spare me? The man, almost in tears, found it hard to be a strange monster in the dungeon, especially when encountering a ruthless big shot like Yin Xiu. I'm not saying I want to kill you, Yin Xiu said lightly, he hadn't even drawn his knife. If he were to test his knife, the ones buried in the greedy graveyard would be more suitable. He still couldn't kill. Who said he couldn't kill after the handcuffs were taken off and the dungeon announcement sounded? Thank you, big shot. Thank you for not killing. The man joyfully bowed, once again feeling the holiness from Yin Xiu. But how can I take away all these gems in your room? Yin Xiu turned to look around, feeling quite unwilling to part with so much dungeon property. After thinking, he frowned, there would be more after clearing the dungeon, why was he so reluctant about this little bit, starting to be influenced by greed? Forget it, I won't take them. He frowned and lifted his foot to leave. Suddenly, the man lunged and hugged his leg, it's okay, big shot, take them. I want to follow you. Just take down this 303 door plate when you go out, and you'll have taken the whole room. Next time you want to see me or use the gems, just find any room and hang up the door plate. Yin Xiu paused, nodded, and prepared to leave with Liemo. Before leaving, the man cautiously asked, big shot, since you can wear the white handcuffs, you must be a special player, right? I heard this dungeon has Yin Xiu, you couldn't be him, could you? Yin Xiu calmly shook his head at the door, no, I'm Yi Tianxian. Saying this, he closed the door to 303. The man clapped his hands in joy. So it's Yi Tianxian. Yi Tianxian is great. I heard that as long as you share information, you can save your life. It's true. I need to quickly tell others that Yi Tianxian was put in white handcuffs, and sharing information can save life. Far away, on the third floor, Yi Tianxian was sitting at a fortune-telling stall, buying information, when he inexplicably sneezed. Could someone be thinking of me? He wrinkled his nose. Hurry up, 1 million for a piece of news, buy or not. The stall owner shouted harshly at him. Seeing the high-risk player in red clothes, he quickly wanted to chase him away. I'll buy it. Yi Tianxian faintly nodded. 1 million, it's worth it. The stall owner was taken aback. This person was really willing to spend money. He quickly adjusted his attitude and warmly asked, big client,